All right, guys, listen, we're here. We're live. Brand new late night, 1 a.m. investigation. We're a little bit late. Listen, I did a 12-hour live stream last night. This is the biggest story in poker. The Daily Mail's reporting about it. Viral around the world. We're here. We're ready. They said, are you going to do 3 days? I said, what kind of investigation is over after 3 days? Someone said, you're going to give up after 3 days. What do you guys spend your time on? You don't give up on investigation after 3 days. We're here. We're live. New information. Doug Polk made another video. The hand heard around the world. That's right. We're here. We're live. Jungleman, K Chicago. Joey here. Had to make a quick pit stop. Pick up some new supplies here. We're ready. We're locked in. Robbi, Garrett, day 3 investigation. Who done it? The community is split 50-50. Guilty and innocent. So I don't know what the fuck's going on, guys. But we're gonna lock in. We're gonna take a look at new information today. We got some new reports. We got some new videos. We got some new content. But yeah, guys, sorry about that. A little bit late on delay. We're gonna go over the phone calls we got yesterday from Robbi, from Robbi's husband, Charles Liu, from Rip, from Bart Hansen, from basically everybody who chimed in yesterday. Everybody got an opinion. Everybody on Twitter sharing their opinion. We're gonna go over some of the opinions here. If you ain't seen the hand, the infamous hand. I don't know how you ain't seen the hand yet, but we've seen the hand a few times here. So we're going to have some call-in. Shout out RTA Army. Shout out to the Legion. Shout out to Twitch. Shout out to YouTube. Joey dragging us down with him in his horrible schedule. Bro, I'm not going to take no fucking slander in the chat today. All right? I just woke up at 11 p.m. I'm locked in. I'm ready to go, okay? If your schedule is not on my schedule, I can't control your sleep schedule. You need to fucking lock in and get in line, all right? What is going on right here? What is going on right here, guys? Once again, we're here, we're live, going over this hand. Big dispute. I mean, listen, you wouldn't think. I also seen some of the. I saw Alan Cunningham make. I felt disrespected by Alan Cunningham with the worst take I've ever seen somebody make on Twitter earlier. I saw Alan Cunningham made a take that, honestly, I felt like he was disrespecting the game with that take. So we're going to go over that take here in a little bit. But yeah, if you ain't seen this hand, here it is. Basically, Robbi min-raised the turn with the J4, Jack 4. And Garrett shoves. And Garrett shoves here. So people said, why would this guy shove with 7-8? Why don't you investigate the guy shoving with 8 high? No stone left uncovered here on RTA investigations. So as you can see, they run it twice. Robbi.
I want to see. Does she have Jack 4?
And she slow rolls him. Damn, she slow rolls him, bro. She hit him with the slow roll. You're kidding me.
Whoa, look at Garrett's face. That is.
Shout out to Garrett. Garrett said he ain't going to be able to speak right now, but he has some more information coming out soon. Not sure when. Obviously, there's legal ramifications here for some things he's got to say. He's got to think about what he's going to say next. And you see Robbi, big smile on his face. Smiles in his fucking face. You guys know how that is. Nothing better than a guy or a girl calling you with the jack high and then smiling in your fucking face when they stack you for a $26,000 pot. When you're sitting there just trying to figure out what the hell just happened. I never seen anything like that. Can you imagine? You get stacked for 260 and the lady smiling in your face like, you look like you want to kill me. Damn, I might go home and write a 6-note Twitter thread as well, too, I guess. I don't know. Shout out to Conrad in the chat. What's up, Conrad? Shout out to OnlyFans, OnlyFriends.
Somebody made a hero call like that, but...
OnlyFriends, Matt Berkey. Matt Berkey, also, I got a bone to pick with Matt Berkey. Today, I saw him doing a live stream, and I felt disrespected by the way he was sitting in his chair. So we're going to go over that in a little bit as well, too. But yeah, people said, what else would I do tonight besides day 3? My options in Vegas are go out to the club and black out, play poker, or hang out with my great friends on the live stream and watch this hand another 1,000 times. And you guys already know what I chose to do. I chose to get my edibles, get some wine, and I chose to get here and get after it. So we got a lot of theories. I can't wait to go over them all tonight, guys. I'm fired up. Conroy, Corey, what's up? Poppy, how we doing, brother? Appreciate you giving the fire content. I'm great. I've been waking up with calls all day, guys. Everybody got an opinion about this. Everybody talking to me. I got to decide if I'm going to go out there and do an on-location investigation. What do you guys think? So the options, like I said, black out at the club, have a good time, or Look, she looks like, oh, wait, she's like, damn. She didn't even know what to do. Yeah, Berkey showing off those calves earlier.
You know you've let me do this to you several times now.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just testing it. And
This doesn't seem super funny to me,
and I
honestly.
know, like, when you bet that, like, high risk bet, why
If you guys got any information, feel free to hit me up on Twitter, at my phone. I got a lot of people sending me tweets right now with a lot of information about a lot of people involved in this, so I'm learning a lot today.
On the turn, though. So you called all in on the turn because...
So I'm going to show the hand real quick, and then I actually want to go over something I found interesting. So this story, like I said, hit the Daily Mail, and now we're going to go over something. What do you guys think? Should Garrett pay back the money? I see people on Twitter. Let me just address some of the worst takes I've seen real quick, guys, because I just want to get into it. We already seen the fucking hand. We already know what happens with the great hand here. Shout out to the hand. So I've seen people, a lot of randoms are, I'm tagged in this, and I'm basically getting like max G-man hate in my mentions here. So yeah, Hustler made a statement as well too. Jungleman wants to come on. Guys, listen. What do you guys think about the Jungleman? Just Jungleman want me on the show. Let me get started. Jungleman, you guys know Jungleman gonna have an opinion. We're gonna watch Doug Polk's video as well too. I thought he had a couple funny points in the video, but basically people are saying that Jungleman is like the biggest, or not, sorry, Garrett is like the most fucked up, out of line person, basically, because he took the money in the moment, and they're basically like just insulting this guy. They're saying he's a sore loser, saying he's a crybaby. Now listen, guys, I don't believe that's the case for our young hero, Garrett Adelstein. I want to go over Alan Cunningham's take, because I've seen this take a lot. I just think it's one of the worst takes I've ever seen. Alan Cunningham earlier said, in my day, regs, they chastise wrecked, and this got engagement. This is how it shows you how fucking out of line people are. In my day, regs just chastise wrecks for beating them with bad calls. These days, they take their money back and call the cops on them for cheating. Now, I think he's trying to be funny, but I actually seen a lot of people say this, that Garrett finally took a beat and flipped out, and that is one of the stupidest fucking things I've ever heard in my entire life, and I'm going to tell you why. Because I've been watching Garrett, a lot of people watching Garrett on stream now, live at the bike, on Hustler for 5 to 6 years, and the guy has never walked out. He's never accused anybody of cheating. He's never made a big fucking scene about getting stacked by a donk play, all right? He had a play happen earlier in another session with Robbi where he got called in a spot. He lost a hand. He didn't accuse anybody of cheating. He added on more money. So I literally see a lot of people saying this, like, oh, the golden boy took his first beat of the year, and now he's overreacting. He's like crying, and he thinks cheating's going on. So I think that's the worst take I've ever heard in my entire life. I don't agree with that at all. I think that if this guy, we can understand in that situation with you got this lady staring at you, laughing in your fucking face, telling you that you look like you want to kill her. So you can understand the guy's a little perplexed about how someone can min raise and call off on the turn. So in the moment, he obviously thought something was going on there. And now the question is, should he have thought something was going on there? Should he have just taken the beat and taken it like a fucking regular, like everybody else apparently would take, and not think anything suspicious going on? And now that is definitely up for debate. But with the recent cheating scandals we've seen in poker and in chess, I think that everyone's sort of on high alert. So when Garrett sees a play like that take place, it ain't like he regularly do this thing. Oh my God, call that guy. Hey, he cheated me. Like, bro, what the fuck are you guys talking about out there, guys? Come on. Come on, bro. I thought Alan Cunningham was a World Series of Poker, like, God, man. I don't know. I just don't believe that. I just don't understand that. That's like an uninformed take. You don't even know what you're talking about in that situation. You ain't watching Garrett play. So when I see that and then people like reacting to it and agreeing with it, I'm like, oh my God, like, what is going on out here? So I see a lot of bad takes like that. Obviously, everybody entitled to their own opinion, but we entitled to ours too. Hibiscus Flower with donation. Shout out to Hibiscus Flower. AV with the donation. Shout out to AV. So, yeah, I mean, Hustler made a statement, and then let's go over that great Hustler statement that they made. Some anonymous account sent me a bunch of stuff. I guess we're going to go over that as well, too. Oh, my God, this guy really locked in. All right, and we're going to go over anonymous account information. We're just going to go do it live because I want to see what this guy's got to say. Poor Alan Cunningham, bro. I mean, this guy, a legend, still a legend of the game, man. You got to respect your elders. But why is he coming in there insulting Garrett? This guy don't know fucking Garrett like that. What is this guy doing? Just chiming in. Everybody else chiming in. Now he got to chime in and insult Garrett like that. Say Garrett cry when he lose a pot. What do you like? Come on. Pull up the hand when Garrett is complaining when the fish stack him. No, he reload more money and he tried to make it back. So I don't know. I just can't agree with that take. Shout out Christian Soto. We locked in. Shout out to my guy Soto out there. What's up, Christian? What's up, DJ the Squad? Who we got out there, chat? Who do we got out there? Andy B. What's up, Andy? Man on fire. What's up, man on fire? What's happening, Poppy? Brewju, what's going on? Call Cunningham. I'll call Cunningham. I wanted to call it. I'm ready to talk to Alan Cunningham about that take. Poker is life. What's happening? Ozen said Joey's been persuaded by Doug. I don't know about. I wouldn't say that. Doug said he's 90%. He's 90% there. I mean, I don't think so. I'm gonna turn off slow mode. I like when the chat's firing. What's up, Adrian? What's happening? Good Fractals. What's going on? Let's not put down Alan Cunningham. I'm not gonna take Alan Cunningham slander in my chat. All right, we're not gonna disrespect the great legends of our game like that, bro. Let's calm down. Barron's Aquatics. What's happening? Sean Aria. What's up? Joe King. What's up? Goran. What's up? Appleman. What's up? What's up, guys? What's going on? What's happening? Okay, so Charlie Carrel. What's up, Charlie? I saw Charlie made a statement. Shout out to my guy Charlie Carrel out there. What's Charlie saying? I don't even fucking know this guy's name, bro. I don't know what's going on anymore. Low love for Twitch. I got a lot of love for Twitch. Shout out my guy Jay Farber. Shout out Sean Digg. What's up, guys? What's going on? So Hustler made another statement. High Stakes Poker Productions is in the process of retaining experts to conduct a thorough and independent investigation of the hand involving Garrett and Robbi. While we always had confidence in the security of our technology and the integrity of our staff, we take the allegations very seriously and understand anything is possible. We are in the process of hiring a law firm to conduct a comprehensive investigation. Who knows poker cheating better than lawyers? To conduct a comprehensive investigation, which will include staff and player interviews, a review of relevant records, and possibly the use of a polygraph testing. Bro, they need to hire Big Poppy Independent Investigation LLC to come in there and fucking make some really figure out what the fuck's going on here, guys. I mean, come on, we want the independent law firm to come in there. You know, you raised a Jack 4, like you called. Oh no, you called. Oh yeah, you're the blocker. Like, what do you? People don't know poker. Come on, guys. They know law. These guys aren't poker players. Our attorneys will oversee an investigation by a third-party cybersecurity company. All right, I like what I see. That will leave no stone unturned within our system. All video footage from High Stakes Poker and Hustler Casino will be reviewed by the above third-party experts. Okay. Our attorney, It's important for us to reinforce that we have found no evidence of wrongdoing by anyone at this point. As stated previously, Hustler Casino and High Stakes Poker Production was not involved in any monetary exchange that occurred away from the tables between the parties, respectfully. Nick Vertucci and Ryan Feldman. So we had Nick Vertucci call in the other day. I need to clip out those interviews, guys. We had Nick Vertucci call in. He was fired up. We had, like I said, Charles Liu call in. That's Robbi's lawyer, Robbi's husband. He was certainly having some aggressive language toward maybe Hustler and maybe Garrett Adelstein. And, then we talked to Robbi. We talked to Rip. We kind of got their viewpoints on what they thought was going on as well, too. Shout out to those guys as well. We have Bart Hansen call in. We have Faraz Jaka call in. Fuck, man, we had so many people calling. I can't even remember who called in yesterday, guys. So the top comment on here is me. Give me 48 hours with the footage, and I'll have the case closed. Listen, providing Poppy with the footage, text, and 4,000 milligrams of edibles is the most thorough and cost-effective way to resolve this. Listen, I'm probably cheaper than the top law firm and the top independent investigation. You know, these guys are running some type of fugazi on you to get you out of your money. So just give the fucking footage to Joey, or I'll have it done in a day. Amen. Shout out to Gary Blackwood. So basically, we seen the hand.
Last time we played.
Yeah.
I keep letting me.
So we're gonna go over one of my DM theories right now.
I mean, obviously, I'll just say.
See if we can pull this over here. I want to make this my DM smaller. If you go on my Twitter, if you DM me on Twitter right now, it'll be public, so I can't help it.
And I think Andy's disturbed too. He doesn't. If you looked over there, it's like, whoa, what just happened here?
All right, we got a new hot theory in my DMs. I'm just gonna show you guys real quick. This guy gave me a theory. You know what? I just want to kind of read this guy's theory because this guy's theory is pretty interesting. He's like breaking down timestamp. I don't know who this anonymous person is, but this guy is locked in and they got some information. You guys know what ain't on accounts and information. You guys know they're not an anonymous account. They're probably somebody that they know. So let me go over what Supreme Leader Doug Polk got to say here. Hold on a second, guys. And then we're going to take some call-ins tonight as well. I never know who's going to call in. Jungleman might call in. Tom Dwan might call in. Let me text Tom, see what he's up to. Tom Dwan had an interesting interaction with, bro, poor Alan Cunningham, bro. I can't believe he disrespected Garrett like that. Respected better than that guy. So Charles made a tweet earlier that said, got called because Robbi Lou read him like a book. She's done it to me plenty of times at home. Oh, as far as the legal consequences, all I can say to that is buckle up. Hashtag Robbi J. Lou, hashtag wifey, hashtag intuition, hashtag hero call, hashtag manifestation, hashtag live in the end. So Tom Dwan responded with LOL. So, and then he said, what a clown. So Tom Dwan was not happy. He erased himself. So Tom Dwan was not happy with what the great lawyer and husband had to say. So let me first go over Doug. Let me just go over some stuff, guys, and see what's going on here.
After a full day of mulling over this incredibly baffling hand that happened on the Hustler stream, I've decided that I think that it is overwhelmingly likely that she is cheating, although it's obviously not known for sure. I think it's something like 90% that she is cheating. And today in this video, I'm going to break down the leading theory as to exactly what's happening.
That is super, super strange. You can see his reaction. He seems somewhat disturbed here. It looks like he's seen a ghost, almost.
I don't feel like I should have won that hand. I should not have won that hand. And if everyone wants to flip out about it, good for fucking.
Let me turn my audio
She's
up.
cheating, although it's obviously not known.
I love this intro.
After
He's
a full day of mulling
like, I
over
think
this
she's
incredibly
cheating, but it's
baffling.
obviously you can't know that she's cheating. But I think that she's cheating, but it's not obvious that you can know that she's cheating.
After a full day of mulling over this incredibly baffling hand that happened on the Hustler stream, I've decided that I think that it is overwhelmingly likely that she is cheating, although it's obviously not known for sure. I think it's something like 90% that she is cheating. And today in this video, I'm going to break down the leading theory as to exactly what's happening.
That is super, super strange. You can see his reaction. He seems somewhat disturbed here. It looks like he's seen a ghost, almost.
I don't feel like I should have won that hand. I should not have won that hand. And if everyone wants to flip out about it, good for fucking you. I don't give a shit.
She's actually dating the player named Rip on the show. I have an inside source that has told me they've seen them, and also that he is backing her in a lot of these games.
Allegedly thinking this lady's cheating. She gives him the money back. She won. This guy, the cowboy guy, is freaking out. Something is really weird here, guys. I've never seen anything like this. Something is not what it seems. All right, we're going to get Tom Dwan in here as our first call in for tonight here.
Before we do, though, a couple quick notes. First off, much better. Second off, I've seen the overwhelming number of
Hey, Tom
threads
Dwan joining
online
soon,
about
guys.
what happened, and typically they all think that she's innocent and that Garrett's being a sore loser. But I do want to make one quick point. Most people are idiots. Sorry about that, guys, but at least no one happened, and typically they all think that she's innocent. And
I couldn't
that
agree with
Garrett's
this
being
more
a
after
sore
seeing the
loser.
takes.
But I do want to make one quick point. Most people are idiots. Sorry about that, guys, but at least no one thinks I'm talking about them. Now, some degree of pros have also weighed in thinking she's innocent, and there's certainly a discussion to be had here. It's far from concrete fact one way or the other, and we do have people on both sides that really think one way or the other. However, this issue has drawn in a lot of people that frankly aren't really a part of poker at all, and they're just
Whatever. Let me get Tom Dwan in here first.
saying
He
all
said he got to
kinds
go
of
soon.
wild shit and upvoting each other and saying, yeah, that's right. The reality is that the average person weighing in with their opinion on this story has almost no knowledge of poker other than basic poker stuff. The actual experts are being sort of drowned out with just the overwhelming masses of people that think poker hand, girl won. Oh, God.
Exactly. Listen, I'm seeing so many terrible takes on social media from people that got no idea how poker works. They never played poker. They don't know what a high stakes poker even means. They don't know what a poker hand, how it even operates. And I've seen so many people confidently speaking and giving their opinion on this topic that I know poker will be good for the rest of our lives, because as long as you can get these people to play poker, but because they seem to be feel like they know how poker operate and how it works. And I just can't believe that some of the things I'm seeing out there, guys. I feel disrespected having to read some of these things, but everybody got their opinion. I'm enjoying hearing what people got to say. So it's just crazy to me how some of the things I'm reading. I mean, I got to take an edible thinking about that more. And then we're going to call Tom Dwan. Guys, tonight's special, Trike gummies, sativa. These are some of my favorite ones. We got some, I wish Trike would sponsor me. They got red sativa, orange gummies, 100 milligrams pack. We're going to take one each is 10 milligrams. Smash the like button. Actually, you know what? How many likes are we at? Let me see here real quick. Hold on a second. What do we got here? We got 255 likes. Listen, if we hit 400 likes, I'll have the 400 like edible for the day. Shout out to Julia Rose. What's up, Julia? What's happening? I'm gonna take one just to get started, and then at the 500 like edible, I'm gonna take another one. Hold on a second. Let me get Tom Dwan in here. Hold on, guys. I just gotta send Tom Dwan a link. We're gonna have our first call in of the day. Edible poppy. Yeah, I mean, you gotta switch up the mind sometimes when you're doing these investigations. So we see it one way, we see it this way, we see it that way. We gotta try different things. Nick Vertucci was on the chocolate mushroom last night, so he was trying things his own way. All right, first call in of the day. The great Tom Dwan gonna be locking in right now. Get Tom and Jungleman together. All right, lineup for tonight, guys. We got Tom Dwan and we got Jungleman coming up as well too. Maybe we get one of the Sulfur Y guys on there. Curious what they got to say. Saw Conrad out there. I saw Christian Soto out there. Shout out Christian Soto. What is the OnlyFans fans podcast thinking? What's the consensus over there? Like I said, I saw Berkey earlier was sitting with his like legs up or something like that. I just don't understand that position was a comfortable position to be in. But let me see. Yeah, look at this poor guy. He was sitting like this the entire time. Oh, they're watching me. Look at this. I plumed in and it was sitting like this. And I was just like, how does a guy sit? How does a guy sit like this? I mean, with the shorts on, like, he's like balling. I mean, it's kind of an impressive spot to sit in for so long. You know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, how's this guy doing this? Try it out in your seat right now, guys. When you're locked in, try this out. You know, he's like, he can like move around with that. It's just like impressive. Christian just chilling. He locked in. Christian looked like he got married to a nice girl. Looks like she decorated the house real beautifully with a nice love, some flowers. You know, Christian didn't put those in the background. So, looks like Christian locked in, got a great haircut. Looked like he shaved. So he definitely must be in love with some girl. Nice skin going on right now. You know, damn. Okay, what's Christian up to? This guy looked like he's doing good. We got to go hang out with him. Shout out Christian. All right, Tom Dwan joining up here soon. Best mustache on the net. Thank you, guys. Appreciate all the mustache. People enjoying the mustache right there. That's his mom's house? I don't think so. All Tilt says Joey was retired. He got back on the shit in 11 minutes flat for fucking nothing but the community. Listen, guys, we got to come out here and we got to get in the streets. We got to figure out what's going on here. We got to give people a fair shake. We got to hear both sides. And yeah, man, I think Doug Polk's declaring 90% guilty. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, we need a voice of reason to step in here and say, let's take a step back, just 1 second, and let's wait till more information comes out. So as we wait for Tom, we'll watch this video.
Guy is being a sore loser rather than thinking about this critically with actual knowledge of the way poker works. That's not to say she's guilty. There's definitely still a small room for error here. However, we have to look at the evidence that we have and use critical...
Thomas Sem says, so people who don't think she's cheating are idiots. Will tell Phil Ivey that because bro, come on, you can't even put a sentence together, Poppy. Come on, let's try that again.
Thinking about what happened here. So today I am going to put up what I believe to be the leading theory as to exactly what happened and why I personally think that she might be cheating here. Put enough caveats in there because, you know, legal stuff. A lot of you guys have very strong feelings about this, so I'd like you to just put those to the side and join me as we talk about a potential theory. Then afterwards, we're going to give the case for and the case against, and you guys, of course, as always, can weigh in the comments with what you think happened as well. The theory is this. While she's playing, someone has access to the cards. Either someone in the back studio has access to them and is forwarding them to someone, or someone has figured out a way to hack into the RFID system at the table and is transmitting to some other location. However we want to dice this up, somebody has access to the cards. Then
We got 400 likes. All right,
when
400
Robbi
like
gets
edible.
into a hand, she has to take a little bit of time and think things over when
gonna
it's
be
her
fired up
decision,
tonight.
and that's why she plays slow. During that time, somebody transmits to her a signal that she either is good or not good. It could be in a variety of ways. There is certainly a vibration theory that we're going to take a look at as well. There could be signaling. There could be any kind of thing that lets her know that her hand is good or not good. And then she can proceed accordingly. This would allow her to play fairly accurately in big pot situations. She would be able to know if her hand is good or not good, and then kind of craft her plan based on that information. This would be a very different kind of...
I'm disappointed that Doug didn't put on that great suit coat that he had on for the Martin Zamani interview. Kind of mailed it in here with the sleeveless tank top. Not that I can say much because I'm obviously wearing a sleeveless tank top too, and I also wore a blazer for the Brent Kenny interview. So you might say that I'm also mailing it in as well. Maybe something there. Didn't think about that.
kind of craft her plan based on that information.
Think
This would
about
be
that.
a very different kind of live stream cheating if it is the case when compared to something like the Mike Postle cheating. With the Mike Postle story, he knew what his opponents had specifically. So not only
Allegedly.
he knew when he was good, he also knew when to apply the pressure. And there are a bunch of hands where he runs crazy bluffs against people that have really shitty hands. In fact, there's one hand where the guy ended up calling down anyway, just thinking the Postle was full of it. Why is this the leading theory? Well, let's talk about all of the ways where she's cheating first. In those examples, what she would be doing. So for starters, we have things like marking cards. It doesn't really make sense to be marking cards in this instance. You could have certain kinds of lenses that can see marked cards. The reason that doesn't make sense is you're not typically going to be able to mark cards so well, you know, the exact type of card. So a hero call of this magnitude wouldn't really be possible. Typically, people mark
Agreed.
cards. They just know what the aces are, or maybe what like the kings or queens or tens are, so they know in situations what's possible. But typically speaking, that's not going to allow for super sick, crazy hero calls where you know someone has 8 high when you have jack high. So I'd rule that one out. I would also say that
All right, Doug
the
ruled it
kind of
out.
cheating where she's looking at
Let me
it.
mark that off the calendar. Doug has ruled out marked cards. Doug's done his DD and said the marked card theory is out, which does make sense, right? According to this situation, if you're marking cards, not necessarily going to know that you're going to know the future cards in the deck. The thesis is that there's some sort of ability to know what the cards are going to be in the future. This is the alleged thesis that those are proposing right now that would say that there was some type of cheating happening. So he's saying, all right, how are we going to connect the dot? How did the information go from the cards into the ass vibrational system or the midsectional vibrational system or the vibrational necklace or the in-ear piece? Or that's what he's trying to figure out. He's saying he 90% thinks that something went on, so now he's looking for signals. He's looking for signs. How do you do it? How can this be done? Supreme Leader saying, how can it be done? And he's ruled out marked cards. So we'll see.
I'd rule that one out. I would also say that the kind of cheating where she's looking at a
Gay
device
porn,
and
bro.
knows
What is
someone's
this guy
hand is
talking
also
about?
very unlikely. I think the exact accuracy of the types of decisions that she's making aren't nearly as flawless as, for example, how Postle played in a lot of his big pots. And then additionally, looking at her, don't exactly know where the screen would go. There's also a theory that maybe someone could see Garrett's cards when he looks at them. I strongly doubt that. I know that he is in the 9
Bro,
seat.
be nice to Doug in the chat. Come on, guys. What is up with this, man? Joe Batarley says ace hand is the key to everything cheated. Yeah, I mean, we can definitely go over that ace hand. Thank you for the
has
donation, Joe.
Maybe the most chance of something going on because the dealer's in between and you don't exactly know what sight lines are like. However, Garrett is a professional player. He's played for many years. There's no way he has a leak in his game as simple as the 1 or 2 seat can see his cards. Those might be things she's not doing, but let's talk about things that she is doing as we make the case that Robbi is cheating. Note, these are opinions. Please don't sue me. I know it might seem like I'm being extra nitty about my language here, but Robbi's husband tweeted out that she called Robbi like a book. She's done it to me plenty of times at home. Oh, and as far as the legal consequences, all I can say is to buckle up. So, oh shit, this chair doesn't have a fucking seatbelt. Anyway, let's start off big picture. What are things that would happen if someone was cheating in a poker game? Well, for starters, they would win money. And every session Robbi has played here, she in fact has won money, although one was a very small win. She has played 3 sessions and she's won in all 3, with wins totaling something around $240,000 or so. This figure also includes having paid back $135,000 that she won in a hand versus Garrett, so she has been absolutely killing these games, but it is a very small sample. Okay, so she's winning. How has she played in the big pots? And the answer is she has played extremely well, and we're going to look at a few different hands that were either weird or had weird things going on, or she made incredibly sharp plays to look at some specifics here, besides just the Jack 4 hand itself. Here, Robbi gets the river with a missed flush draw against a boat that Garrett had. He bets the river, and she starts to talk a bit, and the angle changes to a side angle where we can see her quite clearly. In this clip, she talks a bit, and then notice what happens to her chair and abdomen for something like 5 seconds. A very clear vibrating starts in her chair and abdomen for something like 5 seconds. A very clear what happens to her chair and abdomen for something like 5 seconds. A very clear vibrating starts in her body and chair. Extremely clear. She is shaking. The chair
thing is, the vibration stops. So you can see the vibration going to go on here. She contemplating, and the vibration system going to go off here about 7:02. Watch that chair, guys. Lock in on the chair, okay? People are saying that when you're moving your foot, you can move your entire back chair. That's what everybody's saying. Oh, she's shaking her foot, right? So here's the evidence, guys. All right, let's go over the evidence. All right, let's put our detective glasses on. Let's lock in. Let's take a look at the evidence here. It's being presented to us. Poppy made no money in the super chat. Out to Adrian Perez. Listen, we're taking $2 at a time. We're going to build the edible fund, okay? All right, so let's lock in, guys. Let's take a look here. So the vibrational system goes off.
Notice what happens to her chair and abdomen for something like 5 seconds. A very clear vibrating starts in her body and chair. Extremely clear. She is shaking. The chair is shaking. The moment the vibrating stops, she says, "You can have this one."
And so it kind of does look like her leg, her right leg is shaking, right?
Extremely clear.
Like if you think about if you rock in the right leg, you know what I'm saying? If you rock in the leg, I mean,
she is shaking, the chair is shaking.
See what I'm saying? If you rock in your leg like that, I mean, I think that, you know, I don't know. I don't see any other shaking going on in other hands. If you guys got any other examples of shaking, feel free to send it to me, but I might be shaking too if I was thinking about making a play with the Jack 8 suited. But the thesis is that she was thinking about raising here as a bluff, and she was waiting for an alert that what to do. So someone would have had to relay the information, either somebody who's not in the game but nearby who has access to the information. Who else could send the fucking information, right? How else could she receive information is that someone was close by and relaying that information about what they knew to her. So now, do you believe that there was somebody close by? And if so, who could that person have been? How could that have worked out? That is really the question here, if you are going to believe in the forward put midsection shaking thesis that has been proposed by a number of people I've seen on social media. Obviously, a lot of people, they don't, they're not buying it. A lot of people are 50-50 right now, like I said. Why would you call the turn drawing dead, though? I think that is also a great point. Jay Smith, shout Jay Smith. So basically, the thinking is that, well, why would she call the turn if she was drawing dead? So other people have proposed that if you called the flop with Jack 8 and then you called the turn with the backdoor flush draw, then you wouldn't fold a flush draw on the turn. But I don't necessarily believe that about that necessarily. Deep Hervey said, Rip said he's friends with Louise, who works for HCL. That is true. That information has been relayed. And I believe Louise, whoever Louise is, I don't know who Louise is, but I believe Louise, I'm sure, will be getting a nice investigation and some questions from people who are going to be conducting the independent investigation that's going to be going on at Hustler Casino. So basically the thesis here is that she was waiting for information to decide to make a move. That's why she took so long. And the communication is being alleged that it was done through some sort of vibrational system. So to me, if that's the case, I mean, the ring, basically they're saying that she has some sort of device that the chair is not shaking. I mean, maybe, there is something on the chair. I mean, there's a lot of things going on here. She just got so many things at the table. So, but it looked like her leg jumping too. Tom Dwan looked like he took he veered left when he should have veered right. Come on, Durr. Where's Durr at? I'm out here. Durr got to say.
This clip, she talks a bit, and then notice what happens to her chair and abdomen for something like 5 seconds. A very clear vibrating starts in her body and chair. Extremely clear. She is shaking. The chair is shaking. The moment the vibrating stops, she says, "You can have this one."
I don't know what she's really thinking about here.
You can have this one.
What could be causing something like that? Maybe a vent, or maybe she's tapping her foot and we're not seeing her leg move. Certainly possible that this is just a one-off, and I didn't see any other great angles of vibrations happening. However, certainly something kind of weird that we should at least note. Also, isn't this kind of a weird tank? We're in a huge pot. She called a turn bet. She's facing an over bet. She has a bricked flush draw for jack high on a board where she barely can even beat any of the bluffs.
All right, we got Jungleman joining us too.
And she tanks for what, 30, 40, 45 seconds here and uses
All right, Tom Dwan in the house.
chip.
Hold on a second.
She uses a...
Lego. We got Durr joining. Hold on a second.
Yo.
Poppy, you out there?
Yeah,
what are you doing?
bro.
Kid, what are you doing? You got to get some water in that hair, Poppy. You got some water in that You looking good? Nah, you looking good. You looking good. Get you some light. Get you some light. Let's see that.
So I'm rocking some Triton shit. You know?
Oh, okay. What's happening? What are you doing?
I can't see you.
I mean, you can't really see this webcam because I have it on my OBS right now. We're live on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, so I got my, I'm basically live on YouTube. So let me send you a link. Shout out Tom Dwan. Listen, everybody in the chat.
Cool.
Everybody on Twitch, everybody on YouTube, please welcome the great Tom Dwan to the chat. I mean, listen, the guy don't need any introduction, right? We all know Tom Dwan.
I'll give you a tweet. I'll give you a tweet as you do this intro. I'll give you a tweet that I'm on your podcast.
All right, let's get it. What are you doing? Where you at? Where you at? You said Asia?
I'm in Singapore. Here, this is my buddy Oliver. He's a crypto guy. I'm in Singapore. We're going to F1. Tell him what we're doing today for 1 second so I can write this tweet.
The F1 Singapore, the race day.
Cool. That sounds like fun.
Yeah, if there wasn't like terrible infrastructure, people everywhere.
Okay. Enough.
It sound like it's gonna be out of line over there, boys. I don't know what y'all up to, but it sounds like it's out of line. So hold on a second. Let me introduce our guest, guys. Tom Dwan in the house. Mr. Durr. We're gonna get Durr's opinion on the situation. I saw Durr. Durr was tweeting at the husband lawyer. He didn't seem to like the last tweet. We just showed that one, but we'll show
that's
that.
fucking clown shit, dude. I mean, so okay, I know a bunch of stories, details of cheating in other countries, right? Mm-hmm. Some in Russia, some in China, some other parts of the world. A lot of those I need to be really careful what I say because there can be like real consequences. Hustler Casino, I like them, right? I know Ryan better than Nick, but I like them both, especially Ryan. I like. I also, they were cool and chill to me, but I think I've tried to help them a bit, right? This is LA. I am American. This is a place I've helped, like this one's a little bit more my business, I think, right? And the dude's like a crypto lawyer. Have you ever heard of
his name's Charles Liu.
No, yeah, he's not gonna have heard of him. I'm saying, what's the Loyola Marymount? He's like a fucking crypto lawyer teacher at Loyola Marymount. So I'm gonna hit a bunch of their crypto people and just be like, send me the dirt on this guy if there is some or whatever. Because it's like, why is he fucking telling people to not like? I'm pretty pro freedom of speech. Like, if whether there has or hasn't been some shenanigans that went on, that's a smaller deal to me than some dude trying to be like, oh, you can't do this or else. Like, fuck that. That's clown car shit, dude.
So you don't agree that he was going on, even though Garrett accused his wife of cheating. So you don't agree that, let me pull up the tweet real quick. So he basically said, G-Man got called because Robbi read him like a book. She's done it to me plenty of times at home. Oh, and as far as legal consequences, all I can say is buckle up. So what you're saying is that that's basically like a fucking joke. You don't agree with that. And
yeah, if he doesn't write the last part, I might not be on this podcast. But the last part, fuck him.
Yeah, so
I don't support that shit. Fuck that. It's some bullshit.
You don't support the part about buckle up or the threats in terms of we're going to take you to court because of something you said?
One, it's a bullshit threat. The guy's obviously like a bitch to be saying that. And two, it's also just not cool. Like what has Garrett done? Garrett was like pretty reasonable. I think it's reasonable to question if there's been cheating, right? Mm-hmm. Garrett's been pretty reasonable. Like, did he maybe not act perfect? Sure, obviously he might not, right? If you've ever been in a spot where someone's done something and you're like, oh fuck, did they cheat me? Yeah, obviously you might not act perfect. Uh-huh. Has he maybe done something wrong by Robbi? Maybe. Do I really think so? No, probably not, right? But regardless, he's trying to be reasonable. I respect how Garrett's acting here, right? I don't respect some fucking buckle up, like, fuck that shit.
So basically you're saying that you think Garrett, if he thought he was cheated in that moment, he left, you think it's perfectly fine for him not only to I guess taking the money is a different story, but you think it's fine for him to go on Twitter right after it happens and say that he thinks that she was cheating 100%?
No, I'm not saying perfectly fine. I'm saying what he's done is reasonable.
Right, okay.
I don't agree. Saying she cheated 100%, obviously I don't agree. I think there's a chance she did, right? But I'm saying what he's done, I think, is he tried, like, understand, if you try to think through the mindset of playing a hand like that, getting called, like, Garrett has lost plenty of big hands. He's been hero called, like, I don't know the dude that well. I think we had dinner once or twice, like, we freaking played on the streams, like, we get along a little. I don't really know the dude that well, right? But he can lose some pots and he's pretty fucking chill, right?
Right.
Like, he lost that pot. He didn't seem, he's like, oh, bummer, right? Like, whatever. I think if she had showed him Queen Jack, he would have been like, that's fucking crazy. Wow, what just happened? And just given the money and not thought much about it. Understandably, you see Jack 4 there, you're going to be flustered. Like, does that mean that she 100% cheated? No, I don't think it does. Do I agree with him writing those words? No, but come on, dude. Like, the dude's fucking flustered. He handled it pretty cool from what I know,
Mm-hmm. So you're just basically saying that it's understandable. You don't necessarily agree with the way it was handled. I don't agree with the way it was handled. Like, in terms of going out there, right, if we can look back in retrospect and say, hey, maybe you should handle that differently. Maybe there's a different way to go upon doing it. Obviously, when you're in the moment and you're in Garrett's position, it's understandable that he would have this, like, visceral reaction because he feels like he just got scammed and then threatened and he lost $135,000. But at the same time, so what do you think about taking the money back in that moment? Deliver some altercation in the dark hallway that's being said. I mean, you've been to Hustle before. You play there. It's like a side.
I doubt that happened. He had Ryan Feldman there, right? Like, if that happened, that's on Ryan Feldman to say something right away, right? I doubt Garrett actually made her feel intimidated, other than maybe that if she had done something funny, maybe she felt intimidated if she did something funny. Whether it was something wrong in this hand, or maybe she's being backed and she's chunking off the money, or maybe it's whatever, or maybe she's overtired and I don't know, right? But, like, Ryan Feldman was there. If there was a problem, it's on Ryan Feldman to speak up, right? Like, yeah. He's a reasonably, obviously, he's got biases here, but he's a more neutral party than either of them. He was apparently there, okay? Like, so I don't find that allegation that credible. I don't think, if Ryan speaks up and says that, then I'll find the allegation credible, and I'll be the first one to be like, look, I like Ryan, but he should have said this shit 2 days ago, right? If that's true, he should say it as soon as he can, because that would be crazy. I doubt it. From what I know of Garrett, he's usually a pretty chill dude. I doubt he would, like, spaz too much or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, obviously.
I've had spots where I was like, oh, fuck, I think I just might have got cheated, and, like, it messes with you, right? And here, I'm not saying I think Garrett's done everything perfect. Sure, I don't think he should have said 100%. I'll take whatever, but, like, I think he's been pretty fucking chill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, obviously he still feels like there was cheating involved, and now it's on him to have to prove himself in some ways. And I guess you said you've been in this experience
Why?
before.
Why is that on?
Well, who do you think it's on then? I mean, is you think it's on Hustler Casino to prove it, or what do you think happens at this
I think
point?
it's a little bit on you, a little bit on me, a ton on Hustler Casino and Hustler Live. I think this is like, you can look at the example of chess, right? Like there's this big cheating scandal going on now. And there's a lot of corruption around this kind of stuff, right? Because like, think about this from Hustler Casino Live standpoint, right? If there was cheating, it's like bad for them. So they kind of hope there wasn't. So they're not even the most objective to investigate. So there shouldn't be one investigation around stuff like this. There should be a few. If she has done nothing wrong, okay, great, right? For her sake, there should be a proper investigation or two so she can have her name fully fucking cleared, right? Like, I believe in, a lot of the principles around reasonable doubt and stuff like that, right? But I also think, like, that should happen before people's freedom is taken away and they're thrown in jail. If you play a hand like this, yeah, it's reasonable for someone like Garrett to say something. Like, that's not, he's not throwing her in jail. He's saying, yo, this seems weird to me. Like, no shit, yeah, it seems weird to me too.
Yeah. Yeah, shout out to the chat,
So-
guys. Tom Dwan joining right now, just giving his opinion on the scandal that happens here. So I guess, what do you think should happen right now? What do you think that the community can do? Because obviously
so
we
I
know
have, like,
Hustler
a
got to do
long-
the investigation. So what do you think that we can do out here to be able to either see it one way or the other?
I had one. I mean, we're literally going to F1 race day today. I gotta go soon, so I want to hit you with that tomorrow, right?
Okay.
I want to think it through a little more. Like, I want for Robbi, for Garrett, for the stakes of the situation. I don't want to just spaz off a little hungover, not having slept like 6 or 7 hours, whatever. I'll do that tomorrow. But I'll tell you one thing that I can say today, right? And I'm gonna need to hold a few details back here, but I can say something. So there was a time at a Triton event, right? And usually Triton events, we only let in people that we reasonably know, right? Like meet them first, whatever, this kind of stuff before the cash games, right? And obviously the tournaments are open to whoever, but for the cash games, so it might mean literally talk for a few minutes, but like, there's not usually randoms there. That's my point. And we were playing in Maestro in Montenegro. So this is Paul's casino, right? And I was playing the big game. I've been awake like roughly 24 hours. And I noticed, so there was a small game, I think it was 100, 200 euro. And one of my friends, Jamie Kaplan, was playing. And I noticed, so there was a dude that was playing the game that we didn't really know. But I think Richard had met him like a year before or something. And he said something like, I know Richard. And Richard said, oh, hi. And someone thought that meant Richard was saying he knew, something like that, right? And the dude had cash, so they let him play. And he came with two guys, and so I've been awake like 24 hours. I'm at the next table over, and I noticed the one guy look at Jamie's hand. And so I've noticed much worse things around cheating other times and said nothing, because sometimes there's security risks, sometimes you can't. That's the reality. For a number of reasons, I felt safe here. And obviously, normally I'd probably handle this properly and stand up and go over and ask like, hey man, what was that? I didn't really like it, and try to be nice and stuff. But I was awake 24 hours. I'm playing some really big game, and like the dude just peeped cards that didn't look cool. So I shouted a little bit aggressive, quite aggressively. I was like, yo, but like more aggressive, right? Now, when I did that, I probably would have guessed, I don't know, 5%, 10% something funny was happening. Like, I was basically planning on just having this guy come over and explain what the fuck that was, and like, why are you picking people's cards, right? But when I shouted, the two guys just bolted. So obviously, the second that happens, everyone in the fucking room realizes, like, probably these dudes were cheating, right? You don't know how. You just know something fucking fishy is going on. And the dude playing, to his credit, like, sits there a few more minutes, plays a few more hands, then goes and basically says, like, can I cash out? Right? Sure. There's no evidence. Here's your money, whatever. And I think it was the next day, like 24 hours, maybe 48 hours later. One we're finally like the games were done or whatever, and I had a little time, and so right away we asked the security people to look at this, and I don't want to get into the full security practices there, but like the two people that had looked at this were really, really nice and really tried hard. And then I met them and they told me how they had looked at this and it was all fine. And the issue is in these kind of situations, a lot of times it's not really in people's interest to find stuff. And so these two people, when I met them and they said that, then we were talking, and to their credit, they're both like nice. I don't know them super well, but they seem like nice, like honest people. Like I've seen, I think I maybe met them once or twice before, but I've seen them a few times since. And so they were trying to like help me process. And I was like, no, like I'm pretty sure. The fact that the guys ran, I'm pretty sure. And so I was like, so I need this. I need to be able to see this, right? And to their credit, they weren't making excuses, they weren't whatever, but there was a moment where it seemed like they noticed like, oh, we're gonna look a little bad here. But they were nice people, so they actually did, right? I did get to see this. Also, it's Paul's Casino, also it's whatever. And it took me like an hour of watching this shit to realize what was happening. And so what was happening was like the guys were trying to look at people's hands and they'd signal with their shoulders or whatever. And I showed a few people this, one of them being Paul. And I remember when I showed Paul was like, how the fuck, it took him 20 seconds because I told him, oh, here's what's happening. And then he looked, he's like, how the fuck did that take you an hour? But this is something that often happens around these kind of spots. It's really hard to know. It's really hard to understand. It's incomplete information. And the second you see it, it's like, oh, of course, 100% they were bluffing, right? And I don't think it's 100%. Robbi's her name, right?
Right, Robbi, yeah.
I don't think it's 100% Robbi cheated. I don't think it's 100%, I don't even think it's 100% she lied, right? But I can tell you, to me, it seems over 90% that she lied when she was saying she misread her hand. Because if you just look at the details right around that, like, seems like she's changed her story there. To me, that's a bit suspicious. Mm-hmm. That makes me think, most likely, something a little funny is going on. Maybe it's cheating. Maybe it's something else. I don't know, right? In these kind of spots, I would just like the truth to get out. I'll do a little bit. I'd like you to do a little bit. I'd like Hustler to. I'd like Hustler Casino Live to, et cetera, et cetera. And I do personally, I feel some responsibility. Obviously Maestro, I felt much more, right? But here I have helped Hustler some and stuff. And like, there's a lot of times I've seen some shit I don't like and I can't say anything. This isn't really one of those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes sense. Well, we appreciate sharing the opinion. You said you got to go to the race. You're going to head off there and then we maybe do something a little bit longer, either tomorrow, next day, something like that.
Yeah, do we have a text or when are we going? Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe like, I don't know. Tomorrow's race day, so we might fucking party all night.
Yeah, it's all good. Let's just talk tomorrow. We'll figure something out soon.
But yeah, that's basically my thinking is like think about what happened in that spot at Maestro, and then I'd like to do my little part to like gently nudge. Like I like Nick Vertucci, right? From what I heard, I think he had said like for sure it was fine. That seems like a spazzy comment, right?
What do you mean? What did he say? What did he say?
I think he said something like it was for sure fine. I think someone, or she wasn't cheating or whatever.
No. He didn't say anything like that. He said basically they haven't found anything yet. They're going to do a thorough investigation, and that's what he said. He came on here both nights. He was very passionate, very fired up, very saying they're going to do whatever it takes, unturn every stone. They're going to interview their staff, do lie detector tests, and all this kind of stuff. So, yeah, he's seen.
Yeah, I think that should happen, and then there should also be a little bit of like slightly outside. Whether it's you, whether it's Doug, whether whoever, right? But like, just for everyone's sake, it's better in these spots,
Mm-hmm.
and it's different. Obviously, if they find something, then great, right? And if they don't find something, then for her sake, like probably most of all, but also for you just want a proper investigation in these spots. Like,
right.
That's the right way to handle it. And it like the reality is, look at that hand. Like an investigation is pretty fucking reasonable, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if she did nothing wrong, great, right? If she did something wrong, people find out, great, whatever. Just hope the truth gets out,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, obviously, like you said, it's real. The investigators that don't really have an incentive to find something and then discuss it publicly. So a lot of times, like I don't expect much to come from. And also, like let's say hypothetically there was something taking place. How is an independent investigator going to be able to find that unless they, you know what I guess it's like the argument would be, well, maybe there's people walking around the casino, or there's people that maybe hacked into the systems, and there's some sort of breadcrumb that a forensic expert can go in there and find. But reality, like, how are you going to know if she or anybody else has a device on them? How are you ever going to see that if you're going over it after the fact?
So, and you're seeing the same shit with chess too right now,
Right.
With this Magnus Carlsen thing. And I actually think, like, how is Just Hustler going to know? Maybe they won't, right? It's like, I'm actually of the view that, for example, like, I wrote some tweet that I think Magnus is being pretty reasonable and, like, fied the chess organization. I think it's great they're investigating. I think all that, but, like, they're used to complete information games. They're saying, what if Magnus accused and was wrong? Like, no, he accused, and the guy, like, apparently to be 100% of, like, always playing the same as a computer or whatever is, like, very rare. I think Magnus had, like, 2 games in his life like that or some shit, and other GMs it's, like, very rare, like a few like that, and this guy was above that. So, like, okay, whether that guy cheated or not, like, Magnus seems like he's tried to handle it pretty reasonable. Like, you can't be perfect in these spots, and that's, like, a mistake, you know? Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, so I'll do my little part to try to, you know, for example, I'm really happy to hear that about Nick. That's great. So I'll probably either text him or write a tweet or both and be like, okay, sweet, I guess I got a bad text. Like, you know, people aren't going to be perfect, but it seems to Ryan and Nick's credit, like, I called them out that I thought there was a line I didn't like, but overall, I think it is pretty good, right? If I thought, like, there's a bunch of shit I know about places where it's like, yeah, I wouldn't expect much of some investigation, right? Here I do have enough hope in those guys that I hope this goes well, right? And I also feel a little responsibility myself. So, I mean, you did a show there too, right? Like, remember the Beast show and stuff.
Yeah.
So, like, I think it's kind of fair both of us involve ourselves some amount. And it's also like, well, you know, I don't want to go start talking about some cheating stories in Russia that I've never been to, that aren't really my business, like whatever, or some stuff in mainland China. Like, you know, Chinese don't really like foreigners talking about Chinese internal business. CCP doesn't like that. Like, it's not my business, right? If it didn't happen to me or my friends or whatever, like, it's not my business. Like, this is a little different. And I think you and I, it is a little bit our business, and it's also, like, in the interest of poker, but you know, to use that chess example, it's not just that, because it's like you can't solve these things perfect, you know. Like, it's I think this is a good conversation to have.
No, I agree, man. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think what you're saying is a good point. I already done 20 hours of the streams. We did 10 hours the night before, 12 hours last night. Everybody in the chat was fired up. We had everybody call in. We had Robbi call in, her husband call in, the lawyer called in that you just responded to. We talked with him. We talked with the cowboy in the game.
I think the husband is the guy that is the lawyer or whatever.
Correct. Her husband is a lawyer. Correct. Yeah.
But when they called in, I mean, so what I don't like is if, obviously one tweet, whatever, right? Maybe it's all true, maybe it's whatever. But the last part, the rest of it, fine, defend whatever. But, like, you know, if she cheated or didn't, okay. You start messing with people's freedom of speech, like, yeah, for me that's a bigger fucking problem. You know, like, if people want to question if something happened or didn't, like, fair enough. And if he doesn't like that, too fucking bad. Like, bring your woke shit somewhere else, you know?
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, and definitely see where you're coming from. You're fired up. I mean, I talked with him about it, kind of heard his viewpoint. Obviously, he's defending his wife. You know, his wife's just been called a cheater by this guy, Garrett. He doesn't know Garrett. He's like, what the fuck's going on here? So he came on here. He was obviously fired up. He's emotional too. So I see where he's coming from as well. When he says these things, I get where he's coming from.
If he wants to come out and be like, okay, fine, you know, I don't think we're cheated. I don't like people saying this, but, like, fine, right? Like, that's fine. But you want to escalate that one? Yeah, I don't really agree. You know, sorry, right? Like, sure, that's often what happens with conflict is people have emotions. So I can see where it's coming from, but I also don't like it. You know.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying. I guess so. At this point in time, we're kind of waiting to hear what Hustler's going to do. They just put a statement out today. They're going to have some sort of investigation. They're hiring lawyers. They're bringing in independent investigators. So I guess now we just got to keep watching the tape, see if people see anything. And I'm getting a lot of messages on Twitter. So if anybody got any information they want to keep sending me, I got a lot of things coming in my Twitter. Feel free to text me. And yeah, I mean, I'm kind of just open to all information right now. It sounds like you're kind of doing the same. You're kind of thinking about ways that you might be able to help out the case as well.
Sure, and I think it's, you know, for example, I don't 100% trust Hustler Security. I don't 100% trust anywhere. And after a hand like this, yeah, it's reasonable to have small doubts. Now, I actually think, like, I'm super happy to hear that you said Nick was on and saying, "Oh, we're going to question everyone." That's great, right? Like, let's try to look at it pretty reasonably. For her sake, if she didn't cheat, for the truth to come out sake, if they did, like, this is a pretty fucking egregious hand. It's the craziest poker hand I've ever seen in a game that I didn't later find out was cheating. No.
Mm-hmm. And you've seen a lot. I mean, so wait, so you play obviously in a lot of high stakes games, some of the high stakes games.
Wait, I don't want to get too much into other stuff.
Well,
I know.
no.
Let me
But
go
I
to
just
fucking
want to say.
F1.
So you say you haven't seen a hand like you don't see play like this. This isn't play you've seen before in your games.
I'll tell you a story. So I was playing short deck with one of the biggest fish in the world, and I went all in. One of the first times I played with him, and I had 10-9, and he called me with Jack 6. Jack 6 is the worst hand at short deck. And he laughed and flipped it up, and then he was a little nervous if he was going to hold, and he did, and he won the pot. Didn't fucking say shit, just laughed at me, just whatever, and happened to lose the money back shortly after. I've played with a lot of people that make crazy plays, right? I played with Mr. Beast on that stream. Mr. Beast would never play this hand like this. He might shove the turn, right? He might have called ace high on the turn, right? Like, does that mean she's doing something wrong? No. Does that mean she didn't research her hands? No. Is it reasonable to be suspicious and investigate some? Yeah. At least that's my view. And if someone wants to say they know more about this shit, they're a Westerner, I doubt it, right? Like, I've been around some fucking shenanigans, right? So like, and it's kind of says something like, I wrote some tweet on this, like, Ray and I have a reasonably similar view here, right? Like the fact that other people think they know, like, yeah, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense. Some people in the chat are saying that's the thing I find crazy is a lot of people are watching poker and they say that hand isn't crazy. It's just a fun player getting lucky, making a donkey play, and that's kind of I see that more from so many people on Twitter. It's kind of shocking, but obviously, like you're saying, these people don't play poker. They don't understand high stakes. Like they don't really know.
Doug and I aren't the best of buddies. We've definitely given each other some shit sometimes, right? I don't think we had ever texted direct, maybe way years ago. Before today, and I sent him a text like, "Yo, dude, like, I respect how I think he focused some, right? We may disagree a lot of issues, but I would lay crazy odds that he's never cheated in poker. I'm guessing he'd do the same for me, right? Like, and we've both seen some stuff. I've probably seen a little more in some places, but seen some stuff, and he focused. And like, doesn't mean he's right, doesn't mean I'm right, but like, wow, his view's a little similar to mine. Wow, my view's pretty similar to Ree, who's also seen some shit. Like, doesn't mean we're right, but like, let's investigate."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I think that's what people are doing now. People are doing streams. We're having people on, just kind of hearing what their information that they're saying, letting people tell their stories, getting the story from Robbi, getting the story from Rip. And Garrett is kind of holding off coming public now, doing some type of interview. He's got to figure out how he's going to handle this legally because he been threatened on Twitter. So now he got to say, well, I got to rethink what I say in the future now because I want to. He might not want to escalate the situation.
Also, remember that. I don't know that he's doing that because of legal, but if he has a small doubt that maybe he wasn't, which I'd hope by this point he realizes he should have that small doubt, right? By her, it's not really right for him to say a ton, right? Also, we don't know. He was there with Ryan, so like that's kind of Ryan's place to say, because I trust Ryan's take more than Garrett's, because Garrett's obviously feeling emotional, right? Mm-hmm. And like Ryan's in a weird spot. So like, it's kind of better for me and you and whoever to be spitballing now. Those guys, that's part of the investigation, right? Like how that happens, who knows? But that's shit that should happen in a week. I hope they write down notes of their recollection and shit now, right? So like actually that's one thing. Like the FBI does these Form 302. So basically it's like if you have a incident happen or whatever, you should like write down your recollection early, because human memory plays tricks on people, right? So like anyone that was around this stuff, if they do it in the next days and stuff, okay, great. If you're trying to think back 6 months later, often your memory is going to play tricks on you. And so, one thing for the investigation would probably be pretty soon saying, hey, can all these people write notes to themselves, right? And then later you figure out how to ask for them, how to whatever, but at least keep your recollection for yourself for now, right? So.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I think it's important to get these people on. Hear from. That's why I was doing all these hours, because I'm just trying to hear from as many people as I can, just to get thoughts and ideas out there, and then let's see where those things go. So hearing from the people that are involved. And what do you think about? I mean, these guys have been pretty straightforward with me. Robbie's like, "I'll come on." Her husband's like, "Sure, I'll come on." Rip is like, "I'll come on." So these guys have been pretty straightforward. They're not hiding. They're not running anywhere. Like, to
So
me,
this I respect.
Right,
And
me too.
I whether, you know, if someone has or hasn't cheated at poker, right? Like, you know, that's not as huge a deal to me as if they're a murderer or whatever, right? Like, you know, if some shit has gone down, obviously I wouldn't like it, right? But I respect that regardless of whether that's happened or not, they're on the stream there, right? I think it's cool that she's at least defending herself. And, you know, I haven't had time to watch all of it, but I'll try to go watch at least some of it. If you want to send me like a few minute clips and shit,
yeah,
I'll try to
yeah,
watch some.
I'll give you some timestamps, some stuff with some interviews, kind of catch you up on it.
Yeah, I had watched a little of her and Sean Deeb. But you know, I think someone like him, that's a good take. Like he's a pretty sharp guy in these kind of spots. Doesn't mean I'll always agree with them, but I don't know what he said. I think he was a little suspicious. Is that right?
Who are you talking about?
Sean Deeb.
Yeah, I mean, at first, right, before he really knew much, watched the hand, he was very suspicious of it, asked a lot of tough questions to her. She and him had a thing back and forth, and that's how she ended up on here, was because they wanted to talk. So they were talking, they were going back and forth. She was basically answering every question that he was bringing to her, too. So I think right now, I'm not sure where he stands on it, but he was pretty adamant that something happened at first.
I mean, just because something happened, by the way, wouldn't mean, you know, maybe she's being backed and doesn't like the backer. Maybe it's who knows, right? Like, and I'm not even saying that for sure something's happened. Like, but if something's happened, doesn't mean it's automatically that she knew his cards or something like that, right?
Right.
But
No,
but I think it's worth looking at. Put it
Yeah.
that way, you know?
I mean, it's pretty.
Yo, I gotta go.
Yeah,
I
get
gotta
out of
go.
here. Get out of here. It's all good. Peace.
See you, man.
Yeah, we'll talk soon. All right, Tom Dwan jumping in here for a little bit. Fired up as always. He in the Singapore, going to F1 that he said. Shout out to Tom Dwan. We're gonna do something else probably this week. We'll do like a longer conversation with Tom, and obviously he's fired up. So, guys, what do you guys think about what Tom Dwan got to say? Tom Dwan had some choice words to say for Charles Liu. Shout out to Charles. Charles, obviously, you know, makes sense, right? When you attack people, and that's kind of what happens, right? Garrett says something about his wife. Obviously, you're going to defend your wife. You're going to come back. You're going to say some things. You're going to say comment. Of course, you're going to make people unhappy. And Tom Dwan, one of those guys that's happy. A lot of people are kind of unhappy about some of the comments that he made too. I'm understanding where he's coming from, because he's saying like, hey, you fuck with me, I'm going to fuck with you guys. So, you know, I get what he's saying, but Tom Dwan's saying, you know, you shouldn't be threatening people with legal consequences. Like, what the fuck are you doing? That shouldn't be a thing. That shouldn't be allowed. He feels one way about it. Not everybody feels that way. So yeah, but yeah, once again, appreciate Tom Dwan coming on here, joining the house. I think we got Jungleman coming up next as well. So let me hit up Jungle real quick. Hold on, guys. Let me get Jungleman. Someone said about my Rolodex. I'm telling you guys, I think I know everybody in poker. I'm pretty sure. I mean, there's a few guys I don't know. I just never met. But normally, I know most people. So I've worked with most of the companies. I've had most people, conversations with almost everybody in poker. I've done most people a favor, you know what I'm saying? So I know people for a very long time, and that's how I'm able to get all these people on here. And I think a lot of people do think that my investigations are good work, so then they're more than they really want to come on here and chat and stuff like that. So that's how it does. If you treat people with respect and you're nice to them and you help them out over the years, then normally you are going to get treated well by them back. So let me hit up Jungleman real quick, guys. 1 second. Jungleman, the Jungleman, the Jungleman, the Jungleman. What the Jungleman think about this? This guy's out of his fucking mind. I love this guy, but he's out of his mind. Let me call up Jungle real quick. Shout out Jungle. Where's Jungle at here? Hold on a second. Oh my God. All right, we giving Jungle the invite to the Zoom. What do we got in the chat, guys? What'd you guys think? Call Jerry Yang. I wish I had Jerry Yang's number. I wish I could call up Jerry Yang. That'd be great. Maybe if this was a little earlier in the day, we could do that. Fedora says with the donation, he says, "Fuck, I love Joey. Welcome back, brother. Thank you. I'm back. I mean, listen, this might be my last poker investigation, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you, because next we got to go investigate the Great Reset. As you guys know, there's more important issues going on in the world. So the next investigation is the Great Reset, and we got to figure out what my guys are up to with the Great Reset. So I've been hearing a lot about that. You know, the world's changing, the financial system is changing, the introduction of the central digital bank currencies coming in, the readjustment of the financial systems coming in. So I find that story a little more interesting than the poker cheating stuff. You know, we've seen this kind of stuff before. It is what it is. But yeah, so that'll be my next investigation, I think. We'll see. The Great Reset. Dun, dun, dun. I find all that stuff a lot more interesting. The political world. Don't go political. Ed says, no, political's fun. I think the political world is so fun because they can like use aggressive strategies and then it's just like normal there. Like their normal thing is to just be a fucking asshole to everybody as their and that's their marketing. Like their marketing is I put you down over and over and over again for your entire life. And I just put you down, insult you, insult you, insult you, insult you, insult you, and try to make people not like you, but like the person I represent. So.
If he calls, there'd be about 2 pot-sized bets left. So, I mean, that's what's got to be going through his
Political
head here.
ads ruin NFT.
I think he's considering bet 3.
Clone theory optimal.
Yep. There's the all.
All right, let me get Tom Dwan in here. I'm
There's
sorry,
the
not Tom
all-in.
Dwan. Let me get Jungle in here real quick.
Garrett, like I said, he's just so experienced in bet patterns, bet sizing.
Let me see what Jungleman. I gotta get into this stuff. This guy. Do I know a lot of people in the recession? What does that mean?
Sort of acted a little bit with Jack Adelstein.
Jason Kuhn. I think Jason Kuhn's sleeping, guys. Most of these guys are sleeping, so I'm not gonna text Jason. I think he's sleeping.
Just gonna put a time chip out.
Shout out to my guy Dan Willis. What's up, Dan?
She said that she thought.
Alan Bach, did
Garrett
you guys
had a
see that new
draw,
video?
but
It's about to
I
blow
feel
everything
like
open.
about
What new
20
video
minutes
are
ago,
you
had to
talking
full
about?
Queen 4 against Jack 8.
David,
some
shout
time
out to
with it.
you.
And then she said,
Send
I just want to call to see it.
on WhatsApp. I'm gonna send Jungle
Smell
link.
good?
Jungle Man, Jungle
Why
Man,
you put the
Jungle
hands like
Man.
this?
Remember when Jungle Man called in
She
from the
doesn't have
Romanian
3.
basement? Or like the Romanian kitchen when he was with his girlfriend and he did like the first podcast we did. I think there was like Wi-Fi issues
I was
and
thinking about here because she loses to some bluffs like king, queen, jack type of thing.
Fowler.
She calls?
For once, but it's up to you.
Call Andy or Ivy maybe. I mean most of these guys are sleeping, guys. We got Jungle Man coming in here, so
What is going on?
we'll take some more call-ins there. Yeah, I want to go back and watch this Doug Polk video real quick. I want to see what he's saying.
The time chip to tank. What is she waiting for? This does not make much sense to me. Typically speaking, when players have a hand this bad, they just fold. They might posture a little bit to make it not seem like they had really nothing, but she is actually spending something of value, a time chip. You have to act quickly on these shows. Spending a time chip to wait to make a decision. Why would you do that with a hand this bad? That's also a bit of a red flag to me as to what's going on here. There was another pretty strange hand that she played against Eric Pearson where she called a 3-bet with ace-king and then post-flop correctly floated the flop with ace-king high and then decided to put in a weird just over min turn raise when Eric bet the turn and she had a better ace high. The reason this hand is at least a little bit weird is when you have ace-king in this situation, typically speaking, your hand more prefers to call because your opponent is either bluffing or they have a very strong overpair. So when you have ace-king, you're actually not in that bad a shape. I will say that because she has a club and a diamond, it maybe makes a little more sense to raise because you block more of the continue range when you do decide to raise. However, you also do block more of the bluffs. I'm not sure what the solver nerds would tell us in terms of if this was good or not. But the reason that it's weird to me is this is a very non-intuitive size to use. She basically raises 40-ish% of her entire stack here with a min raise. What do you do in this spot versus a jam? It's very unclear. And that
Bro,
is a
it's not
trend that
unclear. She's raise calling. She's raising to induce this guy to fucking stack him. It's clear what she's doing, what she did versus Garrett. This is some next level shit. She is, think about it, right? You could wait to the river, but she's trying to stack you just like she stacked Garrett. She wouldn't have got all that Garrett's money with the Jack 4 if she didn't go in on the turn. If she just called the turn and drive up the river, right? She might not get all the money. So if you want to get all the money, then you got to raise with the ace king to induce. Pretty sick. How fucking fun would it be to see the cards? That would be sick. I just want to play one session where I can see the cards. But then at the end, like, it don't count, though. She's a god.
Seen in now 2 of the big hands she played. Of course, we're talking about the Jack 4 hand as well. The raise small when you're good, that would be not something most players would do. And then if your opponent re-raises, what do you do from there? So this hand looks very similar to me in the fashion that it was played to the Jack 4 hand. And it is not something that you see from players very often at all. This one is not crazy enough to where I would say that I think that it's cheating or something like that in its own right. But it also shows us another big pot where she's making a very sharp decision facing a turn bet. Next hand I want to look at, I want to key on a couple of smaller points in the Jack 4 hand that didn't really get discussed much before. For starters, when she min raises Garrett on the turn, she also says to him something like, I'm scratching my face because that's the shit I got, which, by the way, makes no sense. But frankly, a lot of what she says makes no sense. So I don't think that's too out of the realm of normalcy.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me scratch my face. That's the shit I got.
There's a classic tell.
That is so strange. But maybe it's GTO. I'm gonna start bluff raising. I'm gonna start bluff raising with Jack High, or just bluff raising turn and laughing at him, I guess.
In poker, for people that are maybe new to the game, or maybe you've not heard of this before, but typically speaking, when we play a game of information, humans are more inclined to do the opposite thing than what they really have. So for example, it's the classic weak means strong, strong means weak. So when you have really good hands, people tend to not act really strong and big because they want to seem quiet and weak, and maybe you should put money in. Then when they have weak hands, they tend to act much stronger and puff their chest out and throw more chips in aggressively and all that kind of stuff. So from the way that we're looking at it, where she is talking in the hand, that does seem strong, but she's saying that her hand is weak when her hand is weak, which is quite rare in live poker to see someone do that. But then also to be engaged in this kind of conversation where you're trying to bait someone to do a thing that would essentially, that kind of baiting language is to try and get someone to jam, right? I'm weak. I'm really weak. What are you going to do about it? Trying to get someone to put more money in. But she's doing it with Jack 4 on this board, and she's doing it in a spot where.
Let me think about that for a second. What you just said, I don't know if I believe that. What did you just say?
This kind of conversation where you're trying to bait someone to do a thing that would, essentially, that kind of baiting language is to try and get someone to jam.
Is that true? I didn't know that. So if somebody talks to you. If someone talks to you after they raise you, that they're trying to get you to jam. Is that true? I think she's trying to get him to fold. But he's saying that she's trying to get him to jam. That's interesting. Never thought about it like that.
Right? I'm weak. I'm really weak. What are you going to do about it? Trying to get someone to put more money in. But she's doing it with Jack 4 on this board. And she's doing it in a spot where her hand is terrible and would have to fold to a jam. Except she doesn't. She calls. Once Garrett jams, now she starts to think about it. And note a couple of small things here.
Yeah, David's a good point. He says, so now he's implying she's trying to induce him to shove while she has Jack High. But later says she is tanking when he shoves because she's confused about the signal telling her that she has the best hand, which is a pretty good point. She's trying to induce him to shove while she has Jack High, but later she is tanking. That's a good point. So he's basically saying that if she didn't know, if she was confused about getting the signal at the end, how at this point in time could she even know? So, yeah. That's pretty interesting. So when she scratched her faces, she can't know that she's going to win the hand. She's waiting for the signal on the turn when she goes all in. So now we're looking for the signal. Maybe, so the thesis has to be the signal already came. Right? There is no signal to happen after the turn because the signal already came in. Like, hey, this one's good. So if there was some signal, I guess maybe it's clear that it didn't happen. It didn't happen after Garrett went all in. It already happened before. So, but then again, the whole running it twice thing to me, it doesn't make much sense because, I mean, I guess if you know all the cards, maybe you could do that. I don't really know.
She thinks about it and she puts a time chip in, waiting the exact same type of length that she did in the Jack 8 hand before she folded. And now she's doing it again with Jack 4 here, which is a hand that no one would ever call ever. There are no people that would do this. She also leans forward, blocking her midsection so you can't see, so the vibration theory can live on as we can't really see her midsection in this hand. I also want to talk about this conversation about her not knowing her hand or misreading her hand. And I simply do not believe that is the case because there's a specific conversation that happens here after she calls and people are asking.
The garbage man said, "Funny how the two guys at live streams are allowed to skew." So I'm not accusing her of anything. I don't think anything. I don't know what happened here. So I'm looking at Doug's thesis just as I looked at Robbi's thesis and just as I look at Rip's thesis and just as I look at anyone who's trying to explain to me. I'm trying to understand where they're coming from. So I'm trying to understand what Doug's saying here. And I'm relaying the information to you, what Doug's trying to say. And then you guys get to make your own decision on what's taking place. So I'm investigating this spot. I'm not accusing anybody of anything here. Mr. Garbage Can Man. Is that his name, Garbage Can Man?
What she has. The conversation goes as follows.
Okay.
You have pocket 3?
What? No. No, I just thought this is a pure bluff catcher.
Someone says, "You have pocket 3?" She says, "No." Someone else says, "You have a 3 in your hand." She says, "No. I have a pure bluff catcher." We can hear the audio. She says here she does not have a 3 when responding to someone saying, "You have a 3 in your hand." Then after the hand, she doesn't really say that she misread her hand until a little bit later where that becomes the story in the narrative. And then when she realizes that she looked at her cards before...
Bro, there's not an implant in the implants. Why do chat keep saying that? I haven't even timed that out. I can't... Come on, guys. What are we doing with ourselves tonight? It's 2:30 a.m. Come on.
Calling, she says it was to check if she had the Jack of Clubs. I don't believe this. When people misread their hand and they look back, they go, "Oh shit." They have a moment of reaction. That didn't happen here. People also don't look at their hand and then misread it before making a huge call for like $100,000. Not something that happens. And then also just to cap the whole thing off, she couldn't explain why she called. And the reason is that if she is cheating, she knows to call. But how do you explain this hand? You can't. I will say I don't want to put too much stock in the exact things she says here because she said a lot of things, and so I don't think that that's inherently means that she is cheating. But I do think she's lying given that she said she doesn't have a 3 here when responding to "You have a 3 in your hand," and then said later that she thought she had a 3. We've made a fairly strong case in favor of this theory. However, we need to do some objective journalism, and now let's make the case against. Start off with, let's talk about her Hendon mob. We addressed that.
Don't just call himself a journalist. What did he say? My guy tripping out here right now. What did he just say?
Objective journalism. And now let's make the case
do
against.
objective journalist.
Then,
Objective journalist. Doug Polk? My guy, Doug Polk, the objective journalist. I like this. I like the new Doug. The objective journalist. Okay, let me see what that means. Hold on a second. I gotta make sure I understand his word correctly. Objective, what does that mean? Existing independent of or external to the mind, actual or real. Uninfluenced by emotions or personal prejudices. Let's think about that. Journalist. Let's take a look at what that means. They gave me a journalist award before. I didn't even really had to look it up what it meant. One who keeps a journal. A journalist is an individual that gathers, collects information in the form of text, audio, or pictures, processes them in newsworthy form, and disseminates them to the public. Okay, checks out. We're both journalists, I guess. JP, journalist Poppy in the house right now. The objective part, I guess he's just trolling me. He's just trolling. I love Doug. He's just trolling, though.
Have a 3 here when responding to "You have a 3 in your hand." and then
Shout out to
said
Doug
later
Polk,
that she thought she had a
Supreme
three.
Leader.
We've made a fairly strong case in favor of this theory. However, we need to do some objective journalism, and now let's make the case against. In favor of this theory. However, we need to do some objective journalism, and now let's make the case against. Start off with, let's talk about her Hendon mob. We addressed that in the last video before we saw all these small stakes tournaments, and now she's playing higher stakes. However, Hendon mob has taken down those past results. So it's unclear exactly what happened. Apparently, there's a claim there are two different people. That's a little weird because it's a three-word name. I don't know how possible that is, but
Okay, guys. So she was on the podcast yesterday, and she talked about how, according to her, the old Robbi Lou was an Asian guy named Robbi Lou. That's not her. So she just started playing. So her first results were in 2021, and her results got lumped into the older Charles Lou. So apparently there's two Charles Lou, and I believe my guy Dandruff, Todd Watellis, did a little bit of DD on this, and he did find that might be true. We'll go over that research here in just 1 second. Let me pull up his blog. So basically, that's what Doug's saying. Doug's basically saying that he's trying to figure out the information. We don't really have much information on Robbi, so Doug's just trying to put together some of that information.
But apparently there are two different people. In fact, if someone could let me know if you saw her playing these tournaments before or not, that would really help me understand what is truthful, because of course we don't want to misrepresent things. And if those were someone else, then Robbi has only played poker recently, and those entries should not be used against her. Next, there are also a series of hands that Robbi has played poorly. For starters, there's a hand where she calls down with pocket fives on a 4-straight board in a multi-way pot. Seems like the kind of hand you wouldn't make if you did, in fact, know what someone was holding. I will also say that I do think that hands that are evidence of playing bad aren't necessarily evidence that they are not cheating, because if you did have this advantage versus people, you would want to purposefully lose some hands to create confusion. In fact, this is one of the reasons why the Postle thing was so hilarious. The guy didn't bother at all. He just crushed everyone at hundreds of big blinds per 100 because, fuck it, I'm a poker god. The biggest pot I've seen Robbi play where she made a bad decision when she was behind, there was a hand in the first stream she played where she had aces and called a 15K river bet into a pot that ended up being 50K. I will say what was a bit weird about this hand, though, is she did not do her normal tank on the river when making a decision. She just snap called it basically when Len bet, or she called very quickly. So, again, bad decision, right, in a big pot. So this has to be in the evidence that she did not cheat, that she's making incorrect calls in some of these large pots. There was another big pot where she had pocket jacks at the end of the most recent stream, and it was a very dicey situation with three people, and they were on flush draws that had a lot of equity. And she decides not to raise, to just call a turn bet with a set when obviously you would want to raise if you knew your opponents were on draws. So again, evidence of not making the perfect play. However, when her opponent bet the river, she did a little bit of a tank and then made the correct laydown. Maybe you could go either way on that one, but again, not super sharp accuracy on every street a la Postle. After having looked at both of these cases, guys, look, it would be great if this was legitimate. And I do hope it is. But I just can't look at this hand, and I can't look at this situation and think that it's on the up and up. I just can't. I have played a lot of poker. I've analyzed Lord knows how many hands. I've seen some shit. This is nowhere near any of that. It's in its own category. And all I can keep thinking about over and over again is this hand I played when I got cheated on PokerStars, and I bluffed with a straight flush draw, a 10-eye straight flush draw, and I got called by jack high, no pair, just like a gutter, jack deuce offsuit. And he min-raised me and called me down. And this is the only hand I could think of that's even close to that. And I confirmed got cheated. I know that's anecdotal. We should stay away from that. But we have to believe our eyes at some point. What if Garrett had 7-6 of clubs and she had 8 deuce? Still fine? Are we going to just throw this all to the wind? And especially when it's done correctly. What are we supposed to believe here, guys? I'm sorry. I know people want to believe. I know everyone wants to think this is just a hilarious hand where some person that doesn't know what's going on beat Garrett. And certainly I do believe that that is what happened. But I don't think that this is the kind of hand that's possible Legitimately. I really don't. Personal opinion. Also, we know that the I misread my hand is a lie. Because she said right after the hand, I don't have a 3. No, I don't have. She basically saying, I don't have a 3. Someone says, do you have a 3? No. I have a pure bluff catcher. Why is she changing her story? Well, there might be a reason that makes sense there. Maybe she doesn't remember what her story is entirely or exactly what happened. The point I'm making is this is not the kind of hand that happens. And there were a bunch of hands where she does that weird tank in spots that don't make sense and then comes to the correct decision. Can't get on board. Sorry, guys. I know.
Didn't see any new evidence in that video. I guess the new evidence is the vibration device. Yeah, I didn't really see any new evidence in the video. We kind of went over that vibration device like one of the first days. Somebody posted on Twitter. You know, I don't know, guys. I mean, listen, I the whole vibration thing, you know, I personally just not really. I mean, I see the chair vibrate, but to me, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't really seem like something strong right there. You know, I'd just like to see more angles. I'd like to see more footage. I'd like Hustler to show more footage or angles from this angle. So to me, that evidence, right? I don't necessarily agree with the evidence. I see it. It's suspicious, but at the same time, you know, that's on Hustler to do more a deeper dive on to figure out if they can see that something's going on there. Because at this point in time, you know, there's really nothing that anybody can do about figuring out what was going on with that. And then this hand, I mean, when I think more about this hand, I mean, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. So this lady, Robbi, shout out to Robbi, so she's got the 4, she misreads her hand for the 3. I just don't believe it. The 3 of hearts is on the board, the 4 of hearts is here. I just don't see how you could see you have a 3 when the fucking 3 of hearts is there. I mean, like I said, sometimes I see things though, right? You take too many edibles and like you just see different thing. So you know what? Maybe there is the edible call, right? The edible. You look at your hand and you go, oh, I thought I had that, like, and you didn't have it. So I definitely see that too. Obviously, we had a lot of people on sharing their opinions yesterday. David Williams saying, you know, he played a lot of private games. This kind of play happens in the games. Some people said, do they think Garrett Adelstein's cheating here because he shoved with the 8 high? So I think Garrett's logic is that if she, I think, yeah, Poker Ella said she knew she didn't have a 3 in Joey's first investigation stream to everyone. Yeah, so she basically said that she knew she didn't have a 3. So my interpretation of her story was that she thought she had Jack 4 and made an edible call. So it's not my impression that she thought she had a 3 here. My impression is that she thought she had Jack 4. So obviously that story has changed a few times. But in Garrett's spot, people saying, why is Garrett shoving an 8 high for $120,000? So Garrett's basically thinking, if this player, Robbi, had a 10, would they min raise me here? I don't think that they're going to min raise me. And either way, we run it twice, we run it once, and then I always get there because I'm a straight fucking god. I'm Garrett Adelstein, Garrett the Great God here, and I know I'm going to make a flush because I run super fucking good on the show. So you can understand a guy who's a regular that runs like a god, jamming it in with the 8 high, the combo draw, straight draw, flush draw. I mean, a guy like that got to run really well. He just got to get there a lot. So when you get there a lot, you just put it in, you got fold equity, you get called, you get there anyway, it is what it is. So with Garrett, I can understand his play. He thought, you know, hey, she probably doesn't have a 10. If she got a 10, whatever, I'm going to get there. I run so fucking good. And he maybe had to tell on her, you know, this guy's a live player. He's been playing a lot of hands with her. He's pretty locked in, understanding things. So maybe he had a read on her and just thought that she was, you know, didn't have a 10 in here and she wouldn't call. So that's sort of the analysis I was picking up from this hand, is just that obviously he thought that she was full of shit and she wouldn't min raise him with a 10. So what do you guys think? We're still waiting for Jungleman. I don't know where Jungleman went, but I'm getting a lot of messages here. Hold on a second. One guy said he wants to call in, so maybe we'll have him call in. But yeah, I don't see any new evidence here, guys. And the hand, she calls with the Jack high. I mean, God, what a god. I mean, maybe this is the most god mode play ever, right? She induces. with the Jack of Clubs blocker. She says, I got the Jack of Clubs blocker. So she doesn't think he would shove in with ace high. So she said, you at best have ace high. Meaning, at best, you have ace queen, ace king, ace jack. And then at worst, you could have a 7-8. You could have 6-7 of clubs. You could have 6-8 of clubs. If I have the Jack of Clubs in my hand, I don't think you would play the nut flush this way. So, Jungleman ghosted Joey because he had me on. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? We'll find out. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It sounds like Robbi just kind of owned this fucking guy. In some ways. I mean, that's the one side, is like she made the induce of the year. She took the Jack of Clubs blocker. She took the Jack of Clubs blocker and turned it into a bluff on the turn. And then, damn, that's savage. I don't know. I guess it's that or the other end. But yeah, I didn't really see much more in here, unfortunately, guys. Yeah, not been anything there. Hold on a second. Let me get one guy in here. Hold on a second. This guy say he got a theory. He said he got a passionate theory. I want to call this guy up. We got to give him a short leash, though, guys. Hold on a second. We bringing in Joe. We got our man Joe coming here. Hold on a second. Joe said he got a take. Someone said she looks at Rip several times during the hand. I mean, obviously she's going to look at that guy. They're friends. He got the action. Like, of course he's going to look at your friend. If my girlfriend was at the table, I'd be looking at my girlfriend if I'm in a $250,000 pot with Jack high. So, hold on a second. We got Joe lining in. Joe, you in the house? Joe, what's up? You there?
Yeah, what's up, brother? How are you?
Do you look locked in, bro? Hold on a second. We got Joe in the chat. Joe, you want me to show your name, or you want me to not show your name?
Nah, don't show my name. It doesn't matter. It's not for me.
Okay, sounds good. So what's going on, Joe? What do you got? Give us your take, everyone in the chat. Give a big shout out to Joe. Joe, you're live. You're on YouTube. You're on Twitch right now. What do you got, Joe?
Right. This is simple, bro. I've been playing poker for 30 years, right? This is so simple, it's ridiculous. So she gets an alert, a vibration. Very simple. All right. She min raises to get him off the hand. Now he goes in. She's fucked now, bro. Now she's sitting with Jack high. She don't know what she has. She's saying to him, bro, a three's not good. What she's saying is, how the fuck is my Jack good here, guys? She's not saying, oh, I got a 3. She's saying, Garrett, is a 3 good here, bro? Meaning 3, ace high, king high, it's all the same number. She's saying, I got a Jack. Why are you guys buzzing me, bro? How the fuck am I winning? And then when she finally sees the hands, right? Joey, I could go through this whole video with you. When she finally sees the hand, Joey, you listening to me?
I'm listening to you, Pop. I'm listening to you.
Right? She finally sees the hand. She doesn't flip it right away. She's like, wow, how am I going to show this Jack fucking high? Right? Come on, Joe. This is easy, dude. This is so easy.
I can see. I'm not seeing it, but I see what you're saying. But I'm.
What do you mean you're not seeing it, dude? What? Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Why is she asking him if the 3 is good, bro? Why?
I got no idea. I don't know.
Why doesn't she just flip her cards and be like, motherfucker, I got you.
Right.
I got you with Jack high. I own you. Why wouldn't she do that?
I don't know. I mean, she did slow roll him and then laugh in his face.
She didn't slow roll him. She's not smart enough to slow roll this guy.
No, she did slow roll him because he turned over
She
his
was scared,
hand.
bro. She was scared. It wasn't a slow roll quote. She was scared. She was like, how am I going to show Jack high? How am I going to do this?
Uh-huh.
And then she starts doing all the amateur lingo. Oh, I played the player. Come on, bro. We said that 30 years ago.
Robbi played the man. You don't agree?
Bro, Joey, come on. Dude. Are you just looking for people to fucking listen? Because we're gonna listen no matter what.
Right. But I'm
This
saying
is obvious.
I mean, I see where you're coming from. I see what you're saying
It's only
too.
one angle. And she did it with the ace king, the ace queen. She got the alert. Keep in mind, she's not seeing the hands. She's getting a buzz or she's getting something saying she's got the best hand. That's it. That's all she's getting. You got the best hand. So Pearson, she min raises Pearson with ace king, ace queen. All right, I could buy the ace king move. I've done it. You've done it, right? Mm-hmm. But she did the min raise. Now he comes over the top, which he didn't. Now she's going to call with ace king. He didn't come over the top. Same scenario with Garrett.
Do you got personal experience with this, Joe? Have you done something like this, or have you got the buzzer done? The buzzer cheat done to you, or what's going?
I've been playing in New York games, clubs. I used to play, all the places, years ago. And these guys used to have rackets all over the place. I've caught some people over the time. I put in my outs. Mm-hmm. I'm not a cheat or anything like that. What the fuck, Joe? I'm giving you advice here, bro. Come on.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out, Poppy. I don't know, man. You sound like you know what you're talking about. I'm trying to figure out what
it's so obvious, bro. If you've been playing, if you're a player, even a 2-5 grinder, right?
Right.
We'll know this.
The thing is I would know this at PLO because I see fish spaz at PLO with the weirdest hands all the time. Now.
But this is not a spaz, Joe. It's not a spaz. This is not a spaz. This is not like, oh my God, I'm going to make a move on national TV. This is a woman who was put into a situation, or a guy. It doesn't matter. They're trying to make a man-woman thing out of this, which is not. This is a person with no poker experience, no professional poker experience, put into a situation because she's a woman, she's attractive, she's going to try to manipulate them some way, shape, or form. We've all been through this before. Let's call it what it is, right?
What is that? And wait, what?
She was put in a situation because she's a woman, obviously, and she thinks she can manipulate the guys a little bit better. You've never had this happen before?
Where I play with a woman who thinks she can manipulate me? Of course I know a lot of women who say that, They tell me, my ex-girlfriend me and her used to play PL all the time, and she said that she was coming after me.
You take advantage of it.
Exactly. Listen, she was trying to fuck with me.
We all take advantage of angles, right? Legal angles. So that's legal. She could take advantage of it. She could wink at you, tease you, show her boobs, whatever. Some people are idiots. They fall for it, So the guys with the money, whether it be her boyfriend at the end of the table or it be whoever behind the scenes, right, is saying, okay, we're going to use you because I can't go there to manipulate to get into the game, and we're gonna scam this whole game. She has no control over this, bro. She has no control. She's just a puppet. That's it. Joey, come on. You see this, Joe? Come on.
Okay, I'm not. I don't see that. I don't agree with that take, but I can understand the take, right? I can understand where you're coming from, but I don't necessarily agree with that take, Joe.
You don't think that she was?
I mean, she's been studying. I think she's been working at her game. She obviously trying to be a poker player. She's trying to do something new with her career. So
what does that mean, Joey? What does that mean? 2% actually win. So what does that mean?
What does it mean that she's trying to become a poker player herself?
She's trying to be a strong percentage of that 95% of players that actually win.
Correct.
Actually lose.
Correct. Exactly. That's my impression of her. I mean, she working with Faraz Jaka. She got the Jaka coaching bottle on there. So to me, if you're taking the steps to get coaching, then you do aspire to be either a personality or you aspire to be a player.
I agree with that aspect. I think we've all taken a million classes, and I'll probably get hit on this. I'm a huge Doug fan. I reached out to Garrett. Obviously, I'm a nobody. So I didn't get a response. I reached out to you. I got a response. I've been sitting on this for like 2 days. As soon as I
That's
saw
what I'm
it,
saying, bro. I felt your passion, right? I knew you was probably going to be out of line because most people are out of line if I have a random person call in. But I heard the passion. That's why I wanted to get you in there. I wanted to get your take, Joe. I'm getting everybody's take, right? Someone on Twitter earlier, they were talking shit to me. I said, bro, either shut the fuck up or call in my channel tonight because I'll talk to you and let me hear what you got to say on the phone.
Yeah, this is how positive I am. And keep in mind, I'm in Jersey here. So I've been up since 4 listening to you, right? So I watched the Doug before I saw you. I got an alert that you were on. So I'm like, all right, let's see what Joey's got. I figured you'd be onto this by now, to be honest with you, I
mean, Joe, I see all the angles. It's just a matter of which one are you gonna believe. I mean, I see
But
exactly what you're
You can't
saying,
lie
right?
about the truth, Joey. You can't lie about the truth. The truth is always going to come out. So what looks obvious is obvious. You know, like Dougie said, people are stupid, bro. People are stupid. That's how, you know, we make a living in this poker, by people doing stupid things. Okay, so I get that aspect. But this is not stupid, bro. Look at her flex after he shows the 8 high. Why is she not dumping that hand, being like, yo, I just rolled the fucking biggest guy in cash poker? Come on, man. Look at her reaction. People cannot lie about their reaction. Look at her reaction, bro. It's so obvious. It's so obvious that she's like, bro, is a 3 good here? She knows she ain't have a 3. We said it. 17 seconds, 18 seconds, she was looking at her cards. She knows she don't have a 3. So she's saying right there, is my 3 good? Meaning, how the fuck is my jack good?
Jeez, Joe.
How is my jack good here? Are you, right? Did I get a miss alert? Did I get a bad alert? Did I not feel the vibration right? Did I not get the exact code? She's thinking in her head right then, like, Joe, I've never had a conspiracy theory in my life, dude. This is not a conspiracy theory. I promise you, I'm a 48-year-old man. This is not a theory. It's so obvious. It's disgusting, dude.
Okay.
I swear to you, Joey, listen. Personal bet on the air. Are we on the air, dude?
We're on the air. Listen, we're live right now. YouTube people are watching. They're locked in. The chat's hearing you right now. We got a few thousand people watching.
I'll give you 1,000 to 1. I'm correct.
All right. How are we going to prove that? I'll take the bet. How are we going to prove that?
It's going to come out. It's going to come out.
Okay. You think it's going to come out?
Yeah, it has to come out. Dude, anyone who looks at it rationally is going to see what I see. I don't care. There's no question. Why is she delaying Joey on the roll? She's not slow rolling him, bro. And then her boyfriend gets up and bows to her, and she's like, what? What did I do? She has no clue, bro. Look at her responses. Please, Joey. This is, you know, the poor guy Garrett, and I'm going to get hate for it. He was right, dude. He was like, dude, are you kidding me, bro? We're not playing 1-2. You're not calling me with Jack High. I don't care what kind of read you got. With the card to come, and everybody's like, yo, why'd she run it twice? Because she couldn't believe her Jack High was good.
Well, she actually did say that. She said she couldn't believe that Jack High was good in one of the interviews that she did.
3 times. Joey,
right.
3 times she asked Garrett, how many times you want to run it? He said, I normally run it once. It's up to you. She paused, and now she's thinking in her head, whoa, how can I be good with Jack High here? I beat 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 8. That's it.
All right, Joe. How much are we betting, Joe? What are we gonna bet? 1,000 to 1.
I'm not looking to take the under, man. You know, whatever. We'll go do. I'll fly out. If I win, you fly me out from Jersey. We'll do a little weed. We'll do dinner. If not, I'll send you whatever numeric number you want to put on.
What do you guys think, chat? Joe says that if what he's saying is true, I fly him out to Vegas and we get dinner.
Well, I got a wife and kids, so I'm not so.
This ain't, this ain't a date, right? This is two guys talking shop at the weed and dinner. Weed and dinner.
You bring your wife, or you bring your girl. I'll bring my wife. You know, this is not fucking some crazy dude from Jersey. This is, bro. I think I'm like sitting here in my house. My wife just texted me, Joe, why are you so loud? I said, I'm on with fucking Joey Ingram. Dude, nobody sees this. I don't understand. My 13-year-old daughter just came down, and she's like, Daddy, are you okay?
It. Your 13-year-old daughter saw it.
No, she don't know, bro. She's got as much clue as this lady does.
All right, guys, should I take the bet? What do you guys think? 20,000.
What? It's a no loser. Tell me how much. If I'm wrong, I'll pay you 10 G's. How about that?
No, I don't need you to give me money, kid. All right. Let's take the bet, and then let's take the bet. All right. So we'll do dinner in Vegas, and yeah.
And if I'm wrong, how much do I pay?
You give me. How about you give me $100?
Come on, Joey.
I don't need money from you. How much you want to give me?
I'm so positive, Joey. Listen. Do me a favor. I don't want dinner. I want you to be number 1. Go with my theory. You're going to be number 1 all over the place.
Go where?
Go with my theory, which is obvious.
Okay.
About how this plays out. and make yourself bigger, and I'm happy with that.
Okay, so how about we go 5,000?
You got it. Bet.
Okay, so what is the?
But it's got to be but it's got to be first class when I win. And
I gotta fly you first class. What the fuck are you talking about, Joe? What do you mean Southwest, right? Southwest.
No, but you're gonna put $5,000. I said 1,000. You know, 5
You said 1,000 to 1. You told me you give me 1,000 to 1. Now we gotta fly you first class. What do you think I am,
listen.
Jack Harlow? First class.
Hey Joey, you know what? By coach, I'll pay for the upgrade first class. How about that? All right.
So I'll buy you a plane ticket out here to Vegas, and we'll get dinner.
That's it. That's your exposure is probably at that $1,500. I think I flew out last month. It cost me like $350.
So I'm buying dinner too?
Joey, I'm going to make you number one on the internet. Yeah, you're buying me dinner.
All right, fine. I'll buy you dinner.
Right. But listen, you got my number, right?
I got your contact. I got your contact.
You got my contact. I'm 100% right, Joey. Ask me about any other part of the video, and I'll explain it.
I got no questions, Poppy.
If you have, email me. I'll explain I broke it down not on paper, but in my head. I broke it down every aspect of this video, and it's so obvious. Just look, everybody's saying, why did she just min raise him? She did it to Pearson with the ace king, ace queen. She's getting an alert that's saying you're winning. So let me min raise and take it down. Did she want to take it down? Did she want to get all the money in? Probably not, bro, because then she's got to deal with this shit and be exposed. So she wants to take it down right there. Now a situation comes where Garrett, who's a beast, goes all in on that, which, you know what? It's not that crazy of a move, but for 100K, yeah, it's a big move. Now she's stuck. Look how she hesitates, bro. She puts the time chip on. Now keep in mind, she's getting the buzz that she's winning, bro. Mm-hmm. You know, I don't know if it's the chair. You know, there was a thing on, Berkey put a thing on with the thing in her pocket. And why is nobody talking about that? What is that? I haven't heard anything on that.
About which part?
Berkey put a picture of something in her pocket, lighting up or some shit.
Yeah, there was some sort of figurine in the pants or something like that. I
Yeah,
don't know. We about to go over,
Joey?
Joe. We about to go. I don't know. I got a message from anonymous source, so I'm going to go over that information right after we hang up. I don't think I hear Jungleman, Michael, and I just hit up Alan Keating. We're trying to get Alan Keating in here. Alan Keating feeling shy right now. Shout out to Alan Keating. And
Alan knows I'm right. Alan knows I'm right.
Shit, I'm gonna ask him. Listen, Joe, he's going to listen to you. He said he's watching right now. Shout out to Alan Keating. And he said, I'm going to ask him. I said, what do you think from Joe from Jersey? Joe from Jersey know what he's talking about, or is he trolling? It's okay. So we got the bet. Me and Joe made the bet.
Joe, how could I be trolling? I don't get it. I don't get this internet shit, bro. I'm calling you at 5 a.m. or whatever, and I'm telling you what's obvious. How is my site on this? Nobody else is saying it. I don't get it, dude. I don't get it.
I mean, that's how the world goes. But this is how the world. Someone see one thing, you see one thing. Everybody's not going to see what you see.
But listen, let's look ABCs. Let's be stupid about it and look at it, bro. Why is she hesitating after he goes in? Okay, you think you got to move. You min raise. He goes all in. Why are you not snapping? Why are you not snapping?
I don't know. Who knows? I mean, I don't know. I've seen a lot of crazy shit, man. I see people tank for so long. I see what you're saying, but you're assuming a lot in this situation.
What am I assuming?
You're assuming that a certain action, it means a certain thing by the woman. We don't really know if that's true or false. We haven't seen her in a lot of these situations. Like, if you want to look at one sample and then make that judgment, I see where you're coming from. I personally can't get there with just that one. That's just me. I think everybody entitled to see it how they want to see it, though. You know, I see what you're saying. You're passionate about it.
It's not just one move. It's all the moves together. It's not just one. It's just not one. Oh well, she min raised this. I'm talking like 10 different moves that point to the obvious thing that she's getting an alert. She's saying to him, Garrett, how is the 3 good? Is my 3 good here? It's the same as they're saying, is my ace high is good here? It's the same thing. Do you understand that? You understand that.
I get what you're saying, Poppy. Like I said, I understand exactly what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying.
She's sitting there, watch her face, and she's smiling, and you can see her eyes look to her boyfriend or her partner or whatever he is. You can see the eyes move to him. She's saying, like, what the fuck? Am I really, is this buzzer right? Is my jack guy really good here? How do I call this on TV?
Right.
So now she's got backers. You know she ain't putting her money up. So now let's look even further into that. Now she's saying in her head, and she's nervous. She's smiling. You can see her actions. She's nervous about the river call, or the turn call, the all-in call. Right. So now she's saying in her head, oh, my backers are going to kill me. How can I fold this and give up 100K? Blah, blah, blah. All right, I call. Well, do you want to run it twice? Well, shit, I know I'm winning. If I say I just want to run it once and I poke it with a jack high, it's going to look suspect. So, worst case situation, I'll run it twice. If I lose the second one, okay, my backers can't kill me for, losing 100 grand. You follow me?
I follow you, Joe. Listen, Joe, let's wrap it up here. I'm going to get somebody else on. Let me go talk about some other stuff.
Yo, lots of love to the crew out there. You're doing a great job.
Thanks,
Please
Poppy.
take my theory, Joe. Please, Joe.
I will.
Please,
I will. I'm taking it, Joe. I'm taking it. I appreciate you. I appreciate
All right,
you
lots
sharing
of love
it, man.
out there. Keep up the good work. I'll keep listening. Don't talk shit. Anyone who talks shit about my theory, you're a moron. You're a moron.
Uh-oh. I might be
Go
a moron.
play poker. Go play poker, bro. Go play poker and tell me I'm full of shit.
All right, Joe.
All right, love you, pal. Be good.
See you, Poppy. All right, shout out to our guy, Joe. Jersey Joe, what do you guys think about our guy, Jersey Joe? I'm telling you, I had a feeling. I didn't even know the guy was from Jersey. I just felt like he was from Jersey. He didn't even tell me he was from Jersey. I put Jersey Joe in there because I just knew it. So Joe got a theory. Obviously, he is on the cheating theory side of things, right? Me personally, I'm not getting there with the theory. And if you don't see it, he said that you're a moron. So I guess I'm feeling like that way about it. So what do you guys think? Agree with Joe? Not agree with Joe? I mean, I don't know. Joe looked like Joe got strong opinion. Whew, Joe got a strong opinion, man. Whew, Joe was fired up. He's bringing it. He's like, I'm like, Poppy, I don't see it. He's like, what are you, a fucking idiot? You don't see it? He's like, Pop, you see it, don't you? I'm like, well, I see what you're saying, right? I see what you're saying. I just don't think that would be my media position to make this allegation. I can see it, but who we calling in next, guys? Where the fuck is Alan Keating at? This guy not going to call in, bro. We might got to go ransack Keating's house to get him on the show. We got to know Keating. Listen, go to Twitter right now and hit up Alan Keating and say, listen, say we just got to hear. We got to hear 3 minutes from you. Tell Keating that you got to hear from this guy. Tell Keating you want to hear what this guy's got to say. He might not even know that you guys want to hear what he got to say. Mr. Keating, I'm gonna put the name on Twitter. Go follow Alan. Shout out to Alan. All right, guys, we gotta go raid. Keating's. We gotta go raid Keating's Twitter over here. He said, "One thing's for certain. I've got me that Faraz Jaka coaching." He said, "One thing's for certain. I've got to get me that Faraz Jaka coaching." Would love to see that. Stream is requesting you, sir. Shout out to Mr. Keating. Listen, go follow him, guys. Support Mr. Keating. He's going to be on stream again soon. I don't think they announced the date yet. What did you say? Where's Jungle? Yeah, where the fuck is Jungleman, bro? All right, we got some Daily Mail. I actually want to go see the Daily Mail here real quick. I saw Daily Mail posted an article. Jersey Joe, bro. I kind of like Jersey Joe. Was pretty cool. I like that guy. I don't agree with his theory, but let me see here. No, not the Daily Mail. Oh God, no, not the Daily Mail. Let me see here. So Ginge, I want to call Ginge in here. Shout out to Ginge. Ginge said he got cheated in the past. I think he was cheated on the Texas game. He said that I've been cheated at poker. The cheater was dumb and played like a whale. I literally told myself if he was cheating, he wouldn't do it this obviously. About 15 sessions in, I blacklighted the cards and all of them were marked. Interesting. So he's basically saying that... Oh, you're... The symbol represents a suit? What? What the fuck? You're kidding me. What? That's crazy. Oh my god. Damn. He said he was cheated. The whale was playing like a whale and had black. So he would probably, you can probably wear contacts, right? Damn. That is crazy, dude. Damn. Ian Gehring, listen, if you guys want to get in touch with me, you got to basically put your Twitter name in the chat here, and that's the only way I can get in touch with you is I got to follow you on Twitter. Your DMs will not get through because I'm getting too many mentions right now. So you got to drop your Twitter, Ian Gehring. So yeah, so Ginge basically said that he was getting so you'd have to wear contacts or something like that. Oh, Joe from Jersey ain't on the call anymore. Let me change his name. Shout out to Adrian with the donation. The plot is now as thick as Poppy's Rolodex. Jason Myers with the 5. Look at her context from the other game. That's crazy. Let's see if we get... I'm trying to get Ginge on here. Hold on a second. We'll get Josh Macciello. He want to come on here. Josh Macciello, he like fired up. He really want to talk. Hold on. Ginge, you want to come on? Let me see. Ginge want to get on here. Love Ginge. Shout out to Ginge. Look at her context from their game when Nick was on explaining the tweet about something big and Robbi and husband were upset. Doesn't that look guilty? If nothing, they wouldn't be upset, right? Nothing to hide. I don't know about that. I mean, basically, they're just upset that he's insinuating that... I don't know if I followed Charlie Carrel. I thought I followed Charlie. So the contact theory, huh? That seriously only lose at UV cards. Yeah, I mean, I know that they have it, but I've never really seen it like that. Someone get Alan Keating out of bed. I spent special wrong. Oh, oops. Special. Okay, I got it right now. Poppy with the edible spelling. No. Take it easy. All right, we'll take one more edible. If we hit... We'll take the 1,000 like edible right now. We're at 755. So once we get to 1K. So glasses, I mean, wow. The thing is you wouldn't know the cards though that are coming. So even if you know this guy's got a 7-8 of clubs, you know. Dazzy Jr. says, Joe, you're being really fair. Like a lot of people just straight up calling her an idiot. I mean, basic manners not the window. Yeah, I don't really love that. You know, I don't, and I don't agree with it. I think that's what it comes down to. Like this, I don't agree. People say that she's like an idiot or something like that. I just don't agree with that. So I think she's pretty sharp. I think she's a pretty sharp person. We got a 100,000 IDR. I literally don't even know what that means. Donation from Mr. Puff Munchies. If she was cheating, why make the call for 110,000 on the turn when you're behind? Especially if you're cheating, why risk the money in that spot and also risk bringing attention to yourself? I actually think that's the best argument for, or a good argument for like why this just didn't happen, because like there's just so many better spots that you could pick. So I agree, right? That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, how much is 100,000 IDR? What does that even mean? And where are you watching from, Mr. IDR? No Ginge right now. So the sunglasses, I wonder if the sunglasses could be... I mean, I don't know what you need to... Oh, X-ray contact lenses. Oh my God, look at this. Look at this, guys. X-ray contact lenses. What the fuck is that? To see through playing cards? What? Dude, what? Ugh. I gotta run my own game. I think this is the... I gotta run my own live stream game. Spence says Joe is not smart enough to know what objective or journalist means, but it is good he knows how to Google a word. That's true. Listen, sometimes you gotta double check, Sven, because I didn't think Doug Polk, the Doug Polk I knew classified as an objective journalist, so that's why I need to double check the definition of that word, Sven. I just wanted to make sure what I believed to be the definition was correct. Where is Ian? Ian, where are you at, Ian? I'm trying to find Ian on here. Listen to Joe from Jersey, you Muppets. Jersey Joe makes more sense. Yeah, Ian, I don't see it. What's your... Ian, can you tell me what your... Can you tell me what your name is on here? Joe from Jersey, a hero for real. I don't see it, guys. IDR with another donation from Mr. Puff Munchies. Thank you very much. Dukem says, 10, can we get back on how the cowboy must be... Come on, stop it, bro. Rolf Cake says, maybe you should stop it. What are with you guys? So, all right, we got that video out the way. What did the guys on the OnlyFans podcast say? Yeah, Louise in production. That's a good question. We got to ask Rip. I kind of want to re-listen to some of that Rip interview here in a little bit because I kind of want to just go over a little bit about what they said. And then I want to have a few people on. Collins here. Like I said, we might get Jungleman later. And then, yeah, if anybody out there is watching, want to come on, feel free. Hit me up with a text. And give me a message. Give me a call. Or not a call, but give me a message on either Twitter or my phone, Telegram, or WhatsApp. Or my text. But don't on IG because I can't see my IG right now. Keating, Keating's sleeping, bro. He in bed. It's 3:30 a.m. He's probably in bed with his girl trying to enjoy his night. Let me see here. Alex Duvall, poker cheater or greatest play ever? He like a mini me. He like a mini me. Watch this.
Skills Rocks was caught cheating on stream by physically looking at our friend Barry's cards. This time is slightly different.
He like a mini me. You see what I'm saying?
She called.
Oh my god.
Wow.
I want to see.
Be when.
That would be news to me, and last time I checked, we weren't in one of those LA relationships
Sure.
that you rep. That would be news to me if I were in one of those relationships.
Joey ends up confronting Robbi's husband about this.
Oh
and we
shit,
get
what's going
this
on in this
response.
video? This video's kind of
What is
sick.
going
And finally, in her deciding factor for calling, Robbi says she played/read the man, not the cards. After
Robbi
the show,
played the
Garrett
man.
went on to post his thoughts on the hand in the form of several screenshots where, in summary, Robbie, he says Robbie 100% cheated. He has gotten lots of support, but also lots of hate. Hustler Casino also posted a statement of their own saying that they will do a thorough investigation, but the show will continue to operate just without Garrett and Robbie. So where do we stand with all of this now? While we wait for more information from Hustler Casino, Joey Ingram's RTA News stream has had many people involved in the stream on to tell their side of the story, including Robbie, Charles Liu, Robbie's husband, and Rip, or Jacob, Robbie's friend. The funniest development from this story for me has to be when Doug Polk suggested Robbie and Rip are dating and thus more than just friends.
She's actually dating the player named Rip on the show. I have an inside source that has told me they've seen them essentially talking together and in a romantic sense, and also that he is backing her in a lot of these games.
Joey ends up confronting Robbie's husband about this, and we get this response.
What is going on with the dating situation? She, as far as I'm aware, she is certainly not dating him. That would be news to me. And last time I checked, we weren't in one of those LA relationships that you left. That would be news to me. If I were in one of those relationships, I would be an unwilling participant. But you know, who knows?
Later, Rip joins the call, signed in as Robbie, and suddenly has to leave because of Wi-Fi issues despite seemingly having a great connection.
You know, I have a wife who I love and adore, and we just had a newborn baby who's only 2 months old right now, so it's a little foul that people are, you know, saying those kind of things as far as, you know, anything further than a professional working relationship that I have with Robbie. So I kind of wanted to just clarify that. Yeah, hold on a second. Let me see if I can connect the Wi-Fi. Call you back and can I log back on? Can you text
go
me
ahead.
the link over here?
Yeah,
Okay,
go ahead.
hold on.
No, just use the same link. Yeah, just log back out, come back on, and then yeah, we'll continue it. Okay. Cool. Someone said, why is he on Robbie's account? Yeah.
Thank you.
I was wondering the same, but is what it is.
Understandably, the chat went crazy and concluded Robbie and Rip had to be together. Rip explained he didn't know his Zoom login, so Robbie simply gave him hers to use. Is this what really happened? Who knows? But we can certainly speculate. Just like we can speculate on whether or not Robbie really cheated Garrett in this hand. Everyone has an opinion, including well-known poker figures Berkey and Doug Polk, who point out suspicious vibrating in this other hand between Robbie and Garrett.
A very clear vibrating starts in her body and chair. Extremely clear. She is shaking. The chair is shaking. The moment the vibrating stops, she says, "You can have this one."
I don't know what she's really thinking about.
Chat, you guys are on YouTube now.
Her legs are shaking. I thought the same thing when I watched it the first time. I was like, oh, her legs must be shaking. And then I watched it again and again and again and again and again. And her legs don't fucking move.
But at this point, no one truly knows. Comment below and let me know your thoughts on the situation, and subscribe to stay up to date.
Yeah. I think I want my money back. You know, I think that you got the wrong impression about me. I think in all fairness, I should explain to you exactly what it is that I do. For instance, tomorrow morning I'll get up nice and early, take a walk down over to the bank, and walk in and see you, and if you don't have my money for me, I'll crack your fucking head wide open in front of everybody in the bank.
And again and again and again.
Hello, and let me know your thoughts on the situation, and subscribe to stay up to date.
Yeah. I think I want my money back. You know, I think that you got the wrong impression about me. I think in all fairness, I should explain to you exactly what it is that I do. For instance, tomorrow morning I'll get up nice and early, take a walk down over to the bank, and walk in and see you, and if you don't have my money for me, I'll crack your fucking head right open in front of everybody in the bank.
Fuck, dude. Look at Phil Ivey. What's going on? Bro, what is going on, dude? Oh my gosh. What is going on, dude? What is that? Yeah, I think my guy Spun made that. He got on here on Twitter. He makes a lot of memes. He made this earlier. I retweeted it. It popped off. Whew. Ay. Okay, we waiting for Josh Macciello, and then I want to read through the theory from the DM. All right, you guys want to read through the theory in the DM with me? It's an anonymous DM, but he gave me a theory, and so let's run through the theory. Okay, you guys want to run through the theory with me? So this guy got a theory. Let's see what the guys say. Poppy live stream 9/23/22 timestamp. Robbi chair shakes and she turned nuts in the hand. Okay. Q ain't on it, Joey. All right, let's listen to what this theory is. Okay, so all right, I watched the first 35 minutes of the stream. People aren't sitting. Players are just coming and going. Staff members are putting the microphones on the players. Robbi puts a phone directly on the table. Believes she's the only player who did this, and a staff member comes and removes it from the table at 2018. This could be because she wanted to make it blatantly obvious that she had a cell phone and that they removed it from the table. Near the beginning of the episode, many shots show Robbi's body and pants situation. So, okay. You may have to blow these pictures up, but as you can see, there are no rectangular devices in her front pocket. Okay. And it's not her hip that's causing a bulge. There is no bulge. Note that she has her jacket on the chair for several hours straight, and she has her jacket on the chair on the infamous Jack forehand as seen here. This is important because I believe the advice is in her jacket at this point of the show. She continues to have the jacket on her chair for quite some time as seen here, as seen in the image, 3:55 into it. Not too long after that, the jacket is no longer on the chair, no longer on her body, and no longer in her lap. Interesting. Still no jacket at 4:49 as seen here. Okay. The jacket then reappears 40 or so minutes later as seen here. Side view is not too long, around 5:55 mark. Now shows a rectangular device in her pants as seen here. Bro, what are these people talking about? I don't see no rectangular device. Where do these guys come from, bro? Oh my god. To sum up, I believe she put her cell phone in her plain view for everyone to see at the start of the stream so staff would take it. I believe she has a second cell phone or some sort of rectangular device in her jacket. Bro, what the fuck? She didn't like he went off to the restroom. Pants. I heard somewhere that there's someone claimed their pants have a seam or a pleat. Bro, this guy's like really researching. I believe she's wearing Versace Gretchen leggings. Here are her leggings. Here's a different woman. I found them. They have no such crease or pleat or what you have. They are flat and straight. It's kind of actually interesting. So he's saying that there was a device, which means that the cameras at the Hustler should be able to tell. I don't know, guys. What do you guys think? I mean, the plants are flat. Looks like they're flat at the beginning, and then it looks like there is some type of. It does look like there is some type of device there. In some ways, I mean, something's there. I mean, it looks like something's in there. I mean, I see what the guy's saying, but it does look like something's in there, guys. I mean, you guys tell me what you think. So I don't know. That is the mic they gave every player. I think the mic's actually on the back. It's not inside. It wouldn't be inside the pants. It would be on the. It would be on the back of your. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Why would you put the device in your ass? It doesn't really make any sense. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't. Yeah, someone said ask Robbi what that is. She said it was her hip, I believe. And then she deleted the comment after that. So she commented to this photo and said it was her hip. This one. She's like, oh, that's my hip in there. So this guy's saying their leggings are flat. They're not. They shouldn't have a bulge there. So, I mean, I guess I am pretty curious what Robbi thinks about that. I mean, that kind of is something that does, you know, is a question that could be asked about. So, I don't know. Easy mic pack. Yeah, I think they said the mic pack is on. It's not in there. It's in the. It clips on you. The mic pack doesn't go in your fucking pants. You don't put the mic pack by your asshole. Like, you don't. It doesn't make any sense. So every time you put a mic pack on you, they put it on your pants. So it'll buckle it to your back or buckle it to your front, and they run a cord up your body, and then that's how it works. So it don't work what you guys are talking about. All right, Josh Macciello coming in the house right now. Josh, what's up, man? How's it going?
What's up, Joey?
Hey, Josh, how's it going? Welcome back. We had you on the stream the other night. You shared some stuff. You said some news was coming. We saw no news. You say you got some new stuff for us. So, Josh, just briefly tell people a little bit more about, give them your background real quick, and then talk about, you know, what your relationship is with Hustler at all.
Sure. So, you know, first of all, I mean, you were a monster yesterday, 12 hours, Mama Luke. That's amazing.
I mean, I'm looking at all theories, right? Because everybody out there, they're saying, why are you looking at this theory? Why are you looking at that theory? Like, that's somebody got to look at the fucking tapes. So I'm out here, I'm exploring all options. I'm exploring the people think she did it. A lot of people think she didn't do it. I'm just looking at the options. I'm looking over the tape, looking over the footage, seeing what people think, seeing what people say. So, because I'm trying to figure out, okay, well, maybe someone does find something. Maybe someone sees something else. So you never really know until.
Listen, Joe, actions say a lot. And, you know, I don't know the Luz at all. I do know people are saying high-end attorneys, this, and that.
Mm-hmm.
I just, you know, the eyeball test always works for me. If you're a high-end attorney, the first thing you would say to your wife is, keep your mouth shut. We're not talking about this at all. We're going to handle this in a very legal manner because you're being mishandled from every angle, and we're going to make them pay. You're not going to go on Joey Ingram's podcast multiple times. You're not going to send all these text messages, Twitter, all this stuff. Guilty actions show, in my opinion. And I'm not saying she's guilty, but I'm saying that actions are leaning that way. You know, on the night I came on and told you something, I knew what was going to come on the Berkey podcast because I got wind of it. And I don't know, you know, to me, that little, and he did it in a video form, not a screenshot, which if you look at how they broke it down, and again, they were just saying these are learning or talking points. We're not making any accusations. But when you look at the video he posted, definitely looks like there's something in her pants. Now, being a guy who's played on LA poker streams from Live at the Bike in 2006, all the way up until being Hustler, I was on Hustler, I don't know, 40-something times, they take your phones. And by the way, even Berkey didn't know this. They do take your Apple watches or your Android watches. They take everything that could be electronic. Now, nobody can pat nobody down. You sign a release saying I'm given my rights to be on air.
What's up?
And all, you know, but nobody pats you down.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knows what you have on you.
Lou.
I think. Hello?
No, I'm sorry. I'm closing on some tabs over here.
Oh, okay. You know, so for me, this is Joey. This is the craziest thing. You know, I know the Apostle thing was really crazy, but that you at least had some really convincing stuff that you can go on. This, I'm literally, you know, like Daniel Negreanu had a podcast, and he had said, you know, yes, there are things that absolutely make her look guilty, but, you know, I just think, you know, his point of view was she just, you know, she got frazzled. Now, I will tell you, there's a lot of things in her actions, and people at the table who I spoke to, and I'm friends with a lot of guys at the table, and I would say most of them on the first night were like, no way, it can't be. And now some stories that things are coming out, and you guys, you amazing podcast journalists, are doing your job. People are like, well, I don't know. My initial gut instinct might change now because there's people's actions. You know, you got a lawyer who's a high-end lawyer calling your show at 1, 2 in the morning. You know, this is normally not how people like that behave. Normally, they zip up. They don't say nothing. Now, I thought Rip did a very convincing job yesterday. I thought he was, outside of the part of him calling from her account, and then, by the way, your trolls are the best in your chat. By the way, guys, I love getting ripped. You can rip me all the time. I don't mind it. I've gotten trolled, for many, many years. I'm in the entertainment business. You guys are the best. And you guys, the internet's undefeated, and everything you guys.
Oh, wait. Can I control you? Because I don't troll anybody because I try to be nice to people.
Well, listen, I don't mind it.
I'm kidding.
I'm all for free speech, free trolling. I mean, dude, and I laugh with your guys' post. I laugh with you when you read that shit. That is the funniest shit in the fucking world when they absolutely bury people. I love it.
Well, they get me a lot too sometimes. So I'm just as sometimes people say they mean, like, it's not like I don't get that sometimes too. These guys tell you how they feel. Shout out to the guys, shout out to the girls, shout out Poo Dog Melissa out there. So, sometimes you got to deal with these guys. But okay, so what have you heard? Where's things stand, Josh? Give us something, Poppy. We need something from you. Give us something.
I know the type of law firms that are now involved because I just know them personally. I know the type of investigators. Now, again, people hear that and they need to understand that Nick, especially Nick and Ryan both, but especially Nick, he, as you saw on your show last night, he's taking this very, very seriously because he wants this to continue to be the #1 live stream. So they brought in huge experts that are going to try to rip this thing absolutely to pieces. Now, I know he's tweeting that and saying it, but I'm here to validate the kind of talent that they brought in for this certain situation is A+. And they're doing it on more than one level, meaning that they have multiple people of high pedigree coming in to rip this thing to pieces. And the reason being is because think of what these guys went through the last 48 hours, guys. I mean, all these guys, while you're trolling them, this is a very, very huge situation. And as Berkey said today, which I really agree with, they have to do this. This has to. And the fact that Nick cleared up that this is not going to be resolved in 48 hours. It's just not, because it's of that magnitude. And even the professionals that I know that are brought in said, no, this is going to take time. We're going to have to Hustler Casino, the actual casino, is going to have to give videos, which they agreed to. And they said they would give videos from the moment Robbi and Rip and all these guys walked in. They're going to literally dissect this down to a T and see if anything is sought out. And that's mainly not only to protect or see if Garrett was right with his read, but to see if these people, in fact, are innocent and they didn't do anything. And I know for a fact that the guys that they're hiring, they handle the biggest cases in the world when things went down. So these guys are spending serious money. They're doing serious things. I had the privilege to talk to some folks today. I gave advice to some folks today outside of Nick and Ryan. I reached out to Andy Stacks and I told Andy, listen, I think you have to put a statement out, because a lot of people are taking what you said at the table and using stuff when you said, well, I don't think she cheated because then so-and-so would have to be, involved and this and that. I said, now they're taking that and saying, well, Andy says if cheating happened, it's this and that. And they're as trolls do, they mix the words and they put it their benefit so they can get sound bites. And I said, I advise you to put out a statement because I don't like that for you. And he understood that, Andy, and I'm going to say this to give him the plug. He kept everything together that night when everything was going in disarray.
You like a PR person, Josh.
Well, it's just because listen, first of all, I got my wife sitting here saying, listen, you run a studio, you're doing movies. What the fuck are you up with Joey Ingram 5 a.m. talking about fucking poker for? I says, I love this game. It's my hobby. It's my golf. I love it. And I see are these fucking, good people going through this. By the way, the Joeys of the world, the Berkeys, these guys will dissect this thing down. As I told Nick today, I says, look, besides the professionals you're hiring, you got the best poker community on your side, wanting to help, utilize that. I think you guys will get to the bottom of what this actually could be. It's very alarming, to the fact that if something comes up that, I play that show, Joe. You've seen me. I play on these streams, and you want to see how this could be fixed, because the last thing we need to feel is uncomfortable playing, at those kind of stakes.
Okay, so what you're saying is that we ain't got nothing new.
Well, it's not that we ain't got nothing new. They hired the people today.
Oh, they hired him. Okay. They hired him. This sounds familiar. This sounds real familiar right here. I remember this happened with the Mike Postle case, where they brought in the independent investigation team. The independent investigation team went in there. They didn't find anything. Everybody got real upset. So it seems like this could be a case of where that happens as well, where if they didn't find anything, then people are going to be pretty furious about it because they want answers. Like you can see we had Jersey Joe on here. Jersey Joe was yelling at me for 10 minutes trying to pound it in my head, like from that movie They Live.
Make a bad point, Joey. I'm glad he brought up the Berkey thing, because what Berkey's crew had put out definitely, I mean, again, unless I'm, and I know what your chat's already going to say, unless I'm retarded, and they're going to say he's retarded, it's going to go 1,000 times. It looked like there's a rectangular object in there. Now, my wife has the same kind of tights, and people saying, well, no, that's how they are. Not the ones that she's got, unless my wife's got the real one. I don't, you know what I'm saying? But it seemed like there was something rectangular there. I mean, could it be the camera angle? Maybe. I mean, if I'm stretching, maybe. So Joe's point of the Berkey, angle made a little sense to me. And the vibrate. Listen, I was watching your feed that night. You sort of thought you saw something vibrating. I won't forget. You were like, wait a minute, am I seeing something? Is there a vibration there? You thought you caught it, and it was at the same exact moment that now people are starting to question. It's that same moment you thought you saw.
Interesting. Yeah, I see. We got the photo up right now of the what looks to be some sort of device in there. In the pan. I mean, we just got a big theory about how it wasn't in the pants earlier, then it was in the pants. So
she flip-flopped her story on your podcast many times. I mean, she flip-flopped, went back and forth. First Garrett cornered her and was mean. Then no, he wasn't. We just talked, and he suggested giving the money, and I said yeah. And then it was I thought I had a 3. Now it wasn't. I mean, and then when you watch back, she said the comment before she called, is a 3 any good? And then when she called, Andy on the side said, you have a 3? She goes, no, I don't have a 3. I have Jack high. This is after she looked at her hands for her hand for 17, 18 seconds, and basically then goes out and gives an interview saying, well, I thought I had the 3. These are the kind of things that make you just appear to be guilty. Again, not accusing you of being, but it just makes people lean to be that way. And the fact that they want to do I don't know if Postle situation, they did, lie detectors. I don't know if that was ever done. I do know that that's going to be offered to every single person involved in the situation who is being accused or involved in production, to see if there was anything done. And, I know she said on your show last night that she would be willing to do it. She didn't care. Well, if you want to do that, then she should do that by all means. And I know that that's going to be conducted. I believe in my heart with the team that these guys put together, and I know they got some really Ray Donovan hardcore hitting guys that are going to be working on this, that there's a good shot that, separate than the Stones situation, we should be able to come up with something if there's something. And I know people are going to be, especially the blood-sucking vulture chat guys, are going to want blood, and they're going to want to see that something did happen. And if it did, with all the footage from Hustler, with what Hustler Casino live shot, you got 2 kind of cameras. You got the show's cameras and you got the casino's cameras. And the casino offered to help. They said, we're offered to help. And let's remember this. Hustler Casino Live is a separate entity than Hustler Casino. They are a subcontractor, if you will. It's not the same thing as Stones. I think Stones, it was all them under that. This is 2 different. So you're getting their camera work, and you're getting Hustler Casino, the actual casino that's going to look at everything from start to finish.
Got it. Yeah. Yeah, it's what I've been told. Talked with Nick Vertucci today about what's going on out there as well. And he messaged me, and he said, "Do you want?" Because people on Twitter, I said they were tagging me. I said, "Give me 48 hours, and I'll have the case solved. So if I go out there with 4,000 milligrams of edible, I pick some up at the local dispensary. Listen, put me in a fucking room with a bottle of Adderall, 4,000 milligrams of edibles. Keep bringing me fruit and water on the hour, every hour, until I solve the fucking case. Give me the tapes inside a casino, lock me in the room, put 7 armed guards outside with machine guns, and let me do my fucking thing. I might need a live stream, and shout out to the chat. I don't think they'll let me do that. I know in my chat there, my chat see things sometimes I don't see. And I feel like we get to the bottom of the case.
Joe, I'm telling you, I told Nick tonight, I talked to Nick about 8 or 9 p.m., and I says, look, don't be, because you got these experts and these people you're paying big money for, utilize Joey. I said, because Berkey made a comment this morning saying, Joey's a fucking psycho. I mean, he'll watch thousands of hours and just dissolve it to nothing. I says, Berkey's not saying that just to plug Joey. He believes it. You know, so if you have access to a guy, I said, Nick, the fucking guy just did 12 hours back-to-back nights. This is the kind of fucking person you got on top of this, and utilize it. So I'm going to be in your corner pushing for that to actually happen, for you to be involved in that, because I do know there's things that you will look at that, look, I didn't see anything, and I'm not saying you accused or nothing. I want to clear you of that. You definitely brought a light to the vibration about an hour after it happened. You were on it. There was something you thought. Then Berkey put something out that showed that potentially there could have been something there. Maybe it's nothing again, but there could be something. And again, all of the actions after the fact just don't make sense with her. And I'm not trying to hate on her. I'm saying the same thing every pro's saying. Yeah, she's probably innocent, but she's done a lot of suspicious shit that makes it hard, you know, for us to say it. Had this girl just turned over her hand and be like, holy shit, I thought I had the 3. There's no problem there. None at all whatsoever. If she, instead of raised on the fucking turn, went all in and leave Garrett to call. There's so many things that could have gone a different way, but how it happened is just very, as the kids like to say, sus.
Wow. Shout out to the kids out there. So yeah, as you heard, Josh, just reiterating a lot of things we've been talking about these past bunch of days as well, about where the case sits right now. And I guess it sounds to me like I'm one of the more neutral people that I've talked to today, because I'm pretty neutral about the situation, where a lot of people seem rather convinced, right? I mean, kind of what you're saying, you know, that there's something questionable, but they don't think something went down.
Well, flip-flopping with you. I'm going back and forth because it's so hard to even fathom. But, you know, I got to give, you know, I don't always agree with Doug Polk, and I know he made some accusations and all that, and I don't know about that. But when he broke some things down, and then I've seen not only him, mind you, Berkey, and then broke down other hands. Yeah, I know the ace-king hand. People would say, well, I would have played it that way too, but she's supposed to be a fresh player. Now she's making moves that Garrett would make, or somebody on that level, you know, and this is why people now are saying it at least warrants an investigation. And just so you know where I'm at, I'm rooting, and I know the chat's going to hate me saying this, for nothing. I hope they find that there was no, because it sucks that you know, that all these people, I feel, bro, I know G-Man had come out with a hard, you know, what he felt, and he put that on his post, and you know, that he felt there was something not right, but the guy's getting hammered. And by the way, this is a man, up until this happened, had the sickest reads in every situation for many, many years, and everybody was friggin', you know, putting him on a pedestal, and this is a read he's going with, and that he feels, and we have to see if he's right, because the guy earned the rights, because he's a class act. And I'm not waving a flag. You know, I've played with him a few times. We're not like best friends, but I know him. And the guy's been one of the most respectful, as Keating is, one of the most respectful, just proper conducting men that I've met at a poker table. You know, even I have lost my shit in situations. And watching Garrett and guys like Keating, they make me be like, all right, I'd like to be better holding my composure like those guys. So to see him get like this, and you know what's ironic, people don't want to talk about, Garrett was laughing thinking he lost already, because he's lost some big pots in his life. We've all seen it. So he was laughing thinking he lost already, until he saw which hand she had. That's when things changed for him. So in his mind, he had a read from that. Like, you know what? This don't feel right. And I've been in LA poker, and we've all played in LA poker and know that, you know, there's some shenanigans that go on when you play in LA poker home games or private games that, you know, you catch things. Maybe he had a familiar feeling, and his read, he went with it.
Whew, okay. Josh fired up. The chat's fired up. The chat. What do you guys think, chat? What do you guys think about Josh's takes? Josh, it sounds like you got to start a Twitch channel here. So we got to get Len Ashby in here.
Listen, we get Keating. Let's go fucking kick him out of bed and wake him up.
Keating's like in bed right now. You know, doing Keating things, bro. He looking like he doing.
It's Jungle. Listen, tell Jungle to come on. I know it's 3 a.m. Put the fucking same tuxedo on he put on Hustler Casino Live and come on the show.
All right, let me hit up Jungle. All right, I'll talk to you soon, Josh. Okay.
Yep. And thank you.
Appreciate the insight. Thank you, Josh.
No problem. I'll break next time to you, buddy.
All right, see you later.
Bye.
All right, guys, big shout out to Josh Macciello, the chat. What do you guys think about the chat? I see the chat. The chat always I like it. The chat, eventually they just get pissed off and they're like, get this fucking guy off the phone. And it happened with Tom Dwan. It happened with every single guest I have on. Every guest I've had on, you guys eventually are just like, yo, can we get the guest off now? Like, even me sometimes, you want to kick me off the show. So what are you guys talking about with this guy? I don't know. It's kind of sad. I don't get where you guys are all wild. You guys think he made some good points? I think he made some pretty good points as well. All right, we're going to hit up Len Ashby here. We're going to see if Len Ashby, a regular live player here in Las Vegas, played a lot of high stakes. He's a legend. He got the greatest poker stories of all time. But yeah, what do you guys think about Josh's theory? Gabriel with the 5 said Garrett gets 2-4 run out and 260K. Robbi 130K accused of cheating Hustler. Hunter came in to investigate. So you think interesting. Hypno King says your chat is full of fish. I wish I could play against them. Yeah, Hypno King, you sound like you are kind of a fish. I'm trying to find some more Robbi hands here. So we're going to get Len Ashby in here, guys. Hold on a second. Let me put on a hand here. I got to go to the bathroom. You guys know I've been drinking a lot of water. At 1,000 likes, we're doing the 1,000 like edible. So, but yeah, I mean, I got to say, a lot of the conversation today and a lot of the things I'm watching from a lot of the theories are bringing up some really interesting points. And, you know, I mean, yeah, I feel like Hustler is going to have, you know, they're going to have an investigation on their hands here. They have to figure some things out. I apparently got hustled in a bet with Jersey Joe. He fleeced me out of a flight to Vegas and dinner. But if he's wrong, then I get $5,000. So I don't know. This is an escrow. I don't know if I'm going to get the money or anything like that, but we're definitely going to find out. So let me get Len Ashby here, guys. Let me turn on some music, turn on something real quick here. Once again, guys, I appreciate y'all for tuning in live. We're here. It's 4 a.m. GTO headquarters, day 3. The legendary Robbi versus Garrett hand investigation. It'll go down the history books. We're here at GTO headquarters, Las Vegas, Nevada.
For us to judge them, I just think that's so cool.
Fremont Street. Probably don't want to go there late at night unless you're real high. Place is just out of line. Some of the weirdest people ever. Honestly, nothing ever good happened at Fremont Street past 1 a.m. I mean, really, you don't, you know, unless you try to have a cheap night, unless you're trying to go to a club, you're trying to spend a lot of money, but you still want to meet people, then maybe you go to Fremont Street because they got some clubs right outside of the Fremont Street experience. But either way, not a place you want to end up unless you're really ready to get after it.
Versus King. Now he's going to give it all back to Andy. Oh my. Andy,
shout out to Tom Dwan for calling in earlier.
5. Julio thinking about what to do with ace-10 here. He's going to let it go. Nice fold from Julio. Charles makes the call. Pot 24,500. River's clean. As long as the diamond doesn't come off, it's hard to imagine a scenario where Charles does not double up Andy.
12,000.
Or I should say, Charles just going felt. Charles just calls again. River's the 9 of hearts. That is about as clean as you're going to get in terms of a run out. None of the draws got there. Pot is 48,500. Charles has 77.7 behind.
Why is Poppy talking mad crap about Polk? What is this guy talking about, bro? Doug Polk is one of my favorite people. What is this, Sven? Listen, Sven, you leave some strange comments, bro. You don't even make any sense. Sven sound like he's 3 edibles deep talking out the back of his ass here in the chat. All right, guys, hold on. Let me get Len Ashby in here right now. He said he's having some issues. Let me just give him it one more time.
$125,000 pot here on Hustler Casino Live.
Poor Charles. Ay. Shout out to Adrian Perez. What's up, Adrian? What's happening? Ty on Tilt on Twitch. What's going on? Yeah, Sven's drunk. Listen, we gotta hit that thousand like. I'm ready, guys. I'm ready to take an edible here. I feel like I got to see something different today. I'm just seeing a lot of the same thing, and I just got a lot of people seemingly, adamant about a few different theories, and I guess I'm just kind of anxious to move it along, and I want to figure out, okay, well, if this is the case, then let's see it. Like, Hustler should have the fucking tape, right? What are you looking at? Run the tape through. Why didn't they find this the first day? Like, let's follow the people around the casino. Where'd Garrett go? All right, where'd Phil Ivey go? Okay, where these people go? Oh, someone think there's a device there. Like, oh, did it change? Like, let's look at the tape. You know what I'm saying? So I just would think that, what do you got to wait 6 fucking months for? What do you got to find? So, Len Ashby. It does make sense, by the way. Len, you there? Wait, he connected. Because nothing happened. Robbie's innocent. I think that might be a good point, P2. Abigail with subscription on Twitch. Thank you, Abigail. Welcome to the Legion. Len's trying to connect right now. Len, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Len Ashby joined us in the house. He long time high stakes player. One of the best storyteller in the entire poker world. He's done a lot of commentary with the Poker Go stuff. He's playing a lot of Pot Limit Omaha, and one of my favorite people to follow on Twitter. So Len, welcome. Obviously, you are very experienced high stakes player. What the hell is going on here, Len? Give us something, Poppy. We've been watching this now for about wait, let me just check. Let me check this. Oh.
It's been quite the talk. I was playing tonight at Aria, and we got to talking about it some. I flip flop back and forth, man. I'm usually on the 60-40 end. Probably lean towards no cheat right now. It's kind of close. It's weird. It's a lot of interesting topics that can come up. I mean, if she was involved with someone sending her info via buzzer or whatever, I mean, this guy or whoever's doing it is just the dumbest person in the fucking world. I mean, how could you possibly send, oh yeah, you got to play this hand, you got the best hand. I mean, that's why I think it just doesn't make much sense. Like,
right.
I mean, you just wouldn't do it. I mean, there's no way you could be possibly that dumb. I mean, it doesn't add up. Like, to just choose to say, yeah, you got the best hand, call 120,000 here. I don't know. It's just weird. I'm not buying the whole the chair buzzer. I think you need some more different like camera angles to kind of show whether or not it's actually vibrating and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The hand is outrageous. I mean, if you look at the technical stuff as far as just how the hand is played, yes, obviously you're going to think she cheated. If you've played any kind of poker at a high level, you're just never going to not think that. And I don't blame Garrett for, just being so shook, like, what is going on? I do, however, think if he would have been able to compose himself in a way where, the first thing I would have done is I would have called the floor, and I would have took the floor man, whoever runs the game, to the side, and I would have said, I'm a little shook right now. Like, this hand just doesn't make a lot of sense. I would like you to pat Robbi down. If you think you got cheated, she has to have some type of a device on her that is being relayed information, right? So the first thing I would have done is that I would have either gotten Nick in there or somebody that runs the show to, check to see if she has a cell phone on her, and question her. You kind of want to you probably feel embarrassed doing that, given she's, not like she's an amateur player. She's probably good for the game. You don't want to say somebody just cheated. I've seen hands like this in live poker. What
do you mean? So what do you mean by that? So you've seen hands where you couldn't believe that somebody made a play like we saw Robbi play? Of
course. Yeah. Maybe not so outrageous or for the amounts of money like this, but I remember a hold'em pot at Bellagio where the Chinese guy bet on ace 6-4, 2 spades. He got raised like 1,500. He re-raised 3,000. The guy in the pot was kind of like a semi-professional player, an Asian guy named Alan Hugh. He re-raised him all in, like 18,000 more. He called, and his hand was queen 10 offsuit. And he had the best hand, by the way. Alan had 5-7 of spades. It came a 5. He won the pot with a 5, but I'm just saying that especially in atmospheres like this, like a private game atmosphere, not a lot of pros. Obviously, yeah, you had Andy in there and Phil Ivey, et cetera, but you're gonna get some really crazy hands at times, and this one obviously is at the top of the list. It's just it's pretty crazy. It's I don't know. I go back and forth with it. I don't know why I really care, but it's been an interesting topic amongst a lot of players. Twitter's just absolutely insane. People just want to bash anything or be the opposite. It's just like politics on there. But for anyone to say they're 100% certain that she cheated, I think is way off here. I think more needs to come out. I'm not big on this hustler statement that was just released. Like, what are they going to do? You're going to have a law firm look into it. What's a law firm going to do?
That's what I said. I said
they don't even know what a straight. They don't know what a straight is. How are they?
Okay, actually, Len, let me correct you, because I literally said the same exact thing. I was like, what the hell? They said the law firm would overlook the independent investigation team. I actually got reached out to by multiple independent investigation people today.
They should have people that have
exactly
done tons of work on this, get you in there to look at some stuff. You need to see the other, the casino cameras that they have. I would think that they would be able to get enough shots on her. When this first came out, my first instinct was she saw his hand, just given the fact that everybody's like, well, she was in the 1 seat, he's in the 8 seat. Well, if you look at her, she's turned facing him. And also she's sitting very back and up pretty tall. I don't put that possibility out of the window necessarily. Garrett pills his hand extremely high. I've noticed this, when I've watched him play, he never covers his hand with his other hand. He just pills his cards with one hand. He usually has a lot of chips, and he usually puts it to the side. But I've noticed he pills his hand really high. And the only reason why.
Well, I guess the question then is if she saw the hand, so she has to see 7-8 specifically. You still have to
No, I know.
Yeah.
I think it's a slim chance. I'm just saying my first instinct was just something like she might have just saw his cards.
Right.
But then she wouldn't play the hand particularly like that. Like, I mean, and it's unlikely she saw it. It's just you want to look for something because the hand's so outrageous. You just you don't know what to necessarily look for.
Right. Well, I guess at this point in time, right, people say we're looking for different things. I mean, we are looking at possibilities right now. That's what an investigation does. I mean, if that's when you have a player like Garrett comes out and says these things, then some people do take them seriously. Some people have said, well, why is Hustler like why would they cater to this guy if he says this is happening? Like, why would they go through all these measures? But I think this stuff's really important. If you have the most regular player on your show saying that somebody manipulate the system somehow, then I think you as the show have the responsibility to look into that. And I think people that are looking into all the footage have a responsibility to look through it and to see if anything's there either way, whether it's for Robbi's side or against Robbi's side as well too. So, not necessarily, in some ways people would say, well, you're just trying to, you have a narrative and then you're trying to find things that support your narrative. And, but that's still at the end of the day, we can only do so much, and there still has to be some type of verification process of whatever's found by the casino. So that's why I always go back to, like, I think we can find things and we can bring up ideas, and Berkey's bringing up good ideas, and I think we're bringing up some good ideas on here. People are bringing good up ideas on Twitter. People are bringing some of the worst ideas I've ever fucking heard in my entire life on Twitter. So it's kind of like an information war zone right now with ideas and opinions. But at the end of the day, me and you, Len, we can contemplate it. We can talk to each other. We can talk to the chat. We can.
It's not going to do anything. Yeah. There has to be more to come out. I mean,
well, I guess
you hate to say it. I mean, if somebody was involved with this, I mean, obviously, if she cheated, then she's partnered with someone. It would probably almost definitely be someone within production of the show.
Yeah, that's crazy, huh?
In my opinion, I would wager a large amount of money on that.
Mm-hmm.
That if she was cheating, then someone's feeding her the info that can see the cards of the opponents that are in the hand. Now, if you look at the types of cheating that could have gone, I mean, I know tons of players that have been cheated in private games all across the country.
I guess, Len, let's talk about that a little bit. So how does that work, Len? Just tell people how does this stuff work?
Well, I saw the one post where the marking cards,
the black light.
And that's happened. I know a game that was in New Orleans once where it was a Hold'em game, and my friend called me that was playing the game, and he said, "Man, I'm in this game, and it's the best game in the world, and these guys are either the best players in the world or they're cheating." And then the next game, a guy grabbed the deck and ran with it. He had a host at the Harris Casino and took the deck to him and said, "Could you run this and do like the infrared or whatever?" And every single card was marked. And you could see it was exactly like the little Twitter post that she made that showed like the A and the like queen. It was exactly like that. They have these lenses that you wear, and you can literally just spot every single card.
Wow.
And so I think that's pretty common as far as a way of cheating. And then, you have the ones where your phone is hooked up with the cards, like the RFID, and it alerts, it tells you if your seat is the winning hand.
Wait, so it just tells you if your seat's the winning hand, right? That's what we were talking. That's what Houston said last night. There's something that'll give you three.
Right.
It'll say this seat wins, then that seat wins, and then that seat wins.
Right, but you can eliminate that from this situation because in this situation, she would not have had the winning hand against all players.
Right.
Like Jack 4 would not have shown down as the winning hand. Like she wouldn't have been alerted, "Oh, you got to play this hand. You have the winning hand once all 5 cards are out." So that option of how, if she cheated, is not one of the ways that she could have cheated, in my opinion. I think the only ways that are available that she could have cheated is she has a device, someone can see the hole cards, and when she's in a hand, she gets alerted that she has the best hand versus that opponent. That, or you could say maybe her glasses, but I think that's very unlikely. So
yeah, yeah. I mean,
it's weird though. I just don't put it past just like her having, wanting to beat Garrett. I mean, she was calling with the Jack-8 high on the Queen King flop, turning a flush draw, calling another decent sized bet, what she call like 10,000 on the turn. I do think the tanks that she does is very suspicious. It's almost like she's waiting on something. I agree with that take. Like she's waiting for someone to tell her, fold, or like you have the best hand. It's weird. It just seems like, I just don't put it past her just saying, I want to outplay this guy so bad. He's the best player here. Whatever has gone on off stream that they've played together, it sounded like. And then she just is like, okay, well, I'm going to raise him. So she raises him, and then he goes all in. I mean, the call is just it's so crazy, man. I mean, first off, I tweeted this tonight. I think Matt Glantz tweeted something about she misread her hand. She thought she had Jack-3. I kind of thought that at first also, considering the previous hand she was dealt Jack-3. But man, like, I've misread my hand before. I've seen 100 people misread their hand before. And every single time when someone misreads their hand and they're like straight and they turn over their cards and they see that they don't have 6-7, they have 7-8, and they go, they always are like, shit, I thought I had 6-7. Every single time that has happened. Mm-hmm. There's never been an instant where someone misread their hand, turned that hand over, had a different hand, and they didn't mention it. She didn't mention it one time. She turned she turned over the Jack-4 and didn't say one word about, I thought I had a 3. Wow, I have Jack-high. Oh my God, it still wins? Like, that should have been her reaction. Mm-hmm. If she thought she had Jack-3 and then she turns over slowly, I mean, when you watch her, she just turns it over and she's just staring at Garrett like take that, motherfucker.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Hey, listen, we got 1,000 likes on the YouTube. We got to take the 1,000 like edible. Are you going to take the 1,000 like edible with us?
No, man, I can't do that. I'll be going to sleep here soon. But
all right, Phil Hellmuth will strike down now, and Thunder. And Phil Hellmuth will usher us into the 1,000 like edible. Shout to Phil Hellmuth, that great Thor costume. Shots fired up. Whew, okay.
You know what I mean? Like, so, like, why would she? What she did? She gave an interview and then she said she had Jack-3, right? She says she thought she had Jack-3.
So on the podcast with me, I believe that she said she knew she had Jack-high.
See, that's crazy because didn't she do an interview like at the Hustler Casino? I saw that one on Twitter.
Yeah, she did one, yeah.
I think she says, I thought I had Jack-3. I just looked back for the Jack or something, and then I had the 3 of whatever. I'm not really buying that, so that's what makes it suspicious that, she changes her story a lot. It just doesn't quite add up, like.
Yeah. So have you ever been cheated in these games that you know about, or have you ever seen something like this happen where you were in Garrett's position and you thought that you were cheated?
Not like blatantly like that. I kind of, there was 2 guys that kind of played the same money in a game in Indiana, and they would do little things like if I like one of them would limp in, I would raise, and his partner would expose like his whole hand to give that information to his partner that only limped in for $50 or whatever for playing court 50, and I already put 300 in, so now he gets to see 4 free cards. Little stuff like that. I mean, but nothing to the extent where I played a pot and was just like, how did this person, call me?
Mm-hmm.
Never in a spot like that. Maybe been in some games where I thought somebody was trying to mark cards, possibly, but nothing. I'm sure I've been in them where that went on, but I never really. I don't think I've ever been in a situation where it was something. I mean, you see it in Garrett's face, like it was pretty. Pretty amazing. It was pretty shocking. Like, kind of feel weird for Garrett. Like, I think it was a mistake, obviously, accepting the money or asking for it. I think that whole situation's kind of cloudy, or whatever you want to describe it as to what went down when they left the room and talked. Like, it's kind of a he said, she said kind of deal. You don't know who to believe or whatever. So
exactly.
But hopefully some more information comes out. I guess you don't really know what to root for. I think it's a bad look for poker that something like this can go on. I mean, if it's going like mainstream amongst people that don't really know much about poker, there's like,
I mean, they weren't gonna play to begin with.
True.
I mean, and plus this stuff is happening. Like, this stuff should come out. This is how poker works. Like it seems to be like this. Like, it seems like poker just doesn't really. I was thinking about this a lot during like the Bryn Kenny and then the Jake and Ali stuff, and people are like, oh, you shouldn't talk about this stuff. Like, poker is about hustling. A lot of people are playing poker to hustle other people, and they're not looking to do it by playing the game straight. And that, to me, is poker. That's how poker has been since the dawn of time. When Doyle Brunson, I guess the dawn of time, right? But when Doyle Brunson's playing in 1950 in the private Texas games, like, do you think that those games were being played, the straight games? It seems like this whole cowboy mentality, the hustler mentality, the go into the game and rob. They made movies about this exact topic all the time. So it seems like this is just a part of poker nature, and people are like, oh, we shouldn't focus on it because, like, oh, it makes people look bad. Well, I think about it as like it is a real part of poker, and it's just as important as the hands themselves or the big tournament scores themselves too.
No, yeah. I mean, it was way more prominent. I mean, when I first started playing, I've told the story on Twitter where I was playing like Lemon Hold'em, and then I kind of built up some money. I wanted to learn this PLO game that went in the casino, and I had heard about a guy who got kicked out of the casino for cheating. Mm-hmm. And the way he was, what he was doing, he was holding out cards. He'd always sit in the one seat, and if he had whatever, he'd just keep like an ace in his sleeve. Like, literally, you hear that like myth, oh, keep a card up your sleeve. Well, this guy literally was doing it. And when he needed the card, he would put it in his hand and then remove one from his hand and put it in his sleeve and just hold it for when he needed it. Right. Like, he'd take a king out, put an ace in, and make the nut flush. Well, so I asked this guy in our game, Joe, I was like, man, was somebody cheating in this game? I heard this guy was holding out cards, and Joe just looked at me and was like, yeah, such and such. I always thought he was doing something, but he couldn't win, so I never told anyone.
Yeah, makes
pretty
sense.
Funny. I think stuff like that went on a decent amount a long time ago. Obviously, back in Doyle's days, it was just part of the game. They just literally did it and marked cards and partnered up with people and played on the same money. And then when poker kind of got popular and on TV, I think that stuff kind of went away. Not totally away, but it was definitely not.
Well, I would say it didn't go away. I would say that poker was never popular to begin with, so a lot of these things could exist, and there really wasn't anyone to talk about it outside maybe people that were
Yeah,
the
sure,
hardcore
yeah,
community
right.
members. Right nowadays,
Yeah.
there's media, there's people that are talking about things, there's live streams where 25,000 people are watching. Like, obviously, the same thing's happening in a private game where there is no live stream going on. Like, there's things like this that go on all over the place in private games and casinos. So
No, I mean, and
now
you
we
look
get to
at the-
see it on here. I think that's why it just happens to be on a live stream with 25,000 people watching it.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the Postle thing. I mean, how did it possibly go on that long? I mean, who was watching these things? because I mean, I watched like 1 hour of one of his streams, and I was like, this is outrageous. How is nobody noticing that every time he's in a pot, he's just looking down at his phone?
Right.
I mean, I was just shocked that it went on. He was able to play as many sessions as he did, and no one catch on to it. I couldn't even believe it, really. It was, sure, you're not really particularly looking for it, but the people that are viewing the game are definitely not looking for it. But the people in the game, like, man, like, I mean, what are you looking at when you're in a hand? You never look at your opponent? Like, are you not, how do you not notice that? Like, I just feel like I would have noticed it really quick if I was playing in the game with them.
Yeah, it's everybody say, right? Everybody said that in retrospect, but the thing.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, true, yeah.
You know, everybody look at something in retrospect. I'm sure if somebody played for a lot of times, and the thing is, this is just not common. I mean, I haven't really heard about this from anybody else. Like, I get a lot of messages. I never really got any messages about look into this. I only got a message about 2 people actually, and yeah, one of them was Mike Postle, and then another one was someone from Live at the Bike. So that was basically the only time I ever got a message that says, hey, I think something out of line might be happening with this person with specific hand details. So besides that, I haven't heard anybody from any other streams. But the thing is, it's all pretty brand new, and a lot of people aren't really watching a lot of the streams that are out there right now, which is kind of what Stones was. You know, no one was watching Stones live, but you know, you get 100 people watching it, 200 people watching it, so there wasn't that many people tuned in. Whereas this show, 20,000 people watching with Garrett, who's a hardcore professional poker player at extremely high stakes under very unique circumstances.
And that's another point to just question. Like, man, would she really
exactly
like have the balls to do this? I mean, man, like, you're sitting there playing with Phil Ivey, like,
it's pretty brazen.
I mean, the guy. I mean, it's just kind of like a vibrating chair. Like, someone's gonna notice that. Like, if you're sitting beside her and you see her chair vibrating every time she's in a decision, like Andy is probably gonna notice it, right? Like, your whole chair, you're not gonna have something that vibrates the whole chair. I'm sorry, but I'm not buying that.
Yeah. That's what that's what I go back to too, right? The whole like vibration device in the pants or in the jacket. Yeah. Like, I would think that the chair's shaking, like someone hear it or pick up on it.
The only way somebody is relaying something to her and she's getting it is, in my opinion, is if she has something very small that's attached to like her leg, that's under the table. It buzzes when she has the best hand. It's simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
There's no. I'm just not buying the vibrating chair. I'm sorry, I'm just not.
What are your thoughts on about if you should give the money back to her right now, or if Hustler should maybe hold the money in escrow?
Well, he had no right to ask for it if that's what he did, or even say, you 100% cheated me, give me the money. I don't know if you want to call that like bullying or whatever. People are going to make some crazy terms about it. But he shouldn't have took the money. Now, I will say this. There's a good argument in that, well, how many cheaters do you ever know that have returned any money? And the answer to that is 0. So he probably looked at it in a way that he felt that he was very likely cheated, and he would have no way of ever getting compensated that money that he lost in the hand.
Mm-hmm.
So he decided to take it. So that money that if she gave, which I guess she did, she gave that amount back to him, I don't think his hands should be on it currently. No, that money should be in a box somewhere at Hustler.
Yeah,
until something's determined to a pretty high probability of what happened. I mean, I know if I didn't cheat in this hand, if I'm Robbi, I mean, I would just be going completely nuts. I would just be like, you know, this is bullshit. You know, I didn't do this. I didn't, you know, give me my money back. I don't even know why I gave it. You know, she might have just broke down emotionally and just didn't know what to do and just gave the money back. But it definitely looks like a tell that she did do something in the form of cheating, right? It by giving the money back. I mean, it kind of looks. Though I've seen stuff like that in games where someone has done something, put a horrible beat on someone, and just like gave in money back, or you know, an amateur player is just gambling, and then they realize, you know, this person, the money meant a lot to them, and they've given the money back. I mean, I've seen it, but this is obviously a kind of a different kind of deal. I mean, it is.
Yeah, I mean, and her argument when she's been on here twice. You know, shout out to Robbi as well, and she came on here right away to defend herself.
I haven't watched any of that.
Yeah, you should definitely. I mean, I advise. I should just cut that out because I mean, listen, you got to listen to her because I asked her all these questions, all the questions we're talking about now.
I have not listened to. Yeah,
she answered all the. She ain't avoided a question. It's not like she came on here like I'm not gonna fucking answer that, Joey. Like she's like ask me whatever you want. Like talk to me. Tell me what do you got? What do you want? What do you want to know? So, and she explained why she gave the money back as well too.
What did she say in that?
I think she basically was talking about how she was, you know, at the time she just wanted the show to go on. She wanted the production to go on. She felt like, I mean, whether she said she felt threatened or, you know, on Twitter she said that. I don't remember specifically what she said. If she felt that way on the podcast when we talked to her verbally about it, but she felt like, hey, I want the show to go on. I don't want to be a fucking issue here. I don't want to be the problem. I don't want to make Garrett leave the game. So if I want to keep playing the game, then I don't want to be the person who ruins the experience for the main guy. Otherwise, I'm never going to get invited back to play in the game. So it seemed like to me she was trying to preserve her ability to keep playing in the game and for Garrett to stay in the game so it doesn't cause any problems. So whether she, you know, didn't care about the money because it was backed for the session or... You know, that's what she kind of said, right? I don't care about the money. I don't give a fuck. Like, it is what it is. I'll give it back to you. I'll win it back. So her argument was like, if I give you the money, like, who cares? We're playing high stakes. Money moves around often. Like, money's going to come back to me. I'm going to make it back. So
I mean, the fact that the show continued to go on I mean, take a 20-minute break or something, man. Like, something should have been done. I was just so surprised that Garrett just wasn't like, you know, pat her down, man. Show me that she doesn't have a device. I mean, that just would have been the first thing that I would have done. But whatever. I mean, you're kind of messed up in the situation. You don't really probably not thinking straight, you know, or what to do. Yeah,
it's a good point, right? I think that's a good. Continue on.
But if she's open and coming on, like I haven't listened to the interviews on your previous shows, so I'm not familiar exactly with what she said and what Nick said and all the people that came on, whatever. But if she's open to answer all the questions and whatever, I mean, who knows, man? I mean, the story has changed so much, like. It's driving me crazy. Like she says she missed her in her hand first, and then now not. Like, so it's just very cloudy. It's just not. It's not all there. It's not.
Yeah. Well, I think she's gonna make She said she's gonna make a video and she's gonna go over it. So Mac Land says she thought she had Jack 3. She feels men are always trying to run her over, and she's dying, making big calls. She was embarrassed. She actually had Jack 4 and told nonsensical fibs in an attempt to cover up an innocent mistake. if he had turned over Jack 3, Garrett would have said nice hand.
Right. And I saw that. I replied to that tweet tonight. I agree with a lot of the tweet, but, you know, if you thought you had a certain hand, it would be very shocking when you turned it over and it wasn't that hand.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah.
I won a pretty good pot once where I thought I flopped 3 6s in a PLO pot, and I had a pair of 7s, and somehow still won at Showdown. But I'd never felt more shocked than when I picked my hand up and I was going to announce set of 6s, and I was staring at 2 7s. And, you know, like, I saw none of that in her face when she turned her hand over.
Yeah.
She got counterfeited on the first run out, right?
The second run out. I think the second. Oh yeah, the first one. Oh yeah, the first one was a 9. The second one was an ace. You're right. Yeah.
Right. She gets counterfeited. She has Jack high. She didn't even blink. She didn't even. Now that could be inexperience, just the nervousness of the big pot, whatever. I can understand, but I just feel like if she really thought she had Jack 3, then she would have let the table know that she thought she had Jack 3.
Mm-hmm.
Instantly.
Yeah.
I mean, you turn over. She was asked, "Do you have a 3?" She said no, right? And then she said, "I have nothing but a bluff catcher," which a 3 still is that. Everybody keeps saying whatever different about that. Jack 3 is the same as, you know, whatever, king high. Like you know, Garrett doesn't have the deuces, you know. I mean, so he turned over Jack 4, and there was no kind of like, holy shit, like I thought I had a 3. Wow, I have Jack high. This is still good. Like there was none of that.
Mm-hmm.
Have
you seen the ace hand that she played at all?
Where she paid off river, right?
Yeah, she basically called. She got 4-bet pre-flop, and then in position just called the 4-bet, call flop, and then I think that what was the turn action that hand, guys? The turn was the Jack of clubs, and I think it maybe went. Did who ended up betting that turn? I can't remember the exact specific. It was versus Ling Lin, but basically Ling Lin had like 7-8. And Robbi just called the 4-bet in position with aces, called the flop, and then the turn was the Jack. I think she just called again. The river was the 7, so Ling Lin made trip 7s, and then the backdoor flush draw also got there too. And then she bet 15K on the river, and Robbi basically just snap called. So it was a pretty interesting hand. I mean,
that's pretty. I mean, you rarely see.
People not like ace. Do you see people play aces like that? I mean, that's
what I was going to say. I hate to make any kind of comments on Robbi's as far as the level of her play. I've never played with her. I've never watched her play. I don't know anything about her at all. So yeah. I'm not, you know. But if she is a typical recreational player, they typically are not flatting 4-bets, which is probably correct to do in a lot of spots, but they're usually overexcited and they're trying to get all in pre-flop.
Right. Yeah.
You know, oh wow, this girl 4-bet me. Okay, I'm all in. Like I have aces, or they 5-bet big or whatever. So yeah, that's definitely an interesting hand. She called quick, right? I think in Doug's video he said
it was pretty. I mean, quick,
which is. You know, she would probably call quick no matter what, but it's almost like she could be thinking, oh, wow, like, you know, they know I can never fold this hand, so this sucks. I have to just lose the minimum, or you know, call. Kind of interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting hand. The ace-king hand where she raises turn.
First Pearson?
Is a little interesting. I mean, just the sizing and whatnot, just min raising, just like she did in the hand versus Garrett. It's kind of like, well, I have the best hand. Yeah. I'm just gonna click it here and win this money and look like a genius. And then until Garrett goes all in. So
I guess I don't know. I guess I just find this story hard to believe that like. But I mean, listen, if this was going on, someone's relaying messages, so I'm pretty sure they got to be close by, so the person's going to be found. I mean, how are they not going to be found out? That someone's watching the game in some room, right? If you have the videos of Hustler Casino and you see someone, you can scan around and see where everybody is. So you're going to find out.
Well, and that's another thing, and I hate to say it, but I think nothing will just come out, man. These casinos don't like to get involved.
Right.
I've been in numerous situations. They never. I mean, they won't let you look at the camera ever.
Mm-hmm.
A player's not allowed to.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times everything always seems to come back inconclusive. A lot of times in these situations, I had it happen to a friend at Commerce on a run out. I played a pretty, I shouldn't say it's a famous pot, but an interesting pot versus Devilfish at Bellagio, where I was told I had the best hand. He went through the deck, ran the board twice to see if he would have won it on the second run, and then all of a sudden he just says, "Oh, I have the nuts." It was for like 80,000, and I was like, "What?" And called the floor over. I said, "I don't know." He went through the deck. I mean, and they came back and they're like, "Well, those were his 4 cards. I paid him," and it was an interesting hand.
Yeah.
But like there's situations like that where I would have liked to have seen the video on that.
Right.
I mean, the guy went through the deck, man. I mean, he could have just grabbed a 4 and a 7, which was the nuts, and just put it in his hand. For all I know, like, I'm not believing you. He was. I mean, Devilfish was one of the best tippers in the world. He gives this floor guy $500. I mean, who are they going to say wins the spot?
Mm-hmm.
Probably not me. Probably not me. So, and I don't think that happened. I'm just saying that it gets in your head that it could have happened.
Mm-hmm.
If I see the video and I see that, oh, okay, these are his 4 cards, and I'm able to eyeball them, and they never leave his area, and he was just tilted and wanted to look at the second run, and I see it's still his 4 cards, there's not going to be an issue there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like this situation. Like, who's going to have access to all the camera angles?
The independent investigation team.
And that's bullshit.
Why is that? I guess because you think everyone should see it?
I'm saying, like, okay, say they come out and they say, we didn't find anything. We looked at all the different angles and we didn't find anything. Okay, well then publish it. Show me the video. Like, if I'm Garrett, I'm gonna want to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Garrett.
I don't think so, right? Because if you got a show, you can't really just post all the casino security footage from.
Right, they can't. Okay, but if the guy who was cheated in the pot, like a pretty high percentage of the time, based on this outrageous hand, I mean, Garrett should have the right to see that. Look, this shows her pants. There's nothing in them.
Mm-hmm.
This shows her coming in sitting down. There's nothing in her pants. There's no bulge. She doesn't have a device on her.
Mm-hmm.
She turned her phone in at this time.
Here, guys, we're gonna get Jungleman here real quick, Len. So you can hang out with us too.
Yeah.
Let me get Jungleman here too. Add him to the
All right.
call.
Enjoyed it. All right, man.
Yeah, we'll talk to you soon.
All right, cool.
You can hang out. Len Jungleman coming in. Len checking out. Jungleman in the house. Poppy, what's going on? How's it going, Jungle? What are you seeing out there, Poppy? What are you seeing out there?
I've forsaken society as of response to this hand, and I'm now in an ashram in India. I just had to get away. I decided enough's enough. I've given up on humanity.
What?
And yes.
You've given up on humanity?
Yeah, I'm in an ashram. I've had enough.
You've had enough. Okay, but now you're back out of enough because you saw this hand go down, and now you. What are you saying, Jungle? What are you thinking here? You see the hand? Give me some jungleism, Jungle. What are you thinking about this hand, bro?
I think I didn't I didn't like watch it myself. I mean, the more information that comes out, the more unlikely I think it is that she's cheating. But I think she I don't know. And she played a lot of poker because I don't know. Her response to this is so inconsistent. It's like she has no idea what she's trying to do. Her response is like almost too crazy. Kind of leaning towards not cheating. The hand is definitely crazy though.
Mm-hmm.
I was just as of recently today, I was leaning towards cheating, but now I'm thinking about it more. That seems a little bit too. I don't know. It looks like she doesn't know what's going on. She's just like saying things. That's what it seems like.
Yeah. I mean that's it's the impression I'm having, Jungle. Obviously, not a lot of people are agreeing with that, and they're very passionate on the other side. Can you believe that? Basically, the community is like a 50-50 split right now, where you got some people fairly convinced that there is cheating going on, and then a bunch of other people are like, no, you guys are stupid. This is how high-stakes poker works. Like, this is just a normal hand. She just doesn't really know how to play.
I've never seen anything like this. Didn't she, like, min-raise the turn or something? I don't understand. Like, what happened there?
She min-raised the turn, and then Garrett bet 20K. She clicks it or Garrett bets 10K. She clicks it to 20K. Garrett reshoves for about $108,000 more. I think they were playing what were they playing? 100, 200, 400. Maybe the internet straddle was on. I'm not sure. But he basically made a big ass re-raise on the turn, and she tanked and called with Jack 4 on 10-10, 9-3 with 2 clubs.
Oh my. I didn't realize the hand went like that. I thought it was.
What's going on there, Jungle? There's a fire alarm going off.
Yeah, someone must have overheard. There's now an alarm.
What's going on there?
Well, you just told a crazy hand, and now even the people hearing it around me think it's crazy.
Jungleman's in the Indian. What would you call this place you're in?
I'm in an ashram.
An ashram.
This is a hotel.
All right.
I found a flower. Like, look here. See, this is where I'm at.
Oh, sick. Okay. That looks pretty sweet.
The Ascended Masters said I really should say something about this hand because otherwise, it's pure pandemonium will come out as it has been. I don't know. She lied about checking her hand. That's strange. I was trying to think. Why would she challenge him on Twitter if she's cheating? I don't know. I feel like she would say nothing at all if she was cheating. But why'd she give the money back too? That was the strangest thing. I've never received like the money back from a hand.
You've never.
The only time I think.
You've never seen the money back. You played a lot, Jungle. You played a lot of poker, okay? You played in some weird places. We've seen you play in like with a cigarette and the high stakes Asian games. We've seen you play at a table with a bunch of ladies in like a music video. I've seen you. I think I saw you post something on Instagram before. There was like 35 women and you were playing on your laptop. So you are used to playing a lot of games in a lot of weird places, and you're saying you ain't never seen somebody give the money back like that before?
Not in a high stakes game. I've seen someone give it back like when I was like 18, and I think I was cheated that hand. I think they like knew what I had, and they just felt bad, and I was just clueless. That's what I remember about getting the money back in a hand. I did have a hacker wire the money back to me.
What?
And admit that they were cheating. I've had that happen, but I've never had anyone
what?
Play a hand and be like, how do we make this right and give me the money back? Isn't that how the conversation went?
Yeah, well, some Luke said, and we talked about this earlier a few times, she gave the money back because she was afraid of being banned from the games, and Garrett talked to her. So, yeah, that was kind of what my impression was from talking with her, is she didn't really want to get banned from the games. Like, she didn't want to said, hey, you got to leave the game. She's like, no, I want to keep playing in the games. Like, this is a good exposure for me to keep being in the game. So that was kind of the impression I got from her.
Wait, well, how would Garrett get her banned in the game?
Well, Garrett is like the main guy. He's the main guy on stream. She kept calling him like the golden child guy. So if you think that guy has a good relationship, like if you're the star of the show, usually the star of the show can get anybody kicked off the show. So they were thinking, well, if you're the star of the show, then we don't want the star of the show to be upset at us and hate me and not want me ever to play on the game again. So that was sort of my understanding of what she was saying about that.
This seems kind of crazy. I mean, what? Like, no way can Garrett get her kicked off after some crazy hand. Like, no one's going to get kicked off out of that hand. No one's like having a game, yeah, but no one's going to get kicked off after that hand happens. I don't think that's how poker works.
Yeah, usually they...
Especially because the top pro is crying, oh, I'm sorry, the Don called me off with Jack High for like 200K. Or 150K or whatever it was. Yeah, I don't think I don't really understand how that's possible. I don't know. He's gonna tell Ryan like, oh, she must be cheating. Like, I don't think. Like, look how much controversy this is starting right here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she's just confused. I mean, that's not what was going to happen. That's for sure. After someone who doesn't know how to play poker does something crazy. Yeah, if she did it again, then it was like 100% cheating. But other than because it only happened once, I mean, I think the chances are way smaller.
Mm-hmm. Guys, listen, we're joined by Jungleman Dan Cates. You guys don't know Jungleman. He's been playing poker a long time. One of the top. You consider yourself one of the top high stakes guys, poker players, tournaments, cash games, mixed games, Bobby's room, everything. Are you still considering yourself one of the top guys? Because I know you're doing a lot of more PR stuff. I see you doing interviews on like TV stations, and you're obviously now you're at the ashram where you're getting away from society. So are you still in the poker streets, or are you still grinding, or what are you doing?
I'm going to get back into the mix. I would say it depends on what it's for. I was never really one of the top guys in MTTs, but
and I guess I would say, yeah, it's a good point, right? Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point. Yeah, you mainly a lot more mixed games, PLO, no limit, high stakes. It seemed like a lot of the variations of cash games you've always been. I mean, pretty much since I can remember, since like 2012 or 11 or something like that, maybe even a little bit after that, but. Seems like you've been a mainstay at those games for as long as I can remember, really.
There are for sure online players who are better at full ring, no limit cash specific, or like their specific variants these days, sure. But yeah, I mean that would have changed actually.
Yeah.
But I've been grinding Bobby's room almost every chance. Well, a lot of chances I've had anyway.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little bit harder to have changed because there's like 11 games, and like it would be quite an effort to get better at those. And yeah, I think there's a lot of value in tournaments, and it makes sense for me to play those now and put on some more shows after I complete my meditation and consult the Ascendant Masters and do whatever voodoo magic I need to do to win tournaments. There's more, at least there's more magic, by the way. India's a lot more magic than the US and whatever. Like, there might be magic here, you never know.
Damn, okay.
I got to see any miracles, but I've read about some miracles. I've heard about some miracles.
Wow.
So, yeah. Becoming more of an energy player.
So interesting. Okay, so what you think what is more? I guess that kind of goes back to an intuition feel sort of approach to it, where you look deep down in you and figure out what play to make in that hand in that moment. White magic.
More like
jungle fire.
mystic stuff.
Mystic
I mean,
stuff.
it could be to do with intuition. Yeah, actually, you know what's crazy? I meant to see these kids. They teach kids who are blind to like read. I don't understand that. I meant to check them out actually. You reminded me, or to like see objects, or like to tell you like what's in front of them. No joke. I forgot to ask them about that because that's what they were telling me that they'd do that, which is nuts. And the guy who runs this thing might actually be really enlightened, which is pretty crazy. I mean, that's kind of a myth almost, but
Right.
he's done things that are essentially miraculous. He recited this like ancient text when he was 4, kind of. He like forget what happened with this guy, but pretty mystic.
You said he recited.
Yeah.
You said he recited an agent text when he was 4, and you're like, I don't got anything else. That's all I know about the guy.
No, there's more stuff too. Like I have to think a bit about it.
He's like, you recited the agent text, and you're like, well, I don't actually know anything else that he did. He was 4 when he did that, and I kind of stopped figuring it out from there.
Listen, I got a comic book with the miracles and stuff. To read it, I need to reread it again to give you like a proper miracle that he's done. Someone tried to attack him. He just like didn't do anything, and the guy stopped, broke down. I know.
I love
I didn't
it.
think I'd be talking about this on the stream. He caught me off guard.
No, we'll save it for the next podcast, Jung. I know me and you've been talking a little bit lately, so we'll save it for our official pod. Do you got a little bit, or do you want to talk more? Or you got to go, or what are you doing? I mean, I can get some questions from the chat. I know the question. Chat's fired up. James with the dono, he said, Houston yesterday, cheating's rampant. Games like this get targeted, and if cheating, everything goes down as it has since. Math required for opposite to be true with 100 nonsensical variables is outrageous.
What?
I don't know. Cheating is rampant, and games like this get targeted, and if cheating, everything goes down as it has since. Math required for opposite to be true with 100 nonsensical variables is outrageous. Does that make sense to people? I kind of see what he's saying. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. This guy seems to be freaking out.
He seemed like he and the Australian ashram right now, figuring things out right now. So
maybe we need the ashram.
Are you doing in the tote? Are you doing any frog stuff down there? Any shaman stuff?
Any shaman stuff? Oh, any frogs? No, I don't think it's that kind of place. It's more like you learn some breathing exercises, and you get to you live longer. And
cool.
Some chants, and it's the.
Do you think? I guess the one question related to this, I think people are deciding right now, is that about the money that Garrett took back, the $135,000. Should that money be given back to Hustler to hold while they do the investigation on what happened?
Probably.
Yeah.
It doesn't really seem fair if this lady cheated that she give the money back. I mean, that's pretty insane. I don't know how rich she is.
Right.
Yeah, I do have to go in a second.
Oh yeah, all good, John. Listen, we appreciate you making time from the experience. So, are you posting the experience anywhere on IG, or are you just kind of being in the moment and enjoying yourself there?
I may post a little bit. If any miracles come up, we'll see. Yeah, today's a sacred day, by the way. If you have any wishes, now's the time. Or at least if you're here.
Hold on. Let's all make a wish, guys. All right, guys. Well, I want everybody to take 10 seconds, take a deep breath, visualize your wish in your mind, and then we'll all come back together. Okay, I'm gonna do 10 second. Okay, you with me, Jungle?
Yeah.
All right, 10 second, guys. Go ahead.
¿Cómo te fue con Marma? ¿Marma? Ay, no, Marma.
Thank you. All right, perfect. My wish is made. We all made a wish. Amen. Jungle, listen, get back to work. Get back to what you're doing. Namaste to everybody out there. Thanks, Jungle, for stopping in here. Follow Jungle. He got the podcast on his YouTube channel. He's got the IG, the Dan Cates. He's got Twitter as well. And we'll check back with him soon if we want to catch up on some more thoughts Jungle might have. Feel free, Jungle. Hit me up anytime. And we'll talk to you soon, brother, okay?
All right. See ya.
All right, see you soon. All right, guys. Big shout out to the legend Jungleman joining us from the ashram in India with the enlightened one who was 4 and read the ancient what did he call it? Ancient, what was it called? I don't remember what it was called, but the ancient script, or what the fuck was it? What did he? I don't remember what he called it. Look at this stack Andy has. Look at this fucking guy, bro. Are you kidding me? Did you guys see this guy? Look at this stack. Anyone that stacks their chips like this deserves to get punched in the face. I'm just dead serious, guys. Not saying Andy specifically in this moment, but when you see a guy like this with an out-of-line chip stack like this, that guy should get hit. You should be hit for that. This is just braggadocious right here. This is out of line. Look at this, man. Sexiest thing I've seen, but completely out of line. But we love Andy. Shout out to Andy. We don't have anybody hit Andy in the face, but I mean, anybody throw a chip stack like that at you in your face. So, but yeah, shout out to Jungleman, guys. What'd you guys think about YouTube? What'd you guys think about Jungleman? Guys, we are live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch right now. We got about 3,500 people watching. Oh my God, it's 5 a.m. You guys are absolutely psychotic on YouTube. And we got all my Twitch users out there over on the Chicago Joey Poker channel. So, shout out to everybody watching over on Twitch. Shout out to all Legion members out there. We got 600 people in there. Goddamn. Okay. Yeah, we appreciate you guys for tuning in to everything going on here. So, we just had Jungleman call in. We had Tom Dwan call in. We got to get Andy on here. I think Andy made a statement as well, too. Has Andy or Ivy commented? Jonathan Deppa asked. Big shout out to our guy, Jonathan Deppa. Andy did comment, and we're going to go look at his comment right now on Twitter. Paulie said, I'm looking at Greek border Versace leggings for an hour. They have seams. That angled seam is the rectangle object people are seeing. You can see them at 541 with more vibrating chair. Okay, let me go check that out. Poppy, let me see. Thank you, Paulie. Paulie, what kind of channel do you have? It says that you got a channel verified, so I'm assuming you do gaming, or what? Let's see what this guy does. Paulie, let's check out Paulie's content. Oh, shit.
It's Polyester here, and today we're going to talk about the secret room on the Hawkins Laboratory map. We're going to talk about where it is, how to get into it, what's inside, and how it came to be. So,
what the fuck is the Hawkins Laboratory room? What does this guy do? Video game. He a video gamer. All right, we subscribe. We support our guy. Shout out to our guy. We support him. He do some. Okay, I don't know. He up to some stuff. All right. What was I gonna do here? Okay, there's the pants at 541. All right, let me go see the pants that you're saying. Looks like we're gonna debunk one of the theories here.
Okay. Question is though.
Oh, secret room in Hawkins map? You're kidding me.
Okay, yes. You don't know I have Jack juice. No, I know.
B. Paris said he would call in. We'd love to have B. Paris in. Shout out to B. Paris.
Kingpin spade?
I don't know if she'd be check raising all in here with aces and kings or a queen.
Queen 7? Yeah, but
Queen 7.
Queen 7. Yeah, but if I have deuce, pocket deuce. Okay.
Where's it at, Paulie?
No.
Drew Amato, my guy. My morning coffee with Big Poppy is on the investigative edible grind. What a time to be alive. Amen. Listen, shout out to my guy Drew Amato, one of the best photographers, debatably the best photographer in the entire world. All right, where's B. Paris at, guys? Let me get B. Paris.
He's really going in the tank on this one.
She has 200. You want to go? Yes, please.
I can see the seam on the hip.
It's 135, I think.
Joey never sleeps. No, we're not sleeping, bro. We're not sleeping until we get Eric Person on here in that black top.
I'm at 180 right now. Alright. Close the whites.
I don't see the seam, Poppy. I'm not seeing the seam.
170?
You're at 180 right
Oh, maybe I can see the seam now.
Comforting.
186. 188. 190.
So it looks like 191. He bet
Yeah, somebody said Robbi was on tilt because she just lost a big pot.
Robbi and Andy called the flop in. Yep.
That's actually a good point. Let me go see that hand real quick.
Heads up. You think that's
Yeah, Robbi had kings here. I think she lost a pretty big pot. Yeah, she got all in versus ace-jack, and then Mike ended up beating her. So basically, oh, that's actually really, this is a really good point. This is a really good point, actually. So, this is a really good point. I'm actually kind of, fuck, I had thought about this the first day, too. So, basically, right before this hand happened, about 40 minutes, she lost a huge pot, and I was like, oh, maybe she a little tilted as well when that other hand happened, right? Like, maybe just a little bit on tilt. We got a 10 from Vitutis. Great content, Joey. Garrett should not be holding the money right now. The legal owner right now is Robbi. The argument that the only way to get money back from cheaters is not legally sound. Yeah, I mean, it seems like... Yeah, it seems like... Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying, bro. I don't think... I think at least Hustler should hold the money as escrow.
And it does not come.
I think that's pretty fair to both sides.
Because
we got a dispute, right? It's technically not Garrett's money. She gave the money back. I mean, you could debate if you give me the money back, is the money legally mine now? If you hand me the money and say this money is yours, I hand it off the table, I put it in your hands, you brought it home, you have it in your house, is this legally your money? I mean, she say he forced me to give it back to you, but I mean, you handed the money. So it sounds to me like the money is Garrett's. Sounds like it's on Garrett's to give back. I mean, really, right? It's up to him. So, and that's what a lot of people are trying to say on Twitter. Like, you got to give the money back. So I think so. Basically, that hand happened where Robbi lost the 80K pot, and then this hand happens 40 minutes later. Where, listen, no hate on the mustache, guys. What's going on, man? The mustache this is great. Come on. Come on, guys. The mustache is absolutely GTO. So, yeah, what do you guys think? Do you think this matters at all, that she was a little bit on tilt? I mean, she just lost the 80K pot. You got to say, if she's cheating, you know, is she going to lose the 80K pot here? I mean, like, why would you just not lose the 80K pot? I don't know. I mean, why the fuck would you give away... I mean, she got king. She really can't do much, but...
And for Mike...
Yeah, Mike X 3-bet here, so...
Effective.
It's 20, 34. Give and take.
I'm all in.
Yeah, there's the all-in.
So as you can see, right, real no, just, you know, let me know you see the matter, right?
4. Give and take.
I'm all in.
Yeah, there's the all-in.
All in the call.
Wow, and Mike, well, Mike just called very quickly. Very quickly. Well, those percentages take some of the dead cards into effect, so...
I always go on. Yeah, I know.
And Mike always goes once. So 81,000, kings against ace, jack of hearts here.
Are you recording video right now? Yes, nice. I like that. It's a sick shot. Ends slow and that's
Mike with that unforgettable huge lead.
Make it sting.
Mike X.
I do hope you get it.
Joey's acting in Boogie Nights, the sequel. They need a 70s mustache for the movie. Bro, this mustache is on fire. I don't know where you guys are coming from with these mustache takes. The mustache is GTO.
And it does not
Listen, guys, look at the mustache.
And Mike X is going to double through.
Come on, guys. This is definitely GTO. I don't know, guys. I mean, listen, she loses this hand, 80K. 40 minutes later, she's with Garrett. Kind of makes sense to me, guys. I mean, it kind of does make sense. She wanted him to fold ace jack. I mean, maybe, but I guess maybe that would make sense, but maybe you just 3-bet bigger pre-flop to the initial, or I guess maybe fuck. It's a good point. Another good point. Another good point. She tried to make him fold. That's I guess that's a good point, right? She did ship it all in. You know, we saw her earlier with the aces, didn't really ship it all in, so Jury's still out. Misty Sparks, good morning, Poppy. What's good? Hello, Misty. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We just had Jungleman call in, joining me previously. How do I type? I want to say that I want to say who was on here. Joining me. Dun, 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 dun. Previous guest. Tom Dwan. Jungleman. Josh M. Len Ashby. How do I do that? It seems way too long. It seems way too long. I don't think it's gonna work. Previous guest tonight. I don't know, guys. I mean, you know, just lost his hand. I don't know. I mean, she did try to get him a fold, but she had kings, so it seemed like a pretty normal play. "40 minutes later, she's so tilted, she does something only a cheater would do." Okay, brah. What is he saying? Are you saying you don't agree, or are you saying you agree? I'm not sure what your take is there. Can you guys form your sentences that make a little more sense if you're going to type them out, just so I can understand them? Randy says, "Why did Robbi say what can she do to have Garrett come back to the stream to not piss off production? Makes no sense unless she has concern for production." Exactly. That's exactly what she has. She has a lot of concern for production. So, as she stated in her interview, guys, in case we missed the interview, in case you missed what Phil Ivey had to say, here's what Phil Ivey's take on this is.
So what, you want to hear my take on the hand? Here's what I think. I think if you notice in the middle of the hand, she asked, can you beat a 3, right? So what I think is that she thought she had jack 3. She misread her hand, and then she didn't want to say she misread her hand because she's at a poker table. You know, that's I think is the best, most reasonable explanation for what happened.
She called the flop because she had the jack of clubs on a 9-10-10 board, give her a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, and she thought she banked a 3 on the turn. That's Occam's razor. And then she makes a pretty strong call with what she thinks is bottom pair. It turns out she doesn't have bottom pair, but it happens to be good. And you know, to me, that's what makes sense.
I mean, that's what I think. I mean, I could be wrong, obviously, but that's what I think.
This is what I'm
She
saying.
can play with me any day.
Thank you, Eric and Phil Ivey. I think that is a reasonable take as well. Eric and Phil
Ivey spoken, guys. What do you think?
But it happens to be good.
She didn't. So what, you want to hear my take on the hand? Here's what I think. I think if you notice in the middle of the hand, she asked, can you beat a 3, right? So what I think is that she thought she had jack 3. She misread her hand, and then she didn't want to say she misread her hand because she's at a poker table. You know, that's I think is the best, most reasonable explanation for what happened.
She called the flop because she had the jack of clubs on a 9-10-10 board, give her a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, and she thought she banked a 3 on the turn. That's Occam's razor. And then she makes a pretty strong call with what she thinks is bottom pair. It turns out she doesn't have bottom pair, but it happens to be good. And you know, to me, that's what makes sense.
I mean, that's what I think. I mean, I could be wrong, obviously, but that's what I think.
Yeah, she can play with me any day.
Thank you, Eric and Phil Ivey. I think that's
Bro, that outfit. I seriously need that shirt. That shirt. I want to wear that shirt. Imagine the arms in that fucking tight black shirt.
There was some discussion too. Like I said, the live chat's been going through really, really fast. That during the hand, she was actually looking at her hand quite a bit when she was about to make the call. So that's another side to it too.
So sorry.
Oh my god, yo, I love Eric Person. Look at that fucking shirt, dude. You just can't get over it in that top and that cap too.
They're gonna raise it up, 1400.
Everybody kind of dressed cool here. I mean, remember Stone's Live? You guys remember Stone's Live, right? The outfits they wore here. Let's take a look at our outfits here. We got person with the Maverick Under Armour, custom Under Armour, skin tight black top, SEAL Team 6 top with the hat. We got our guy Cowboy with the expensive watch on. Some people said that was a Richard Milley with the great cowboy hat. So, you know, I like that outfit. Obviously, you guys know I'm a sucker for a good cowboy hat. We got Robbi. Obviously, Robbi got the MVP of the outfit award here. I mean, this outfit is the best outfit I may have ever seen at a live poker table besides Frank and those great textured shirts. I mean, Mike, our guy Mike here, I mean, pretty in line, right? Nice. This is a good outfit if you're like a guy and you really don't know how to dress yourself. You really want to go with like a black top that fits you, you know, get yourself in shape. I like that. Nice little black watch, peacefully looking right there. Not like blinding, not like the watch, the bling watch, right? But it's like, it says I got style, I got class, like I'm not too loud. He's got his hair done real nice, hair looking good, nice cut looking good. You can tell this guy a professional kind of guy, probably some type of big businessman who's working with a lot of people, wants to represent himself well. So I like the look right here. This look, GTO approved look right here. I love it. Andy Stacks got that custom hoodie on, obviously typical poker player, right? Promoting his own gear, Phil Hellmuth-esque right there. But I like to see it. Shout out to Andy, you know, can't go wrong with that. Ryuski, this guy looking like he got $1 million watch on, and he looks like he is the kind of guy that does not like to fucking fold. So I like his look. He's invited to my table anytime. And yeah, once again, this outfit, I do love Rip's outfit. I like the outfit, right? The bracelet, the beaded, what's it called? Bracelet, the beaded bracelet, right? He got the beads on there, the tiger blood bracelet, got the great cowboy hat, real great cowboy hat. I mean, I gotta bring out my cowboy hat right now. That great cowboy hat. Bring out my cowboy hat, bro. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Me and Rip are basically twins. Are you kidding me? I just think that SEAL Team 6 person. Bro, let me get the cowboy hat on. We in Texas, baby. Let's go. Now I'm fitting in around here. Howdy, partner. Okay, so nice hand, white watch. What do you guys think, cowboy hat? I got one divorce under my belt. Bracelet. What are you talking about? Oh, guys, I see what you're saying. I think we got B Paris coming on. Let me see what B Paris up to. B Paris, basically online tourney goat. Could have been a bit later, but not much. I'm at. Larry Ducks take. Howdy, cowboy. Hee haw. I don't think they talk like that. I think we had someone else call. What? I feel like we had something to look at here. We looked at that guy's theory. Okay, let me go through my thing. I want to go through some of the interviews because I kind of want to hear what I kind of want to hear what Robbi got to say in her first interview. 220,000. What the fuck? The guy leaving the game. You're kidding me. Is this how I started it? What is going on? We're live on Twitch right now. We're live on YouTube. Emergency investigation. Oh my God, I was panicked. I was panicked. All right, we need timestamps. I hope somebody did it. Fuck, nobody did. You're kidding me. Nobody did timestamps. Guys, listen, I made a terrible mistake. I had this video comments off for the first 150,000 views. So I got none of the comments in there. All right, I want to find the interview with Robbi real quick, guys. Hold on a second. Right about here. 100, maybe like 130K. Sean also loves.
Yeah.
But you know, I just.
Okay, so I just I don't want to interrupt you, but.
No, it's okay.
Let it out the bag. I'll just say a little bit. Most people timely match.
Drop.
Or content.
You like my until Josh.
Finally.
Otherwise, I'm gonna.
They have no
Rush and
I'm here. Hi.
Hey, Robbi, how's it going? Welcome. Thank you
Good.
Thank you for calling in. Thank you for you know, obviously this is like the big talk of the poker world right now, and you know, we've done a few investigations like this in the past where we've seen some things happen on live streams. You can understand that most poker people are on edge and they're trying to figure out what the hell is going on here. So, you know, we've been watching kind of what took place. We watched the hand a bunch of times. We saw the interview that you put up there where you were explaining yourself, which I thought made sense to me. And then you got the tweets that you're kind of been putting out. So then Sean Deeb basically made a quote tweet where he talked about something that took place at the table where it's some sort. Maybe Sean, you can explain, and then Robbi, But I just kind of wanted to lay that out there for a little bit, just kind of set the table for where we're at right now.
Yeah, Robbi, I just have some questions for you. And
Sean Deeb comes in. What am I thinking? Oh, they want to have a conversation. Sean Deeb comes in with this super aggressive, like he thinks he's the FBI director right now, coming in. Sean Deeb comes in like the FBI director. Ay.
Feel free to answer them. I'm not trying to attack you. I just want more information. What is your relationship with Rip?
Okay, first of all, I don't know who the fuck you are, and I just feel like you're attacking me. Nice to meet you, though, on these pretenses, which is interesting.
Well, you can text Jaka.
So basically, they talked on Twitter, and she was like, she quoted something Sean said. It was like, "Oh, if you got a problem, let's talk about it." And Sean was like, "Let's go on Joey's stream," and she's like, "Let's go on Joey's stream." So then this ended up here, and then they started yelling at each other, and I was getting Ebony Kenny podcast flashbacks, like, "Oh my God, they're gonna make a Poker News article about how Sean Deeb was on my show, and then he asked her an aggressive question, and fucking everybody getting mad at me or something like that." So luckily, I amended the situation with my questions after, like, "All right, guys, let's calm the fuck down, please, Sean. Let's stop treating our guest hostile. This is a guest coming to our laboratory. We're just trying to figure out her story. Let's give her a chance to talk." But Sean, he was fired up though, so.
But I've gotten a lot of feedback about the type of behavior you have towards women. So if this is like an attack on women playing poker, it is what it is.
I mean, you could play the sexist card. It has nothing to do with.
Oh no, I don't ever do that. I've never ever dropped it. And if anyone knows that about me, they'll know that I've never done that. But
I mean, you say you've been in poker for a while, focused on poker.
No, I haven't actually.
Here, Sean. Let me just kind of start with this, Robbi. So basically, right in this situation, I mean, you could just let's tell people a little bit about your background a little bit, because people have been wondering, because we see you on stream a few times. We watched the past couple streams. I saw you're working for us, Jaka Coaching. Shout out to the Jaka Coaching water bottle. So just give people a little background on you, where you kind of come from, just so people kind of have a little better understanding.
Yeah, I'm just from the biopharmaceutical industry. I've been doing that for 15 years, and I started playing poker really heavily during the pandemic as like an opportunity not to discuss COVID with my family. So I started doing poker nights and really got deeply involved in it. And I had the bankroll to support having personal coaching, at which point I did hire Faraz Jaka as my one-on-one coach. I've been watching a lot of poker streams. It's always been like a hobby of mine, but to take it seriously, I knew that I needed to take a sabbatical from my career, which I'm in CAR T therapy. It's very advanced science. I don't want to get too nerdy about it, but I've been doing that for all my entire life. So I was like, career change. I'm going to take a sabbatical, focus entirely on poker, go to the World Series of Poker in 22 with a bang. But I also did go at 2021. I had relatively I was working full time at the same time. So I was like in and out, but I live in LA, so I can fly in and out as I choose. And I was like, oh, this is kind of fun. Cash games, you can obviously keep privately undergrounds, but like for the tournament setting, I knew that I needed to hire somebody one-on-one to do like personal coaching, and Faraz is the one that I picked. And he's been really helpful, and I really appreciate he's actually going to send out a public comment tomorrow. And I don't want to like step over his shoes. I've been heavily advised not to speak to either one of you, as you can imagine.
I'm sure.
But I feel like it's fair enough to at least address what's been constantly berating my Twitter feed, which is what Sean has been listing, which is fine. Sean, like I said, I don't know you, and I don't know why you're
I don't know why people told you not to talk to me if you don't know who I am.
Well, here's the thing, though. Why would I know you? We've never met. I've met most people in the poker world, but I feel like it's interesting that you take interest in what's going on with me when you haven't addressed me directly. And there's a lot of people that have addressed me directly in my messages, but yet you just happen to just publicly display your opinion about me and what's going on without actually talking to me and saying, hey, let's get on a podcast. Let's talk about this. You're not
I literally, when I
addressing
first
it
got on
directly.
Joey, I said, I have a lot of questions for you.
Yeah, well then ask me.
Okay, so what is your financial situation with Rip?
My financial situation with Rip is that we're actually business partners because we're both in the biotech industry, and we're actually creating a cannabis toothpaste. It has nothing to do with poker. I brought him on to the live stream last Wednesday because it was a referral. Hustler Casino Live is looking for people that are kind of fun, that have heavy bankroll, that are a different variety of sorts. And I was like, oh, I have a buddy that would love to go on stream. This is not his financial well-being. His bankroll far exceeds what the poker world could ever thrive or provide for him.
Okay,
And so he's just on there for fun. And when he saw that I was like, you know, feeling a certain way, he looks at me and he's like, you good? Are you okay? He's looking out for me as a friend would do. In that interaction that you posted, he's telling me that Nick wants to talk to me outside. That was it. Simple as that.
But did either of you guys have a piece of each other?
Sean, let me ask her a quick question. Sean, this guy, I've been watching this tape now for a long time. I've been seeing all the opinions here, and you know, I do just want to be respectful here because we appreciate you coming on, Robbi, and kind of giving us your thoughts on this situation. So, in the hand at question, I guess a lot of people are, you know, one big topic was about if you really misread your hand or if you thought you had Jack 4, because the argument is that if you're cheating in the game and you know your hand's going to win the hand, then it doesn't really matter what hand that you have. You can just basically have any hand. You could automatically call and whatever. But it sounds like what you're saying happened was you were like, oh, I got Jack 3. Like, I min-raised this guy. He went all in. I think this guy's full of shit. Obviously, we just saw Garrett last night with the King 5 bet $300,000 versus Andy. So, you know, we know Garrett is capable of making a move with a bunch of dog shit. We've seen him do it plenty of times. So it sounded like to me you were basically saying like, hey, listen, you know, I know you got nothing. Like, I don't think you got anything. I got a 3. I only got a bluff catcher here. Then I'm going to call. So we saw that you looked down at your cards, and to us it was like, okay, well, I mean, to me, if you saw the card, then you probably realized that you had a 4 and not a 3. So maybe some clarification on that, because I know a lot of people out there are really wondering about that.
Yes. So the cards right before that hand, I did have a Jack 3.
Right, exactly. So listen, D. Shaw says you really saved the interview and kept it professional. Thank you, D. Shaw. Thank you, D. Shaw. I think so. I think I was gotten better. I was a little rusty with the Britton Kenny one. That was a hostile interview. The Ebony Kenny one, that went off the tracks a little bit at the end. Maybe a little hostile interview. So I've decided that I'm just a little bit hostile. My girlfriend says that I'm very serious, right? I can be very serious and I can be very like strong with some of my words. And I realize that when I'm talking about certain topics, it definitely comes off that way. So in this situation, I was like, all right, let me chill. Sean Deeb's playing like FBI operator. Let me chill a little bit. Let me be polite to the guest. Let me hear her story out. The chat's fired up. Everybody in the chat saying that people are, you know, everybody in the chat was fired up. They're talking a bunch of shit about everybody, you know, talking shit about Garrett, talking shit about Robbi's situation, talking shit about me in this situation sometimes. Everybody getting bullets. So I'm like, all right, let me not be dissuaded by the chat. The chat wants blood. They want it to fire off at people, but I think it's nice to treat the guests with respect, especially they come on your channel, join your channel, you know, 6 hours into the fucking stream. She has the courtesy to come on the channel. So I had to slow the pit bull Sean Deeb down, right? You know, maybe we got to unleash Sean in another time, right? He ready to be unleashed, but so.
I said,
yeah.
So when I said like, oh, a 3's no good, I thought I was holding the Jack 3. Like that hand just happened. Then when I looked down at it, I realized I didn't, and he was like, do you have anything? And I was like, you really gonna give me that much credit that I have a pair? Because he asked me that. I was like, you really gonna give me that much credit? And the one thing you have to understand about Garrett is that in previous hands, and even Froz knows this, I was literally on a coaching call with him for 3.5 hours. And he even posted it. If you want to look at it, go on his Twitter feed, and he posted our conversation that we had on a one-on-one like yesterday. I guess like the day before yesterday, now that we're past midnight. And in that conversation, which obviously he didn't record, I said like, this Garrett guy I just feel like he's on me, and I feel like I will call any hand if he pushes forward a huge stack. I don't think he has it, and I think he's got it in for me in regards to the fact that like he's pissed that he keeps letting me bluff him when I am, or I have it, and just the way that he looks at me is like eerie, and I'm trying to be as polite as possible. And I looked at him in that hand, and I'm like, okay, I'm sitting with a Jack. There's whatever he has. I thought he was on a draw. And I even let him go with the previous hand that he had. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to fold to you. I think you're on a draw. Turns out he had something better. I don't know what the fuck it was. I haven't even looked at it. But it looked like he was on a draw. And I let him have it. It was what it was. And I thought he was on a draw again. And that was it. And when the turn came and it was a 3, it weakens any of his draws. It weakens any of my draws. But it puts me in a position that I know that he's potentially bluffing against me, which is why I asked to run it twice. Because I knew that my jack high was potentially not going to win over what I thought might potentially be an ace high, which was the absolute best hand that I had him on. That was the best credit I was giving him. The fact that he was actually holding a draw, which I kind of suspected at the flop, wasn't surprising to me either. I mean, this is somebody that I fully suspect of bluffing me. And I will say this more than a million times to anybody that asks, and they believe me, which is that if any other person shoved on me, I would not call. But because it was him, I played the man. I did not play the cards. And I said it to him the moment it happened. Because he looked at me, he's like, do you hate me? I was like, no, I don't hate you.
Robbi
but
played
like,
the man.
you keep doing this. Like, we keep going at this. And if you guys want to look back at like previous hands that we've had, even just in the last 2 streams that we've had, like, we have a situation going on. This isn't somebody I just met tonight, and this is our first hand. It is not. I'm playing the man. At the end of the day, I played him because I knew that when he made that bet at the turn, he did not have it. And that's why I ran it twice, because I didn't have it either. So I was hoping, I'll be honest, I'm embarrassed I won that hand. I was hoping for a 50%, just to split the pot. I was like, maybe I'll hit something. I have 1 over. Everyone's like, well, why didn't you think he had the 10? If he had the 10, he wouldn't have raised like that on the turn. Like, he would have slowed it a little bit. So I know he didn't have the 10. Like, I am that study that I understand that. Like, there is no reason to bet like that on the turn when he has a 10. So he was not holding trip 10s. And I knew that. And I knew it was a draw heavy board. So for me, I knew that he hadn't hit it just then. And that was it. That's why we ran it twice. I was maybe we'll go 50-50. Worst case scenario, I lose. And guess what? If I lost, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Dude, I think the story makes sense, guys. I don't know. Some of you guys don't think the story makes sense. The story makes a lot of sense to me. She sounds more coherent than half the people Joey's interviewed. Exactly, right? She's much more well-spoken than a lot of these poker players, guys. We got the bread and butter. Everybody pour a glass of wine right now. 5:30 in the headquarters. We got the bread and butter wine out of Napa, California. If you want to sponsor Wine with Poppy, feel free to reach out to me if you got a great wine. You want me to try it on the stream. Bread and butter Pinot Noir 2020. Lock the fuck in. Classically styled Pinot Noir grown in California and crafted to be enjoyed with good food and company. Well, I got good food. I got these pretzels. And I got good company. I got you people in the chat. So everybody have a glass of wine. Cheers to yourself. We got the tea bottle down here. I've been playing more cash game. You know, you always need a bottle by, just in case. Could be running to the bathroom. So, cheers, everybody. Cheers, cheers, chat. Cheers, 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 my friends. Joey's in Dallas Buyers Club. You're kidding me, bro.
We would not be having this conversation. Garrett would have won and everyone would be happy because Garrett's happy. And I should have lost that. 100% I should have lost that. But I just didn't trust him. And I don't believe him. And I wasn't going to let him do that to me. And there was absolutely no need for him to shove on me like that. And I felt that it was very, I don't know. It felt very like.
So my question for you is, you flip-flopped multiple times in that statement about whether you had a jack or a 3. It's like, that's the thing that worries me, is that you say, I thought I had a 3, I had jack 3 the hand before. Then you say, well, I knew I had jack high. And so you keep flip-flopping your logic as a way to explain the hand. If you say, I thought he was bluffing and I called him, okay. But you keep changing what you said you had and what you thought you had.
Not really, Sean. Let me remind you once again that the previous hand I had was jack 3. I'm under a lot of pressure from what people consider the GOAT of the cash world. Look at that hand again. You think I have time to speculate and decipher all these things that you guys are breaking apart in hours of footage and like opportunity to decide? You guys, like, you're giving it too much of a reading. I made an instant hero call on a man I did not trust. It's as simple as that. It was a
You have
hero
time
call.
chips. You have
and
5 minutes to
unfortunately,
decide.
it was the right call. And the odds were against me slightly, not really. I think it was like 47-53 after like all the, cards were dealt. They weren't even that much against me. And you're just, the fact that I just won both of like the runouts is the reason that we're even having this conversation.
Even if Garrett won both runouts, there would still be a question of how you called with that hand and why. And that's what
I don't think. I
Did you not
disagree.
hear when I said that I played the man and not the cards? You have to look at the other hands I've had for them.
Yeah,
You've gotta
okay,
look at
Robbi, basically, Robbie's alluding to, right? So she played a couple of really sick hands against Garrett. One hand, she had King Jack. She made a big bluff on the river against Garrett. He had queens. He laid it down. The biggest hand, this was a sick hand, was Garrett 3-bet. For some reason, 3-bet out of the position with the King 6 suited. Robbi called in position Ace King. Flop like 6-4 deuce. Garrett bets. Robbi calls. Turn is an 8. I think Garrett bet again. Robbi called. And then the river was an ace. So Robbi makes Ace King on the river. So she got the top pair, top kicker. He basically shoves all in for like 2x pot. She thinks about it for a bit, calls. He is shocked. He's like, holy fuck, you actually called, and basically loses a 60K pot, which was a 300 big blind pot. So you guys do have an interesting history of hands that you played so far. And then you also mentioned, so I see what you're saying when you're saying, like you got your own history with this guy. Like clearly, right? Like you guys were battling. I don't know what the hell is going on, but you guys were going after each other in my perception. And you mentioned also something about like off stream, you guys played as well too. So it just seems like you have more history with Garrett, and he's looking to play hands with you. And it sounds like you are saying, well, if he's going to play hands with me, then I want to play a lot of hands with him, and I'm not going to let this guy push me around. But a lot of people are like, oh, well, that's a lot of money to risk. So especially if you don't usually play high stakes cash games, and people are like, why would you come on here and risk that much money? Everyone's like, oh, is what's going on with that situation? So, I mean, maybe if you want to talk a little bit about that.
And Robbi, I do want to say something. Like, if your tweet is correct,
he's kind of interrupting my question, bro. Come on, Poppy. Are you stepping in, bro? Come on, Deeb. Deeb, got to get Deeb in the interview lab, bro. We got to practice. Me and Sean got to practice. Me and Sean are gonna do a podcast together. We got to practice. I want to try one podcast where me and Sean do it together and we interview somebody. I think that'd be fucking fun. And I don't have to talk as much, so it's great.
I do want to say something. Like, if your tweet is correct about the way the situation went down, and he did threaten you or he did ask for the money, obviously that makes him look a lot worse. I think that's not right to happen in any situation. This situation could be taken care of later, like the Phil Hellmuth and the angle shooting one from the streamer game, where Phil ended up getting money back to the guy, then giving it back. I mean, there's plenty of time to make it right as cooler hairs prevail. And I think Garrett is a very reasonable person. And if he acted in a way that he, goes back to his house and thinks what he did was wrong, I've never met Garrett, but I know that he has similar morals to me, and he would make it right if he felt like he did something inappropriate to you. And, obviously I don't fault you. I don't think you paying him is an admission of guilt. I think you were definitely railroaded in a lot of ways in this hand. So, I think that those statements need to be made. I think you need to understand that if that's what happened, no one is okay with that in any scenario. Even if you literally told him I cheated and he demanded the money back, I would not be okay with that. There's just no way. That's not the time or the place to do it or to make it happen. And, you should have time to be away from the table, not mid-game, and, not be trying to get him back in the game for better views or for the stream, because you have your own financial interests in mind, and that should be, protected. And, the integrity of the game is very important. And so however the hand went down, the money back is definitely questionable how it happened.
Well, I appreciate that. That's the kindest thing that I've heard you say, Sean. Thanks for being considerate for some regard.
Well, I mean, you just met me 5 minutes ago, so it's not hard to be the kindest thing I've said.
By the way, guys, the reason why is Sean and Robbi had an interaction on Twitter. Sean said, let's situation that Robbi or Garrett or Hustler or anybody's in. Nobody.
Yeah, I mean, like some people thought when she tweeted and I responded to it that I was threatening her. That was not the case. I think, the Twitter mom mentality. Robbi, I'll give you my background. I've been hated in poker many times. I've been loved in poker many times. I've had many people blindly hate me for whatever I say. People blindly agree with me whatever I say. So you're going to have, supporters and detractors no matter whether you're right or wrong, whatever your opinion is. So you're never always going to have everyone on your side. And obviously you want more people to be on your side than less, but going to Twitter and saying what you said, you're going to get backlash from a lot of people who are very confident you cheated, We're very confident something wrong happened. We're very confident that Garrett did what's right, you know, but I hope that more footage comes out. I hope more information comes out, you know, once Ryan and Nick are able to do their full investigation and, you know, let them know. But, you know, I just...
Okay, so I don't want to interrupt you, but...
No, it's okay. I keep
so
talking.
Please interrupt him, Robbi. Sean also loves
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure we're doing this like on the timeline of what was asked of me. So to allude to the fact that this is 135,000, whatever, I think it was actually a 200.
Yeah, it was 265,000, 100, maybe like 130K each on each side.
Right. So we're talking about like super high stakes here, and every pot can get inflated like that, and it's a matter of a few minutes that someone can lose 300,000 or win 300,000. I'm not actually like downplaying the value of a dollar here, but we're not sitting at this table worried about a dollar, because you wouldn't be sitting there otherwise. So when we're in pots with each other, it's really about the hands that you're holding. So as much as it's like, well, you don't give a shit about 135, well, I could lose that in the next 5 minutes and potentially get 3x that in the next 10 minutes. I mean, that's why we're sitting at this table. Like, we're sitting here playing our hands and we're playing poker. And the money is secondary to the fact that we're playing a game that we're trying to win. I don't think you sit there and you worry about money. We're not sitting there with scared money. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting there with those kind of stacks.
So
that's
I think
number
that,
one. So for me, everyone's like, oh, 135, oh my God. But like, had we gotten back in another hand, he could have potentially taken that 135 right back, and we wouldn't even be here talking about it, because it's that easy to take back in a single hand and super high stakes. Right?
Yeah,
Confirmation for that, please.
No, I mean, I think, it's one way to see it. I mean, one way to see it is that, you know, if I do lose this hand, I mean, listen, that's one way to think about it, because I used to think about it that way for a long time, where even if I lose this hand, whatever, fuck it, we go to the next hand, and I'm going to play another few thousand hands. So I always know in my mind there's always a chance I'm going to make it back. So for me, I didn't necessarily mind making certain plays that some people might look at and say, what is this person doing? So it sounds like you're saying your logic is that, where, listen, if I make a play here and it don't work out and I look like an idiot, like, fuck it, whatever. I thought I made a move. It is what it is. I go back in. And
should we get Doug on here? What do you guys think? I see Doug in the chat on YouTube.
The Supreme Leader. Listen, we brought the Supreme. This got the Supreme Leader out of his CoinFlex imposed hiatus, where he was sequestering himself down at the lodge, and now the guy's back on YouTube. He's fucking making videos again. And listen, man, he making videos 90%. He said the kid says 90%. He's talking about vibration. The chair is shaking. So he's like, don't sue me, please. He's begging in the video. Should we get Doug in? What do you guys think? I'll hit this guy up on the social, get his opinion on things.
Is that our most...
We're listening to a Robbi interview from... all right, we're going to call Doug. Let me get the Supreme Leader on here. Listen, 5:30 a.m. on a Sunday. You never know what's going to happen, guys. Let me get him on. Let me do a poll first. Hold on a second, guys. Let me make sure you guys want. If the poll goes over 50%, then I'm gonna call Doug. Should I call Doug? He's coming in 5 a.m. He's like, why is this guy wearing a cowboy hat right now? All right, should I drink a glass of wine? Yes. All right, we're gonna run the poll. Should I call up Doug? Go to 4:15. I'm gonna save that for you, Gabriel. Yes. Okay. Looks like everybody's gonna say yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Let me give Doug a zoom. Bounce, 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 bounce. %88 say yeah. All right, let me call up the Supreme Leader. Let me just put up this, let people know we're going to do that. Let me get my Zoom going on here. Yeah, very curious what Doug Polk got to say. Ask him to rethink the ace-ace hand. Yeah, I do want to ask him about that, because I am surprised he kind of just skirted past that. And I think I actually did too until someone in the chat said that we should take a look at it. So work works, absolutely. We love good mindsets. Love you, Joey. Incredible for real. Thank you very much. Typing speed, yeah. I think I type very fast. Let me get the Supreme in here. Who? All right, let me give him a link. Hold on a second, guys. Sorry about this. Just sending Doug a link real quick. Will I wear Eric Person's SEAL Team 6 outfit? I love Doug waking up 6:30 a.m. He's like, hey, what are you doing? That's so funny. All right, guys, we got Doug coming in here a little bit. Doug Polk, as you guys know, we went over Doug Polk's video earlier. He went over the video yesterday he made. We went over the video that he made today about the new evidence as well, which is kind of referring to the vibration in the chair, or the mid-sectional vibration. Look at the chair was vibrating. Was it a fucking leg shaking it? We don't know what was going on there. Was there a device there? You know, we don't really know what's going on, but Doug basically talked about that in his video today. He did a video yesterday kind of breaking down the hands, kind of giving like an overview of the situation. We went over that video yesterday as well, too. I think we commented. What did we say? Bro, 5,000 comments. What the fuck is going on? 5,000 comments. What is happening? 5,000 comments. That's insane. How do you get 5,000 comments? All right, guys.
Hello.
Poppy, are you out there?
I am. Are we live? We're good?
We're live. We're good. Guys, let me know how the audio sounds. We got this premiere coming in. We already had Tom Dwan join us earlier. We had Jungleman call us up earlier. We had Joshua Macciello from the Hustler scene call us up earlier. We had Len Ashby call in. We had Jersey Joe. You can't forget Jersey Joe. Doug Polk would have fucking loved Jersey Joe if he would have got a chance to hear Jersey Joe.
All I could say is it's an honor to come on the show behind somebody named Jersey Joe. That's really all I have to say on that.
Technically, you're after Jungleman, but Jungleman was the last guest. He was actually in an ashram in India with an enlightened one, and he was learning how to learn the talents of magic to win more poker.
Well, that seems fitting.
Poppy, what's going on? Doug, give us what you're thinking. I mean, we got a couple days in now. You made a couple YouTube videos.
I wanted to start off with just saying that, Joey, I think it's awesome the level of commitment that you've had to the story, and I've just been following. I've actually watched all 27 hours of your content over the last 3 days.
Jesus, there's no fucking way you did that, Pop. Don't lie.
All I do is I wake up and I see if there's a new 42-hour Joey investigation video, and I watch all 42 hours. So I just want to say thank you for doing that, and it's a very reasonable amount of content you're producing. So keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir. Listen, I mean, 12 hours one day, or 9 hours one day, 12 hours the next day. I mean, what do you want me to do, Poppy? What do you want me to do?
I was thinking about this actually, Joey. Did you know, cool little fact, in your last 3 days, you've produced more YouTube content than my entire first year of doing videos on YouTube? Do you know that?
Anyway, really?
Food for thought.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, because my videos were like 10 minutes. I did like, I don't know, 100-200 of that. Think about how many hours this is. We're getting bogged down.
That's a good point. A lot of the videos you did were a poker hand, so they're like 9 minutes. You just going over a hand, yeah, it's a good point. I guess I've been going for 30 hours, so I do see where you're coming from, Pompey. How you feeling? You feeling good about what's going on right now? I mean, you were kind of low key for a while. You were chilling, you were focused on Lodge, and now you're back in the mix in a big way. Your first video got 5,000 comments, bro. That's insane. 5,000 people commented on the scandal, and then you did a second one today about the new evidence. So, what are you thinking about here for what's going on with the situation?
Yeah, so I was having a conversation like a month ago or something with Brad was in town. Brad Owen was in town. We were talking about it. We were talking about content, and I was like, the whole like grind out videos thing, I really do feel like in poker, I kind of hit a little bit of a cap, and my heart's not really in content. So my strategy is going to be like when something big pops, I'll jump in. but otherwise I'm gonna kind of let it go. And 2 days ago, I was watching football with my wife, and we're just kind of chilling out before bed. And then I see this story break, and I was like, this is the kind of thing you got to cover. This is like stories that are actually captivating. You can't do poker content on like who won a big tournament this week. No one really cares. It's got to be like the big stories, right? And so I guess like kind of what pulled me back in for this one was just like the sheer magnitude of it. So it was a pretty attractive thing just to kind of get in there and talk about.
Yeah.
I mean, I think yesterday was my best day ever on YouTube. I think. Look at the data, but it's definitely up there, which is pretty crazy considering I made like I don't know how many videos this year, like 8. I really don't even know.
Yeah, Papa, you've been laying. I mean, not technically, no. You've been literally on YouTube every day. I swear to God. I remember you in previous years. You would, what would you say? You'd be like, "There's no way I'm going to play live poker," and then I turn on like a TV YouTube on a Wednesday afternoon at 1 p.m. and you're playing like 5-10 at the lodge. So you're really in the poker streets now, and you're keeping busy. You're kind of focused on the lodge, and when you get back on YouTube with these stories, you seem like you obviously we went through Mike Postle where we went through that whole ordeal and that whole situation and kind of the ramifications of what came from that. So obviously it's got to impact the way that me and you and everybody is thinking about how to think about this situation here, because it is a dicey situation where it appears we're in a whodunit again in some ways, Doug, where it's like it's like we're in the same spot again. We got the fucking video, but we just can't, we don't really have the video. We don't really have what we need to really figure out what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough in that regard because when as more people follow a story, the average person watching it gets a little more casual. And so when it gets really casual, poker is complicated, and the logic for why something is likely cheating, it's difficult for people to understand. And as the average person watching is like, that's a poker hand and there was gambling and she made a gamble and he did. It's like really difficult to really convince those people of anything one way or the other than like, it was poker, which is hilarious, by the way, that's like a sentence people are saying. But as for what I think in this particular instance, I think that the number of people that just seem to think that this is just something that happens playing poker is hilarious to me. And the number of pros, well-known pros, that have that opinion as well. Oh, not cheating, she was confused. I mean, I'm flabbergasted at how insane people must be to have, no chance of cheating. She was confused. Like, what is wrong with people? This is completely insane. This is one of the most insane calls of all time, and it was correct. So I don't really get this whole. I just don't feel. I don't understand the people that strongly think no cheating. Like if you want to be, I'm on the fence. It seems reasonable. If you want to be like, I'm leaning not cheating, but just to say like, oh yeah, this is fine. Yeah, this is like how people play poker. This is a hand that happens. No, this is not a hand that happens. This is not a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So where are you guys at here? I know you've been obviously investigating.
Well,
where are we at in the
it's
investigation?
interesting, right? We've had some really polarizing guests come on here. I mean, we basically talked to everybody in here, Doug. We talked with Robbi twice. So she called in day 1. She called in day 2. After we were talking because basically on day 1, we talked with Robbi. We basically had a ton of people from the community just kept calling in. I can't even remember go through the list right now. I can't even think we've had so many people call in now. And then yesterday we had Robbi come on, or we had Charles Liu come on, who's Robbi's husband, because in the video you said that she was dating Cowboy Rip, and I remember her talking about the husband, so I was like, oh, I found her husband on Twitter, and I saw him liking a bunch of posts that were like anti-Garrett, and I saw him make a post about, oh, Garrett, like, buckle up, it's coming after you. So I was like, oh, like, what's this guy up to? He's in NFTs. I'm like, okay, let's get this guy on here. He's a lawyer in LA. He's married to Robbi. So we got him on here, talked to him about that. I asked him the question about what you said about the dating. He's like, not to my knowledge, that's not going on.
Well, I can tell. Look, like, I'm not really trying to get bogged down in the is someone cheating on someone stuff, because I really just don't care.
Mm-hmm.
But to pretend that these other two weren't dating in some capacity. You know, I had a friend that played in a game with them in Vegas, and was giving me a bunch of inside information on this, and he was basically just telling me it's 100% bullshit that they're trying to deny that this happened. Again, I don't know what to think. I'm just being told that, right? I'm being told by someone that he saw these people together playing poker, him giving her money to play, and basically them kind of, talking as people that are, you know how people that are dating talk. And there was a lot of like touching or romantic kind of, look, man, I don't know what to say. Like, I wasn't there. I don't know these people. Before the stream, I didn't know who either of these people were. But I have a very legitimate source telling me that they saw this happening in Vegas. So I don't know what you want, what I can really say here. I mean, like, I don't know what the situation is with the husband. I don't know if it's an open marriage situation. I don't know if it's, maybe he just doesn't know. I really don't know what to say. But the reality is, I got someone giving me this information that I trust, very, I have a lot of trust in. So that's all I can really say on that.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, basically, like I said, I asked everybody about it. I asked all three people about it. All three people said that wasn't the case that was going on, but they did say there was some sort of, Charles came on here. He was talking. He's kind of firing spots to Hustler. Vertucci came on. He was obviously passionate, said they're going to do a full deep dive, full thorough investigation. They're searching everybody, going to do as much as they can. So I like the response he had. We had Rip on here. Then we had Robbi on there. And Bart Hansen came on there. Faraz Jaka was on there as well, too. So Faraz was basically saying, her level of skill is in line with how she described the way she played the hand after.
I mean, dude, that. So when people are new at poker, right? I mean, we see a lot of people that are new at poker play. They do things like they tend to play way too tight. They tend to not raise enough. They tend to be very timid. They tend to not run big bluffs. They tend to not, make super sharp decisions. How many new players go play a high stakes show, bait some top pro into jamming so that they can make a jack high call? This is just not how people that are new to poker and they're playing in a big game. This is just not how they play, in my opinion. This is not people that are new at poker. They don't just stick in $130,000 with the Jack 4 on 10-10-9-3. That's not a thing. I don't know what.
Right. I mean,
I really don't know what to say more. I know I've said that sentence specifically a bunch of times, but I have to keep saying it because it's the truth. I don't know what else people want in that situation. And then to not be skeptical of that decision, it just seems completely absurd. In the last video I posted, it really seems to me like the whole I misread my hand thing is just like nonsense. I mean, she clearly says when someone asks her, "Do you have pocket threes?" No. Well, you have a 3 in your hand. No. It's very clear that she, in that moment, was saying that she didn't have a 3. And then afterwards tried to claim she thought she had a 3 because the reality here is in the cheating scenario, right? And it's not 100% confirmed here, but I have a strong belief that she did cheat. In those scenarios, when she gets the notification, because the way they would work is she would just know if she's good or not. She wouldn't know what the hand is. And so in that spot, she raises, right? And then he jams, and then she thinks, oh shit, I know I'm good, but how can I be good? There's no way I can explain how I'm good here, right? I just know I am. So the whatever she said after that, it's just all a bunch of rabbling. And she says poker terms, but she doesn't know how to use them. And she can't really explain why things are what. And basically she now has to try and justify something that makes very little sense. And guess what? You can't justify things that don't make sense. So the post game stories, the story changing. Someone was telling me about what happened on your podcast. That was kind of funny too. Apparently, there was a car and she was saying she's in her car, and then the people in the good people of the chat, by the way, I gotta say, these guys are legends. We're 49 hours into Joey investigate, or is it 76 now? I forget. And you still have 3,000 people in here yelling honk the horn, which I think is incredible.
And we're on Twitch too. Shout out to Twitch. We got 600 on Twitch right now. We're not neglecting Twitch. We got love for Twitch.
Yeah, no, Twitch poker's dead, but that's good. Good you're doing that for them. They need something. Anyway.
Bang bang.
Oh.
The Doug Polk truck. Doug Polk backing up that truck right now. The truck with the money. That Dan Negreanu. That sweet heads up money. Doug Polk.
Is that what we're doing? We're still backing up. It's been years.
The truck's here. Listen, sometimes they need the truck. They got to remember the truck, man. Look at the face. Your face is literally in the front seat, ready to pick up the money. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So, it was an accurate thing. But I guess I see what you're saying about this situation, Doug. I mean, in this spot, it seems like we're kind of in that situation where we got to wait and see what Hustler's going to find. They said they released a statement last night. Curious to get your thoughts on the statement. So they said that they're going to bring in the top lawyers they can to oversee an independent investigation team that's going to come in there, search their system and search through things and search through the videotapes and the Hustler live tapes and the Hustler casino tapes and try to get to the bottom of what's taking place. And I guess I'm curious what your thoughts are about the statement and about what we can look forward to next in your mind to be able to maybe get an answer to what happened here.
Yeah, sure. So I guess I'd start off with saying, please don't bet on this. I've just seen so many people. I bet you. Bet. Obviously, poker players like to bet. It's incredibly likely that nothing is ever going to get proven either way. And the best example of that is Apostle, of course. This guy had 2 years of poker streams. We can know he did it, but we found his hat. The device was in there. You know what I'm saying? There's never going to be that smoking gun unless someone in on it comes forward. And they're incredibly incentivized not to. So, it's a felony, as far as I understand, to use a electronic device to cheat some kind of gambling game. I think it's a felony. So they're not only do they face criminal repercussions, but then they face the wrath of social opinion. There's just very little chance anyone comes forward, and there's very little chance that we get evidence that's actually, here it is, the cheating, right? We can use conjecture. And that's why it's hard to get to 100% conviction on something like this, especially when we're looking at just a few streams. So please do not bet on this. I lost my original train of thought, Joey, thinking about that. What was the original question?
Yeah, basically just the way Hustlers handle things with the statement they put out, the way Vertucci's kind of talked about things, and maybe what to look forward to next in terms of like what else can we do, right? I mean, we can see the vibrational device that you're saying, right? I mean, I watched your video today. It was a great video with I love the intro, by the way. The intro, everyone was loving the intro. It was like a murder mystery. And then you said something that made me spit out my water because I was about to post something on Twitter and I was like, I don't want to post. I didn't want to bang someone because I saw something that they posted. And then you said that most people are giving their opinion, but they're idiots. And when you said that, I was like, God, I was just about to tweet that because I've been reading these opinions in my Twitter mentions, and I'm shocked at the things I'm seeing people are saying.
What is going on at how uninformed and unintelligent these opinions have gotten? It's just a cesspool of idiots out there right now. And you see these posts and they say, Garrett's angry because she gambled and he lost and he won, but she should have won, and it's a poker. I'm like, oh my God, what is going on right now? What am I looking at? And I feel like any reasonable discourse is drowned out by just the pure volume of people that want to weigh in with their, I played a home game once opinions. Cool story, bro. Thank you for weighing in with your, you once got pocket jacks, so you know about poker. Like, hey, thank you for this.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess to get back to the original thought about the hustler and kind of the way they handled the situation.
Also, yeah, actually, let me just say one thing before I get to that. The way that people have turned on Garrett in like 3 seconds is pretty incredible to me. Mm-hmm. I mean, I always thought when I would look at Garrett and sort of his interactions with the public, and I did a podcast with Garrett. It was one of the more popular podcasts I did, and it was one of the things that really struck me was the guy is just not polarizing at all. It was just 100% love, and this is the best dude ever. And, just people really, really have loved and supported Garrett in the community for a good number of years. He's been a staple. He's been one of the good guys. People love hearing about him and hearing him talk. And when he does talk, he's very thoughtful, and he really tries to at least portray himself in a way where he cares about issues deeply and tries to do the right thing. And then they turned on him in seriously just 1 minute. It's incredible. I mean, one day it goes from Garrett's a hero, and then the next day it's our poker subreddit is just 15 Garrett being an idiot memes. And I'm just thinking, what the hell just happened, right? And I just think, like, it's pretty sad to see in a situation where most likely he was cheated and got the money back that he was cheated out of. And by the way, this whole thought, like, well, it was a flip. Well, just so people understand how some of this RFID cheating can work, you can know what the runouts will be if there's cheating. I'm not saying that's what happened here, but I'm just saying that is a way you can cheat. So it's possible in these scenarios that if they're cheating, he has 0% equity, even though it says 453 or whatever. He's just dead. And so when you get in a situation where, you think you just got cheated, someone's offering you the money back, and you strongly believe that they did cheat. I mean, that's a tough spot. I mean, I do think that there was a mistake that Garrett made here, in that I think Feldman said publicly that he essentially, the accounts of both players were wrong about what happened in, like, the backroom deal, where she tweeted that he cornered her and threatened her, which was not true. But then he also said that it was her idea to give the money back, which is apparently also not true. So I think that's a pretty not cool thing to say. So if I had to, like, critique anything Garrett had done here negatively, I would say saying to her to give the money back and then saying publicly that she came up with the idea is not acceptable. But outside of that, I feel like Garrett's handled this really well, and all of this anti-Garrett, he handled it poorly stuff. I mean, people just don't understand. I know what it's like to be cheated. This sort of feeling comes over you of, oh my God, I just got cheated, and it's hard. You can't shake it. And I think Garrett handled it incredibly professionally. He realized he was going to be way too tilted. He walked away from the table. He tried to settle it off stream. So I would say, like, overall, I would give the way he handled it like an 8 out of 10. But the not being truthful about what he said afterwards, I think that's the only thing I would really say negatively about Garrett. As for Hustler, so I was thinking a lot about this because obviously we have a stream at the Lodge. I've not been laying low, as you said. I've been on the Lodge stream, I don't know, 50 times this year. I don't even know. But I'm trying to grow the business. I'm trying to build something special. I'm trying to look for new places to expand to. I'm trying to make sure we're doing everything right legally. I'm trying to, set our tournament fees to the right place. I'm like so actively involved in this business. It's just taking up a lot of my time, but I really enjoy that. I like building businesses. So when I see this, people that come to me like, well, what would you do if this is at the Lodge, right? And so you're trying to think about, what would I do? Well, for starters, it's a lot easier for us if this happened to us because we don't have an automatic shuffler. So there's no vector of attack there, right? That we have to worry about. So that kind of rules out a bunch of the kind of cheating that would happen. It does slow the game down a bit, so there's pros and cons, but it makes it harder to cheat, which I think is a good thing on a live stream. So for us, it would really be, if we had something like this, there's only a couple ways someone would be cheating. It would either be they figure out a way to scan the cards, and then we could obviously look and see what they're doing. And scanning cards is pretty difficult to do on a stream. Subtly. And then the only other couple of ways, they could be marking cards, which again, very hard to do on streams. And the only other way that it would really be possible is relaying from our secure booth. I don't want to go into our exact procedures that we have going on in the secure booth and stuff for obvious reasons, but I can say that we have measures in place to ensure that doesn't happen, and it would be a very small number of people that would have that kind of access, right? So, you look at who is involved, you look at their connections. It would be a horrible situation, but you would narrow things down, and then you would do what needs to be done to ensure that your stream, the integrity of your stream, is safe. For them, it's a little more complicated because with an automatic shuffler, and I don't want to make any, like, I guess, I don't want to say that this is what happened, right? I'm just kind of just looking at options. But basically, with an automatic shuffler, you have a whole new vector of attack. And in theory, there's a lot of different ways that could be exploited. It could be someone at Shuffle Master, the deckmate, the representative from Shuffle Master, could be, again, allegedly, they could be essentially rigging this to where it transmits the data. It could be someone that works at Hustler when the stream's not going. They figure out a way to, transmit to a player. It could be someone in the back that sees the cards. So there's a lot of different ways that it could be attacked, and it would just need to have like a good connection to someone at either the stream or the casino, and you could figure out your ways to do it. So, I mean, they have a lot of different ways that they kind of have to analyze and approaches that they have to break down, and I do think that their statement is good, that they're going to investigate it. But I gotta say, Joey, I'm going on this show next week, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it makes me wonder, like, is that something that I should do? Because if there's even a very small chance you get cheated at those stakes, it's pretty messed up. Like, your bottom line playing the show goes down tremendously. So I'm kind of monitoring the situation. I have to go to LA either way, so I'll be in the area, and I'm leaning towards playing. I'll probably play, frankly. But I'm definitely monitoring the situation because even a small % chance, you don't want to play if that's the case.
Yeah, wow, okay, a lot there. So let me kind of go back to first about Garrett, which, you kind of were defending Garrett as well. I mean, obviously I've known Garrett a long time. Garrett's my guy. Shout out to Garrett. He's always been great to me. And all our interactions, he's always been, pretty caring, nice guy. I mean, I don't know, been one of the most friendly guys I've met in a poker world over the past maybe 10 years. So, it was surprising, but it wasn't surprising because I saw how Landon was treated last year when he lost that Bill Perkins challenge. And he was pretty loved by most people, but once he lost that challenge, everybody was just fucking destroying this guy, putting him down. So I was like, oh, damn, I didn't know. Like, people are just sitting there waiting for something to happen so they can come in and they can have an attack. And it kind of seems like in this situation with Garrett, a lot of people were like, this guy's a Fugazi. Like, he's playing in these curated games on live stream, high stakes. He gets fish lined up to him, and he's just fucking slaughtering these people, and he's up $1.8 million allegedly, according to trackingpoker.com. So people are kind of salty because he's not only getting so much attention, but he's also getting so much money, and he's thought of as a great player, but they feel like he's not a great player because he's playing in certain games. So I feel like a lot of the animosity came out with that reaction, and then we saw a bunch of random people get into poker, and some of the comments are crazy. Like, they are just, he tagged me in that last tweet. I think you're tagged in there too. I'm seeing all the replies, and the things people are saying are like, damn, I can't believe they're saying every possible, like, mean thing you could say to someone. They're saying that in the comments, this guy. So I was pretty shocked about that, as you are, because I've always looked at him as someone who's been a pretty upstanding poker community member in terms of playing the games and how he's represented himself and how he's tried to get back to people as well too. So I was pretty shocked about that too, Doug, and still really surprising me just because I don't really think about Garrett in that kind of way, but it's apparently everyone else has their own different opinion about it. They don't really know him that well. And kind of one thing I saw about Garrett, what did I see about Garrett earlier? I saw Alan Cunningham make a tweet, and he said something about, oh, like, I beat fish all the time, and when I do, like, oh, I don't say anything, but the one time I lose, I go cry and say the other person's cheating. And that's just simply not true about Garrett, because we've seen this guy play on a live stream for the past 6 to 7 years straight, starting with Live at the Bike, and we've seen him lose a lot of pots. The guy's made a lot of stupid fucking plays, made a lot of great plays, made a lot of bad plays, made a lot of punts. He puts a lot of money in with a lot of hands. The guy isn't winning all those hands. So I've never seen him walk out. I've never seen him go on Twitter, talk about you couldn't beat the fish because the fish is cheating. Out of hundreds of stream sessions, out of many live private game sessions too. I've never seen him come out and say that. So when I see people say that about Garrett, like, oh, you know, this guy's fucking crying the one time he loses, like, dude, that's just not true. Like, you don't understand even what you're saying when you say that, because people aren't even aware of Garrett, who he is, what his relationship is live at the bike, or what his relationship is with the Hustler and the LA live game community in general. And all those people are now giving their very, very vocal opinions that's sort of drowning out the people that are like, hey, you know, I mean, like, maybe the guy ain't so bad, and everyone's just sort of really ganging up on him, it feels like. And to kind of go to what you said about your own situation with Hustler and maybe playing on Hustler, obviously it's a concern to worry about when you go to a stream game, and you got to pray that the security is good behind the scenes. And obviously we've seen things like this happen. We know what the potential is if you have a motivated person who's on the inside in any sort of setting like that where there's trackable cards. So I think it is a concern, but yeah, I feel what you're saying. Like, I wouldn't be that concerned, and I wouldn't be surprised if you end up playing as well, because, like, I mean, you'd imagine the game would make up for it, right? I mean, a lot of players in the game are playing a lot of hands and not really playing that well. So.
Yeah, I also think this would be the nut low time to run it back on some cheating if they did, because everyone is on you now, and if anything even remotely suspicious happens, it would be. I think if there was anything going on, I'd feel pretty safe in the near future. But it's a major concern. And one more thing on the Garrett subject. When the audience changes towards a mass appeal, right, and we have people checking this story out that are not in poker, all of a sudden Garrett is kind of a nobody. Like, Garrett's one of those guys where in the, like, small to medium sized poker sphere, he's beloved, but once you step outside that, people don't really super know who he is. In my opinion. I mean, obviously everyone's entitled to their opinion. So, like, he's not like a Helmuth or a Negreanu or an Ivy or a Doyle Brunson, right? So he's on that next tier where he's in, like, he's a very well-known poker player within poker, but then once you're outside, not so much. So I think now people are kind of weighing in. They don't really know him that well, and they're making these comments about him that, yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty unfair. I'll also note that people are talking about Robbi and saying, okay, well, why is it okay if people say bad things about Robbi when they're not? When you're saying, like, they should jump on Garrett, they're jumping on Robbi. Well, also, I actually think in general the discourse has been fairly pro Robbi, if I have to say one way or the other.
Right.
And I also think that when I look at what happened here, I feel very strongly that the most likely scenario is that she cheated, and so it's like, well, it sucks for her in the innocent iterations, because, like, let's say she is innocent, which is still possible. It does suck that she gets drawn through this, and people are, you know, obviously going after her, and obviously I'm making videos saying I think she cheated, but the reality is the most likely scenario here is that she did cheat. And so it's messed up, but when we're looking at a binary situation where she either did or she didn't, and the most likely situation is that she did, it's just an unfortunate reality that is going to have a negative effect for her. I do understand the thinking, though, that people that are upset that she's getting put in that spot if she is innocent, which is fucked up. It's messed up either way. That's the thing here. And actually, like, another point I want to make is when you analyze this, what makes it really baffling, Joey, is when I look at this and you run through the scenario of her cheating, it's like, okay, so she has this, like, elaborate thing with, like, vibrating going on to let her know, and she's going to pick just, like, any spot to just beat people. You know, why would she do that? It makes no sense to do it like that. But then you go, okay, but she plays poker in this way where she's willing to put this much in with Jack 4 at these stakes. That makes no sense. So it's just two options that both make very little sense, that both have great counter arguments for why they didn't happen. And so in theory, this hand just shouldn't happen whether she was cheating or not. But it did happen, Joey. This hand happened. We saw the hand happen. So I don't really know what to say about that other than something did happen that would make very little sense either way. So we have to kind of consider all our options.
Yeah, I agree. Said a lot of good stuff there. Yeah, I kind of, when I look at the situation, I guess I'm more on the other side of things where, you know, I see exactly where you're coming from, you know, but I just been through this before. And for me, I like to see more. You know, I want to see I've seen other things in other hands, weird things. You had in your video the vibration, the vibrating chair. Like, to me, I just personally got to see more, you know, because I'm listening to her logic, and here's what I go back to, and I don't want to weigh this too much, but I used to date a girl who reminds me of her in the way she described poker. She would play high stakes, and this girl would talk about poker, and I was like, bro, how are you playing like the same? How are we playing the same stakes? Like, I don't think you know what you're talking about. But she's still playing now. She's still battling, talks the same way, like, oh, I'm going to crush these guys. I'm going to crush these guys. These guys got no chance against me. And I'm sitting here thinking, like, what are you talking about? Like, these guys, like, no way. I don't believe what you're saying. But I doubt, and I hung out with her for a long time. So that's sort of the same attitude she had towards poker, was like, so it kind of reminds me of her. And when I heard Robbi talk about a hand, I was like, oh, this sounds like my friend. So when I heard her say that, like, you're saying, like, oh my God, I can't even, like, what she's saying strategic wise doesn't even comprehend to you, where I'm looking at it and I'm saying, like, I sort of see where she's coming from. She has a certain understanding of poker. It might not make sense if you're really good, right? Like, you're not going to do these things and think about it that way. If you're someone who's a top player playing high stakes cash games and against other high stakes cash games players, you're never going to think about poker this way. But for people like her and for other recreational players who don't have the advanced thought process, like other more experienced players are going to have, honestly,
sorry, go ahead.
No, but I mean, I see what you're saying. You're saying that's come on, that's ridiculous. This hand wouldn't be it. So I sort of think about what she said, and it does make some sense to me. The story makes sense, but either way, I would say I'm kind of just waiting for more information personally before I go out there and say, like, one way strong or the other. And I really want to find out what Hustler has, because if something's there, these guys should find it. And I guess I have to put my faith in Nick Vertucci and Ryan Feldman, who are running the show now, to follow through and then be transparent with us if there was something that may have happened, I suppose.
Yeah, no, I think you need at least 176 hours of investigation to be able to say anything with, a little bit. Maybe 200 even might be a good number to be able to make a statement. But
no, it's not my girl. No, it's not Sasha. Guys, calm down. My ex. This is a ex girlfriend. It's not Lindsay. Calm down, Joey P.
Okay. So I'm just not buying the story about she's a recreational player and doesn't, for sure that's true. But when recreationals play poker and they try to explain a hand, they still can say things that make sense. Like, oh, she's a recreational player, so anything she says, like, doesn't matter. When you talk to recreational poker players, they still say, like, oh, I did this because of this thing. And then the thing might not be a good play, but they can explain using English their thoughts, right? Whereas if you listen to what Robbi says about the hand, it's just a bunch of words all jumbled together. And she just says things. And the thing doesn't actually make any sense. Like in the hand, oh, I had a backdoor flush draw blocker, and I had a blocker, and it was the jack of clubs. Okay, why does that matter? Well, it was the jack of clubs, and it was the straight. And
wait, okay, I can explain what you were saying. No, I can explain what you're saying, Poppy. Watch this, okay? I thought about this a lot. I've been thinking about it a lot. I talked to her a lot. I've been trying to get my head inside the head of Robbi, okay? I'm trying to get locked down on Robbi. So what she was saying was that at best, Garrett could have ace high because he would never play his tens that way, and she blocked one of the combo draws that he might play that way with the jack of clubs for jack queen. So she thought about it in her head and said, if at best you have ace high and at worst you may have some worse draws because I have the jack of clubs, then in my mind it could still be a flip, and then I'm gonna call you.
No, respectfully, okay, in my opinion, you're totally wrong.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's my impression of what she's saying.
She basically just doesn't know why to explain it at all, because she doesn't understand it, and so she's just saying words. And I know we got a lot of people in the chat here that hate to hear that, and they think, this is just a thing that happens because poker is a gambling and backdoor flush draw and a blocker. And that's great. I think it's cool you guys are throwing your input in here. But that's not how poker works. That's not a thing. And I don't buy that even a basic recreational player could say their thought process in some fashion. And she just didn't. I mean, she just said all the words, and her story's always changing.
Doug, what if I told you, Doug, and this is going to bring back a memory, right? There's a memory of a shirtless video that we posted of you where you were on the podcast and you talk about how tough bad tournament players are. Now, you got to remember, right?
Yeah.
She plays tournaments and she's coached by the Jaka coaching group. And you obviously saw what took place with this hand. I don't know what they're teaching with the Jaka coaching group. Shout out to Faraz Jaka. We had him on last night. Seemed like I like the guy at first time I talked to him like that. So we got a lot of love for Faraz. But she obviously doesn't play deep stack cash game. And she probably doesn't work much on her deep stack cash game. And I don't think she plays a lot of cash game in general. So you know how these tournament players get. Like, they don't really know what's happening sometimes in some of these spots.
Well, the wild card here, in my opinion, and this is what really makes it tough. The wild card here is just she's not very intelligent. And so if it was someone that was like reasonably intelligent, I think we would for sure know it's cheating. But she can't explain basic thought processes.
Mm-hmm.
And so that definitely adds a wild card factor to this. But recreational people can still say sentences, Joey. Like, your argument is that she can't say sentences that make sense because she's a recreational player.
It made sense to me. It made sense to me. What she says makes sense to me. I get where she's coming from. I can understand because like I said, I used to date a girl that said the same thing to me.
I cannot believe that you think what she says makes sense. You know that post-game interview she did where she was like down on like the rail after like the explaining what happened?
Yeah.
Please listen back to that after I get off here and try and explain how what happened there makes any sense at all. It just doesn't.
Okay, I can. Well, listen, I can try, Poppy. Listen, that's the role of the investigator. Investigators reframing things right now. I'm looking at all the angles, Pop. Trying to see, because what you're saying, Doug. You know me, I can get behind pretty easily to what you're saying, right? I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I am trying to understand what she is saying as well too, and be able to get that point across as well to people, to at least maybe translate the way I'm picking it up, because a lot of other people are picking up what she's saying and they ain't picking up anything. They're saying what you said, like you said in the video, dumb, and I guess I just don't think so, right? Because she is someone who has this corporate background. She said she worked 15 years doing cancer research. I think Daily Mail article said she used to work for Bayer as an executive at Bayer.
She was a pharma rep. And someone found her LinkedIn. They sent me an image of all the jobs she worked. She was a pharma rep. She probably did pretty well. Not like this level of well, I don't think. I'm pretty sure she has, like, her father is a pretty successful person, from my understanding. Maybe I think her husband is as well. But it wasn't like she's out here curing cancer. She was a pharma rep, to my understanding.
He said on the show she was curing cancer. He said she's working on cancer research.
Well, then I have a lot less faith in us curing cancer, if that's the case. But regardless, you know, the thing is, Joey, like, I think you're doing a good job with the investigation.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to ask you a question here, okay?
Give it
you
to
me. You got to put some numbers down. You got to put some numbers down.
Give it to me, Poppy.
What's your opinion? % chance she cheated?
What is my % chance she cheated in this situation? I think it's a good question. It's a good question, Poppy. I would say that the thing is, what is the percentage chance that she did, or what is the percentage that it gets figured out?
No, dude, stop.
I can listen. I can ask for clarification.
No, I'm not. I can't come on here. I wake up, I open my eyes. The first thing I do is check out the new 192-hour Joey stream. You gotta come. You gotta at least tell me this.
Okay.
What do you think is the % chance that she cheated? Don't make me pull an Ebony Kenny here.
All right, I'm not going to make a 20-page tweet thread about me. Listen, Poppy, please don't fucking do that to me, okay? I would say the chances that there was cheating going on in this situation, you know, as a default answer, you go with around, 50-50, right? Either is or it isn't. But I have to say that after talking with the parties, after reviewing the evidence so far, as of today, I would say that I think that no cheating will be figured out. I think there's a 0% chance.
No, that's not what I asked you, Joey. That's not what I asked you. It won't be figured out.
Poppy, you're getting me in trouble, Poppy. Listen, come on, man.
No. The good people of the chat here have watched 376 hours of this investigation already, and they've already signed up for the next 500. The least you could do for them is tell them the percent chance today. Not will it be figured out, not debatably, not I'd go 50-50. What do you think in your heart, in your head, based on the 1,700 hours of investigating that you've done on this story, what do you think is the chance that she cheated on the stream?
I would say it's about, what do I think? I mean, I haven't really thought about this. So what do I really think about here?
What do you haven't thought about this?
I don't, listen, anything I really think, if I thought this lady was 100% cheating, I wouldn't say it on here because I need to see evidence and it can't be 100%.
Okay,
so what you're saying is it's 90%. You know what, Poppy? I'm just seeing it the other way right now, okay? I'm seeing about 20%. 20. I'd say 20% or less. I think this ends and there's no cheating. I think she plays more poker on stream somewhere. She plays a very similar style, and everyone's like, "Oh, okay, maybe this is how she just play poker."
What do you think about all the vibrating?
I got a bet against Jersey Joe. If she is proven to be cheating, I got to fly Jersey Joe out here. Apparently, I don't know. So I don't know what's going on with Jersey Joe. But I think about the vibrating is that I need to see more footage of the vibration. So from what I've seen in that hand, where you mentioned the jacket, you mentioned the chair was vibrating, she says, or somebody said it was a leg moving. So it's either a leg moving or a vibrational signal. And my question would be, is that in that hand with Jack 8, she calls the turn drawing dead when she picks up the flush draw. So if you're saying there was a signal sent at the end of the hand and the signal was telling her like, hey, don't make the move here because you got Jack high, you don't have the best hand and he's going to call you, then the vibration was like the symbol for that sequence. And then she folded after the vibration got there in the chair. I don't know. I find that hard to believe, I guess. I just find this hard to believe.
Okay, so I'm gonna share some breaking news. That a friend of mine researched this, and he messaged me last night, and I got a message. I'm jumping around in my room shouting right now. I'm so excited about what I found. I figured out what she's doing. Okay, so I also want to note that this is an opinion and not. Yeah, don't sue me. Anyway,
everybody got theories, right? I mean, if you got a theory,
but just listen to this, okay? So, the theory goes as follows: the pants that she's wearing, they're like a certain kind of like pants that you can like put. Basically, you can like put something in the pants, right? And they like essentially allow vibrations in like your midsection. And she's using an EMS device in this theory. And you can see clearly in one of the photos, one of the angles, you can see a device in her pocket, okay? Clearly. The question is, what's that device? If you look at the hands, if you look at the middle of her abdomen, where like like the Chinese yellow signal in the middle?
Right, okay.
Okay. If you look at all of her decisions, it contracts inward, but on the Pearson hand, on the big hand in question here, on that other hand where there was vibrating, it contracts inward right before she makes her decision. And so the thought process is she doesn't know what the hands are. She doesn't know who has what. She just knows, in this theory, she just knows if she's good or not. And so in both the Pearson hand with ace, king, ace, 8 and in the jack 4, 8, 7 hand, go back and look at what happens. It's a very slight contraction, but you can see that Chinese symbol or the yellow symbol thing on her pants. It contracts inward, not in line with her breathing in both of those clips. So go back and look at that. It's very slight, but you can see it. And when it happens, she makes her decision right after that both times.
All right, guys.
So
listen. This ain't this. We're gonna fact check you right now, Poppy. We're gonna pull this up. We want to see what you're talking about right now. So you're saying
sure, go for it.
During the jack 4 hand, you're saying the infamous hand, correct?
Here, let me send you some clips.
Sure. All right, guys. Doug Polk sending me over some clips to take a look at right now. Says there's a new theory about devices.
Okay. So let me see. Where is this?
Shout out to Twitch. Shout out to YouTube, guys. We are still live. Welcome, guys. 6:30 a.m. GTO headquarters, Las Vegas, Nevada. Doug Polk's down in the Lodge headquarters down in Austin, Texas.
So can you pull up that image I'm sending you?
Yep. Hold on a second.
Okay, and then I'm gonna get these. Okay. So in this theory, she's using an electronic muscle simulator. I've never used an EMS thing, but my friend has, and he was explaining how they work.
Okay, let me pull up. Actually, a guy sent me a big, long thing about this exact thing, so I have these photos. He sent me a whole theory about it I read earlier before we found out about your video, I think.
He says, have you used an EMS device before? If you have it, it will help you understand how subtle it is and what we are looking for, because it is a muscle stimulation device and is extremely subtle, but it's like a contraction. These are essentially custom-made pants. Watch only the gold middle part of her belt. Let me send. Well, first look at that picture. Do you have that picture up?
Yeah, I got the picture up. Yeah.
Okay, what the hell is that?
I mean, yeah, we were looking at that earlier. Some people
What is
said,
that? What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, maybe she went out and put something back in there. I don't know. It could be anything, really.
Yeah, but is that? I mean, look like.
I see what you're saying. Look, it looked like a device in there. Someone sent me a theory earlier that there was no device in there, and then she went somewhere, and then they came back, and the device was there. So this is something that Hustler easily picks up on because they have video of all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, so it's obviously not her, right? There's something in there. I mean, we could agree that her leg doesn't look like that.
Yeah, it does look like there's something in there. Correct.
Okay. All right. So she has something in her pocket that's big and square like that we don't know what it is. And then my buddy is basically saying the way that this works is, here, let me send you this link. Let me send you this link. One sec. Here you go. Okay.
Okay.
So it's like this. It'd be like this product. So
where you send me the link
basically I sent to you on. I sent to Darren. Oh shit! I sent someone else. My bad. Let me send this to you. Oh, I just randomly sent. So I was like, "What the hell? Why are you sending me this?" All right. Okay, so this. So basically, you put the EMS device inside your pants. Now, why you need custom pants for this, I don't exactly understand. But basically, you put it in the pocket, and an EMS device submits a signal. The person I accidentally sent to was watching this. That's good. It all worked out. Okay, so you put that device in the pocket, and you can have vibrations. Like it's an EMS device. It like creates microcurrent muscle stimulation, basically. And the theory would be you'd put it in there, and then you could get a signal via vibration, because other people you like have something that controls it. And essentially, you can send vibrations, or send a signal that sends vibrations to wherever you're at. So basically, the idea here is that she would be getting signals through that. And if you want to pull up, let me send you these clips. All right. It's very slight. So if you're on mobile, it's going to be hard to see. But I'm going to send you 2 clips. Okay, there's the first one. This is a 14-second clip. Let me pull this up. Oh, shit. I need to... Okay, so watch that section. Watch how it contracts inward just slightly right before she decides to make the decision. And it's not in line with the rest of her breathing over the course of the hand. It's like an inward contraction of the yellow logo before she makes her decision. I don't know what timestamp it said in there. It's a 14-second clip. You should be able to see it. It's very slight, though.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah.
It's like a slight inward contraction, and it's right before she decides what she's going to do, and it's not in line with her breathing. And then that's basically a spot that it happens. Then here's another spot that this happens. Where is this at?
You guys see it? You guys saw that, right? Lock in. It's at like the 8. It's like at like a. Let me lock in.
Okay, so
FP.
that happens, and she raises. Here's another one.
What?
40-second clip. This one is right before. It's towards the start of the clip. It's right before she raises her arms. Look at the same. It's the same exact thing in both of these hands. In both of those hands, that thing has an inward contraction. Boom, busts out the raise. The other one, the vibrating, the much stronger vibration. I don't know if the theory is maybe like the stronger one means you're not good, fold, and the lighter one means you're good. It's like a small like beep, it means you're good, and then like a long, heavy one means you're not good. But either way, the weirdest thing about these to me is in both these hands and the one I put in my video, when the vibrating ends, or when the movement of the contraction of the waistband ends, she acts, right? It ends, she acts. And so the timing on that is very strange. Like in the one in my video, it's like she's violently rocking and then all of a sudden acts. So the timing on that I think is very suspicious, where it ends up being right as it's right before she decides what she's going to do. So that's the theory there. And then an additional part of this theory is, my understanding is that these are essentially used in the sports world. They're very heavily used for recovery in the sports world. And this Rip guy, he is Jake Paul's boxing dude. And so anyone that's kind of in like the sports world would very well know about these and how to use these, and would, be familiar with them and how they work. It's like a tool that's used in sports. So essentially the theory here would be they use this device, they have a connection in the back room. I think that on your podcast, they came out and said that he came out and said he knew someone at the stream, right? Rip did?
Yeah, he said he knew a guy named Louise, correct, yeah.
Okay, so the theory would go as follows, and again, it's a theory, that she has this device in her pocket, you can see here. When she's good or not good, she gets some kind of vibration from it. The vibration is seen with the contraction inward. Then she knows what to do in the hand. That signal has been set up by this device, someone having control to it that has access to the cards or access to like someone hijacking the RFID. And then they're signaling to her, and then the moment she gets the signal, she knows what to do. And there's a couple of things that also strike me as sort of in line with this. One other thing that recreational players basically never do is when they play versus good people, they don't talk in the hand or like say a bunch of stuff because they would be worried that the pro will figure out what they have. But she doesn't have to worry about that. So she can basically bait people into raising because she knows if she's good or not, again, in this theory. And so she doesn't have to worry about giving off tells because she just simply knows that she's good. So anyway, that's like the latest theory here, is that this device is essentially causing muscle stimulation that lets her know if she's good or not. It's very weird how this happens in every one of these hands. When it ends, she acts. So I feel fairly strongly that this is some pretty important evidence about what's happening.
Wow. Whew, okay. What do you guys think, chat? I mean, I see what Doug's talking about in this 14-second clip. I see it a little bit less in the 40-second clip, but obviously you see here, I mean, he's talking about the vibration. You can kind of see the vibration happen there, right? Where the body shakes. Yeah, I mean, we can definitely see it in this 14-second clip. I mean, if we looked at other clips, if you looked at other, has the guy who found this looked into other things and been able to see? I mean, so the theory is that the message is transmitted through a vibrational device that goes in the body, right? Which is kind of the original thesis. How do you do anything like this? There obviously has to be some sort of hidden device somewhere. So basically, you're saying that you think that someone is sending a signal to the vibrational system, and then that can alert what's happening. I mean, obviously that would be the way to do this, right?
Yeah, so basically the way that this would work is she would just be getting a vibration. And that also explains the why would you pick this hand logic? Because the reason you're picking this hand is because you're just getting the signal you're good. You're not thinking like, oh, how am I good? And that also explains the inability to explain why. I mean, it really explains almost all of the things, I think. There's a few things that would still be weird. Like, it would be kind of weird. It's kind of weird to me that if her and Rip are in the game together, which, by the way, he said on your show, I think someone told me on your show, he said that he was backing her or something.
Yeah, correct, Doug. He said it's a full back with a 50% free roll, which is a pretty good deal for the player, obviously, if you can get that kind of deal to play in a high stakes cash game. Yeah,
I mean, that's totally ridiculous to have that going on in a high stakes game where you don't know. Like, if it's disclosed, it's fine, but my understanding is the players didn't know that. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, I don't think that's acceptable to have half of someone's action in a game that you're not saying anything that you're in. I just don't think that's. But regardless of that, him losing in these games and playing kind of bad is also sort of like, why would he be doing that if he's setting her up to win? So I mean, there's a few things that still are kind of weird about this, but the big pots, this contraction happens in them.
Doug, there was one hand I was really interested because in your video you kind of glossed over it, and I was kind of surprised, which was that ace hand where it was for her versus Ling Lin. You included at the end of your video, and basically she had aces. She called the 4-bet pre-flop at position, call flop, call turn, call river, and I guess I was wondering if maybe you thought that something was there with that hand, kind of just the call in pre-flop or anything like that. We looked over the hand. I didn't necessarily. We weren't looking for any vibration or a belt vibration or anything like that, but that was one hand that kind of stood out. Kind of curious on your opinion about that hand.
Yeah, I mean that's the main hand that seems like she's not cheating, right? Like that would be one of your central hands in the case that she's innocent. Because
I actually might think about it differently. I thought maybe like the surprising way, the more passive way to play aces in that situation, calling the flop, the 7-5 deuce flop, not even raising with aces. Like, I guess, like, to me, I was thinking, well, I would expect someone, I guess, to play aces more aggressively, right? Maybe that's just my wrong assumption, and, that's a normal way and a fine way that someone might play aces, just kind of call down there and not really put more money in. It just kind of seems like aces. Yeah. That seems like a PLO play, right? Like, I got aces, I got the nut blocker, I'll call the river. But whereas in, like, Hold'em, aces are obviously a lot stronger. So just because a board run out a backdoor flush draw, it doesn't mean that you wouldn't consider raising the river for value when the river comes down. The backdoor trip gets there, the backdoor flush draw gets there. So with the jack, I mean, I guess I was thinking about that hand.
Yeah, so the thinking that that hand is cheating is that basically she knows she's going to lose, but she doesn't know how, right? So like the problem with this method is that, and you have to think about it through this lens. She does not know the cards that people have. Okay, even if she is cheating, she doesn't know. All she would know in those examples would be, am I good or not? And so when you have aces and you know that you're not going to be good, then you could just slow play it and that would make sense. There's some ways that doesn't fully make sense though, because she had a hand where she put kings in pre-flop against somebody with ace jack. Mm-hmm. And they hit an ace, so why would you do that if you know you're going to lose? So I mean, there's some holes in a couple of these for sure, which is again why we don't say she did cheat because we don't know that.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
yeah,
we saw. I mean, Rip's kind of interesting because Rip's played on the show a few times. One show he basically dusted it off pretty hard in a few spots. I mean, one spot was real interesting. I'd actually would love it for you to maybe review this hand because. Two hands, Doug. Have you seen any hands Rip's played on? By the way, not on this show.
I saw a couple Rip hands, that, did not look like cheating. I'll say that much.
Yeah, I mean he played a lot of hands. There's a few hands he played at 10-10, 3-3, 10-10. Yeah, I don't know. This 10-10 versus 3-3 hand we watched yesterday. I mean, it was pretty wild hand where.
Oh yeah. Sorry, just I want someone mentioned this to me, and I just wanted to make sure on the video because I can't see the video right now. If you watch the contractions, make sure you watch it on the faster speeds. If you go really slow, it's actually harder to see. So you watch it on 1.25. That was the speed where I really saw it. The contraction of the yellow symbol in her pants. That's what you should on those clips. That's what you want to watch, because then you can really see there's a contraction. They're not in line with her breathing. I've never used an EMS device before, so my friend, he uses them. Apparently, he's used them a bunch, and basically he's saying like that's what exactly looks like with an EMS device. There's a contraction that's involuntary. So I don't know shit about those. I'm just essentially relaying what this guy's telling me, right?
Mm-hmm.
But apparently, if you watch it at that speed, well, I know if you watch it at that speed, it's much easier to see than if you really slow it down.
Whew. Wow, guys. I mean, you tell me what you think out there. It just seemed like there'd be easier way to do that, Doug, like an earpiece or something in your
How are you
ass.
gonna get an earpiece on? How are you getting an earpiece on the show though?
Well, I've been told by some people that there are these little small devices that can go in your ear that no one can really detect. Unless you maybe wand them down and you're looking for certain items. But if you're not wanding them down, then they're items that you wouldn't necessarily see. So I've heard that's a pretty feasible option for communication.
Yeah, I guess like there's so many camera angles. Someone looks in your ear and they see there's something weird. I don't know. That seems way easier to catch, right?
Yeah. See. Yeah. That's a good point too, right? If it isn't, I don't know how deep it goes. I don't know how visible it is. So. But I got some friends that messaged me. I got hundreds of messages. I'm sure you got a lot of messages. I got everybody messaging me. Everybody got a theory. Everybody got an idea. So Jersey Joe was on here earlier. He got that idea. And I guess now, Garrett, what do you think Garrett's next move should be if you're Garrett and he released that statement? Her husband came out and was threatening him, saying like, hey, giddy up, right? Like he seemed pretty fired up about that situation. He seemed pretty confident that this was going to be found to be nothing went on and nothing went down. And Robbi challenged him to play heads up. We've seen, that was pretty crazy to challenge him to play heads up for rolls. But what do you think Garrett's next move should be here after he released that last statement? He's kind of been quiet since then.
Yeah, I think if I was in Garrett's shoes, and it's hard to know exactly because I don't know everything Garrett knows, and Garrett doesn't know everything I know, or whatever. But I think I would probably say something along the lines of, I know I took the money back, and people are upset about that, but essentially, I'm just holding this while we figure out what happened, and if it's true she didn't cheat, I would of course give it back. I don't think that really matters though, because this isn't going to get proved one way or the other, really. I don't think. Unless someone comes forward, this is going to be very difficult for anything to be proven. But I do think like that's the main concern. The main two concerns I have for Garrett are what's going to happen with the money, and then talking about what happened when they had the off-stream meeting. Those are the two key things. Basically everything else, I think Garrett has handled correctly, and I don't think that there's that much more he could have really done other than what he did.
Mm-hmm.
But those two things are going to be very important.
So I guess now the money situation, do you think it's a good idea for maybe Hustler to hold that as some sort of escrow until the investigation's complete, and then maybe allow them to be an arbitrator of what happens with that money?
It's a good question. It seems somewhat reasonable, sure. I actually haven't thought about that. That's a good question.
Right. The money goes now. If they say they got a 2-4 month investigation now, the money going to sit in Garrett's hands. I could see. Well,
here's the problem though, Joey. Let's just say you're a business, and now your business is going to hold a bunch of money and give it to someone based on something you think. Like you're going to get in a lawsuit. Like whoever loses is going to sue them if they do that. So I kind of think that it should be just a neutral third party person. I don't know who that would be.
Mm-hmm.
But should probably go to arbitration or something.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? Obviously, the argument is, should someone hold the money? Should Garrett hold the money, or should he give back the money, or should somebody hold the money? And a lot of people on Twitter are clamoring for him returning the money because they feel like he took the money unfairly from her, and he's overreacting, and he's being, as we said earlier, right, being a sore loser, and you know, he couldn't handle losing, so he asked for the money back, and everyone's kind of demanding he gives the money back. My impression of the situation is that the money's not going to be returned unless it's forced to be returned. So is there even a chance that could happen, I guess? Like, what would be the procedure back now if you're Robbi and you say, give me the money, and he's like, I'm not going to do it?
Yeah. Well, I think it would be going too far to assume that the money would have to be forced to be returned. We don't know what Garrett's plans are long term.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know what evidence is going to come out. We also, there's just a lot that we don't know there, I think, to kind of make like an absolute statement. And then also, Garrett could feel that public pressure might force him to give it back anyway, because if he wants to play on these shows and people are so upset with him that they don't want him on the show or whatever, that could cost him more than that amount. I don't know. There's a lot that kind of goes into calc for Garrett, right? Like, he could think, and again, I don't know what Garrett's thinking. I'm just coming up with some ideas. He might think, all right, well, I really think I shouldn't give the money back. I absolutely feel like I was cheated here. But if I don't get to play on these Hustler lineups, it's going to cost me way more than what this money is, right? That could be a line of thinking. And so he gives it back because of that. Or he could think, hey, I got cheated. This money that she won was because she either knew the run out or she knew my cards or whatever it was. I'm not going to give back money that, you know, essentially was stolen from me. Maybe he thinks that. It's so hard to say, Joey, like what to say what Garrett thinks here is. But my take is that Garrett is a pretty reasonable dude. And if it becomes fairly clear she did not cheat, that I think he would give the money back. But I don't know what.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely. If it becomes clear, like they come out and they're like, yo, bro, this didn't happen, then I do think he would end up giving the money back. And I expect that there's a good chance the money is returned here. I don't know when it might happen. Obviously, the investigation happens. And Nick Vertucci was on my show, and he basically said that these players aren't going to be allowed to play on stream again. I'm curious what you think about that. So now you got Garrett, who's obviously been playing, you know, once, twice a week on the show. If you're running the stream, to me, it seems like a good idea to maybe take him out of action and say, hey, like, let's not have you play. I'm kind of curious what you think about that. Is that a good idea to take Garrett out? And obviously he's going to go play other places, like Live at the Bike. They said, come on over, Garrett. Come play any game you want. Houston Curtis on the show, he said Garrett's always welcome there. So what do you think about holding the player out from action, from being in the game? So
I think for specifically October 6th and 7th, I think the right thing to do is to not have Robbi or Garrett on the show. By the way, unrelated note, I'm going to be playing on Hustlers October 6th and 7th. If anyone wants to watch that, I'll be there. But I think definitely for those 2 dates, I think it would be really important.
Why, you scared of both of them or what?
It was a joke. It was a joke. Well, because I don't want to play with people that are the best player in LA/LA Live Poker / people that can see my cards. I don't know. Anyway, it was a bad joke. It was a bad joke. Regardless, if I'm the stream, like, so here's the thing, Joey. If you're the stream, you just can't fuck around with this. You can't be like, oh, it's all good, just everyone's cool. No, you can't. You have to take this incredibly seriously. You have to ensure game integrity, because if people think that there's cheating on your stream, it's just GG. It's just GG. Like what happened to Stone's stream? It's GG. It's over.
I think Stone should have kept their stream going. I think Stone shutting down their stream was a bad move. They should have just kept it going. They should have said, fuck it. Like, let's roll.
Yeah, good luck with the liability there. Do you think Hustler Casino, if they think there's cheating going on here, is going to be like, it's cool, guys, just keep rolling the stream so people can see cheating at our casino?
So wait, you're saying that you think the stream itself might be down, might have to go down at some point in time?
Well, if the Hustler Casino, right, so this is an interesting note. Almost all streams are separate entities from the room, right? The Lodges is actually a rare example where the room is the stream. So the incentives are aligned of those two parties. But in most streams, the stream and the room are different businesses. And so if I'm the room, the Hustler is obviously gaining a lot from the stream because of all the viewership, right? Incredible amount of viewership. But if I'm like the attorney for Hustler Casino, and you bring up this sort of, hey, there might be cheating going on that would cost us our license. By the way, you would lose your license, okay? So basically, if there's cheating going on, you now lose your ability to make however many millions of dollars a year. You think the attorney's like, it's cool, just get like, some new guys on set? No, the attorney's gonna be like, shut this shit down. We don't want to lose our business.
Wow.
So I don't really see, if I'm the Hustler Casino, I imagine there would be immense pressure on the stream to fix this, or we can't have a stream.
Right.
And again, I'm just totally guessing on that front, but it makes sense to me. And then for the stream themselves, if you're Feldman, if you're Vertucci, don't you have to fix this? Because you're gonna have to talk to every player that's coming on and say, hey, yeah, we're investigating it. Like, it's cool. The show's still good. Everything is good. How are they supposed to get guests if people think there's cheating? People are going to bail. So I don't see a way around this other than taking it extremely seriously.
Yeah, I think that's the vibe I got from Nick Vertucci, is he is taking it very seriously. He does intend to do a strong investigation. He wants to beef up his security. I mean, he was talking... I think what it comes down to is most people don't really realize how vulnerable a lot of these systems are, and they don't. They're not aware. They're not winding people down. The security in general at most streams isn't. If you were motivated and if you knew the right people, you could pull something off. So if you're the person who's organizing the top level of the stream, that's your responsibility to ensure that that's not taking place by however you can. I think the measures that a lot of people are taking now for the streams are. Could be a lot stronger just in terms of wanding down for some sort of transmissional devices, RFID devices, or things that are sending messages back and forth. Or because if you're taking a phone, well, if I bring in something under the pant leg like Casino in 1990, these things were around 1990, so it's not like this is a hard thing to do to be able to have some sort of transmission device that can relay a signal. So I think that making that strong push and saying we are taking this seriously, we are going to beef this up. Look, we added this. Look, we added that. And we are serious about our game integrity and letting the players know that we are taking this very, very seriously, and you can see it right here. I think that people are still going to be happy to play in Hustler because it is putting on great games, and up until now, it hasn't done anything wrong. Nothing's ever really come out or happened or any sort of controversy.
Yeah. I think for now, for sure. But what happens if there's another incident or what happens? You know what I'm saying? Like, they have to take this seriously. And by the way, I want to dispel this thing I've seen a bunch. People like, oh, it's a competitor. He's trying to take... Guys, I fully support the Hustler. I've said nothing but nice things about them. I'm going to play on their show. I mean, I want poker content to do well in general. If poker content does well, all of the channels do better and they get more viewership, right? So I like the guy. Well, I definitely like Feldman. Vertucci, I'm not as big a fan of, but I like the Hustler stream. I like what they put on. I think they do a great job. I've said I think they do basically the best job for poker content currently. And essentially, I'm not rooting for them to fail at all. That would be bad for me. That would be bad for all of us. If there are less people watching poker, there are less people watching streams. So it's just kind of insane to me, people that think like, oh, he wants to take down. Like the main business that I have here is the card room where people play poker, right? Like I'm trying to advertise the room. I'm not trying to take over Hustler's stream spot or something, obviously. They do a good job. So I just think that's like kind of a ridiculous point.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of spot you got yourself into now, Poppy. When you run the card room, you run the stream, it's easier for people to have that perception of what you're doing. And now, if you go after a room and you say, hey, like, there was something that happened there, then people can obviously say, oh, you're going. This is what they used to say, remember, when the ACR thing happened. I got Garrett. Think about it, right? Think how Garrett I went when I found out ACR was full of bots at the tables, and I like freaked out. I was like, bro, oh my God. I'm like, I was tracking accounts I thought were super using for weeks. I would record these sessions of the accounts, and I'm like, oh my God. Like, and I felt like I found accounts that I was tracking. I had all the data and all the bots on there, and I was like, God, these are working together. Like, I'm getting fucked by Phil Nagy. Like, fuck this guy. This guy's fucking me. And I sent a message. I was so angry, and he was like, oh, I'm in a mountain. I was like, fuck this guy, bro. And then I started putting out videos. And then I went crazy on that for 2 years. I basically went Garrett there where I didn't handle that well. I would never have done that again. I don't think that was a smart way to handle that situation. But I wasn't thinking emotionally in the moment. I was like, fuck it. I'm like, I just lost my mind. I was seeing red at the moment with my relationship with ACR. And then they said, hey, like, why are you doing this for? Like, why are you attacking us for? And I was like, this doesn't seem like a right thing to be able to do. And yeah, so I just know that it's easy for other people to say how someone should or shouldn't handle a situation or a controversy, but once you're in it, all logic sometimes goes out the window, and you're just praying to get through it and praying that it's over and praying that it ends in some ways. And yeah, I feel like with Garrett now, I'm anticipating what he does next here. And I guess for Hustler, I'm curious how they're going to handle this, because like you said, they got you coming up there. I think they announced an Alan Keating game. Alan Keating's going to be playing on there too. He's like their big draw right now. And I feel like they got a real great thing going, a lot of momentum going on. And to me, this seems like it might only be a good thing for Hustler if they can just keep putting out great content and putting out great streams.
Well, it can only be a good thing is a weird sentence. I mean, I might agree with a lot of that, but I certainly don't agree with it can only be a good thing. That's too strong.
Right. Yeah, I can see what you're saying too. I guess it could be a really fucking bad thing. There is some that's true. There is some scenarios where this turns out really, really, really bad. As you said, if the worst thing that happens is this stream has to shut down, then that's like the GG case scenario right there. You never want that to happen.
Yeah, I would say that there are good aspects to what happened here. It's definitely good for viewership, but there's obviously fairly big downside risk. So I wouldn't say that exactly. Oh, also, I just want to address the getting sued thing, because people have talked about that a lot in this chat. And the getting sued thing. So the thing is, when you're a public figure, and other people are public figures, you have a lot of room for what you get to say. So if someone's going on shows for viewership, and you're like a public person that talks about what's happening, you get a lot of leeway on what you're allowed to say. Saying something that's not true to hurt someone's called defamation, basically. And it's incredibly hard to win a defamation case. The way that you lose a defamation case is you go out there and you say, this is a fact, it's 100%, they are doing this thing. That's how you lose, okay? If you're out there and you're like, this is my opinion, I think it's very likely, all of these kinds of stuff. I know people don't like hearing those terms because it makes it less strong, and people want I see all these 100 or 0 takes online, 100% cheating, 0% cheating, all this stuff. By the way, you'd still probably win a case even if you did say those things, again, because defamation is so hard to win. But regardless, someone going on and saying, I think this is very likely cheating, here's why, this is what I think happened. Anyone can sue anyone in this country, but you are not going to lose a defamation case where you go on, you give your opinion, you try and give what you think is happening, and you present it as opinion. You get to say what you want. If having opinions resulted in losing lawsuits every time you had one, then Alex Jones would have been sued out of existence, I don't know how many years ago. You get to have your opinions, even if they're crazy or wild or whatever. You get to say whatever you want. Mm-hmm. So I'm not concerned about losing a case. Obviously, the husband's ready to sue some people, so I hope it doesn't go that direction. But I feel very confident that everything I've done has been within the boundaries of the laws in terms of what you're allowed to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of people are bringing that up because you mentioned in your video, 90% chance of cheating, and we obviously saw what happened with the Mike Postle case where Mike Postle dropped a big lawsuit against ESPN, Haralabob, Negreanu. You were in it, I was in it, a bunch of other people were in it too. So we kind of saw what happened with that, and I think a lot of people are just wondering, especially if her husband is a lawyer and he's in a lawyer circle, then he has access to people who understand how to deal with these things potentially. So. I heard some people say that might be a good thing if that happens with Garrett, because then there'll have to be some sort of discovery where more information might be able to come out on both sides about what really took place. So if something was happening, then they wouldn't sue, because then they might be open to have their information have to come out.
Yeah, and by the way, I wasn't saying that Alex Jones has never lost a lawsuit. I'm just saying you get to have opinions, even if they're crazy or wild or whatever. Mm-hmm. When you present them like facts, I think that's where usually the line gets drawn. So you present facts as facts and opinions as opinions. And over the years, I've just had so many meetings with my attorneys about, all right, Doug, here's how you don't get sued. And then exact language, exact words, exact phrasing. So I feel like at this point I've been trained on this for 6 years or whatever. People threaten to sue me all the time. So whenever I do content, I always think about how could this be used against me? And I'm very careful with how I word it. It's also nice when people tell you they're going to sue you before you make the content. because then you talk with your team, you run through all the stuff, make sure that everything you're dotting your I's, crossing your T's, whatever the saying is.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely appreciate that. Bryn Kane did that to me earlier this year. Like, I'm going to sue you if this is bad. Basically, is what he said, more or less paraphrasing. And so then you when you go into the video, you're like, okay, I'm going to get sued here if I say something bad. So just make sure that I say as far as the line is and not further.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely appreciate that. And actually, if anyone's planning on suing me for something I do, please just give me a little heads up so I can make sure that I will win the case no matter what. That would be great.
Ay, kid. Ay. So what do you got planned for content here? Okay, so you made the video today. New evidence. What are you gonna do? What do you got in mind?
I'm probably out on the content. I have a bunch of traveling I have to do, so I'm gonna be moving around and stuff. But I think I'm probably gonna be. That's gonna be it for. I have to do it on the road. You making content on the road sucks. I'm sure you know.
Yeah, bro. It's not. I remember the Apostle thing. I was in like San Antonio or something. I was making a I remember I recorded a video. It's the first video of that 5-part series, and I recorded on a bed, and I was just so fucking mad. I was like, fuck, like, oh fuck. Like, I was been watching this guy for so long, and I just, I was so fired up at that point in time. And then I had to edit in the bed, and then I couldn't get my YouTube password because it wouldn't let me reset it because I was in a different location. So I had to fly home. Because I was like, I got to get this video up because I've been doing these streams. I was like, I'm not doing any more streams. I'm going to put up edit video, and then I just got to do this and get it over with. And then I had to go back home from San Antonio. So traveling on the road and not having access to your normal stuff is not very convenient. And especially you got this setup going on down in Austin. So I can see that. But I'm sure if something interesting develops that you'll be back in there. And something tells me, Doug, that we're going to have some interesting developments here because I don't know, Doug, something's weird about this. Doug, I'm going to be honest with you. Something feels weird. Something feels off. Something feels strange. I can't quite put my finger on it yet. But once I saw the whole heads up for rolls things go down, like, I just think we're going to get a heads up match out of this. I don't know why. I don't know how. But I feel like this ends up being a great match in some ways. And I guess I'm just looking forward to how the hell we end up getting there and who says what next.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I think it's definitely interesting that the heads-up challenge was issued. The unfortunate thing for people is there's no way they're going to get to see the cards. And as we all know, Joey, no one would sit through and watch a heads-up challenge with no hole cards, right? Is that right?
I don't think so. I mean, listen. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean,
does that sound familiar?
Do you remember that heads-up challenge? I streamed one time I went like I had coronavirus, and I was still streaming. There was like graphics. You were battling Dan Negreanu at, what was stake? Was it 100, 200? What were you guys playing? 100, 200, right?
No, I think it was 200, 400?
200, 400, okay, 200, 400. Yeah, I mean, those were such fun times. Everyone was in quarantine. Everybody was in lockdown. And the action was crazy. This guy Negreanu was losing his fucking mind. I mean, you were kind of losing your mind too, let's be honest. But everyone was losing their mind there because you were in the lab for like 5 months straight. You were studying every day, and then you were playing, and you're like, I got to get the fuck out of this, Poppy. I'm like, yeah, you just got 3 more weeks left, kid, and then you end up winning. You crushed it, did well. So yeah, I mean, those are pretty good times. I think a lot of people have fond memories of those challenges. How do you look back on that challenge now in retrospect?
Okay, well, if we're going down that road, I gotta go here in a second anyway. So this will be my last question because we're gonna get pretty off topic. But I mean, like I think a lot of what needed to be said there was said, and it was a nice little walk down memory lane. It's obviously my favorite kind of poker. It was a fun time. It was also a very tedious and boring time analyzing sims nonstop all the time. Thank God that's over. It's nice to be a recreational player now, Joe. You show up, you do some crap, you just try and like play competitively, and then you go home. You don't have to worry about like I have to make sure my win rate is high here. You just get to try and have fun. And yeah, I mean, I enjoyed playing the challenge, but I'm happy with where I'm at right now. It's some occasional poker playing to promote the room. And other than that, just running businesses.
Will you play me heads up Nolan Hold'em at the lodge?
Hold on, let me just see if actually a few dates opened up. Just pick which day.
All right, I want to play you heads up Nolan Hold'em in a match or next year.
Okay, so I'm looking now. It looks like I've got January 1st through December 31st open. So just like pick a day in there. Actually, 2024 looks pretty clear too. So you can pick a day.
Listen, Poppy, don't be surprised. You ain't been studying with the Sims anymore, so we're gonna see how good you are. You've been playing full ring with the Texas people. You know, we're gonna see how sharp your heads-up game is. So, be on the lookout for that, guys. And that match will come next year in some capacity. I'm curious what the parameters will be. But yeah, I mean, we have to talk about anything else, Doug? I know you got other things going on in your life. We can save that conversation for another time if you like, and we can let you get out of here and get on with your Sunday watching football.
No, actually, I have a bunch of stuff I have to do today, unfortunately. But I just want to say thank you for the 40,000 hours of investigative work that you've done so far on the story. I think the next 60,000 should be great. And I think the people that are here watching, a lot of them seem actually kind of bitter, but there are a lot of good people here in the chat, and I hope they're enjoying the investigative journalism. It only takes a little potential cheating allegation to bring all the old poker YouTubers out, apparently.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, I get to watch poker. I'm basically just watching poker hands with people, and we're going over the same hands, so it's a pretty fun time. But yeah, we're gonna see what happens, man. I'm empathetic for all parties in this thing, with Garrett, with Hustler, and with Robbi. And but yeah, guys, we appreciate Doug coming on here, giving us some of his time this morning, 7 a.m. Vegas time. He's in Austin, so I think it's like 8 or 9 a.m. there. And yeah, man, check out his videos on his YouTube channel at Doug Polk Poker and at Doug Polk Vids on Twitter, at the Lodge Card Club on YouTube. What's the YouTube for the Lodge?
Poker at the Lodge.
Poker at the Lodge. Poker at the Lodge. I like that name. Okay, so Poker at the Lodge, if you want to see some Doug play live poker there. And that it? That what we got? We got anything else?
No, all good. Thanks for having me on. I got to go not do 2-hour interviews or whatever the hell this was.
All right, Poppy. Well, we'll talk soon, okay?
All right, man. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, be good, man.
Peace.
See you soon. All right, guys. Doug Polk joining us. What do you guys think about Doug Polk on here? Sounds like he is more on this guy, or the situation, I guess, is more of like a likely to happen. As he said, 90%. I mean, I'm not feeling 90% personally, but yeah, thanks to Doug for coming on here. Great to hear his viewpoint. Great to hear his opinion as well, too. Someone says, bring on Horala Bob. You're kidding me. Let me hit him up right now. See what Horala Bob's got going on. I don't know why Doug was trolling Joey. Wow, we always troll each other. That's what makes it fun. I troll Doug. Doug troll. I like when Doug trolls. It's funny. He says something, and then you gotta figure out if you're gonna troll him back or not. But I love Doug. I love talking with him. So known him for a long time. Obviously, sometimes he get me in some hot water with some of the scandals he got himself in. So, but I feel like overall he's done a lot of great things for poker. Put out a lot of great messages. Been a great leader in the community in a lot of ways. And yeah, man, he seems like he's working hard to, build something great with the Lodge, build a great community down there, build a great team down there. And, we're going to see what he does in the future in terms of content and everything like that. So I think everybody's happy to kind of see him back. And sounds like he's going to go back in retirement a little bit, but he'll be on Hustler next week, as he said. This hand's crazy, dude. Alan Keating. Look at this fucking guy, Alan Keating, with that sick blazer. That's a textured blazer. You're kidding me. Leader in the community, scammed a lot of people. Ay. Garrett is a bullying dumb. Who says these things? It's like we're like 7 hours in. This guy's like, I'm gonna comment about Garrett. Garrett is a bullying. I don't get that. I don't get that impression of Garrett as a bully. Richard Popless, great content, Joey. Thank you very much. Trail says, my theory is that Joey called in a favor from Garrett because he was bored in life and needed some content. It's actually not a bad theory. Obviously, these guys are on the spectrum. There's no way to explain this collective psychosis shown by the poker community over this issue, Gamble says. Gamble has literally been watching the stream for 3 days. Imagine watching the stream for 3 days and then commenting that people have a psychosis over discussing the issue when you've been watching the stream and commenting for 3 days. Can you guys just imagine the mindset of a man or a woman who would make that comment? And how empathetic you gotta be towards that person.
But you're wrong about this hand. Got really lucky there. How about that? We'll compromise.
So, well, we got love for Gamble. We got love for all my chat people.
I had 100,000 more than I thought I had, by the way. I thought I shipped 150, and then it was 260.
What do I think of Doug's EMS theory, JCW? I mean, it makes...
1,600.
Makes sense. I mean, we see something, right? We see something shaking. Now we got 2 angles of shaking. So what I'd like to, I mean, I wish we had a different angle. I guess we don't have 2 angles, but we do have 2 angles of different hands where there was some type of shaking that took place, or 3. So, I mean, now we got 3 instances of some shaking. So now we're actually building up some sort of sample size to maybe what took place.
And then made nothing.
So before we watch The Greatest Ever, I want to go over this tweet by Jacqueline Burkhart. So Jacqueline pointed out that, hey Joey, watching 3 nights in a row, just waiting until we begin to analyze Garrett's outfits and who he might be sleeping with. Does he have any impossible hands? Where does his money come from? Can he prove it? Does he know any staff members? Fair and balanced. So basically, this is a comment that's alluding to how a lot of the focus here is on the person being accused, which is Robbi, and there isn't focus being put on Garrett. So that's what she's alluding to. She's obviously upset about it. Other people agree with her as well too. I liked the comment because I thought it was pretty funny. She cheated, said 999 donation, said also DRP, the biggest part of cheating is not getting caught. You don't put the effort in to make up a master plan, then blow it with this terrible obvious. That would defeat the purpose. You win 50-50 spots. That's a good point. Watch the chair shake video with the side angle. You can see her muscles spasm from their lower abs and even her lat clinches. So let's see, guys. Let's break down some of Garrett Adelstein's best outfits. Usually, I know Garrett is a pretty well-dressed man, and but we're gonna go over some of his outfits because you know I do understand where she's coming from, even though I haven't really been breaking down Robbi's outfits. But so we'll do a little bit on Garrett's outfits here. Shout out to Jason B for the 50. Breakfast and coffee on me, Poppy. Enjoy you always, no matter the content. Thank you very much, Jason. So Garrett here, great black button-up shirt, classic shirt, nice tan. I like that look right there. He got the button-up shirt there with the bracelet, nice haircut. Looks like he's taking care of his skin. Like that look right there. Pretty good fashion look. I feel like Garrett got in pretty good fashion with the great black textured shirt right there with the great watch, looking locked in, looking like he's ready to fucking kill somebody at the table. Looking like a real serious fucking guy. Looking like a guy that is gonna bluff all in with the 8 high. Great picture of him and his girlfriend. So the second thing is about who he's sleeping with. He's actually married to his wife, and I think he's having a pretty good relationship with her. So I think that would answer that question. I don't know anyone else he's sleeping with. There's no other reports. I hung out with him a bunch. I haven't really seen him with any other women before, so it's my knowledge that he is with his woman. Does he have any impossible hands? Absolutely. This guy has some of the craziest fucking hands you've ever seen in your life, on the positive and on the negative as well too. He's won some hands, he's lost some hands, he's battled a lot. We can find hands with the King 6 where he blasted off the Robbi, and we can find hands where he check raised the Queen with the blockers on the river. We can go over a lot of hands with Garrett, and we're going to find some very crazy hands. I'm sure if you only compiled Garrett's hands that were the impossible hands where he won the hand, then you could certainly put together a reel that would make people wonder that about some of the plays. But then I think if you include the hands where it's gone towards a Fugazi and got a little out of line, then I think you'd see that there is a lot of hands. So, but I do see where that's coming from as well. To my knowledge, no one's came forward with any sort of allegation against Garrett. No one's came forward with any sort of proof or any sort of reasoning to doubt Garrett. If they come forward, I'm sure people will take a look into those hands as well, but I can understand where that's coming from as well. Where does money come from? He's been playing poker since, for what I know, since about when I started, which was about 2008, 2007. So can he prove his money came from him? That's a good question. I don't really know. We got to ask Garrett about that. Does he know any staff members? He knows the staff members pretty well. Obviously, he knows these guys for a long time. So I would say he has a good relationship with the staff. Where does the money come from? To my knowledge, it seems like poker, but you know, you never know. Everybody got alternative sources. Some people got families, people got investments, people got entrepreneurship. So, but yeah, I can definitely understand where these things are saying. You know, we can dive into this. I mean, if it's alluding to Robbi, we haven't talked about. You know, for that session, she said she was staked by Rip. The reason why people ask that is because she doesn't normally play high stakes, whereas Garrett plays high stakes on a regular basis. So if he's staked, if he's backed, I mean, I think I've talked to him about that. I don't remember him bringing that up, but I can't say that for certain. Can he prove it? Can't say that for certain. And does he know any staff members? Obviously, you know staff members. So, but yeah, I mean, I can see the questioning. I mean, like he does. I think he dresses pretty well, though. To be honest, I mean, a great fitting shirt, right? Anytime you're in shape, you're just gonna look like you dress better. You know, I mean, look at this guy. Look at this fucking guy, bro. This guy's jacked, dude. He said he was starving himself on Survivor though, so he was like real slim down. So Garrett, old school Garrett. He got a lot of chips as always. Shout out to Garrett. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you got some specific examples, Jacqueline, that you want me to take a look at, then you can send me over. But happy to spend some time. I mean, listen, I don't know. I'm kind of liking the Garrett, man. This guy on the podcast with me. Shout out to Garrett as well on the podcast as well too. We're the tank top to support. The first call-in show, the old school live at the bike, out of line at the bike call-in show. Garrett was one of the guests on there. So look at me. I'm looking so happy before I start investigating cheating scandals in poker. The more I look into it, the more I kind of am a fan. I was already a fan, but now I'm more of a fan though when I see the outfits. So, but yeah, shout out to Jacqueline as well. Mr. Pickles said with the donation, EMS shake is pretty smoking. As how would you recreate that naturally? If you tried, wouldn't your whole stomach contract? Like even the back shakes, that can maybe be natural, but EMS pulsing, no. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I guess we gotta get an EMF device or something like that, because I don't really know how we can replicate that. Beiruzy with the 100 Canadian, just supporting what you do, Joey. What wish I can watch today, but stream plus Sunday tournaments take priority. Will watch this like at 5 a.m. like a real degenerate. Listen, shout out to Beiruzy. Just got signed with GG Poker, and yeah, he got a great stream. He got a lot of great graphics over there too. So big shout out to Beiruzy. But yeah, I mean, what you're saying about from the Doug video here, where he showed the spasm. I mean, look, the fucking chair is definitely shaking. Look at the chair. So now we got a second hand where we see some shaking. So we see the second hand right there. Okay. We got an instance right here. So now we got a second shaking right there. Doug says they're shaking here. I didn't see it here. I see it right there at 16. You look at 16. Watch right here. Yeah, I don't see this one as much. So right there, that would be the EMS. I mean, it kind of looks like she just moves in her seat. Yeah, no, I don't see that one as much, guys. But I definitely see these other two ones that Doug's referencing. So, Texas says, why would anyone use a cheating device that shakes so intensely when only a small variation is needed? I have no fucking idea, buddy. I don't know. Someone says, what am I doing awake? I woke up and I started streaming at 1 a.m. So this is basically my breakfast right now. So Ryan O'Hare says, you're better in this, Joey. Yeah, I mean, I'm just going over all the information. We just talked with Doug. He proposed this theory. So I don't think I'm better than any information. I'm just going over all the information, dude. Some people see it. Some people don't see it. This guy said you're reaching this far. I don't think so. I disagree. I mean, I don't see that statement doesn't make any sense. Like, how can anything be, you know, I don't know. People are obviously looking for something, but I'm just going over the ideas that are being proposed by people. Doug Polk made a video that got 199,000 views and 3,700 comments that alludes to what's happening here. So you guys might say that it's reaching, but at the same time, this is what a lot of people are thinking is evidence going down. So I think we got to discuss the evidence. And if you guys think it's reaching, then I can understand. And I'm grateful to hear some viewpoints that you guys have too. But yeah. Sushi Sunday. What's up, Samantha? How's it going? Phil Ivey is the cheat? No, I don't think so in this game. No. Baba says, why are you entertaining Doug's ludicrous non-evidence? What do you... This is the point of the stream. The point of the stream is to debate evidence. This is the point of the stream, buddy. What are you talking about? This is literally, we just had him on for an hour. The least we can do is take a look at what he said. I mean, what kind of disrespectful guy are you? A guy come over and ask you to take a look at what he said, and you're going to slap him in the face like that? Let me see. Joey, talk about the... Bayerlink. Let me get Jesse in here. Hold on a second. I need another guest in here. Hold on a second. Let me get my guy Jesse in here. Hedge Hayden with a subscription on Twitch. Welcome officially to the Legion, my friend. We're very happy to have you. Thank you very much for anybody subscribing or donating on YouTube, on Twitch. We appreciate that very much. One for all for one. We are the Legion. Thank you very much for the subscription, guys. Appreciate everybody tuning in right now. So let's go over this right now. We're going to take a few more call-ins as well, too. We already had Tom Dwan call in, Jungleman, Doug Polk, Joshua Macciello, Len Ashby. Now people are starting to wake up, so I'm going to get some new messages from people. So if anybody wants to come on, hit me up on my Twitter or my DM. And if you follow me or if you know me, then you can send me a message. Medris with the subscription on Twitch as well. Thank you to Medris as well. Welcome officially to the Legion. We're very happy to have you here, man. Thank you very much for coming on board. I'm trying to find my Legion graphic. I need it faster. Where is it at? But yeah, I'm going to get a few more guests on here, guys. Where the hell is the graphic? I don't know. I can't find it fast enough. I lost it. JR, your thoughts on your comment? You let me do this to you in the past stream. Yeah, I don't really know what that means. Andy Stacks wants to come on. Hold on a second, guys. Let's see if Andy wants to come on. Is that true? We'll get Andy on if you want to come on. Let me see. Let me go through here. Let me see who's on here. Chess Coation with a subscription as well on Twitch. Welcome to the Legion. We got a hype train going on here. Shout out to the Legion. What about the bottle lid vibration? I didn't see a bottle lid vibration, so... Or we saw that earlier, but, I mean, I don't know. Now you're telling me it's in the bottle. I don't know, guys. I mean, I don't know. I just... Andy made a seat. He said, seated to the left of Robbi J. Lou. That poker hand was truly one of the strangest I've ever seen. I understand the reaction from G-Man. In-game, I didn't fathom how Hustler security could be bypassed to cheat. Now with investigations, no hasty conclusions can be made. So that's a pretty nice statement from him. We obviously heard Phil Ivey's statement on the show. Eric Person was last seen threatening a guy. I don't think he had much of a statement. I guess he deleted it. He basically posted 20 tweets at one guy with his mugshot and basically seemed like he was telling him he's gonna fucking kill him. So didn't seem like a good spot to be the other guy. But yeah, Andy made the statement right here. Did he say he want to come on here? I don't know. I don't think you're really talking. I might need to message him or something like that. Yeah, Phil Ivey. If you guys didn't hear, Phil Ivey said he basically gave his thoughts during the show. Christian Soto. Shout out to Christian Soto once again. Yeah, Ivy basically said that G-Man handled it wrong. Is that what you guys are saying in the chat? Jay, we get Schwan Luan. I mean, we got a message. Listen, if you guys want to get someone on, go on Twitter and tag them and say, hey, we want you to call in. And then if they call in, then we'll talk to them. So, but I can only kind of do so much here with mine. I feel like I've watched the footage. I feel like I've seen the vibration here. I kind of want to, I mean, is this really a vibration? I don't see it, guys. I mean, I see something, but I don't know what the hell that means. All right, this guy been spamming to look at this, so I'm going to look at this real quick. He says 239.55. Okay, buddy. 239.55. Okay.
We're going to get a dealer change here. Take a look at the cumulative winnings brought to you by BetMGM Poker, and Robbi is up 164,000. Garrett still away from the table, down 125,000. And if you're just joining us, we had a situation happen about 20 minutes ago. As we take a look here at the VPIPs, Phil Ivey sporting the 15% VPIP here.
This is the correct place.
We had a situation happen here that Garrett just lost a large pot with a hand that is literally impossible that someone could call him with, and he thinks that the hand was not straight. I mean, that's what he thinks. From my perspective here in the booth, because I saw all the other hands and I'm very experienced.
Thank you to Poker Dog 11 with the subscription on Twitch.
Things like this with another live stream from many years ago.
Thank you to Mark A with the donation on YouTube. Shout out to Mark A.
Tonight that would suggest that she didn't
appreciate you guys. Thank you.
The cards in earlier hands because she made plays that made absolutely no sense if she did know the cards. That's my only whole thing, but I'm sure there's going to be huge discussions about this. As Rip flops top and bottom here with Queen 3. Mike with Ace 4 with the 4 of hearts.
What is this guy talking about? The guy in the chat said, I got to watch. I don't see anything, Poppy. Bring on Xuan Lu. Listen, I would love to have Xuan Lu on. I'd love to get her opinion about things.
Watching this stream over and over again to look at those hands.
Your turn, my turn, your turn, my turn. You seem to be way ahead of me, man. You're probably like 6-1 or something.
I mean, you can gamble and try to get a flush.
10 seconds, Mike. You know, I have the wrong shape.
You're getting tough.
Oh, wrong shape, actually. The shape is correct.
Should I get Hans Niemann? Listen, Hans Niemann follows me. I'm going to send him a message right now.
She did a great raise against Eric.
I'll send Hans Niemann a message right now.
Go back to that hand when
He's probably going to come on, bro. I think he likes
the
quiet.
best hand with Ace King, so why would she raise Eric when he had a worse ace high?
Yeah, I think Hans is underground right now, dude. I don't think he's on here.
Sort of consideration.
I think what she doesn't realize is that, you know, calling that and being right, that's.
Yeah, I can message him, see if you want to come on.
She's still upset. Like, maybe she doesn't see it in herself, right? Like looking at him, you know. I mean, you won the hand. You won the hand. That's it. You know, let it go, guys. And she doesn't mean it.
What do you guys think? Should I message Hans Niemann? See if you want to come on. Is he doing any interviews right now? I don't know, because I saw he followed me the other day, or he followed me. I was like, oh, so maybe I was like, I'll hit him up. But I sent him a message, but he probably got a lot of messages, so I was like, yo, if you want someone impartial to talk to, instead of these chess people who sound like they want to fucking out for your blood, hit me up, let me know.
You know, right before that, we were talking about Phil Ivey's story.
But I feel like he probably wouldn't. What is he gonna come on and talk about though?
His stories must be a lot more fun.
I don't think he's tweeting. See, he's not tweeting.
Other people have to tell him. I don't remember my shit very well.
Yeah, he hasn't said anything all month. I don't think he's gonna come on.
I just stuff don't like stay with me.
What should I say to him?
Yeah.
Obviously, the chat's going crazy. I just saw a comment that I want to address. Someone said in the live chat, did she think that she might have had a 3 because she
he's been low key. He's got to stay low key. He accused of the biggest cheating scandal of all time.
The only thing about that though is that wouldn't she say?
So I'm gonna get my guy Beiruzy on in here. He just gave us that nice donation, so at least I can do is have him back on and have my buddy Jesse on as well too. Work Poker News.
Going down the rabbit hole, did she not know enough to say that? Like in the sense that she thought she had a 3, but she just didn't say it because she didn't understand what was going on. She didn't know how egregious the call looked, so she didn't make a point to say, oh, I meant to say I had a 3, because she said, is a 3 good? But that obviously could have been speech play. So that's another whole thing there, too.
Garrett's going to get Robbi super fucking pissed right about now.
Huh?
Garrett's going to get Robbi super fucking pissed right about now.
Garrett's going to get pissed?
All right, listen, guys, we're going to get one call in here. Jersey Joe, we already had you on, Poppy. Calm down, buddy.
Robbi, you're all talking right now.
We already had you on.
They are talking. So Garrett's going to get Robbi pissed?
We already have you on.
What did she do?
Nothing.
All right, guys, we got new guests coming in. Hold on a second. Dun, 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 dun.
We already have you on.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
Sweet. Okay, one sec.
Okay.
All right, guys, we got new guests coming in. Hold on a sec.
Is that me singing? I sing terribly.
Sort of, yeah. You're on my phone there. I got the stream now. Cool.
All right, guys, joining me now, Beiruzy here, Twitch streamer, plays high-stakes tournaments. Just got a deal with GG Poker as an official ambassador. He's known for having like a rooster as one of his main symbols. He does a lot of crazy graphics. And I guess how would you describe yourself? How would you describe yourself, Ryan?
Thanks for having me on, first of all. High stakes tournament player. I've been streaming for a year. I do a lot of silly stuff, and I like to do good charitable things as well. And sometimes I like to be the advocate of devil's advocate is the best way to say it. And I guess I felt the need to join here just to voice a different way of looking at things, but not necessarily saying that anyone's cheating or not cheating.
All right, Poppy. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, what your impression of what's going on here.
I went through a lot of the stuff, and I just couldn't see like any actual real convincing evidence that there is cheating. It's not like the Postal situation, Mike Postal, where like there was you can 100% with certainty, make an opinion on it and like stick to it. But in this case, there's a lot of what ifs. There's a lot of like little things that people are focusing on too much. And what I didn't like about the whole situation is that people simply didn't give enough importance to the fact that this is a new player. She's only been playing for 1 year, according to a lot of statements. And that in general, people make a lot of mistakes that can be based off emotions or simply reaction to stressful situations.
Mm-hmm.
I've never played in a high stakes game for like 300K, but I've played in like high intense like tournament final tables. And I've made a lot of mistakes. I've had like my heartbeat racing. I've misread my hand a few times on the live final, like on a live stream in the Bahamas. I totally see where someone can just like have a massive brain fart. And I personally believe this is sort of what happened. And until there's more evidence or a better investigation, I don't see a reason why we should all be saying, oh, for sure it's cheating, or, be convinced that it's 95% cheating or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I kind of tend to fall in that category, and obviously a lot of other people are stronger the other way. And there's basically, you can find any opinion out there right now, Beiruzy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
you can find whatever opinion you want to find to support your argument. Someone out there is saying it, and they're saying it pretty loudly. So at the end of the day, I always say, like, I'm just thinking about it. We can't prove anything here. So now I've seen some evidence, I've seen some hypotheses, and I've seen some hands, and now it seems like either people got to find more evidence in the hands if they can find anything, or the hustler has to come out and they have to do their due diligence. They have to bring in a good what do they call it? Independent inspection group. By the way, I should be an independent investigator. I should have my own crew. I should get like Sean Deeb and a few guys together. I'll do some independent investigations, but they got to get their investigation crew together. They got to go in there and see if they can find anything. We know how those things end. They're probably going to get anything found. So kind of seems like right now we're at a point where we're kind of gathering more information, gathering opinions, trying to learn more about who everybody is that's involved in here, either Garrett or on Robbi's side as well too. And yeah, it seems like the next development will really come from Garrett and from Hustler. And it seems like a lot of us are going to be in limbo here for a little while, where all we can do is really debate back and forth on what we think took place, and look over shaking water bottles and shaking med sections, and you know what I mean? Like, I mean, look at it shook, right? I mean, who fucking knows if the thing shook, right? I mean, what are we gonna do? Look,
I know.
I
saw that, and like, I just really like. To me, it was just like her leg is shaking instantly, because I shake my leg a lot when I'm playing poker online, and I've seen on my own camera that like my leg literally causes my chair to like vibrate. I was like, oh, this is what it looks like. But I mean, I just don't understand like why we're focusing so much on these little things when no one's just giving the benefit of the doubt. Like, wait for a real investigation.
Yeah, so you're saying you just want to kind of sit back. Sure, we can pick out some things. We can find we can find the belt. We can find the hands. We can find the action. We can find the facial expressions and the weird play. But you're saying that while we have that there, let's still take a step back. Let's chill out for a bit. Let's wait to see what Hustler comes up with, and then we can jump to these strong conclusions where everyone is going strong one way or the other on what took place here.
Yeah, exactly. And I think people like you doing what they're doing is amazing because you're actually getting more facts of the story. Like having all these guests come share their side doesn't necessarily need to be facts. Like maybe some of these people are misleading and lying, but at least they're giving another perspective that we can use to come to the conclusion, right? Like Rip coming in saying whatever, like all these people saying stuff. That's super helpful. But when people are blindly throwing like just a screenshot of something and they're like, oh, look, there's this thing on her hip for sure. It's this device. Like, I think that's just crazy. And it puts the person that's being accused in a very difficult situation, right? Like, just imagine this person did not cheat. Imagine the stuff that, she's dealing with, like all this insane backlash.
Yeah, I mean, it's good and bad, right? Because obviously you're going to get a lot of support. As she said on my show yesterday, she's getting a lot of support. A lot of the messages are positive, and a lot of the people are really supporting her, right? We hear some people that are against it, and they think that something went down here. But overall, I see a lot of really supportive people out there. So at anything, right, it's a lot of attention, a lot of spotlight, and obviously attention is tough to deal with no matter if it's good or bad sometimes. So that's going to be a position she's thrust in, and that comes from playing on a show like this. You put yourself in the front of 20,000 people, shit happens, and you never know where the fuck it's going to go. And sometimes it goes haywire, and all of a sudden people are talking about you. And I think for her that if nothing went on here, it'll be great for her. She'll be able to keep playing poker, and I think she's going to have a lot of fans. She's going to have a lot of opportunity. And I think a lot of people are going to really enjoy her and enjoy her story if it comes out that, hey, like nothing went down here. I think she'll be like one of the most popular poker players to a lot of people out there for what she's gone through with this whole situation and kind of enduring the comments that people are saying that you 100% did this or you did that. So I mean, I guess I'm curious as a bystander to see how the story develops with her and with Garrett and with Hustler as well.
Yeah, I agree. I wanted to ask you if there was any sources that showed a lot of like history between Garrett and Robbi, like hands that they've played before, because from the stream there wasn't that many, but apparently there was stuff off stream. Did they ever really talk about that? Or
I haven't seen any of the off-stream hand. I haven't talked with Garrett about that specifically. Robbi, actually, it's a good point. Never really talked with that about Robbi, the off-stream dynamic. I guess I would be. I'm not that interested personally, but I could see people being interested in what took place off camera. And I guess more information is always good information to sort of have and to have an understanding. We can ask Garrett about that. Once Garrett's going to break the silence. So at some point in time, whenever he decides to speak about it, I think we can ask Garrett to get more clarity on what he's talking about there.
Yeah, because I think if we approach this from an angle that it's an amateur player or just someone new to like high stakes and live streams, and they're being like kind of on and off camera, like losing a lot of pots to the known pro that like you want to beat, then you develop this irrational emotional response where you just start like any spot you can, you just start convincing yourself like I need to take a stand. And there was the hand before the Jack 4, which had, I think, Jack something of diamonds, and she was like kind of considering a hero call in the river with Jack high, and that was also crazy. And to me, it just seems like someone that just like wants to win a pot against Garrett. That's it. That's all she wants to do. Doesn't care how. And then when you go down this like wormhole, you forget about hand strength. You forget about stuff. You're just like, oh, he's bluffing. He must be bluffing, and I think I win. But there's not much logic behind it. And I'm not sure if you saw on my Twitter, I posted a couple of examples where like other poker players made irrational decisions in really massive situations, like big hands, just because they think the other opponent's bluffing. And one of them is like Tom Dwan and Ricao. I don't know if you saw that hand.
Yeah, the Ricao hand. Yeah, the 7 deuce first the 7-8. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a crazy hand, but like there's history because they play the 7 deuce game, and like he makes sort of an irrational decision. For a spectator, you're watching this like that's crazy. How does he think of this? But he has history. There's a reason behind it, and he wants to also like own Dwan on a big cash game. And if a top pro is doing this, why isn't like an amateur player, someone new to the game, trying to do the same thing?
Right.
Like if she had ace high instead of jack high, I feel like there wouldn't be that much backlash in this situation.
Yeah. You posted on the Maria Ho hand versus Tony Hawk. I mean, that hand's obviously just
that's different. Yeah. I mean, that's just more of a meme. I thought it was really funny, but it's just to show that like Tony Hawk is clear like an amateur in poker, and like he just thought Maria's bluffing, but had literally the second not low in a way. Like you can't ever call with that hand, but he just thinks you're bluffing, I'm gonna call. And like you see this type of stuff a lot when you play against recreational players, because they don't consider that like, oh, you still have to show your hands even if you think someone's bluffing. And I'm just gonna say a really quick hand where I bluffed all in a spot in the World Series this year, and I got called by 5 high, and the opponent was waiting for me to muck, but didn't know that we have to show our hands. And I won with I had jack high. And like this scenario just reminded me that like this person thought I was bluffing, called, expecting me to just muck my hand, but doesn't know the rule that we have to show in tournaments when you're all in, because it's like an anti-collusion thing. And that type of stuff happens often, right? And this player was just like, no, he should have mucked his hand. I'm like, no, this isn't how it works. Like you have to show your cards, and I win with jack high. I'm sorry. And this type of stuff happens a lot. So yeah, I'll stop blabbing on that.
No. I mean, I see what you're saying. And someone said, is this the guy that won 3 W Coops? Yes, you did win 3 W Coops. Is that correct?
Yeah, I had a really good 2 weeks.
You're killing it, kid. I mean, listen, you're out in Vegas for a while. You're hanging out with the champ, hanging out with Espin and the crew. And it kind of seems like, you kind of went back home a fired up man and got after it. You got back with making content. You got this new deal with GG. You're crushing the poker. So clearly you've been doing something right these past couple months. So I don't know what you're up to. I mean, I saw you when you were out here, but it seemed like since I seen you in June, you've been, or I guess we were hanging in July. I guess it's been going pretty well for you, because now it's October and you got 3 W Coops and a sponsorship to a poker site. So things are going well for you, man. I'm glad to hear.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I don't know what to attribute it to, but I got married earlier in September, and I took like 2 months after like last time we hung out in July. That was like the last time I did anything poker related. Then I just took like 3 months off, got married, and came back home, and I was just like, I just want to play poker, and I was super like hungry and thirsty for a win. And 3 W Coup titles later, I was like, okay, now I'm not satisfied. I want more, but like I feel like sometimes you just need to take a break, and it helps remind you how much you like enjoy playing the game of poker and how fun it can be.
See, that's why I'm here, Beiruzy. I took 10 months off content. I came back a fresh man. Now people are wondering, why is this guy going 9 hours straight? I got this I can go for another 60 days, right? People they texted me like, oh, is your mental health okay? Like, are you losing your mind? You're talking to chat. Like, those guys are animals. You're with them 12 hours a day. I got another 100. I got 120 days in me, right? I go 120 days straight, right? I go 120 days, 12 hours. Like,
it's fun.
Exactly. Like I'm fired up. I'm ready. Like, right? Like poker content. I love in poker right now. I'm loving content. We got this crazy controversy right now. What the fuck is going on right now? I'm talking with Robbi. I'm talking with her husband. I'm talking with the guy Rip. I got to get Person on here. I got to get fucking Phil Ivey on here. I got to get Andy on here. Like, there's just people I got to talk to get their opinions. And I'm enjoying figuring out what the hell's going on here and being able to try to figure out, because I know Garrett, he stressed out, bro. This guy Garrett, he's like, oh my god, people are they think I'm the devil of the world, right? Like, what the fuck is going on here? And then you got Robbi, who she's like, some people think she is a devil, but also some people think she's a god, and some people think Garrett's a god, right? But either way, you're feeling that energy and pressure from both sides that is just not fun to deal with. And that's where I feel like I can at least help out. I'm going to help out somebody here. Maybe I'll help out all 3 people. I don't know. But I think at the end of the day that's what I think is going to happen from sort of my effort. And that's where I get a lot of my excitement from. So, but I agree. Taking time off, I think, is what leads to that energy and that ability to be able to fucking push hard when the time comes where you get that passion and inspiration. And so I think, it's about poker, life, whatever. But Not necessarily related to the cheating scandal. I know people want cheating scandal conversation. Billy said, "Hey Joey, what appreciate what you do, bro. Question: Hustler uses a shuffler, which is located off the table. I was under the impression that cars stay on the table. Thoughts?" Yeah. Apparently they added in the shuffler. You can see it right here to the left, guys. You can see them right here. Lock in. You can see them right there. Putting a deck into a shuffler off the table. Seems like I don't personally know what the GTO for that. You know, you got to ask a guy running a card room. You got to ask Houston Curtis what he thinks about that. Taking the cards off the table seems like a no-no just for the best mechanics. I mean, right? Before you know what happened, like these guys can do their thing. But at the same time, I mean, I don't know if there's a big risk with this process and the camera overhead and the players. And I personally don't know if that's a big risk. I don't know what that would matter. Beiruzy, you have any experience with that sort of thing?
Yeah, actually, it's kind of interesting it's brought up because I was cheated in a casino in Dominican Republic that removed the deck off the table. And I just sat there realizing something's off, and I came back the next day just to watch what they did. And they basically came and like brought a fresh deck, doctored deck, and just dealt this absurd hand. And I realized like, wow, this is happening. It was a $500 like cash game in a small resort in Dominican Republic. But like, if they're doing it there, it must be done somewhere else where like people aren't, paying attention to it. Obviously, in this case, like on Hustler Casino, where there's so many cameras and stuff, I think it's extremely improbable that like anyone would even think of attempting this because there's like too much spotlight on it.
Mm-hmm.
But it does happen. Like I have seen it. Like I never play in resort casinos that aren't licensed anymore and stuff like that because of my experience. Like I've seen it happen. They deal like absurd hands, and they always have like a house player just throws money into the pot that like lures you in, and it's possible. I'll say it's possible, but just not here. Really not here. Not in this game.
Yeah, anything possible. But yeah, I think
Hustler being involved is impossible here. Like it's just there's no way they would do that. And a lot of people have their conspiracy theories, like, well, if they might be incentivized. There's so much money in the on the table. It's like, yeah, I get that, but they make a lot more from the stream. Their reputation and integrity is worth infinite more than what's on the table, and they're not gonna risk that for any reason. No one that has the power to like doctor this hand or decks or whatever would even consider that because they're losing a brand that's worth a lot more than I guess 3 million or whatever's on the table.
Interesting. So the argument would be that due to this, that you lose your business or your business decreases in value. Well, who would have a motivation to want to do that? Because what you're saying is like maybe not the people who are the main people, but if there are other people involved that have access to whatever, right? Then, I don't really know how that stuff works. I got to get like a professional expert on here to understand like how easy this is. I basically just got to get RFID. I got to hack my own RFID. I got to invite people over to my house. I got to play a session where I know what the cards are. I got to make some moves. Yeah. And I got to figure out, right, like what's going on here? Like what's there to look out for? Because all of us here, like you never played when you knew these things. You don't even know what it's like to be in that position, build a strategy. You just say, oh, you wouldn't do that. Like how the fuck do you know what you would or wouldn't do? You've never had access to the cards, right? You're just theorizing what you do if you had access to results or cards. Like everyone thinks they would do this, but ain't nobody ever really had the cards, right? Like maybe we should do a session where we play with someone can see the cards and one person can't, just to see what happens, right? That. Like what's going to happen? Like what happens if you can't see your card? If I can see your cards, like what would really happen?
Well,
like,
since you're bringing that up, what's a really good point is that, yeah, we don't know, but there is a lot of footage of someone we allegedly think did that, the whole Mike Postel situation. There's so much footage of someone we think had clearly accessed the cards and was playing very different. And that's not what happened in this case, right? Like some of the hands here don't even make sense. If she was cheating, she would just call and call down. If she was cheating, she would call with ace king against Eric Person's ace eight. She wouldn't raise the turn when she's ahead. So like, it doesn't, like if she is cheating, then it doesn't make sense. It's a terrible way of cheating if she knew the cards. But in comparison to what Postel was doing, you can clearly like see there's a huge difference. Postel was just like hey, I know exactly what he have. I'm gonna fold the nuts here, the second nuts or whatever, or playing extremely loose pre-flop, and then when the board changes, just starts doing these weird plays because he knows the cards. But
yeah,
I don't see any of that in this case.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, right? If you're gonna pick the spot to launch your master plan, what kind of fucking person would pick that hand? Like, someone's controlling the moment. Like, you gotta, like, the more I think about it, the more I don't think this is cheating. Like, the more I'm thinking about it, it all just seems so ridiculous that, they're saying that maybe these guys got some sort of like technology background and they understand like fucking Illuminati Neuralink stuff, and they got access to future RFID products, and they got access to understanding of technology and people. But I mean, at the same time, you're still sending your like main faces in there to take that exposure and take that risk. It doesn't make necessarily that much sense to me. Like, this doesn't seem like the best spot to do it in. This doesn't seem like the best place to go. But maybe, once again, how would I know? How would you know? Like, we don't know. Maybe to other people, they see it. Like Houston Curtis said, people see these streams as a target because they know that there's money there, and they know if they devise a system that gets in there and gets the money, then they're going to make a profit. And some people are willing to take that risk. So it's really hard to maybe get in the head of somebody who would decide to want to do that. So to us, we say, oh, it can't be possible. But other people, they might look at it as like an exciting challenge. So
I mean, exciting challenge would definitely make sense. Yeah, this would be if someone's really sick in the head and just thinks that, like, I just want to cheat live on stream and get away with it. Like, that's the only way it would make sense. But if they're actually trying to make money and stuff, then they've approached it in the worst way possible.
Yeah, Nick D says Joey's opinion changes with his guest opinion, it seems. So when Doug Polk asked me what I thought my chances to cheat were, I said it was pretty low. So actually, the opinion I have now is in line with the opinion I had when I was talking with Doug Polk. So I do see that comment. I guess I pointed out because I don't personally feel that's the case, and I know some people say that, but certain people I agree with more. Other people, they say things like, I'm not going to agree with them, but I'm not going to try to make them change their opinion as well. So my big point is let people share their opinion on here, and kind of go with it. Let the opinion be heard to the people. Let the people decide.
Yeah.
So yeah,
You've done an amazing job at it.
We're trying, Poppy. We're trying, man. What do you got planned for today? You're gonna be streaming today? You're gonna be following this?
Yeah, big tournament. You can't win 3 WQ titles and then take time off. Like, I just want to win more. So I'm starting up my stream probably like 10 minutes after we're done, and just gonna play all day. And yeah, I'll probably, like, I'm honestly just gonna keep checking on Twitter and stuff because I'm so like attached to this. I wanna be wrong. I want it to come out that like there's cheating. Honestly, I actually want to be wrong. Deep down, I feel like it's not, but I want to be wrong. So
right.
I'll keep an eye. I might watch your stream like at the corner of my eye and like have the volume very low or something just to kind of keep up to date with stuff.
Right. Well, Poppy, listen, we enjoyed talking with you, man. Wish you well.
Yeah.
Look forward to working with you more in the future as well. So listen, Beiruzy on Twitter, guys. Let me drop his Twitter in here as well. Let me drop his Twitch as well too. We appreciate him coming on here. You're not a coach, right? You don't do coaching or anything like that, right?
No. I'm not. I can't articulate well enough my thought process.
No, I think you do pretty good. Yeah, aren't you? Yeah, you're pretty good at that. What do you mean?
I don't trust myself. I don't like taking people's money for something I don't think is a great product, and I don't trust myself to coach. That's how I view it. I've been asked a lot, but yeah.
Yeah,
that's why I do it for free.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's why I do it for free on my Twitch.
I disagree with that. I think you'd be pretty good if you just kept doing it. Anyone that can win a lot of anyone that can win a lot of poker tournament, they can understand how to coach people if they just put in some repetition. So I think you do fine. But with that said, guys, listen, I posted his Twitter in the chat. Make sure you follow him, give him a shout out, and we'll talk to you soon, Beiruzy. And thank you very much for joining us, man.
Take care. We'll talk soon. See ya.
All right, see you, brother. See you later, IQ Unknown. All right, guys, listen to Beiruzy. Shout out to him. What you guys think about him? Obviously, most of you guys probably don't know who he is or heard from his comments, but hopefully you enjoyed what he had to say. And yeah, like I said, that's why I invited him on. I feel like he's always got a lot of real nice things to say as well too. So big shout out to my guy Beiruzy. Carlos says, I'm not a fan of the argument that she's amateur enough to make Jack 4 call. If she's amateur enough to make a wild call, she has to be equally amateur enough to cheat in a bad spot. I don't even really understand what that guy said. JP said it makes no sense to cheat on this one freaking hand. It's all the poker nerds who can't wrap their heads around the fact that someone who's new to poker was trying to be a good poker player. Rachel's wellness journey. Robbi had a senior role at Bayer Pharmaceuticals. They won awards for their RFID technology. Isn't this something we should be investigating? So I saw some of that, but got my guy Prahlad Friedman checking in. Ay, Prahlad, a fucking OG of the poker world. Shout out to Prahlad Friedman, legend of the game. Lucky enough to get him on my podcast, talk a little bit with him as well. So we got love for Prahlad Friedman. Prahlad Friedman was deep in the UB cheating scandal, ultimate bet cheating scandal as well too. So shout out to Jex D on Twitch. What's happening, guys? We've been here about 7 hours on YouTube. We're on Twitch right now. Got a lot of people watching. Smash the like button if you're enjoying yourself. Veronica, I see Veronica Brill in the chat. Veronica, should we get Veronica on here? We got to get my guy Jesse over at Poker News. He runs our social media on here. You wanted to drop in here, drop an opinion in here. I want to get Veronica Brill. We got Veronica Brill. Obviously, you know Veronica. She is locked in as can be on these sorts of things. And obviously, she got a lot of experience with her own scandal. So Robbi worked at Bayer. Obviously, we know Bayer is like a god mode pharmaceutical company. But I saw they won awards for RFID technology. I don't know what. I think Robbi is a sales rep, but I haven't done enough DD on that yet to know. But let me see something. I got information. I'm assuming it's the same person. Let me see. Where's this guy at? I got some messages. I gotta find it in a second. Hold on a second. I got so many messages. Sorry, guys, on here. Yeah, basically, there's this thing from Daily Mail. It says Adelstein hails from Tucson, has been a professional poker player. Robbi J. Liu, meanwhile, only started taking poker seriously after coronavirus pandemic. She worked in a senior capacity for Bayer Pharmaceutical, and then this guy linked something that there's something called the Murata ID Solutions, and Bayer receives logistics award for RFID and blockchain project. Basically, some sort of RFID tracking system for, I think, like Bayer shipments for tagging products. And this guy was saying that if she worked at Bayer as a pharmaceutical company, then she would have access to this sort of RFID technology to be aware of that. I don't know if she's involved in the RFID technology specifically, but we got 150 from Brian Stahl. Thank you, Brian. He said everything about Robbi, her chest, her lips, clothing, are attention. She wants to be approved of and considered a poker player. She's a fan. In her quest, she did something dumb and misclicked. The error is a personality flaw, not a cheat. So Brian with the big donation. Thank you very much, Brian, for letting us know your thoughts. Thank you very much for the great donation, for supporting the channel here and encouraging me to stream more. I guess this is why you guys want me to stream more. I guess you guys just give me money. I guess that makes sense too. Give him a machine gun for that one. Thank you very much, Brian. So basically you're saying she wants to be considered a poker player. She's not cheating. She made a mistake. I can definitely see where you're coming from there. All right, guys, we're going to get Veronica here. Veronica, are you coming in? Let me get Veronica in here, too. Hold on a second. The great Veronica Brill. Let's see what Veronica's got to say. Shout out Mike Postle. Let me see. Bro, I love this hand. This hand's so crazy. This game was so sick. Can we get Poker Bunny on? Oh my God, Poker Bunny. Dude, who doesn't like Poker Bunny? Who doesn't like the Poker Bunny? Ay, the Poker Bunny. Addison Woodbury with the 50 says, what if the intent was not to make money, but to take G-Man down? Wait for the perfect spot where G-Man would know he was cheated, but most would not have the ability to see the logic. The conspiracy could go all the way to the top. fuck, dude. I need to hit the joint after that. Let me watch this hand real quick.
So Keating makes the nuts, and JR
I can't even think about that right now.
sticks around and makes jacks up. And all in here. So checking it all in.
My gosh.
Oh, man. 3x pot.
He wants it all.
JR has checked the river when he made jacks up, and 3x all in.
Wait, I see the vibration. Hold on.
300 pot.
Wait, when Keating shoved, look.
Believer, he's got
his chest vibrated.
JR
Watch his jacket. Watch his jacket. His jacket's gonna vibrate. Watch this, guys.
Around and makes jacks up.
Watch the oh, look, the vibration.
And all in here. So checking it all in.
My gosh.
Oh man, 3x pot.
He wants it all.
JR has checked the river when he made jacks up, and 3x all in.
Wow.
322,000 effective. Oh my God.
Bart, all I'm going to say, and then I'm not going to say another word, he's the only man on the planet that could get paid here because of his image. And JR is not showboating here. He's thinking about it, and
this hand went from
I have this sick feeling.
Little pot.
Yes.
To just huge. And again, just the most unbelievable river, the offsuit jack. Giving Keating the nuts, and JR jacks up. And this is a 3x all in.
God, he's really thinking about it, Bart.
And obviously Keating has had a really, really tough night here, so maybe that's going through JR's mind. Although I don't know if I've seen Keating put this much money in as a bluff post flop.
No.
I mean, this is 3x all in here.
All right,
But he
JR
does know JR is not a Hanks.
JR's stalling. He's waiting for the signal. We saw him throw the time chip in. You guys obviously know he's waiting right now. You can tell he's leaned forward. So he's waiting for. You can kind of see a bulge right there. So we're kind of waiting for a device to kind of maybe vibrate to give him some sort of signal. We're thinking that he's just thinking so long here. So
consideration, but he's really thinking about.
Can you do you think we can do that for any hand? I don't think so. Donation from Martin Klein. Shout out to my guy Martin K. What's up, Martin K?
Raise call, and here we are at the end.
Wow.
Keating firing all three streets. JR sticking around and hits jacks up at the end, but now he's faced with a 3x all in.
No one's accusing JR. I'm just kidding. I'm just trolling.
Can you hear me, Poppy?
Yeah. We got Veronica in here. Hold on a second, guys.
And he makes the call. He makes the call. Wow. 700.
Alan Keating stacks him for the 750.
And 49.
Guys, listen, we got the great Veronica Brill joining us in right now. You guys know Veronica Brill. She no cam for the fans?
Poppy, I just woke up. I didn't even know we were doing day 3. I would have put my wig on and my eyelashes.
Hold on, guys. Let me update.
I'm just kidding.
Let me update.
No, I literally just woke up.
All right, guys. You guys know Veronica Brill. Veronica is a longtime player here. Got well known from the legendary Mike Postle investigation series, and but yeah, she's been doing a lot of stuff in the poker community since then. She's working with the Cleveland Jack Casino out there, the poker room out there, ambassador out there. She's putting out great events. Did a great women's event out there. A lot of people look at that, had a good time. Work with Poker Go a lot. Work with Poker After Dark. Did an interview with Dan Bilzerian. Does a bunch of random fucking videos. Likes to post photos of herself. Thirst traps, right? One of the thirst trap queens of poker, and overall doing a lot of good stuff. Recently on Max Payne Monday and working with Nick Vertucci on his podcast. So Veronica Brill, I got a good introduction. I clearly know too much about you.
You're on top of it, Joey. I appreciate that the scandal has taken away from my 12% fee pip on Max Payne Monday that I'll never live down.
Oh yeah, everyone was talking about you being such a tight player. Yeah, I remember that.
I was card dead, but it's okay. I'll own it. I'll own it.
Yeah. So V, what are you thinking here? What's kind of your interpretation of the situation? You know,
Look, I just logged into Zoom and it asked me to put in my name, and the only way it asks you to not put in your name is if you're logged into your own account on your computer. So it was just interesting about Rip, you know?
Yeah. So the thing about that, Veronica, was that Rip basically the people want to see me want me to pull up a thirst trap, guys. Do you guys want to see a thirst? No, I can't.
Pull
Come
up
on.
the corn.
Which one?
My corn thirst trap.
Okay, hold on a second. The chat's like, pull up a photo of her. All
The
right,
corn one is one of my favorites.
This one? Dang, okay, all right. I'm not seeing nothing. I've got a girlfriend. I can't even look at this photo. I can't even look at this yellow dot photo of Veronica. So Veronica, what do you guys think, chat? In or out? What do you guys think? Shout out to Veronica.
I don't look like that right now, I'll tell you.
Dang, I think she looks pretty good. What do you guys think out there, chat? Shout out to Veronica. They said smoking. Okay, yeah. Listen, I don't know how you do it, but you deal with the comments from the poker Twitterverse in a way that I ain't ever seen anybody else do, because you let them have fun, right? They love the thirst traps, obviously, right? A lot of people comment on that, and so it's good to see.
Some people don't understand the art of trolling. So if someone is a good troll, it's an art, it's a craft, and it serves the community. It is a strong foundational part of our community. And if you're a good troll, I encourage it and support it, and I'll have fun with you, and it you become family on Twitter. But if you're a bad troll, it's just, you're doing bad work, you're not putting in any effort, I'm just not interested. So
what? I see what you're saying.
And people need to understand, if they want to troll, if they want to have comments, they just have to be artistic about it. They have to put some thought into it. I enjoy it all.
So what? Okay, so I mean, I'm just seeing this trophy here. It's basically designed. It's a woman's trophy, and listen, I'm not going to beat around the bush. The trophy's got a unique design on it. So the WPA trophy. Shout out to that. So Veronica, listen, what are you seeing here, kid? What are you looking at? What's kind of your thoughts on what we got taking place here with the hustle?
Look, I mean, I think you're bypassing one thing that I thought was interesting, is Rip calling in from her computer. Had to.
Oh, okay.
Like, you don't.
Sorry.
A link isn't like a link unique to each user. You have to log in. I just logged in because I forgot that I deleted Zoom off my phone, because we no longer use Zoom at my work. But you have to log in either putting in your name, or you have your own account already set up, and then it logs you in automatically. Like on my computer, I have it already set up. I don't have to type in Veronica Brill. So he was on her computer or her device, probably. There's no link that's just unique to her that he received, that Rip received. So that was cool. That was interesting.
So
they're friends, like whatever. He might be using her computer. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, well, so I actually asked them about that a couple times, because obviously a lot of people in the chat were asking about that. And basically what they said was that they sent, he tried to log in, but it doesn't have a Zoom account to log in on, or didn't know his password.
You don't need a Zoom account. It asks you for your name. If you don't have a Zoom account, you can sign as a guest. I literally just did it. I just downloaded Zoom on my phone because I deleted it previously, and I just logged in as a guest and typed in Veronica. I'm just saying, shit doesn't work like that. You don't just like use a random link and then, oh, I logged in under someone else's name. That doesn't work like that. I mean, maybe he asked her for her login, and maybe that is true, but it's just like,
so okay. Wait, you're telling me that they, I don't know about that. I don't think so. Because basically what you're saying is that they would have called in from the same place and I was talking to them.
It's a little suspicious. I don't know. I might be off. I don't know. It's a little weird. It's all pretty weird, right? I mean, I think that it's all very weird.
I don't know how relevant that really is. I mean, obviously if something's going on, these guys don't want to talk about it clearly. You know, I don't necessarily think it's on me to try to get in the middle of that, blow up some type of relationship like that. It's never really been, because I know a lot of things going on like that. I never choose to really talk about that publicly. So even if they're, that's not necessarily a category I like to discuss, I suppose, with people's personal lives, especially he came on here, he said he's a married man. He got a 2-year-old at home, so.
Okay, well, if the personal life item had nothing to do with the relevant situation, I will 100% agree with you. I also know that there are people in open marriages and I don't know what is going on with people, right?
Well, I actually asked them that specifically. I said, hey, Doug Polk made a video. I asked her husband, I asked her, I asked Rip, and they said nothing's going on in that regard. They asked about the open relationship. I talked about LA relationships. We know LA, Vegas relationships. Like I said, I got a lot of friends in open relationships where they live a good life. They got their great girlfriend, and they got the LA model girls, right? Like the guys that's what some guys like. Some guys want to date around. Some guys like different kind of girls, and they find relationships where they can do that. LA seems to be a place people enjoy doing that, from my experience meeting people. So, I think LA people are different. LA people are in a fucking fantasy world of their own, and it doesn't always make much sense what LA people do. So,
I mean, in Silicon Valley, everyone's polyamorous, so I get it.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. So I guess so in this situation,
I guess with the Mike Postle stuff, I just learned that I have to take information. You can't look at things in a vacuum. You can't look at a particular hand or, at an hour span of video. You have to look at external variables. And that's what made me suspicious of Mike, was there were a lot of external variables that people who just watch the live stream a couple times a week didn't get to see. And that is kind of what started swaying me in a direction. So it's not I don't care if they're sleeping with each other, if they are or aren't. I don't know if they are, but it does add a little bit of a variable to the story that we should consider. That's all.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I guess. I mean, at the end of the day, it kind of seems like we've been talking about today. We've got some evidence. Doug Polk made a video, put new evidence into play. I believe Berkey mentioned his podcast. They were talking about the vibrational, the EMS device, the vibrational device that go on your hip and does some sort of compulsion on your body that is alleged to relay a sort of signal to you about folding or calling. So right now, it kind of seems like that's what some people are feeling kind of positive about. But, once the people go home and that, nothing ever comes from that. So, how can you can't find a item when it's not at the casino. What are you going to do? You're not going to go to the person's house to find it, right? What's really going to happen here? To me, if something was going on, it's kind of a situation. I just kind of keep thinking about it more and more, talking about it, is that it kind of seems like it's just not going to have a real conclusion. And think about how split people are on the case right now. So I imagine that a lot of people in the future are going to be pretty split, and we probably won't really get a resolution anybody's happy with. That's kind of what my interpretation is as of right now. But maybe I've been talking about it so much, I've been just thinking about it all different ways right now.
Well, we saw a person cheat, and again, I don't know if she's cheating or not. I'm neutral on it, especially given my situation with, doing a podcast with Nick, and it's basically a spinoff of Hustler Casino Live. I have to respect the process that Nick and Ryan are going to, they're going to look at all the evidence and decide what happened. And I have to respect that. And I know that Ryan and Nick are very honest people. Nick has put in almost $1 million into this show, and it would be just ridiculous for someone to come in and screw this up for him, or you know what I mean? I just think he's all he wants is to keep the integrity of the game. He loves this live stream. I just feel really bad for him right now. He's super stressed. So it's hard for me to voice an opinion, even when I have even when someone texts me with a bit of information, just because I don't want to add fuel to the fire, I feel like they're going through enough. I feel like everyone's got an opinion about it. I'm not really adding anything to it. But we watched, to your point that you just said, we watched like Mike Postle cheat for 18 months. I mean, I sat across from him when I was like suspecting him of cheating, and we watched it clear as day. Like there's no doubt in 99% of people's minds that he cheated, and we still haven't come to a resolution. Like I'm pretty sure Stone's like microwaved all of the like hardware that was involved, but like I don't know how we're going to come to a resolution with this.
Right. Yeah.
Like just 2 episodes. So I have a feeling if she was cheating, because she was so bad at it and so bad at poker, that she was like unable to like figure out spots where she should be. If she was, I think it would like it got caught way too early.
Yeah, I guess I just don't think so. I don't believe. I just think she know what she's doing enough to not to know that would be a good spot. Not to like if that was the case, right? If she was really sharp about poker and she was trying to play dumb, and this was like the way to go up on doing it, I just think that wouldn't be the case. And I think from the experience she's shown with cashing and some tournaments online and live, like clearly she has to have some idea of what she's doing about poker. I mean, she's got to have figured something out if she's having some cashes like that, to me, in my eyes. Because even if you are, I mean, tournament players, right, in general, the best players are going to be able to speak knowledge about poker. But most tournament players in general, I mean, I don't think they can really explain poker at any sort of level, because just from my experience talking with a lot of people. So I think with her, it seems like she's just newer to cash games and maybe like doesn't understand how deep stacks change things and why this stuff matters and why it might change your play. And it kind of seemed like she maybe just, I don't know, just kind of talking on a different opinion. I kind of got a different inspiration right now. The second edible hit me. Like that was the point, right? I had to take that second edible and think about this in a different way, because I feel like we've come to all the conclusions we can come to right now, Veronica. And everybody kind of has these same opinions of things and about her and about the future. But maybe this happens and nothing really comes from it. Everybody keeps going on. Robbi keeps playing poker. She keeps saying nothing happened. Garrett's got to figure out what the hell he's going to do. And maybe Hustler, never ends up being anything. And this just ends up being 2 days we look back on where it was fucking crazy. And we maybe just never get an explanation for it too.
It's funny to me how everyone has responded to Garrett, because he is one of the most well-regarded players in poker as far as cash is concerned. And he took time to write out that statement. I'm not saying he's right or wrong. I'm just saying that the community has lost like the consideration that this man probably had before posting that. And it was like 6 hours after he got home, right? His posts about her cheating. And I don't understand why the community couldn't give him a bit of leeway. Like, it's crazy to me how they're attacking him. Like this, if you look at it from his point of view, he thinks he got cheated. Like in his mind, that's what he believes. And it's crazy that people are attacking him rather than like objectively looking at what he's saying and trying to understand why.
Mm-hmm.
Which I know that's what you're doing, but I thought it was so weird how this, like, we all respected this guy and loved him, and then half the people in the community are just attacking him, and it's just weird. It's weird when people come to a conclusion either way right away. That's also weird too. I know Garrett was in the middle of it, and he probably processed everything he had gone through and believes that. But like people from the outside, it's just weird. We just become polarized so quickly. I don't want to talk about the psychology of humans and our evolution, but it's so crazy how we just instantly get polarized and instantly want to just argue about everything. Instead of like trying to gather evidence, trying to talk to people, trying to see what external variables have been involved. Like, how did she get in the game? Why is she getting staked? How assess her skill level to get staked at this high? And I know you can get staked even when you're not a good player, but like it's a bad it's a bad business decision to stake someone who's brand new and terrible at the game. And, you know, maybe she's not as terrible as she appears in that hand. I don't know.
I don't know. She came on there and won all the time, so maybe she knows something better than other people do.
Yeah, I mean, she was making all the right moves at the right time.
That's what I'm saying, right? Maybe she's a god. I don't know.
Well, okay, so you want to talk about it, Max Payne Monday, and people think about cheating as in like, yes, they're cheating, and that's it. The switch goes on. I mean, like, when I look back at the Mike Postle footage, when he started cheating, I mean, like, I think he started testing the cheating before he started cheating. Like, he checked his phone. Like, they did a test run on the Stones live table together, him and Justin. And, you know, they spent time before they pulled the trigger. I mean, she shows up on Max Payne Monday. What does she make, $1,000? And she doesn't have all this weird mannerisms. She plays at a normal pace. She, like, calls right away with her aces to Ling Lu and loses. And, you know, like, plays like a normal person. And then on Friday's games, her mannerisms change. Her delays in responses change. Like, she plays kind of different. It's like she's waiting for something. So, I mean, that's a consideration. I might be overthinking that. I don't know. I've been watching too much of your videos, Poppy.
Listen, man, that's what the great investigation is about, man. We're just trying to hear viewpoints, trying to hear things here, trying to figure out what's going on here with Garrett.
I mean, I want to know why Beans, who sat in my Max Payne Monday game, is like, met her 2 weeks ago and is like calling into your show, like talking like he's her best friend, and like, I want to know why he's all up in her shit. I want to know. Like,
maybe he like her, right? Maybe he likes her. You never know.
I don't know.
When you like a lady, you're trying to be around her, right? So
I heard he's married, so I don't know. Like, maybe he does like a lady. But to me, when I was like sniffing out the whole Mike Postle stuff, I was looking at who's he talking to, who's he getting money from, why does Justin always know how much he's cashing out and how much he lost in another casino, which he never did. You know, like, I am always trying to see who's doing what with that person.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just interesting to me, like, someone is like jumping on the railroad tracks for this woman who he just met 2 weeks ago. What is that? What does that have to do with anything? Like,
so you're suspecting from Beans when he called in right away. Then,
why? Why is Beans? I'm not saying anything's going on, but why is Beans calling in? Beans is weird, man. I didn't like Beans. Beans was on Max Payne Monday with me. I didn't like him. I've never heard anyone complain so much about a game that he was like pretending he was forced to play.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about him. I just had a conversation on here. We had a few text messages, so I don't know much about the guy, but yeah, I mean, everybody got an opinion about people, so it sounds like you don't like this guy, Beans, for whatever reason. What is
something's not right there. I don't know.
I mean, everybody, you don't have to like everybody, so I try to get along with everyone, but you don't have to do. No one got to do that.
Oh my God, Poppy, stop! I just didn't like the way he was acting on Max Payne Monday, but it's just weird to me that he's like calling in and like, you know, being the white knight for her. It was just weird. He doesn't even know her.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good point. Maybe we should call him back up and see what he's thinking.
Yeah.
Beans, you've been called out, Beans. Beans has been called out.
I just hope that I honestly hope that she's just like playing wild and just like is on a fucking crazy heater and none of us can understand it. And I hope she just like scoops up all the money and gets invited to all the private games and then like cashes out while she's ahead. I hope that's the resolution of all this. I hope Hustler can like move on from this and we can continue to have like a great poker show. The greatest in the world.
I like, Ben, that's a really positive manifestation you're trying to create right there. So nothing happened. Garrett says he's sorry, returns the money. Hustler gets back to games, better security, put on great events. Robbi becomes a superstar. She's playing. She's owning it up. Her and Garrett have some they turn the rivalry into a friendship where they apologize and they see past it and they come to a resolution, Doug Polk, Dan Negreanu style, and then they play more and everybody happy, everybody holding hands. Everybody.
Well, you missed one thing.
What part?
We get a heads up match out of her and Garrett. Robbi and Garrett heads up.
Sounds incredible.
I think someone's working on it right now, actually.
So wait, we might get a Robbi versus Garrett heads up match.
I think we might.
Bro, I don't know what is going on in this world. If these two play a heads up match, chat, I'm gonna lose my mind. This gotta be rigged. There's no way. I feel like I'm being set up here for a rigged show. They're giving me content for the show or something like that. I don't know. I feel like something's happening here.
I think you should do commentary on it.
Fuck that makes sense, wouldn't it? Yeah. I mean, listen, you know, I'm ready. I'm ready to do heads up commentary if these two play, and I think that'd be one of the most iconic things ever. Listen, guys, smash the like button in the chat if you would listen to me do commentary over a heads up match with Garrett and Robbi, because if these guys play, then that'd be sick. I mean, yeah, sounds great. Fuck, man. What do you think the odds of that happening are?
Well, it depends. The person who's trying to put it on, I think they're pretty persistent. So I think it's like a 70% chance that it's going to happen.
Wow, perfect. I mean, hey, listen, guys. So,
although I want to know the buy-in, you know.
So
I want to know the structure.
So, what would I'm trying to think from Robbi's perspective here, moving forward as she plays. Why doesn't she just play more poker on the stream? Like, if she says, oh, like, fuck you guys, this is how I play, like, why don't she just keep coming and playing more, play on Max Payne, play on Tuesday, like, come there and say, I got nothing on me, like, search me, motherfuckers. And basically, it sounds like she should just go out there, play her game. Listen, the poker speaks for itself. So if you want to show people that you are not using some sort of fucking software or assisted devices to win at the game and play your game, then why don't you just go out there and keep playing? So for her, that's what I think she should do, is just go keep playing. Say, fuck it. Like, I'm not doing anything. Like, do whatever you got to do. I just want to play poker. And then her to go on the show and keep playing, I think would be a way for her to say for me. I mean, I think that for me would maybe show people a lot. And for her, it would be something that she could already do because she already knows how to play.
So that's a good question. So she's cleared, which I'm thinking she will be. Do you think that Hustler should allow her back on the show?
I want to see her on the show. Yeah, I personally want to see her on the show. I want to see if she plays the same style. I want to see more hands. Like, I want to get more of a sample size to see what she's up to. So not to say that would, you know, confirm or deny anything, because, you know, I don't think it necessarily is a complete confirmation, but at the same time, it is an interesting question, guys. What do you guys think about that? Do you think that Robbi should be allowed to just play on the show and to be able to show if this is how she plays? I mean, is she always min-raising turns? Like, is she always getting into these spots? Is this her normal game? Like, I don't know. I mean, it is something.
I like it, actually. I like it. But, you know, there's going to be metal detectors now. I briefly spoke to Nick. He's so exhausted. He's upping the security. So, you know, people won't be able to we used to be able to bring our own bags, and you could bring your own water bottle and stuff. You just couldn't have your phone. But now you're not allowed to bring anything. They'll give you like a locker or something. But Nick's upping the security right now. So I think, you know, if Nick feels that he's made the security as good as it can be, why not put her back on? Especially given, we have to remember, we have not proved that she cheated. There's no proof of that besides something shaking in her side potentially. I don't know. But really, we don't have anything. We're just speculating. So if everything comes up fine, why not put her back on?
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, they do got to do their due diligence and searching, but I would be interested to see. Obviously, people would be interested to watch her play. A lot of people would be paying attention to it. Yeah, I mean, it would be something. It would be quite the spectacle if that was going to take place. I don't know. They said that they're on the sidelines until the investigation is complete. I don't know how long that's going to take, but I don't know.
Both her and Garrett, right?
Correct. Her and Garrett, correct, yeah.
I understand why they did that, but it's weird to take Garrett off because Garrett's not the one who is being accused of cheating, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But I understand for fairness, they should both be getting taken off.
I mean, maybe,
It's
maybe
just-
not. I don't know. Like, I don't know if Garrett isn't cheating in the game, then, you know, if he feels like Hustler didn't have anything to do with the cheating and he feels like that it's okay, nothing's going on, then why shouldn't he be able to play?
Right. Exactly.
So it doesn't really make a lot of sense for G-Man to be banned from Hustler while they do the investigation. If he isn't saying Hustler's cheating him, he's saying that he suspects these specific people. So the question is, does that mean that Robbi should be left off the show as well when the accusations are there? I think most people would say that if the accusations are there, then you need to hold them away. But if you have the security up, then you're saying, like, we're searching for this exact thing and we're going to make sure that you don't have anything on you, then to me, you shouldn't have anything to worry about. And theoretically, right, we should be able to see these people play.
Well, so Stones never took Mike off after numerous complaints from more than just me.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was a mistake. But then again, now we know it was an inside job. But I think it's good to take her off. But Garrett is, I understand they're trying to do it fairly. So, but then it's basically like, let's just say a random person wants to get someone off of the live stream because they're, you know, they feel they run bad against them. So they accuse them of cheating to you know, Nick, and then the person gets like taken off the show and they're happy. So I understand that if you're going to make an accusation, you also have to take a step away. So there's like consequences to making an accusation. Like you can't just make this accusation and just continue playing while the player you want removed is gone. You know what I mean? People would start using that as a edge potentially.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I wouldn't worry too much about that. You know, you feel like someone's abusing it, saying like, oh, this guy's got to go off the show, they're cheating. Like, if it happens a second time, you say, okay, well, you know, what's the circumstances? And then if it happens a third, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it happens one more time accidentally, like, maybe that's fine. But if it happens 4 times, 5 times, then you start to saying, okay, well, maybe this isn't a good rule to have. But I mean, in this situation with the circumstance that took place, you know, it's at the discretion of the business as well too. So that's ultimately your decision to make. I think if I was running Hustler Casino Live right now, if I put Robbi back on, obviously you're going to take a lot of shit. You just have to say, like, we're going to take a lot of feedback that isn't positive from people. And I don't think a lot of companies want to deal with that sort of backlash. So the easiest thing to just not deal with any because like right now we're in the Twitter game, the public opinion game. And a lot of that's going to dictate what people do, because if you bring someone on and everyone's like, fuck you, like, you guys are terrible, right? Like, then they're going to be like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, they don't want to make the people mad. So it's kind of interesting to see what the decision might be, because maybe some people say Robbi should play. And if enough people support that, which I think maybe people would support that, then I feel like she would be allowed to play on there too. So it kind of depends on what the public decides is going on here, and sort of like who they decide that is right or wrong, and then them pushing for their agenda, right? Like, if people want Robbi to play, like, then they got to try to, you know, get a public opinion that way to convince Hustler to say, oh yeah, we should let her back, without worrying about backlash from other people who maybe think that something happened.
Yeah.
So Rob Groom with the donation said the community wouldn't be so upset with Garrett if he didn't ask for and take the money back right away. Maybe give it to a third party, set it aside until investigation over. I think that's actually a pretty good idea. You know, some type of some people, I think we had a call earlier, and maybe it was Doug, where he talked about putting the money in maybe like an escrow, where Garrett could give the money to an escrow, a third party service, not necessarily Hustler is going to be doing the investigation, but maybe there's some sort of arbitrator involved where the arbitrator will decide who gets the money based on the findings of the case, and both parties would have to agree that that could take place. So to me, when you got $135,000 up for grabs, that seems like a reasonable decision. But if you're Garrett, do you want to give up the 135K? You know, if you feel like you're cheated, I can understand Garrett saying like, screw you guys, I'm going to keep the money and people are going to be mad at me, but whatever, like fuck these people. So what do you think you would do? Like what if you're in Garrett's spot right now and you got this 135,000?
So I think someone else that called in said this, and I agree with this. I think Garrett, from his perspective, felt like he did actually get cheated. And we all know that typically when you get cheated, you do not get your money back. And I think he thought this was his only opportunity to get his money back, and he took it and then left the show. Also, of course, like, I'm speculating. I don't know Garrett personally. I've interviewed him. I've interacted with him. He's like a genuinely kind person. After the interview was done, he was so like the same person he was on the interview, just a really nice guy. I genuinely think that if it comes to light that she was not cheating, I think he would give the money back. And I think enough people in the poker community would convince him, like, look, you have to look at this objectively. She was not cheating. I think he would give the money back. And what is it to him? Like, that's just like that's just like one pot to him or half a pot. Like it's not a lot to him.
Right.
He's got those chips in his bag still, I'm sure. So
right.
He's not going to blow it all, next week trying to pay his car note or some shit. Like he's got the money. Like, I don't think it's a matter of whether or not she'll ever get it back if she didn't cheat.
Mm-hmm.
I think he, in his mind, thinks she cheated. This was his only way. But like an escrow is fine. It's not like we're talking about a scumbag in our community. We're talking about like the most highly regarded player in our community, in our cash game community. Like, do you guys honestly think he's like taking this money and now he's like ending his career because of this? And now he's got this 140K or whatever, and he'll never play on Hustler. And like, yeah, he caught a cheater, but that's it. His like career's over. No, like he wouldn't do that. This guy has been nothing but an immaculate member of our community, nothing but honest. And I don't understand why people are up in arms about him doing what he thought was the right thing to do in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think he'll give it back.
Yeah, I think people said something about Garrett, his true personality is revealed here. I think the guy is clearly a fucking emotional guy, right? What do you think this guy gonna get angry sometimes, gonna get upset sometimes, gonna have
human.
Right? Like, I think what that is very normal. I mean, that's sort of what he talks about when he comes on and does podcasts, right? If he has conversation, it's not always like he try to be peaceful, but at the same time, like, I try to be peaceful, but I can not be peaceful. You guys don't really hear me yell very often, but I can certainly fucking get mad, and I can certainly yell. I get angry. I get pissed off at people, but I hold that in, right? I don't let that out. I'm not letting a lot of people see that side of me, because obviously when you let people see that side of you, it can be a vulnerable thing to do, because you're going to get judged in a way that Garrett's getting judged now from people, where it's like, oh, he showed emotion. It's like, oh my God, like, he showed his true self, right? He's this, he's that. And they start putting him down and calling him names because they, he feels like he's wrong in the situation, feels like he's cheated. Other people are like, you're sore loser, you're a crybaby, like, you're making shit up because you lost the fucking hand, buddy. Like, get over it. So I see it the other side, where, like, this guy, of course he's going to get mad. He felt like he was just cheated on this stream with 20,000 people watching. Phil Ivey's sitting there, like, he's shocked. He doesn't know what's happening. This guy starts yelling at him, call him a fucking pussy. He doesn't know what's going on in this game. He doesn't know who this guy is. This guy's wearing a cowboy hat. He's got the tattoos going on. This guy looks like maybe he wants to fight somebody. Who knows what's going to happen in that situation? So for him, if he feels like my safety's at risk right now and I want to get out of here, then to me, that makes a lot of sense. I don't think that necessarily meaning he's running away or he's a crybaby. He's writing this 6-page notes and people are like, oh, he's complaining about it. I mean, I think he wants to explain his side because he knows that this looks fucking weird and he doesn't really know what to say. So he decided to say that. Would we agree that's the best thing to say? Probably not. Should he have said 100% guilty? Fuck no, he shouldn't have said that. And I think that he would look back on that and say that too. So we can all judge. We can judge it, right? That's what we're doing, right? People are sort of criticizing it and critiquing it, and I guess that's how you learn from it, right? So,
so like, given, if we all put ourselves in his shoes, he genuinely, in that moment, you can see him processing everything and just being in utter shock.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone that plays at his high level, like Doug or whomever, was saying that this is the most bananas hand they've ever seen on a live stream.
Mm-hmm.
And so what Garrett is processing, he plays poker at such a high level, and people saying, oh, you know, you're just a sore loser. Like, you don't look at the game the way Garrett does and the way some of these high level players do. People know this is a hand, this is just not a thing. This just doesn't happen. And so Garrett, in that moment, we can see him processing everything and just being in utter shock and not being able to wrap his head around what just happened. And I think, to me, it looked like he handled himself fine. Like, he doesn't look like he's spazzing out. I don't understand. We all heard Rip yelling in the casino, I think yelling at Garrett, I'm assuming, and calling him names. And like, no one says anything about Rip. And that was like a super emotional reaction. I'm not trying to just like defend Garrett. I think they both probably could have handled it better, but like, I don't see Garrett freaking out here. And yeah, I mean, like, my interactions with Garrett, he was like super respectful. Obviously, like, situations were calmer, but I just don't see Garrett as being that type of person who's like intimidating people and like being aggressive towards people. We watch him lose like copious amounts of money in big pots and like never saying anything.
Mm-hmm.
He had this reaction because it was a unique situation, and he genuinely in his mind thought he was being cheated.
Yeah, and I can understand Rip's reaction as well. He go out there, he's pissed off. He's like, what are you doing, dude? Like, why the fuck would you take the money back from her? Like, why would you do that, dude? It doesn't make sense. Obviously, he got a big piece of that, so of course he's going to be invested financially, but at the same time, he's also, what he described from talking to him, right? He say, I'm sticking up for my friend, and I see her out there giving money back to this guy. Like, I don't know what's going on. He got upset. He got pissed. He said, yeah, you know, I flipped out. I probably shouldn't have handled that way as well, right? You can look back on that in retrospect, like, yeah, I shouldn't have got that upset, but I got upset in that moment and I reacted that way. And when I look back on it, I said, okay, maybe I wouldn't have done that. So with the guy Rip, you know, it's either people are saying this guy's either a mastermind or he's just like a fucking regular guy who likes to fuck around at poker and likes to work with Jake Paul and then is doing whatever the fuck he's doing in entrepreneur world. Everybody an entrepreneur, right? So, you know, it's either one or the other with the guy. And to me, right, from talking to him, seemed like a pretty regular kind of guy. So if these guys are like masterminds or something like that, I'm gonna be shocked, honestly, Veronica. I'm gonna be real surprised if it turns out that there's something happening here, and yeah, I don't know what that means, right? I think Garrett comes out and eventually maybe comes to his senses and says, yeah, you know, like, maybe this wasn't it, right? Maybe when patient comes out, maybe he says it wasn't it. But then again, I wouldn't be shocked the other way if it happened the other way too. So
yeah, so we always want whales in our game, especially when they're playing with other people's money.
Mm-hmm.
And it's weird in poker because we want people to be calling an all-in with a jack high because they don't know any better. So I don't know. I know it's not a thing, but I don't know how to think about this. Like, if she understands poker as well as she does and has private coaching, it's just like a weird spot. But if she's like a total amateur who doesn't know what the fuck is going on, she's so great for the game.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
But it's weird, like...
Yeah.
We just don't have enough sample size, right? Like, over a year, she should be like dusting off millions of dollars playing like this. But she's constantly just making the right moves in the right time. So that's weird. Like, that's a weird thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, DeBizzle said to say this lady is cheating in any way is to say the casino and the production aided in the cheating because she needed help to do it. I guess that's always
There's no way. I mean, I only know Nick, right? Like, I'm closest to Nick, and obviously we just interviewed Ryan on the podcast. I know Ryan. I've known Ryan for a long time. Like, there's no fucking way. Like, if there was anyone involved, it's not with like Nick or Ryan knowing. Like, I've done commentary up there. It's very secure. There's a security guard at the door. Like, I don't know enough about the whole operation, but I know that like Nick and Ryan want to do everything to keep the integrity of the game. Like, it's just insane to me to think that it would be compromised from the inside. Like I can't wrap my head around it. And I'm biased, obviously, because I know Nick and I know how passionate Nick is about this. Nick dumped almost $1 million into this thing just to make it the best show ever. Like all he fucking cares about is this show and the integrity of it. So like it would be insane to me for it to be an inside job and like this be the manifestation of the work. The effort, right? The time you choose is this, right? You put that effort in. So that's why some people say if something like that going on, like clearly, like I think it's like a joke. I think it would have to be a joke. Someone's fucking with somebody, because why would you set someone up like that? Because you're setting them up to fucking, like you're setting them up for suicide. If that was my partner, right? Let's think if I put my partner in that position and I go, oh, like now you're going in, like. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you're kind of setting yours. It just doesn't make any sense to me why anyone would do that. So that's the part I just struggle with, right? Like, do I believe that happened? I don't know, man. So I think about it as if she does have a cheating device. Like, let's say there's a world where, and like this is hypothetical, guys. Like, don't fucking tweet that like this is what I think. But I've thought about like, okay, what type of cheating device would she be using if she was cheating? It definitely wouldn't be something like Postle used, where he knew the other player's cards, exactly what they had. Like it seems like it would be more of a you're ahead versus like you're losing kind of like operation. Like she gets like a little zap or something when she's ahead, or a double zap when she's behind and she needs to fold, and she just waits for that information because the RFID signal or whatever is picking, like maybe tapping into the stream or RFID. There's a bit of a delay. She has to wait for the person to tap in, tell her she's ahead or behind. The person doesn't necessarily have to be a poker wizard, just basic, like, yeah, you're ahead, like you get a zap.
Damn.
And she's ahead. And like, obviously if she was a better poker player, if she was cheating, she would pick better spots. But because given her lack of poker play, and then maybe the person who's like feeding her the information isn't like a wizard either, because if you were a wizard, you'd be making the money on the live stream yourself. Just giving her, yes, you're good, no, you're not good. And she chooses the hands. She decides the hand selection. She decides the spots.
How fucking nice would it be to have a buzz on your hip when you're facing a big river decision? My God. I mean, listen, I can see why people would want to have a buzz hip. I never thought about having the option to have a buzzer on my hip that'll buzz me when I got to fold. And it'll shove me twice when I can raise, and the guy will fold the hand. So,
I mean, the best place to put it is in your butthole.
What are you talking about?
No one's going to see it. Like, no, it doesn't, like, it'll just give you a little, you'll be a little bit happy when you know you're ahead. And,
not going to be able to do it. Nah, I ain't putting the vibrating asshole vibrator. No. One of y'all in the chat, one of y'all can try it. Doug Polk maybe want to try it or something like that. I don't know. Somebody can try it. I'm not trying out, because in the chat, I'm not trying out not for fun either. No, not for fun. Maybe Veronica.
Don't be a prude. It's 2022. Everyone's polyamorous. You could at least put something up your butt, Joey.
Oh my God. I am not testing out the...
Jesus, you're taking edibles all day. You just haven't reached this threshold yet. I think you should do it live, actually.
Guys, no. There's no VTO, no Vato, no vibrating asshole theory optimal. No. No, I'm not doing it for
Joey,
science.
To be a true investigator, you really should test these things out.
Not ass theory optimal, not anal theory optimal. No. Oh my God. Okay. All right, Veronica, what else we got here? So we got moving forward here, what's going to happen with Garrett. We kind of talked about that. What's going to happen with Robbi. We kind of talked about that. Obviously, the Hustler and their situation with what they're doing. So it kind of seems like just more discussion needs to be had to kind of get more clarification on a few things people are confused about, which is kind of more information from Robbi as to maybe why she did certain things. I imagine she'll have some pretty good answers for those questions. I see Doug Polk posing those questions right now on Twitter, which I'm sure is going to elicit some kind of answer from Robbi, and then, you know, some kind of back and forth will take place there. So it kind of seems like this is not going to go anytime soon. And as you said, we might get a heads-up match out of this. So it sounds like we got some stuff to stay tuned for.
Robbie's super ballsy, though. I have to give her credit. I fucking love that. Like, she's got that. She's tapped into this like fearless part of her that, man, I wish I had a little bit more of that. That is one thing I do love about her. She just doesn't give a shit. Maybe it's because it's not her own money, but like, even if I'm backed, I would just be so scared in those stakes. Oh my God, Vaccine Monday was even too big. So shout out to Robbi for her fearlessness, at least.
Yeah, she brought it. She definitely spicy. She brought it. She mixed it up. She laughed in Garrett's fucking face when she stacked him with the Jack 4. So, you know.
Yeah,
he
a
really,
dream for all of us.
I don't know about is that true?
I mean, who wouldn't love to stack the greatest player in cash games? I mean, I'd love to just like be fearless enough to play a pot against him and call him with Jack High and just. But I would fucking dance around the table. I'd be like,
so
yeah, what's up?
You would kind of do what? What was your friend's name? Alicia?
Oh, Alicia.
Remember when Alicia stacked Mike Postle and then did the dance around the table?
Oh, yeah. Alicia's great. Alicia came to Cleveland with me, actually. Shout out to Alicia.
Shout out to Alicia. Shout out to Alicia. Tracking Poker in the chat. Big shout out to Tracking Poker. Got a great website out there. If you want my opinion, I'm definitely down for that. But yeah, guys, listen, Veronica they just shut down Rivers Casino. Breaking news. No, I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Where's Rivers Casino, by the way?
I have no idea. Damn, they shut down. Isn't that by Indiana? It doesn't really mean, do people care about that? They shut this shit down, the whole casino, no explanation. Told everyone they have to leave the casino. Must have been something serious going on.
You know that the people on the slot machines didn't leave until they were forced to.
Oh yeah, I mean, listen.
When there's a hurricane or a fire, the people at the slot machines, they don't fucking move. I love the heart of slot machine players, you know? Like, they're so dedicated.
My mom calls them slot sluts.
Yeah, I like that.
She said she said the slot. She a slot player. She's like, we're the slot sluts. I said. So I
want to like incorporate the spirit of the slot slut in my game. You know, just like the grit of like, regardless of a hurricane or tornado, the roof gets ripped off the casino. You're not leaving your fucking slot machine. It's hot. You know.
Yeah, there's something about a poker room or a slot machine when you're gambling. Like, we've seen it with fights. We've seen it with a bunch of things like that, where the players just don't leave the table. Like, there's a shooting, there's a robbery. Barry Greenstein was on my podcast talking about a robbery with him and Phil Ivey. They were in it before, and some people didn't leave the table because they had the chips in their stacks. So there's something about gambling where you just, like, there's something about gambling where... so addicting, I guess. It just keeps you there. It keeps you trapped to the machine. It keeps you trapped doing it, and you're not going to leave no matter what's going on around you.
Well, I mean, there's a difference between card games and like the flashy, addictive slot machines. All of it can be addictive. I'm aware of that. But slot machines, they got an algorithm. They've got like professional psychology professionals working on those things just to keep you sitting there and, you know, pulling the lever or whatever it is. The Buffalo machines, man, those are the top rated machines. Run Good. Shout out to Run Good for being addicted to the Buffalo machines.
Yeah, the Buffalo machines. Basically, I'm always going through Vegas casinos when I do my walks. So the Vegas casinos, they have the slots, the ones that make the most money in these spots. So if you study casino design, GTO theory, you'll see where they place certain items, and the Buffalo machines are always printing money. So they're doing something right. I don't know, man. I want a casino. I'm ready to have my own poker. I'm ready to have my own live stream, and I want someone to come into my live stream and try to fucking do something, right? Because I want to see what happens. I want to see if they can pull it off. So that's one of my goals, is to have a live stream and have an open challenge to anybody out there. Bring your best tricks to the table and let me see what you got, and we're gonna shut you down.
I like it. I like it. Where can I donate to the GoFundMe for Poppy's live stream?
Big Poppy's poker room. Listen, I think it could be a possibility, so I'll let you know where the donation could come into play. But for right now, all we need is donation, is just to say thank you for coming on, and of course we appreciate your views on things, and we'll definitely check back in with you soon, because I think a lot of people enjoy your opinion. So
Yeah, I'll send you the anal beads, Poppy.
great.
I'll mail them to you. I have your address, so. you
Great,
know.
great. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate you very
I'm
much.
fucking around, everyone.
I don't think she is. All right. Guys, listen, follow Veronica on Twitter at AngryPollock. And on YouTube, she's doing a podcast with Nick Vertucci, and they're making videos. Can you tell me what's up with Nick Vertucci making like a 45-minute video where he got the camera, he like standing up the entire time, he got the camera in his face, and he just like, he showing like a lot of passion for a topic, usually about like the mind.
So,
what's up with this? So, and people are watching the video. I saw, like, you normally
They
you make a
love it.
45-minute
They love
video, people ain't gonna watch it, but he somehow make a 45-minute video and actually people tune in.
yeah, so he calls those his rants, and he releases them like once a week, I believe, on our channel. And you know, Nick is like, I don't know what it is about Nick, but he's got the secret sauce. Like, he knows the sauce that everyone wants to see. When he called me about the podcast, I was like, oh yeah, we'll get like 100 or 200 views, whatever, Nick. And it ended up just, you know, exploding, just doing really well. And everything he comes up with, people love. I don't know what it is. Like, he just has it. He's just a marketing genius. And so he wrote a book about being an entrepreneur and, you know, a mindset of an entrepreneur. I definitely notice the way he thinks about things is very different than me, and I'm trying to be more of like, I don't want to say like, I feel like I have a loser mindset sometimes, but like, he has a really optimistic outlook on everything, and I envy that, and I've been trying to do better with that. And in his book, he writes about that. So anyway, on his rants, he goes over chapter by chapter through his book, and people really love it. People want to learn how to think better about entrepreneurship and how to like stop negative thoughts. And yeah, I mean, go get Nick Vertucci's book, guys. I'm gonna read it because I'm his friend, and I'm you know, I'm doing the podcast with him. I'm gonna read the book, and I'll give you a review.
You're gonna read the book? I mean, I think I like a lot of books in general. I remember I wrote a book, Chasing the Poker Dream: The Qualities of a Successful High-Stakes Poker Player, and a book prep bet I had where I had to write a book, a 40,000-word book in a certain set of time. I think we had a lot of guests in that book. Jane Andez wrote a piece in that book. Ryan Fee wrote a piece in that book. I think Cole South was in there. I think we had like 10 of the top poker players in the world had pieces in the book. And basically it's all the same shit, you know, kind of same principles, same ideas, right? Like, have a vision, have a goal, have an end destination, be consistent, be focused, try to be positive about your goal, try to look adversity in the face and look at it climbing up the ladder instead of falling back down the ladder. So for me, a lot of the books tend to be the same kind of ideas, just told in different ways and different stories and new ways by new people. So I think a lot of people like the books. A lot of people don't like books. I think I find value in some books. I got a lot of books here, so maybe I got to get one of these books too to support Nick. So you're saying he's a marketing genius. What are the chances this is a staged event, Veronica?
Oh my God, stop. He would like, it's zero, absolutely zero. He loves the live stream so much. He would never compromise that. That's more ridiculous than the actual hand itself. And the hand's pretty fucking ridiculous.
All I know is nothing is what it seems in this world. So I'm gonna wait to see what happens here. I'm gonna wait to see how this goes.
If that was the case, which I would bet all my money that it's not, if that was the case, I would be so fucking blown away. It would just be in shock. I would be Garrett. I would be Garrett.
Man, I've seen it all in poker. Nothing surprised me anymore. So, listen, Veronica, thanks for coming on. Appreciate having some insight from you, and we'll talk to you very soon.
Thanks, Poppy.
See you, Veronica. Guys, listen, give Veronica a show a lot of love in the chat. What do you guys think about Veronica? I got to say, we touched on a few different topics there, kind of about the future of Garrett, the future of Robbi, and if they can play on Hustler, and if we're going to get to see him play and get to hear more from him. So, yeah, nice conversation with Veronica. Always great to hear her opinion on anything, right? I don't know. I like talking to Veronica, so she's great. Shout out to Veronica. Who we got in the chat, guys? Give some shout outs here. We're going to have a next call in. Chat, show some love to Veronica. Let me go on Twitch. Doug Polk. What is this Doug Polk? What is this guy's problem? What is this guy's problem? What is he saying now? He got an issue with something. He said, Robbi said, this tweet nailed it. She thought she had Jack 3. She feels men are always trying to run her over. Doug said, oh, clearly not true. IMO, you respond to a player saying you didn't have a 3. You came up with the misread story after. In the hand, you didn't seem remotely surprised you had Jack 4, and you also reject your cards before calling. For what it's worth, I don't think this inherently means you are cheating, but it does make me wonder, why are you lying about this? Also, the driving story where you weren't driving is weird. Why lie about all these events? Disclaimer, these are my opinions. And he said, I've been one of Garrett's biggest supporters, but 2 things he didn't handle well. Feldman's account of what happened off stream is Garrett asked for the money back. He shouldn't have said it was her idea. Make clear what happens with the money. Probably give it to a third party. Otherwise, I really feel like he handled it extremely well, and people underestimate how difficult it is to conduct yourself well in this situation. Nail in the coffin for people who thought she had a 3. The argument for she thought she had a 3. Checks her cards facing a jam. She misread her cards. Says no when someone says your hand had a 3 in it. She misheard. Says I ran it twice because he had Jack high. She was embarrassed. How many excuses do we have to make? This guy's a fucking comedian, bro. You're kidding me. Dude, this guy's a comedian. What is this guy's problem, man? This guy's always so fired up. Bro, what is this guy's problem, man? This guy is always so fired up. It's like 9 a.m. on a fucking Sunday. The guy's just fired up, man. Nothing fired. This guy gets fired up like nobody else. How many excuses do we have to make? What do you guys think? He's right. Yeah, I think he is nitpicking too, but I found through the Ebony Kenny thing that people really nitpick on every word, everything that you say. They're very, very, Alfie Nork with the $4.99. Thank you. Donation for Poppy's Room. Thank you very much, guys. Next edible, I can take at 2,000 likes. Thank you. Listen, I woke up at 11 p.m., guys, all right? It's 9 a.m. I woke up at 11 p.m. I started streaming at about 1 or 2 a.m. And yeah, at 2,000, I get to take another one. I give myself one on the 500. I don't know, man. I've been here for too long at this point. Yeah, Doug Polk. I mean, basically, a good strategy I found out is that if you really nitpick on things, then you can kind of find anything to really do it on if you want to. So, but that's sort of how the political world works, where like you take an argument, like even though you said this, that's great. Like you also said this, and I don't agree with that, or I think you shouldn't think that way, or I think you thinking that way is bad, and then other people agree with me, so I put that out there to my audience, and my audience gets all fired up about it. So we got a dono from Ron Groom. Veronica was fantastic. Get our master punter Rampage on. We need his thoughts. Let me see if you want to come on. Hold on a second. All right, I'm going to get my guy Jesse on real quick. I want to watch this video real quick. Finding Equilibrium posted a video. This guy posted a video with me in it, and he gave it the worst title ever, but it was one of the best videos ever. And now I can't see it. Bro, this guy must do drugs when he edits these videos. What is this guy even thinking about? Shout out to Deanna Woods. What's happening? How is it nitpicking for calling out someone for lying on a live video feed? Well, I did think she corrected herself in the past. She said that she spaced out looking at her cards or something like that. I mean, I think that was one of the arguments where she was reading her cards, but she wasn't really reading her cards. I mean, that was the argument I believe that they made, or either her or Rip made, saying no when someone has a 3 in your hand, had it, she misheard. I mean, my impression is she knew she didn't have a 3. But I guess she said that she thought she had a 3. So I guess I do understand where Doug's coming from then. Because My impression was she thought she didn't have a 3. I don't know. It's flip back so far. I don't even fucking know, guys. I don't know what the truth is. So maybe Doug Polk's asking some good questions. She's spaced out for 250K. Joey, come on, listen. I see what you're saying too. What the fuck is this?
And then Jason turned out to be like the superstar, which is good.
Good God, Jason.
Yeah.
That was like one of his first TV appearances.
One of his
or
first
something?
ones,
That's
yeah. That was
great.
like before he won all those tournaments. And
Funny.
yeah.
No. Wow, Robbi really mixing it up here, calling Garrett's raise.
We all
with
see-
Jack
we all
4
seen the
off,
hand.
Blind versus blind, and
So the action folds around to Garrett, and he raises it with 7-8 of clubs, a standard play under GTO. Robbi then defends with Jack 4 off, which is standard under BTO. Now, some of you that might be coming from more of a theoretic or perhaps logic-based background might question this defend as being too wide. But that's because you're ignorant. Unlike GTO, which is based on old school theories like equity and EV, there are two primary tenets of BTO strategies: board coverage and blockers. When we expand our range in this way, not only can we make the nuts on all possible runouts, we also block our opponents from doing the same. Villain has quad aces? I don't think so. Will Villain make a 6-high straight on the river? Not likely. No matter how the flop, turn, and river go, this range ensures that your opponent's likelihood to make a big hand is decreased by at least 2%. That being said, in order to remain balanced, BTO does not defend with 7-2 off. After all, you don't want to be a total fucking fish.
Garrett here has flopped a straight flush draw, 10-10-9 with a couple clubs. He's gonna bet 2,500.
That was a really good point this guy made. He said that BTO means that you always have a blocker. And that's actually a really good point. The great thing about Jack 4 is that you have the possibility to have double blockers to low and high card flops. So with the Jack 4, you're able to bluff the 10-10-9 boards because you have the Jack blocker, and you're also able to bluff the 3-3-5 boards with the 4 in your hand. So theoretically, playing by a BTO style, blocker theory optimal, those cards in some ways become more powerful combinations of hands. So a player thinking on a different level might be realizing that implementing that against GTO, those things battle, and the manifestation of that has taken place in this hand. I mean, that could be it. I don't know.
Robbi's gonna call here with Jack.
Garrett flops the world with a straight flush draw, and he fires a relatively small bet, which makes sense as he wants to begin building a pot with so much equity in hand. And Robbi quickly calls. Now, according to GTO, this hand is utter shit and a snap autofold, but not under BTO. This is because of the Jack of clubs, which is essentially the nuts. Not only does it block straight draws, but it also blocks flush draws at the same time. So when you consider the minimum defense frequency of a zero-sum indifferent range and achieving the Nash equilibrium with polarizing card removal, this is a very clear defend.
4 with the Jack of clubs. Turn is 8-3.
Damn, okay, so he turned a backdoor. He got a backdoor blocker with the 3. So it's actually a pretty powerful hand that I think about it. So Robbi blocks the 3 with the 4 in her hand. So she's gonna block some of the 3-4 combinations. And she blocks the backdoor. Maybe, I don't know.
Door hearts down.
I can't even make it up.
And this is usually when Garrett will lay the hammer down with combo draws.
The turn is the 3 of hearts, and Garrett increases the pressure with a nearly full pot bet. This turn card is a relative brick, which means that Robbi's garbage range on the flop continues to be garbage on the turn, so a large polarizing bet is a perfect way to apply max pressure.
He's going to bet 10,000, and I think Robbi should have probably been out of his hand pre-flop. she's got one club and one heart, and wow, look at this. What is she thinking about here? Is she gonna raise it? We saw her raise ace king a little bit ago for a min raise. Here she's gonna min click.
So I wonder how BTO reacts here to the min raise, because I feel like the BTO strategy here is probably printing, especially on this kind of board, especially when you block the backdoor flush combinations and you block the immediate draw combinations with that jack of clubs. You're gonna block some of the queen jack combinations there with all queen jack offsuits and then queen jack of clubs. So it's going to take away some of the strong draws Garrett might have. So you can kind of polarize his range here with 20K, because most likely he's going to fold, but then sometimes then he just calls. Then you can reevaluate your plan in the river. And if he does have a 10, then he'll re-raise and you can kind of just fold a hand. So that seems like maybe what BTO's strategy would do here. And you have to turn some of your worst hands into bluffs on later streets. And maybe using a minimum raise size is probably not the fucking move, let's be honest. But it could be a move where you float here to end up raising the turn. And that's the only way this makes the flop call profitable. So BTO has worked out that you could turn this into GTO when the turn comes. So that's my guess what the solver says. Now we're going to look what the solver reads.
Jack 4, and you know Garrett is just so experienced.
I think I got it. I've never seen this video before, but I think I hit it.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me scratch my face. That's the shit I got.
Robbi then does the classic min click, and this is a really sophisticated next level maneuver, which targets folding out hands that are behind you and ensures that your opponent only calls with better.
That's what I just
putting
said.
them right where you want them.
That's what I just
Would
said.
he do this with the 10? Could he possibly?
That's
bet
what I
three
just
bet
said. I think I'm a BTO player.
Just min click the turn.
Bro, I think I'm a BTO god. I'm telling you right now. I think I'm a
There'll
BTO
be
god.
about 2 pot size bets left, so I think that's what's got to be going through his head here.
I'm a BTO player.
I think he's considering bet 3 betting, and yep, there's the all in.
Okay. No. Okay. So let's guess what BTO does here. So BTO says, due to GTO's potential understanding that BTO has a wider range and that BTO reacts with an aggressive action on the turn here with a wider range, therefore giving you more fold equity with a wider part of your range. So the 8 can then end up being a shove. But when you got the Jack 4 and that size comes, you deduce out of his range that they have no 10s. You deduce that they would not do this with any queen, any king, and very limited ace high. So if you account for a small portion of ace high range, a small portion of 10s, but you take out 10, you say you wouldn't do that with a 9. So then you start taking in other combinations of flush draws. And you think about king, queen suited, 7-8 suited, and Jack 4 is actually BTO approved call against that range. That's what I'm going to assume the BTO solver says.
He's considering bet 3 betting, and yep, there's the all in.
Garrett then engages in what can only be described as despicable bullying behavior as he shoves it over the top.
He's going to put a time chip out?
I got it. What's going on?
She said that she thought Garrett had a draw about 20 minutes ago, and Garrett had the full house with the queen 4 against Jack 8. And she took some time with it, and then she said,
I just want to call to see it. I think he might have me though. 3's no good? This is why you shouldn't be in hands like this.
she doesn't have a 3. So
You want me to call you?
I don't know what she is thinking about here, because she loses to some bluffs like king, queen, jack types of things too.
I call.
She calls?
Nani? For once, but it's up to you.
Oh my God.
Run the solver. Come on, I got it. I know I hit this one. What is going on? Why is Justin
What
Bonomo
is
here?
going on here?
Once, but it's up to you.
Why is Justin Bonomo here? What is going on in this video? What is happening? Why is Justin Bonomo's face there? What's happening in this video, dude? Bro, this guy, what kind of drugs is the guy who made this video on? Why is he putting Justin Bonomo's there? Oh, I get it. Okay, now it makes sense. I get it. I get it. Damn, that's like another level. I can't even go there. Now I get it. Now I get it. Okay.
Is it possible that her hand might be misread in the card graphics or something?
Because I was shitting, yeah.
You do? Yikes.
You have pocket 3?
What? No.
No?
No, I just thought this is a pure bluff catcher. I'm doing
With Jack high?
But, yeah, I don't.
Bro, what is Bonomo doing? Move him out of the way. Come on, Bonomo, get out of the fucking. I'm sick of this guy, bro.
We'll go to the river. The river is a 9.
That one's you for sure.
They're gonna run it
Unless you have, like, pocket
twice,
5
and
or something.
she's
You have,
gonna.
like, small pair?
Yeah, she's a 3 You give me that much credit?
I don't know.
She's good with the
Shout out to
first
Martin
one.
Farland.
Let's turn him over. You're not that.
Oh. No.
If the cards are correct.
It's already there. What a sick call. What a sick call.
And the river bricks out again.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Wow.
I want to see. Does she have Jack 4?
She had 4 Jack high.
What?
Whoa.
Look at Whoa, look at Garrett's face. That is.
So Robbi makes it.
Oh, that. I want to see.
Oh, poor Garrett. Ay, pop. Oh, hold on a second. This is giving me an idea for something. Hold on a second. I got something for this one. Where's that one at?
She had 4 Jack high.
What?
Whoa.
Wait. No, let me time it up. Let me time it up first.
Out again.
Hold on, let me time it up here.
Oh my god.
Let me try to hit it.
Wow.
I want to see. Does she have Jack 4? What? Look at Whoa, look at Garrett's face. That is.
That's some fucking poker right there. That was sick.
So Robbi makes a miracle call and scoops the massive pot. Now, many in the poker community were shocked by her play, some even having the gall to accuse her of cheating. In their mind, there's no way that anyone could be so atrociously bad at poker or at life to make such a horrendously appalling play unless she knew Garrett's specific hand. But again, that type of thinking is deeply rooted in Eurocentric, patriarchal notions of reason and logic. Ignore the fact that this call has negative $61,000 of EV. Remember, BTO is all about board coverage and blockers. Not only does Robbi have the Jack of Clubs that blocks multiple straight draws in the club draw, which reduces the number of bluffs that has Robbi beat. On top of that, she also has the 4 of Hearts, which now blocks the backdoor hard draw.
I told you it's relevant.
As well as the possible Ace 4, King 4, and Queen 4
That's what I was
combos,
saying.
which are in Garrett's range 0.0007% at the time. In other words, as Robbi insightfully mentions, this is a pure bluff catcher, along with other similar hands in her range, such as 6 deuce suited, which beats the possible 5-4 combos in Garrett's range.
Glory be to God. We got to get that guy on the call-in show. Now that was a hell of a video right there. I'm pretty sure I'm a blocker. I am a punter. I'm a PLO player, so PLO is all about blockers. I am always obsessed with blockers. I am very blocker theory optimal player. I think I'm officially a BTO player. I finally have an understanding of what my playstyle is described. It's like a mix of GTO combined with a little bit of touch of BTO with a little bit of white magic. So if I taught a BTO training course, then I think that would be good. Please get Rampage on. Listen, we're gonna have. Hold on a second, guys. Let me get my Zoom up here. Hold on a second. I gotta check a message. I can't check a message with y'all on here. Where was I watching before? I don't know what I'm watching here. All right, let me get another caller in here, guys. Hold on a second. Take another call. Shout out to everybody watching on YouTube, watching on Twitch. 9:21 a.m. in the headquarters. The 2,000 like edible. I mean, you guys aren't close, but it's okay. We're 1993. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys have been enjoying what's going on today. All the calls we've been doing with the community. Talked to a lot of people. Got a lot of people's opinions. I'm looking to get Person on here. I'm looking to get Andy on here. I'm looking to get Ryuski on here. I'm not sure if he a big talker, but I'd love to get Ryuski on here. This guy right here. I'd love to get Phil Ivey on here. Get Phil Ivey's take as well. I'm not going to stop till Phil Ivey's on here. Oh, hold on a second, guys. I'm gonna get my guy Jesse Fullen here. He runs Poker News content. He worked for Poker News. I'm looking for an official news source. Mike Postle, guys. Should I get Mike Postle on? I'll hit up Mike Postle if you guys want. See if you want to come on here. He an expert at least the investigation. So maybe he got some insight from the guy being investigated standpoint. What do you guys think? Should we get Postle on here? Should we try to get Mike Postle in the house to get an expert opinion on being inside the investigation? Get him on? What do you guys think? Get Person? Let's hit up Person, bro. I'm gonna hit up Person right now. All right, guys, we're gonna hit up Person. $9 a.m. on a All right, guys, we're texting Person right now. We're gonna try to get him on the show. Come here, Merrick Person. We'd love to have you on the show, my friend. Hold on a second. I gotta send him this. Fuck, did that not work? You're kidding me. All right, Helmuth. Yeah, I can hit up Helmuth too if you guys want. We got to get Phil Ivey on. I think the goal is to get Phil Ivey on today. Call in and join. Let go, Mr. Person. Bro, what is going on? I'm like, can't even type. All right, cool. Sent out, guys. Fuck it, let's get Michael Jordan here. Listen, we get Mr. Beast in here. Let's get Ninja in here. Let's get everybody in here. Let's see what they got going on. Hold on a second. All right, we got another guest coming in. My guy Jesse, Mr. Poker News, an official media source. Jesse, are you there?
An official media source, my ass.
This is what official Poker News guys. We're done by Jesse Fullen. He worked for Poker News, Poker News social media stuff. Done some streaming as well. Does videos. He representing Poker News in that great shirt right there. I like that pattern, nice pattern shirt.
Oh, thank you, Poppy.
You guys know we love what is that? A Jack Queen? A Jack?
This is from Razor Clothing.
What?
Razor Clothing. I love their shit, dude.
Is this an ad?
This is an ad? No, it's not an ad. This is laundry day, homie.
Oh, okay. They got okay. So Jesse, what? Tell people a little bit about you, and then tell me what you're seeing about the situation here from your Poker News perspective.
Absolutely. So to be a complete expert in this, I was a youth pastor for 12 years, working in churches and shit. But I've been working in poker for the last, like 6 years, 6+. I worked for Jason Somerville at Run It Up Studio, doing social media, and then sometimes because we were a small family, I would go in and run some production stuff like Poker GFX for our either live streams that we were doing or that we were working with, like Learn Pro Poker with Ryan LaPlante or Solve for Why sometimes, or I think that once or twice I did one where Conrad was dealing and I was running Poker GFX for a thing we did in the Run Up Studio. Oh man. Mostly, like when I worked for Run Up, I was doing live event stuff. I was the karaoke DJ, another big helper for this, doing karaoke shit for Run Up. But then from there, I've worked for Poker News now for the last almost 3 years in a social media capacity, doing some marketing, doing some community management, and I'm part of the Poker News podcast too with Chad and Sarah.
That's it?
Bart had to go.
Is that it? Is that enough?
Your host from now.
That's all you're doing?
Right now? Oh, I mean, I'm
You're staying busy,
News.
kid. Damn, you doing a lot of stuff, man. You like a busy fucking guy.
I'm also a dad, and my kids are
I know
awake.
you got
so
4
be
kids.
here.
I'm like, damn, you like knocking things off. I'm like, man, what is this guy? This guy doing a lot of stuff. Like, I don't know. I mean, right now, it just I know I'm talking to degenerate poker players all night. You're coming here talking about being a youth pastor and fucking putting on karaoke nights. So you're hitting me with a different vibe right now than I'm used to. So from your experience, tell us more. What are you seeing, Jesse? What's the Poker News seeing from your standpoint? You're seeing what's going on?
So,
give us something.
So you keep saying, what does Poker News say? I gotta be careful, homie. I got a job. I got insurance and bills to pay and stuff. So this is not from Poker News. This is from Jesse James Fullen. This is my thoughts on the matter based on my experience and what I've watched so far. And I, dude, from working with Run It Up and seeing all the crazy shit that happened back in Sacramento, California, I learned that back then, the streaming table was on a Wi-Fi network, not a hard line. That facility was doing things on a shoestring budget, so way different, right, than what we're doing here. We had hours and hours and fucking tons of content to watch too, to build our theories based on that, versus this where we only have a few broadcasts she was on. So completely different situation, but we still learned a few things that we definitely should take into account. The basic expectation is that if someone were to be doing something, uncool out in Sacramento, they probably were connected to the same Wi-Fi, using a device that had a password to get in and see shit, okay? All this is like completely different from this one, because I'm under the impression that Feldman and Vertucci have learned so much after what you've disclosed, after what we found and all this kind of stuff from back in the old days. So I don't think this is similar in any way, shape, or form. Do we see buzz and shaking? Maybe, but I don't think it can be compared to anything from in the past. So that's the first thing I think. Then the second is like there has to be somebody, right? Like if we like do all this like zooming in and focusing on what this thing is in their pocket and what this shaking the chair is or the belt loop or whatever it is. The question I immediately have is, who is the sender? Who is gathering information and able to send it to her in a heartbeat? And why would they do it so quickly to her being on the program? Wouldn't you want to build a reputation, build a trust, and then slowly sneak in? Isn't that like the way you lie and steal? Like, don't you, if you're going to rob a bank, don't you like do some research first, walk the facilities, log like when the old security guard falls asleep and shit, and then you know I've seen enough movies and stuff, but you don't just like say, okay, let's fucking crash in the door and like let's just grab 100K right here and run away. You do some research. That said, there can be crazy people who just say fuck it and go for it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. It seemed kind of like a suicide mission where you kind of set the other person up to fail if you're going to send them in with the Jack 4. Like, you ain't What kind of person would do that to the person? Like, why would you do that to somebody? You know, it don't make sense why you would, even if you didn't understand. I mean, unless you were totally clueless, then.
No, dude. I really, from watching everything, I really don't think that. I really don't think she's cheating. Like Doug has given his numbers and stuff earlier today. I would give my number as like a 15% chance because it just doesn't fit the mold. Like it just doesn't connect. Like, yeah, I see this, I see that, I see this, I see that. Sure, I see everything, and I understand what you see too, but you jump to the conclusion that these all connect, and I don't see the way that they can all thread together. Like, yeah, this is a thing that is there. Yeah, the chair's shaking. Yeah, there's something in your pocket, but could there not be another explanation for each of these things? Because for them to all connect is just such a slim. Does that make sense to you, Joey?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Right?
I can see what you're saying. Yeah.
So that's why I, based on my experience out there, I think about the production office too. Like when I worked for Run It Up and we did a few streams, I was sitting in a chair running Poker GFX. I had a headset on and I could talk to the dealer. Okay. And what I would do that is like if I see a hand like a Jack 4, it doesn't make sense. I'd be like, hey, get her to swipe her cards on the reader one more time. Let's just make sure that's right because I can change it, right? If the Poker GFX 6 it's not a 4, it's a 5, or if it doesn't pick up, I can like try to get that so I can type it in. That was my role when I ran Poker GFX.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have a producer who's sitting in a chair, able to look at me, able to look at the switcher. The switcher changes from camera to camera, and there's a third person who is not like in the middle who can like help with graphics. So those are the 3 seats if you're having a small team. And in my opinion, small team is the way to make it safest too. So that's probably what Vertucci and Feldman have. I've never been in their back room. I've never seen their staff. I don't know exactly, but that would be my expectation. Would be small team, make it tight, make sure everything's secure. The same way, Tuckman or Bart say like they didn't have their devices, even though they were doing commentary and they were on such a big delay. Like there's just safety precautions that you go through. So I don't think it's anyone from there. Now, if it's a Wi-Fi thing, someone could get that information ahead of time, so it's not someone on staff that day. Right, but we learned that. So there's no way that Vertucci and Feldman probably have this table on a Wi-Fi network. It's got to be hardwired in a safe, secluded network that no one has access to.
Interesting.
So that takes that away too, right? Like so, there's not that ability to access it. In Sacramento, we discovered that there was a way that the guy could pull up on a tablet and see the cards live, right? And that's what we all figured out. So I 100% don't believe that is the situation here. It just doesn't thread, man. It just doesn't connect.
Mm-hmm.
So the question, is it Jack 3 that she thinks she has? Yeah, the hand before was Jack 3. Okay. Is there a way that she potentially made a mistake and thought she had Jack 3 again? Maybe. She looked at her cards. She says she was just checking the Jack to make sure it was a club to be on that, flush blocker. Okay, that all that threads, right? Like those little arguments connect together. So that's the way I'm leaning, man, is that she, just like we've seen in the tweets and stuff, that she thought she had Jack 3. She didn't think she had POKER.
It's good information. I mean, D. Warner said we need this interview. We definitely needed this one. This is some information we've been kind of looking for because it's one of the questions we were having is well, what do you got to do? What do I got to do, right? Okay, well, let's say we got a Wi-Fi in the air, buzzing through the air, right? I want to take the what do I got to do to access the information being transmitted? How do I need a phone? What's the process like for that?
More valuable information, right? When Andrew created Poker GFX for this, it wasn't for commercial use, right? These weren't a thing yet. So when you made this whole thing, it was for him to use and for his friends. My buddy, was it Eric? I'm pretty sure my buddy Eric has number 1. He was one of the first guys to work with Andrew and and try to build it out for MSPT back in the day. This is just it wasn't made to be used in casinos, to use by people who have to do everything so securely and safely. So we've had to build practices around that, and the practices around that now are how do we secure it. Because it's not created to be secured like that. So that's why if you have someone who's trying to do this on no budget at all, You just grab your Wi-Fi network, you throw it on there. Then someone else does the research and finds out if you're on the same network and you have the password, you can access that information. You can't do it from data. You can't do it from a different network. It has to be in the same network. That's like one of the rules. So that's my understanding. So that's why I don't think she only being on the show 3 times would have that connection. She wouldn't have that ability to have that inside man so quickly, so soon. And who would torch their career in that situation with Jack 4 for 100K? It just doesn't
make sense.
No,
Yeah,
0% chance, man. I just don't think so. Again, this is information from years ago too, right? Like I've working in social media with Poker News for the last few years. I've not had my hands on Poker GFX control, but I don't think it's changed that much in 2 years, especially with COVID and stuff. I mean, I worked for right up until, what was it? Like day 1 of COVID, like March, end of February, early March is when we were cut loose. And then I came full time with Poker News, I think around October 2020. So I've been working part time for them before that, working like the 2019 series and stuff like that too. So yeah, man, you've
been around, huh? They got Nick in the chat. Listen, if you got something to say, guys, I'm taking call-ins right now. I think I got my girl Kim Stone coming on next. Kim does a lot of great events down in Texas as well. She's running operations down there, so I'm curious to get her insight. I know she got experience working with this kind of stuff too. So, Jesse, what's the news feel like, right? So you're with the news. What are people saying?
Oh.
What's the
man? This has been such a fun weekend. I have Fridays and Saturdays off, but all this shit happened. Well, I've been like Thursday night, like right after I like clocked off, and like I passed it over to my buddy in the UK who handles our social media. I mean, I just to let you know, like behind the scenes, like my tweet that I put out has like 8 million impressions, 2 million views of the video and shit. It's like, fuck, this is going so fucking intense, dude. The quote tweets I'm seeing from people who don't know shit about poker is so good. Like I'm so happy that people are like, I mean, it's reaching people. So I'm happy that people are seeing and hearing about this and weighing in, and maybe that will pull them in to want to know more about poker, hopefully. Right? It sucks that it's about a cheating scandal type thing, but my impression is that it's not really a cheating scandal. It's just a mistake that now there's just a desire to not look like an idiot on TV, and so using words that you're not completely familiar with, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's my thought is that she just misread and is making a mistake and now wants to not like look bad, right? She has a coach who has her patch. She's got her patch on. She doesn't look bad for him. She wants to be on the show more often, and so she doesn't want to be.
Poor Viraj Jaka. Jaka coaching. Jaka coaching a great week, but a bad week, a real bad week. Once I thought about it more, I mean, bro, I'm telling my student, put the bottle away. Like, I'm not. Don't be tying the Big Poppy in with what's going on with this. The thing is, though, we just saw that great video from Finding Equilibrium that when you broke it down by blocker theory optimal, it was more of a justified play. So the thing is, I still, I'm not sure that I want the Jaka coach.
Dude,
you know what I mean? If I'm a Jaka coaching advisor, I'm saying like, yo, like let's leave the bottle at home. Let's put it on Instagram story or something like that. But let's not do it on the live stream when we're gonna do the Jack 4 like that.
But Joey, even this like BTO video that you showed, which I watched too, and I freaking loved it. It was such a great. I thought the insights were great, but that's not where her head was, right? That's not in her headspace. Like, was she really going through those processes? Like, well, I understand like the explanation of the play now, so we can all like feel better about it. I mean, wasn't she in a different space where she just thought she had a 3?
I think so. We don't know. We're not sure. Yeah.
Of course, yeah, we don't know, but that's why I'm like, I watch all these videos where it's like GTO this or BTO that. I'm like, it doesn't help us understand her thought process,
Well,
right?
she,
it helps
she,
us understand
she can
what's
explain it. So she's been on here. We had a couple interviews with her. We had an interview with her yesterday, interview with her the day before. She's explained that. I mean, I guess I just got to clip out that interview and post it so people can hear what she got to say, because she explained more what she thought. She went more in depth. Obviously, she told me she's going to make her own video explaining the answers to these questions. I think that's very, very needed by her right now to come out and say, hey, like here's what happened. Here is my words right now. Here it is. Here's coming from me. Here it is, right? I'm just going to talk. I'm just going to say what happened. I'm going to share my story. You guys can agree. You can disagree. You can tell me I'm whatever you are. But here is my version of what took place. So I think that's needed by her so that we can all get an understanding. Because right now, even I've been researching. I've seen both answers numerous times about what that answer is, and I think a lot of people out there are real confused and you think more of an understanding on both sides, right? I want to hear from Garrett, like what's going on with Garrett. What's this guy thinking? Like I think I got a lot of people got a lot of questions out there. They want to know, why would you do this? As you're saying, if nothing happened, then why would you have the reaction? I think people just want an explanation to understand more, and I think it would be good for Garrett to do that to alleviate the. Can
I give another thought for the buzzer too? The shaking chair shit.
Go ahead for the shaking buzzer thing. Yes, the EMS device. Yeah.
2 weeks ago, I celebrated my 15th wedding anniversary. My wife and I were talking about what are some ways to reawaken our sex life. Maybe the buzzer is not for poker.
What what you saying? So you're saying that the buzzer was used? It wasn't bought for poker. It was just like, oh, we got it. Let's use it for poker.
No, I'm saying what if it was used just to what if there's a relationship where a buzzer is used just to use a buzzer? I know you've dated some women in your life. Have you ever dated a woman who gave you an app and said press this button whenever you want to?
What is with my guest? You and Veronica, huh? You and Veronica sound like you two be great friends. But I think there are actual. I think there are actual websites dedicated to this where they do that.
I'm just saying that's if we're gonna be thinking about everything, why I mean,
I like how you're exploring all options. Listening, tell a joke, chat. Calm down. The chat's fired up.
Chat's going crazy. I'm glad I'm not watching the chat. I'm very glad. If I was watching the chat, I wouldn't be open. I wouldn't be honest about my thoughts.
These guys are down. Yeah. Keep away from the church.
The fact is, I love how we are really going into every corner of this, right? We're slowing down. We're watching.
You're going into every corner. You're really
every nook and cranny. Every nook and cranny.
You're saying it might have been an intentional vibration shaking in it, and. Button pressing Poppy. So what you're saying is that it might have been an intentional move by somebody in the game to give you a little nudge to fuck with you when you're in the hand.
No. Okay, I'm going to spell this out, dude, okay? I'm saying that and again, this is not what I think. I'm saying that this is an option, okay? Just like GTO or BTO or blah, 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 any of these. There is another one just to add to the list of what if it's this, is someone could buy a sex toy and give it to their partner and say, I'm going to push this button whenever I want, and you're going to experience it. And therefore, if there's shaking while she's making a weird call, it could have to do with poker, or it could have to do with nothing at all, and someone deciding they're going to push a button. I love you, Sean. That's all I'm saying.
All right, I'm gonna need to think that one through. Jesse, listen. After that,
oh God, the amount of text I'm getting right now.
Let me just think.
Jesse, you're weird.
This.
Oh, good
no,
God,
let me just think. Let me just listen, Bobby. There's a lot of people watching. I hate to tell you right now. Everybody now know you into the you in the love sense, guys. I gotta think about it. What if that's going on? I mean,
hey, listen. When you're married for 15 years, it's not a bad idea. I'm just joking. I mean, if my wife hears this, she'll fucking murder me.
I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea.
I'm just saying that it's a possibility, right? If we're looking at this and saying that this buzzing, this shaking, is not just her foot, it's not this. It has to do with poker. How? Because who's the person in the back room? Who's the person who gave the Wi-Fi password? Or if these don't thread together, let's find another reason for that shaking. That's all I'm saying, Joey. Like if this shaking is there's no way we can get around it, right? Then we have to define it. We have to. So I'm saying let's find a solution to that definition.
Got it. So you're saying you want an answer. You want a reason why the shaking is. You think that there's an explanation behind the shaking.
Because if we cannot accept that she misread her hand as Jack 3 because of the shaking, then let's look into potential reasons for the shaking.
Right.
Was there an earthquake? No, there was no earthquake. Okay, well then was her chair broken? No, her chair wasn't broken. Okay, then was it this? Maybe. That's all I'm trying to do, dude.
Okay.
Just say that there's got to be a.
Now I get. Now I see what you meant by pushing the button for your partner when they got the device in their asshole or whatever, right? So now I see how you were. Now I see how we got there. Makes sense.
Because
makes
again,
more sense
it all has to thread together. So if we cannot accept that she thought she had Jack 3 because her chair was buzzing, because she has this thing in her pocket, is the thing of 8? Is this shaken from something else? I just want us to say, like, let's look into that possibility. That's all.
Perfect. All right, listen, guys, follow Jesse on Twitter at Jesse_Fullen.
Please don't. My God, if you're gonna follow me because of this shit, oh God.
Yeah, please follow him on Twitter. Also support the Poker News podcast as well too. Jesse, appreciate you coming on as always, and we'll catch up with you soon, my friend.
Poppy.
Yeah.
Hey, Poppy, you're doing a fucking good job. You're so dedicated. When I saw you were waking up last night at 10 p.m. and I was like sending my kids to bed, I was like, man, this motherfucker is so good at this, and I love it. So I woke up this morning. You're still online. I'm like, my God, this guy. So this is where I will be official from Poker News and say thank you from the poker community for what you're doing. You are a helper, and I appreciate you, and I want to help you in whatever I can. And yeah, you're a good friend, and you're doing a good job. Don't stop.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Just
don't listen to if you hear people chirping. Don't.
I love it. They got to tell. Everybody got an opinion, right? Ain't always in your favorites. Okay,
yeah.
So it's all good.
Yeah.
All right, Poppy. We'll talk to you soon. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much.
Sounds good, homie. Talk to you later.
Yeah. Thanks, Poppy. All right, guys. Big shout out to my guy Jesse Fullen coming on here, sharing some of his thoughts. Didn't see that coming, but not opposed to it. I mean, it's kind of a good idea, right? What do you guys think about Jesse? Everybody give Jesse thank you for coming on. Show him some love. I don't know what the hell y'all problem is in the chat. Y'all are just savage animals, honestly. I mean, I don't know where the fuck you guys come from, but I feel like we should get Jonah on here. I'm gonna get Hungry Man on. What do you guys think? Someone said best guess so far. Perfect. Okay. What else we got? Carl, Poppy. What do you guys think? No new insight? Bird, what the fuck? What are you talking about, Bird? You're not listening? I got new insight there. How did you not get new insight? He broke down. Let me think about that. Maybe you're right. No, I feel like I definitely got insight. All right, hold on a second. Let me get my girl Kim Stone on here. Like I said, Kim run a I don't know exactly what it would be called. A poker room? I think it's a poker room now, or a poker event series. Poker room, poker event series, but she does a lot of cool stuff, and she's going to be pretty sharp about most things. So I'm excited to see what she's got to say. All right, Kim, I sent you a link on Twitter. Let me text Andy, guys. Hold on a second. Let me see if we got Andy up here. Let me send Andy a message on Twitter, see if Andy want to come in. Listen, just go to Andy on Twitter and tell me you want him to call in. I sent Eric Person that message. I ain't heard back from him yet. He's big timing us. Told us to go fuck ourselves, I guess. Didn't like all those comments about the shirt. Great shirt, though. The call-in show is requesting you. All right, we got Kim coming in. They need Andy. I'm messaging Andy. They say they need you. Bro, I would love to get Poker Bunny on the show too, to be honest with you guys. Kim, you out there? Hey, Kim, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
How's it going, Kim? Welcome to the show, guys. We're joined by Kim Stone. Just gave her introduction. Kim, why don't you tell the chat a little bit about who you are and a little bit about your background.
So I've been in poker for probably like 17 years or so. As a dealer, I worked in the industry. I've run poker tournaments. I've run some poker rooms before, and so I've just done everything poker related. And I've also consulted on some live streams and some projects with some of the poker clubs in Texas. So yeah, I've just done a little bit of everything. But I mainly wanted to come on here and speak to what it's like to be a female poker player and playing in some high stakes cash games and nothing at this level, but definitely know what it's like.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, listen, that's what we want to hear. So obviously you said you play a lot of high stakes cash games. I know you've been grinding a lot. You've been playing poker for a long time. I went down for the Lone Star Poker Series last year. You got me to Texas for the first time I ever went to Texas. I had a great time. Where's my great cowboy hat? Hold on a second. I got this great cowboy hat down there. I ended up meeting that girl, and she ended up breaking my heart. She ended up leaving me for another podcaster. Are you kidding me? A cryptocurrency podcaster. The girl I met with this hat ended up leaving me. Well, I guess I did it to myself, but she ended up leaving me for a cryptocurrency podcast host. If you guys can guess who the cryptocurrency he's a real popular cryptocurrency podcast host, but she took my hat down there. But this was because Kim Stone. So shout out to Kim. I'm gonna wear the hat out of respect for you in the Lone Star Series for this conversation. And God, a cryptocurrency podcast. Can you imagine getting a girl that you like and you see a photo and she was a cryptocurrency podcast guy? I mean, come on, you're kidding me. But all right, whatever. Kim, tell us more about what you're thinking about this situation, right? So you're in Robbi's spot. Is these normal hands? Like, just give me some general thoughts on from your 17 years experience in the industry.
Yeah, I guess the big thing I wanted to say is just like, I don't really understand why there's so much speculation regarding like her thought process, given that she clearly has some broken strategies and kind of speaks like an amateur. And when you hear amateurs explain what their thought process is in a hand, a lot of times it just doesn't make a lot of sense. And that's really what I'm hearing from her. She has a thought process, but it's just breaking down severely by the Jack 4, I have blockers, all those various types of comments. Regardless of whether I think she's cheating or not, I really don't have a definitive answer. But the fact that the community is just, there's so much of the community that's thinks she's lying simply because the Jack 4 hand, the exact hand holding doesn't make sense. I just argue that I play poker in Texas, and I cannot tell you how many times people have rolled over cards, and I just look at them quietly and just think to myself, what in the hell are you thinking? Like, how did you wind up in this spot with those two cards? That is basically what we're all asking ourselves. How did she wind up in that spot with those two cards? And so my point is if I can see that every day here in Texas, why are we so shocked that that's what our question is in this spot? I mean, the big thing is that everyone's saying like, oh, for hundreds of thousands of dollars, no one would make that call. But this is all relative, right? Like, for her, it could be a 1-2 game for her. I really couldn't say like what she thinks about the money or the spot. But I also know that when we're all on the big stage and we're all in like a huge spot, mental breakdowns just definitely happen. I mean, I get nervous in various spots as well, even playing lots and lots of hours and having a ton of experience in all these different spots. But the reality is that no one can really like guess what she was thinking. We all can just like speculate that like, yes, if we were in this spot, we would think XYZ, but we are not her. And that's the big thing that I don't understand why everyone's trying to figure it out, because so much in poker is emotional. So much of poker, we actually make a lot of money as professionals off of players who are overly emotional in their thinking. And I think that that's pretty much what I saw there. Mm-hmm. She thought she was getting bullied by a professional poker player. She wanted to take a stand. And my guess is that she just broke down in her thought processes about blockers, whether she thought she had a 3 or not. She still, even if she didn't think she had a 3 and she thought she had Jack 4, this is just not, in all of our thinking, the best spot for her to bluff catch. But she was just thinking, he doesn't have shit. I know that he doesn't have shit. And I should call here because I should catch him in a big bluff. And she doesn't think, oh my gosh, the contents of my hand actually don't beat a ton of his bluffs. She just went with whatever her gut was telling her in the moment and disregarded the other mathematical factors, which is, again, something that a lot of amateur poker players do. They just don't really think too hard about the math. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, so that's you made a lot of really good points there, Kim. And I guess you did talk about just the general hand. I guess a lot of people are saying, so can you just let people know what stakes you're playing? Because they're wondering, so their argument is, well, what happens at like a 1-2 or 2-5 game? Is that relevant to what happens at the big game where people are buying in for $100,000? Like, does that same kind of style of play correlate? Like, if it's for more money, the assumption is that the play would be better. So what do you think about that?
I would just strongly recommend, if you need more data on players that are just not extremely knowledgeable on statistically favorable ways to play poker, you should watch the Texas Card House live stream. I actually, when I first moved down here and I was considering playing the TCH live stream games, I was watching some of the past streams, and I watched this one particular stream with my husband Hayden Fortini, and we were watching the this guy play this hand, and he just had I want to say it was like 9 deuce offsuit, and he got all his chips in 2 different hands in like one orbit or something crazy like that with 9 deuce offsuit, was for like raise, re-raise, all in calls, and just crazy stuff. And I just sat there and I was like, is this real life? Like, people play like this? This is crazy. Like, and it was for, thousands of dollars. It wasn't a 1-2 game. It was, I want to believe the 5-5-10 20 stream or something like that. So it was just for a lot of money. And you just see these players like putting tons and tons of chips all in pre-flop, all in after the flop, with just really inferior holdings. And like, people are choosing like queen deuce offsuit as like their 3 and 4 bet bluff hands, and just really absurd things that just don't really seem like, in this day and age, that they don't know that this is potentially bad or not profitable. Mm-hmm. And so it's just something that I think that there's no way to say that there aren't players still playing like this, because there definitely is. And I guess I started out in 1-2 and 2-5, and now I've been playing the 5-10 25 stream, and most of the time it basically plays like 25-50 with a 5K initial buy-in, but we matched the stack. I actually just won the largest pot of my career the other day in this game, and it was for over 33,000.
Okay. 33K. So, wait, we gotta throw like a. I popped some champagne for you. Hold on, let me give you some confetti. Hold on, let me throw some confetti for you too a little bit here. The biggest pot of Kim's career. Everybody in the chat, give her a shout out. Biggest pot of her career. Come on.
Thank you.
And, show her some love, chat. Come on. Put some positivity going out there, chat. Come on. Get some gratitude out there. Be grateful for other people's success. Let's go, chat. Come on. All right. So
I appreciate it. But the other thing too I wanted to speak about is the other problem that I have is everyone just has decided that since she gave the money back, that like shows guilt. And I want to just say, as a woman in poker, I've definitely done things that are minus EV in the poker world, like offered bubble payouts and stuff, just because I felt like as a woman, I didn't want to come off as too bitchy, or I didn't want to, disturb like the vibe of like the group or the whole, because just like as women, we like have a tendency to like just like be overly empathetic in these moments, and we make decisions that are minus EV because we just like have soft spots or whatever the case may be. And I venture to guess that when someone of Garrett's status and respect in the community is like obviously angry at you, and just like if he was glaring at me the way he was glaring at her, and it's just very intimidating to know that you've like really offended this person, and he's like verbalizing that he thinks you're cheating. I mean, I can understand why she would potentially give the money back to try to solve the situation. In the moment, I think, she could have easily just thought, fuck it, I'd rather he take the money and we go in there and I can save face. And she said herself that she thought she could win it back. Now, whether I think that's, borderline delusional, given that, she's potentially trying to win pots with Jack 4 offsuit, that's my own opinion. But regardless, she believed in herself and she thought she was capable of, going in there and winning another, $250,000 pot off of him at some future point. I mean, she was willing to give it up because she didn't want to ruin her experience in the evening or anyone else's. And she thought that she could get it back,
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that shows at all a sign that she's guilty. If anything else, I think that some of the other people are saying, it wouldn't make any sense if she was so greedy to choose that hand and go for it in a very mathematically close spot to take this guy's money. Why would she give it back? That just doesn't make any sense. You would just take that $130K and try to, bow out as quietly as possible for the rest of the evening and take it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just the major thing is it just doesn't make sense that she would choose this hand if she really was cheating. I think it's a little bit disrespectful for most of the community to automatically assume cheating, almost like degrading her and saying that she's not smart enough to choose a better spot, or she's not smart enough to like Jesse was saying, why wouldn't she do some covert ops and build a name for herself and then find some good spots to go ahead and make some hero calls or make some crazy raises and take down some weird pots and weird spots, but no one will question it when she's made several appearances and is seemingly harmless,
Right, yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense what you're saying, right? That's a perspective a lot of people out there in poker don't really have because we, we're not women. So obviously a woman in poker gonna have a way different experience and a way different interaction with men. And a lot of men can say, why could you be bullied? You're not gonna bully me into giving anybody money. But what you're saying is you could imagine that situation. It's very understandable that someone would react that way and could feel like doing that, especially as she sort of pointed out. And what appears to be true is that she was really hoping to play more on the show and become more potential regular on the show and then use that to do more content, because I know a lot of people out there, Hustler is a really, really good opportunity to get exposure for yourself and for what you're doing. And you get coaches, you get sponsorships, you get put into games. It's really, really great for your poker business to be featured on Hustler. Just from following the game a little bit closer for the past few months, I've seen people's lives can really change from that opportunity. So yeah, I see what you're saying, right? She just said, okay, well, in the moment, let me deal with this. Let me give you back the money. And as she said,
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. I see.
And you know what? And I've actually been building up to the same thing. I actually spoke to a bunch of people about trying to get on Hustlers to stream myself. And I imagine myself in that exact scenario when this happened, and what my reaction would be to G-Man freaking out on me, making a bad call, and that what turned out well for me, profitably, what I would do. And I probably would consider giving the money back too, I know 135,000 is a lot of money to a lot of people, but it's actually not that much money relative to my reputation, relative to what I was hoping would be future appearances on the stream, relative to wanting to just not burst into tears and cry because some angry man is freaking out on me. I mean, I just think to myself, I understand her reaction. Would I do it in the moment? Probably not. But I have a lot more experience in poker and in dealing with these confrontational situations than she does. And I understand why she did it. Now, I will be severely sad if it comes out that she's cheating. But based on all the evidence and even Doug Polk's videos and stuff, and I really love Doug Polk a lot, and I have a lot of respect for what he does, and I hope to partner with him in the future in some projects in Texas. But he like his evidence that he's been putting out there is very weak, and I think that it's super biased. You know, I know he's been cheated in the past, and I feel like a lot of these people who are saying, yeah, in the past it looks just like that. I think that it's confirmation bias. I think these people are looking for reasons to assume that you know, that no one would make that call. But I just argue, and I will continue to argue, I guarantee you will find people in Texas making that call, making bad plays, and it working out, making unprofitable decisions, and then floundering afterwards when they realize the whole table's just like shocked that they're turning over these cards. They like just sit there and they just like don't know they did anything wrong, and they're like surprised by everyone's reactions. She's on the big stage and she's getting this type of reaction. I totally understand why she freaked out and had all these extra stories and weird lies. I mean, I think that she just didn't know what to say or what to do, and she was trying to come up with a reasonable explanation, and instead it just sounded completely delirious and you know.
Well, let me give a couple shout outs here for Hayden. Your husband donated $9.99. Lots of great points. Hope to see you back in Texas again, Cowboy Joey. Shout out to Hayden. I'll be there some point in time. Beffer Luger says even the toughest ladies don't want to be the reason the game show breaks. Garrett unwittingly exploited that IMO. IA says Garrett runs hot even outside the felt. I don't know what that means. Yeah, Chad. I mean, listen, you're in the court of public opinion on YouTube right now, Kim, and the chat's fired up. We got thousands of people watching right now, so they're sharing their opinion, and some's good, some's bad. Some people are enjoying the insight, so we appreciate your insight coming on here, sharing us more about what it's like to be, you know, kind of dealing with the women's side of things in poker, and maybe what she might have been thinking in this spot. And
I just want to say one last thing.
Go ahead. Get anything out you want to get out here.
Yeah, Garrett is obviously a very respected pro, and I respect him a lot. He's just a total badass on the felt. Like he usually handles himself very professionally. But what he did in this moment, regardless of whether she actually cheated or not, was really out of line, in my opinion, because his status is such that he needs to have physical proof before he comes out and publicly says that he's 100% certain that she cheated. I think that was really brutal, because there will always be people, even if she gets exonerated some miraculous way, maybe by Garrett coming out and saying like he was wrong or something to that effect. But there will always be people who suspect her of cheating. And that type of blemish on your reputation, when you're just like, you really just innocently came up and gave it your best shot on the biggest stage, you know, in the world for a high stakes poker cash game. I think it's just really, it was a little bit insensitive of him and not well thought out. I think he should have just left silently, and then everyone could speculate. Obviously, we all knew that if he left the stream, that it was because he suspected she was cheating. But he should have come out with proof or remained silent on the issue before he made a statement like that, because this is going to be something that she has to deal with forever. And it's not. It will calm down. I think poker Twitter is like hyped up right now. And I really do hope that she didn't cheat, because there's a lot of good people out there pulling for her to clear her name and for this to die down and for her to just be a continued face in the community, because she is a fighter and I like that. And she's going to learn. I hope she learns to win a little bit more respectfully and do battle in such a way that, you know, she doesn't have to be in the public eye like this. But I do want to also say one last thing. When I was first coming up in poker as a female, I constantly thought men were trying to bully me because I was a female. Sometimes they're just leveraging the fact that I was inexperienced and it had nothing to do with whether I was a woman or not. Sometimes it was blatantly, obviously, it did have to do with the fact that I was a woman. So I do want to say that I don't think G-Man was targeting her because she was a woman in that hand or in any hand. I think he was targeting the fact that he knew she was inexperienced and that she would be an easy target in these situations. But I do know that as a woman, she probably, and new in the game, she probably, like I said, the fight or flight kicked in, and she was like, I need to make a stand. And she just chose a really absurd hand to take that stand.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I think you explained it pretty well. I mean, yeah, I definitely understand where you're coming from. I think a lot of the chat understand where you're coming from too. So this chat always fired up. Y'all get me in trouble in here, man. Calm down, chat, please, man. This chat get me in trouble. They clipping out things. They get me in trouble, bro. Just trying to have conversation, let people share their thought. The chat get out of line. They start being mean to people in the chat. Just the least favorite part of doing all this stuff, because then people see that and then they looking at some of these comments in here. So just
don't worry about it, Joey. You know what? I've definitely had to experience similar types of things when you become more and more successful in this world. The hate just shines through sometimes, but good people like you putting positivity out there and always going for the truth. That's what really matters. And I really appreciate what you do in the community, and you're loved by both sides, which is kind of crazy. So good job at that.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, Kim. We appreciate it, man. Kim, listen, give a quick shout out to any event series you got so people know, if they know, because they probably heard you talk here. So they'll know when they hear your series or events or anything like that you might participate in, they'll know that you're associated with it. So like I said, I did the Lone Star series last year in Texas. You guys had me down, treated me really well, and I appreciate that. And I know that we'll probably work together sometime in the future. But yeah, just tell people a little bit more about what you got going on.
Oh, well, right now I'm just a new mom and grinding some poker and making some money, but I still have the Hayden and I still co-own the Lone Star Poker Series, which is the first traveling poker series in Texas. It's basically just like a WSOP or WPT event or a Run It Up event or a Run Good event, but it's just based out of Texas, and you will see the rebirth of that event soon, I hope. And I've worked with a lot of really great clubs here in Texas. Champions Poker Club is, I'll always be loyal to them. They're a great company to work for, and you will see something out of them soon enough. They're dealing with a lot of stuff in the Texas poker market.
They are.
Yeah, so they had trouble opening their Dallas location, and I was supposed to help with the grand opening of that, but it didn't work out. But I'm sure you'll see and hear something from them and from us soon. I do want to say that I love what TCH Dallas is doing here. Their Texas Card House and the brand and the way they represent themselves in the poker community here is awesome. And I will continue to support everything that they do. I support their live stream every Wednesday night. It's just such a great stream. And I hope that they learn from all of this stuff and continue to bolster their security because they offer a great product. And I know like Poker House Dallas, they're struggling right now, but they're trying to build their live stream channel as well. And I love working with the guys at the lodge. There's, other than maybe Texas Card House and the lodge, there's no one else doing it so well down here. So props to them too. And I hope that somebody brings you out here out here soon. Would love to have a Joey Ingram meetup game soon. That I'll help pave that way if you ever need an excuse.
Cool. Well, yeah, I mean, I could see that coming on soon. So I'll be in touch with you right now. I'm going to lock back in and reset the game, catch people up a little bit. And yeah, if you want to follow Kim, it's at Kim Stone, Sun Kim Stone, SUN Kim Stone on Twitter.
And Instagram.
And Instagram. So thank you, Kim, for coming on here, sharing your thoughts, sharing your opinions, and I'll catch up with you soon. If anything else, feel free to get in touch with me.
All right, sounds great. Good luck finding the answer.
Thank you.
Bye.
See ya. All right, guys, shout out to Kim Stone. What do you guys think about Kim? Thank Kim very much for coming on here, sharing her thoughts. sharing some ideas. Just checked the phone, got a message. Yeah, but yeah, Kim was dropping some knowledge. Definitely, I can understand where she's coming from, kind of trying to describe Robbi's perspective and where she might have been coming from in terms of giving the money back. And I don't know, what's the chat? Why do you guys like it? Why does the chat freak out so much when the women start talking about what it's like being a woman in the chat? The chat for some reason just doesn't freak out. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. I don't really understand why the chat spazzes out and loses their fucking mind when somebody comes on here and I just don't get it. I don't understand. The chat is just, they get strange around women. These people are strange people. When Jesse talked, I guess Jesse talked about the sex toys or whatever, the beads or something like that. So yeah, guys, we just taking call-ins. We've been talking to everybody. Talked with Doug Polk for a while. Talked with Tom Dwan for a while. Talked with Jungleman, Len Ashby, Josh Macciello. We had Veronica Brill in here. We had Beiruzy, and we had Jesse Fullen in the house as well. So kind of obviously we're just going over the hand. I'm sure you guys know what the hell's going on here. We're going over the craziest hand of all time that took place on Hustler Casino Live. The infamous Garrett Adelstein versus Robbi. The hand that will go down in infamy. The Jack 4 heard around the world. The blocker theory optimal. And we just basically get everybody's opinions. We've been live for the past 2 days. This is day 3 of the investigation. And yeah, we're just taking calls from people in the community. We talked with most of the parties involved. Talked with Robbi multiple times on the stream. Talked with Robbi's husband. Talked with Grip in the game. We talked with Bart Hansen, the commentator. We talked with Faraz Jock, the coach. We talked with Nick Vertucci a couple times. And then basically everybody from the community has been calling in. Tom Dwan called in. Doug Polk called in. Who called in yesterday? I feel like so many people called in yesterday. I can't even remember how many people have called in anymore. So, yeah, next person we're going to get on here, I think, is Charlie Carrel. And you guys know Charlie Carrel, going to be fired up. I'm sure you guys know Charlie Carrel. He been on Twitter a long time, made a lot of content a long time, plays a lot of high stakes. Someone said get Semi Farha on. Listen, I'm down with Semi Farha. But yeah, guys, the infamous hand right here. I mean, we've seen the hand too many times now over these past 3 days of investigation live streams. Ugh. Bro, chat. Oh my God, the chat is freaking out. Let me put on some. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, guys.
She's got one club and one heart, and wow, look at this. What is she thinking about here? She gonna raise it. Well, we saw her raise Ace King a little bit ago for a min raise. Here she's gonna min click Jack 4, and you know Garrett is just so experienced.
Oh wait, hold on, let me scratch my face. That's the shit I got.
How often would she do this with the 10? Could he possibly bet 3-bet here? I mean, she just min clicked the turn.
You gotta take this class. It's too late.
If he calls, there'd be about 2 pot size bets left. So, I mean, that's what's got to be going through his head here. I think he's considering bet 3-betting, and yep, there's the all-in. There's the all-in. Garrett, like I said, he's just so experienced in bet patterns, bet sizing. She sort of acted a little bit with Jack 8 of diamonds from a few rounds ago. She's gonna put a time chip out? She said that she thought Garrett had a draw about 20 minutes ago when Garrett had the full house, the Queen 4 against Jack 8. And she took some time with it. And then she said,
I just want to call to see it. I think he might have me though. 3's no good? This is why you shouldn't be in hands like this.
She doesn't have a 3. So
You want me to call you?
I don't know what she's thinking about here because she loses to some bluffs like king, queen, jack types of things too.
I vote no.
I call.
She calls?
Prefer once, but it's up to you. Yikes.
Oh my God.
Let's see the hand.
So far, so good. It looks
Love
like
it?
you're ahead.
What is going on
I prefer
here?
once, but it's up to you.
Is it possible that her hand might be misread in the card graphics or something?
Because I have a shitty hand.
You do? Yikes.
Okay.
What?
No. No, I just thought this is a pure bluff catcher I'm dealing with right now.
With Jack high?
But yeah, I think he has me beat.
We'll go to the river. The river is a 9.
That one's you for sure.
They're gonna run it twice. And
Bring on Schwa.
she's gonna.
Small pair?
You give me that much credit?
I don't know.
Haven't you seen what
She's
I've done?
good with the first one.
Let's turn him over. You're already not that. Oh. No.
If the cards are correct.
What a sick call.
What a sick call.
And the river breaks out again.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Wow.
I want to see. Does she have Jack 4?
Bart is so funny.
What?
Whoa.
Look at Whoa, look at Garrett's face. That is.
That's some fucking poker right there. That was sick.
Whatever, we've been seeing this hand enough. All right, I'm gonna have Charlie Carrel call in here in a little bit.
That is super.
So I guess at this
super
point in time, I'm
strange.
just going
Can
10
see
hours,
the
so
action.
I'm just kind of
What?
gonna keep it going here probably till the full 12-hour period. I can let it in, then I'm gonna go to bed. But yeah, people still fired in. I've been enjoying all the phone calls tonight. Been enjoying all the different personalities and perspectives.
He wants to vomit.
I wasn't letting the hand. I want to vomit.
Getting a little tired over here. I guess it has been 10 hours. Xuan Lu made a comment on Twitter. Let's check out what she's got to say.
I'm speechless. I mean,
She said that the chat asked her to come on the podcast. I think someone said, Xuan Lu, do you want to come on the podcast? And then Bay said it, and then she said, behind uncurrent details, and don't think I have much to add, my read still stands that the hand was not immensely OOL from her behavior as a newer player. I am, however, annoyed and disgusted by the biases and level of scrutiny because she's a hot woman. Terrible for the game. The level of scrutiny because she's a hot woman. So is she saying that they're scrutinize her specifically because she's a hot woman and they're because people are judging her by her appearance? I mean, I guess that's basically what she's trying to say, and it's because she's a woman. I mean, I guess people judge people by their appearance no matter what they look like normally. The guy with the cowboy hat, you judge the guy normally with the cowboy hat too. But I have definitely seen scrutiny, and I have seen comments like that. I mean, I've seen every fucking comment like that, so I see what she's saying. But yeah, we love Xuan. But a lot of the comments are pretty out of line about women in poker. I mean, I just see it too many times now. Like, the chats are just so rude to women in poker. It doesn't make any sense, guys. I mean, Xuan's awesome. She's one of the great ladies in the poker industry. Nobody should have a real mean thing to say about her, but yeah, I see where she's coming from with that comment too. So the chat go crazy during comments like this. I just don't understand. You know what I mean? Like, they get rude in the chat, and need some more moderators in here. Get these guys out of here forever. Just give them like lifetime bans. I'm at a battle with my chat right now. I need to add some more moderators in here. All right, let me get Charlie Carrel up in the house right now. Yeah, Twitch is usually pretty nice. I mean, it's just the YouTube chat. Twitch is always really nice, but YouTube for some reason, like, I'm gonna give a few mods. You guys go to work in here, guys. If you guys want to be a moderator, I'll add somebody in. You guys see the chat? It just doesn't make any sense. Chat is equally rude to Garrett for different reasons. Yeah, I mean, they're equally rude to me for other reasons too. So, you gotta chill the chat out. Yeah, YouTube on thin ice. How do we just turn the comments off? Maybe we just turn it off. Let's see that. Dog, these people are crazy. I gotta get out of this place. What are you guys talking about, dude? Get these people out of here. I'm at a war with the chat right now. At least let me put on some music while I'm at war with the chat. Listen, I'll go one-on-one with the chat. Listen, I 24 tail for a living, chat. I'm gonna go one-on-one with the chat right now. Let me put on some music though. If we're gonna go to war with the chat, I'm about to go Kim Jong Joey style on the chat right now. Bring back some of my old bandhaver ways. All right, guys, we're about to go one-on-one with my chat. We're gonna clean this chat up right now, once and for all. Add in more mods. Getting in more people. Getting rid of these people. Levi Allen, you're in. Come on, guys. One-on-one with the chat. I declare war against the chat. We're cleaning you up. You sick fucks. We're cleaning you up. Everybody's getting it right now. Get this guy out of here, bro. More mods. More mods. These guys, they're too crazy. I can't stop it. I can't. What am I supposed to do about the chat? These guys are too crazy. Hold on. I think I know what to do. Hold on a second. We got to slow the chat down now. Slow the chat down. Send a message every 5 minutes, guys. Calm down, guys. Calm down. Calm down, guys. Calm down. Calm down, please. Please, calm down, please. 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 I'll battle against the chat right now. Slow mode. One message every 5 minutes. Use it wisely, my friends. All right, let me get Charlie Carrel in here. Please use it wisely, my friends.
I mean, usually Garrett would be fairly congratulatory if somebody made a fair call like that, but he seems somewhat disturbed here by what just happened. I don't. It's literally like the.
Help me help you. All right, let me get Charlie in here. Hold on, let me get him a link.
And obviously the reason why he'd do that is how can she...
If any guys out there watching want to call in, want to come in the show, hit me up. Get in touch with me if you got my number.
His hand somehow, or I don't know.
Get in touch with me on Twitter. Hit me up. Cheers to Yanni with the donation. 5 donation. Thank you very much. Thank you for the donation, Giannis. We appreciate you very much. Thank you, guys. All right, we can get Charlie Carrel up in the house right now. Hold on a second. He's coming in right now. Mr. Charlie Carrel.
Puppy.
What's going on?
That was the funniest fucking thing, watching you try and go heads up with 3,500 people on YouTube.
Oh, listen, these guys are fuck. I got a lot of respect for these guys. These guys fought a battle. They fought a war. They forced me to go to the ultimate weapon, which was the 300-second slow mode. So, you know, I know these guys are coming back, and I know these guys are coming strong. So you know, you gotta be prepared to go with these guys. But when they get disrespectful to people in the chat, you can't be letting that slide. So, you know.
Yeah, it's a careful balance. I mean, I've had my fair share of it, and you have to, like, on one hand, keep it relatively clean, but on the other hand, just like remember, people have probably just had a fucking shit day sitting in an office for 6 hours, and they just want to take out some anger on anyone that makes them feel bad about themselves, Garrett or this woman, whoever it is. So you got to have a love for these.
They dislike everyone equally. It seems like on here. I don't know, man. It ain't woman. Like it ain't like. People are like, oh, well, women get put down. Like the guys that are getting put down, everybody, and on Twitter right now, everybody's getting put down. Everybody getting put down on Twitter.
Yeah, you guys can put me down if you want as well. Feels good.
These guys, it's crazy on Twitter, kind of seeing the reaction of what's happening here. You have so many people who are so like hateful with their remarks in terms of how they're treating Garrett or how they're treating Robbi. I see a ton of comments about Garrett in my mentions that are pretty, I guess. I'd say more out of line, right? Like you wouldn't want people saying these kind of things about you, especially just these random people. So what are you kind of thinking about from that regard? Because I know you've talked about that a lot with like the way people treat people on social media and kind of like the mob mentality for some things that happen.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I've had my fair share of it, and back in the day, it fucking hurt. You know, like it really triggered shit from my childhood where I got bullies and just like brought all these emotions up. Like the human brain isn't wired to be able to take fucking thousands of people saying you're a piece of shit or whatever it is. So I got a lot of empathy for people when they're going through it, but I also know from experience it toughens you up. And there's nothing like being toughened up by fucking thousands of angry Twitter users.
Yeah, I mean that's how I feel because I basically been getting abused on the internet for a long time. So, you know, comments that I see about me, I've been getting them for a long time. So, but since I'm thinking like 2009 on poker table ratings and on 2+2, if you had a losing session or if you played a bad hand against someone, they might come in the forum and you guys might start sparring in chat or sparring on the forum, right? Or you're playing with someone every day and kind of all these things happen, these emotions can happen and kind of, yeah, I mean, you can kind of hurl words at each other, and I guess Twitter is like another version of steroids on that, where now everyone's able to hurl these insults at you, and you got to deal with not only people that you know, but people that you don't know, basically just shitting on you about everything that you could possibly imagine, and it seems like I mean, yeah,
it's definitely a shit show out there, but I think you handled it pretty well. Like I think people give you a bit. Like I watched that podcast you did with Ebony Kenny, and she was giving you a lot of flack for not having the chat in line, and I thought you handled it really fucking well. Honestly, I think that the poker community online can be pretty toxic, but you managed to create this middle ground where you're spreading positivity, but at the same time you're not just like fucking shaming people and just like outcasting them just because they have a different opinion.
Right,
so
yeah.
I think kudos to Papi.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're trying to do around here. Seems like an unpopular way to live. Like most people seem to want to go not necessarily look at life that way or look at situations that way, or maybe they are and they're the quiet people, and the people that you hear are the loud majority of people who are going to share their opinion with you. And most people that have like I'm going to kind of stay out of this, they're not really going to tell you how they feel. So sometimes you can let that real loud majority start to impact you if you let it, if you're not building defenses for it, or if you're not have thick skin, like you said, right, and not used to dealing with that.
Yeah, quantified example. So I as you might know, I fucking love polls on Twitter. And this, if you've just been watching from the outskirts, this Garrett thing, you'd think that fucking everyone's just like, he definitely got cheated or he definitely didn't get cheated. So I made a poll being like, okay, what do you think? Did he definitely get cheated? Probably get cheated, probably not, or definitely not. And fucking only 18% of people had a really strong opinion. But the problem is because those strong opinions get all the likes and retweets and engagements and people then commenting back and everything's arguing, it gives this like false dichotomy. You think everyone's just a fucking maniac, when 80% of people are pretty reasonable. Like, oh, I actually don't know what happened here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point, right? It's real easy to let the voices that you hear impact you and in all sorts of ways, I guess. And I mean, for me, I guess I'm trying to deal with that now. You know, when you take a long break, you come back, you deal with these comments, you deal with the people on Twitter, and right now there's thousands of people that are interested in the story, and they're all throwing the energy at the story, and every word and action seems like it's getting scrutinized here too. So, you know, I guess from your vantage point, right? Are you seeing it? Is there anything out to you that stood out that you feel like maybe no one's talked about or no one's mentioned, or maybe something that's you find the most interesting or kind of fascinating about what we've been seeing happening here?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I want to just say that I don't think my opinion on whether she cheated or not is super relevant at all. And I think that it's probably prudent to mention that most people's opinions aren't super relevant, because, you know, you need like a duality of like good information, which takes, you know, fucking grinding 10-hour streams or whatever you're doing here, plus a good ability to discern truth from falsehood, which most people just don't have. And that's why most people suck at poker. And I, you know, even if I were super good at discerning truth from falsehoods, I haven't been paying loads of close attention to this. My opinion was that I thought it was pretty likely she didn't cheat, and then I watched Doug's video and I thought it was like very reasonable and very good arguments. So I was kind of like pushed above the line maybe. Where have you landed? What percentages have you got at the moment?
I basically said earlier with Doug, it was about like 15-20%, something like that, but I think it's probably maybe around there right now. So in terms of just talking with everybody I've talked to today, and yeah, I think.
Wait, sorry, 15 to 20 that she cheated or didn't?
Yeah, I'd say that she did, right? Like, I think it's just a low probability that it actually happened, and it kind of just doesn't seem that way to me. The more I've been thinking about it, the more I've been talking about it, the more I've been talking to other people. It seems like I guess I wouldn't be surprised either way, but I just think right now the likelihood's low, because I just don't think that the elaboration that would have needed to take place and the stupidity of doing in this moment that would have needed to take place don't necessarily go together for me in some ways. So
yeah, I feel you. I mean, if that's true and she didn't cheat, fucking that's rough. That is brutal for her.
Yeah.
That it just like happened to go that way, and then she happened to win both boards, and then happened to be the kind of person. And this is a great argument for radical honesty and transparency, because if she were an honest and transparent and authentic person in those moments, she wouldn't have word saladed at people, and she wouldn't have lied about various things, being like, I thought you had that, or whatever she was saying. If she had just told the truth, like, and let's assume that she didn't cheat, and she was like, I don't really know why I did that. I'm not super good at poker. I just thought you were bluffing, but I guess that might not make sense. I'm not sure. Then everyone would be like, oh, okay, that story checks out, and now we don't need to go on this huge multi-day tirade about whether or not she cheated. So I mean that's a fucking shout out to the honesty.
Yeah, I mean, she's been pretty straightforward about answering questions, giving feedback, talking shit to Doug, or talking shit to Garrett on challenging the heads up, and she seemed pretty serious. We had her interviewed about it. I said, "You really want to play him?" She's like, "I'll play anybody." She said she'll play anybody. I made a tweet. We got a lot of people that wanted to play her. She said she'd play anybody naked. Talked about playing anybody naked, and we're like, okay, you know. So she said, because she's like, I'm not doing anything. That's what she said. She's like, I'm not doing anything. Like I'll play naked. Like, we brought that up during Mike Passo. I was like, I remember I challenged Mike Passo to the naked match. Like, let's just go straight up, Passo. Like,
you bring the best out in people, puppy. That's pretty wild.
Me, Passo, 1-on-1, and the naked poker game. Like, we get the search. I'm ready for the game. I'm ready to play that guy. I want to see what that guy has. I'm not gonna sleep until I want to see Mike Passo play. I got to see this guy play poker. I really want to, like, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying about this situation with Robbi. Like, I think she just got to get out there and just start fucking playing poker. Just play your game and get in some hands. Go to any stream that'll take you and go play your game.
She's so not good at poker. I don't think that's her best way of fighting. Like, it feels like she's trying to fight her way out of quicksand. And she's just going to keep sinking. Imagine if she plays a bunch of heads-up tournaments and every hand that she plays is stupid, which it would be because she doesn't know how to play poker very well. Much love to her. I'm not judging her for it, but she's new to poker. Everyone would start going from, okay, she might not have cheated, to, haha, look at her, she sucks. and she'll probably lose money, and that it just doesn't feel like that's her out.
I think so I'm going to disagree with you because she is very adamant that she is good at poker. She is going to win at poker and that she can win. Like she thinks she says she can battle with anybody. She doesn't care. Like her way of getting better is to play the games and to get better by playing.
Yeah, but play like 2-0 and then get really good.
Anybody want to play 2-0? You know what I'm saying? This ain't an online player.
Nobody wants to play 2-0 when they got loads of money, but they ain't
like,
gonna get better.
Come on, Poppy. Some people want to learn. Remember, some people want to learn at the high stakes. Like they want to learn.
I got nothing against her playing high stakes, but maybe not publicly. I just think that she's obviously quite sensitive to what's going on right now, as any human would be, pretty much. But to throw yourself in the public arena in a sport where you're not a GOAT, where you're not going to crush the people that you're going to play against, I think it's just gonna. I think it sounds like, and I have very limited information, it sounds like a little bit of a self-destruct.
Damn. Okay. Well, I guess I have more faith just after talking with her, but you know, I can see where you're coming from as well too. So, guys, we're joined by Charlie.
I don't really know. What's
everybody got an opinion, bro? Everybody got an opinion, right? Just got a different opinion. They gotta have the opinion. So everybody got different about this stuff, man. I think we got Nick Vertucci coming on in a little while, guys. So co-owner of Live at the Hustlers. I keep saying fucking Live at the Bike with Nick Vertucci, but co-owner of Hustler Casino Live. He's gonna come on here and he's gonna share some thoughts with us as well too. So what do you think about this money? I guess people have decided. Some people are calling for the escrow, maybe Garrett to have to give the money up or to pay back the money to Robbi. So I guess what are your thoughts about that one? Because I feel like there really isn't a consensus quite yet. There's people calling for that, but kind of curious just what other people think about that.
Yeah, I don't really care, to be honest. I think it's such a close spot. And in Garrett, I mean, you and I'm sure, have both been cheated so many times. And how often do you get that money back? It's like zero.
Right.
It's pretty much zero. So even if there's like a 20% chance she cheated, in Garrett's spot, it makes sense to just hold on to it and then be like, okay, if it comes out that you didn't cheat, then I'll give it back. But I guess I don't really care for my opinion on that because I'm sure other people have better opinions on it, have thought about it more. But something that really struck me was how fucking ready so many people were, including big names in the poker community, were to just jump on Garrett. And it went from him being like the hero of every story, of every stream, everyone saying how fucking good he is, how sick he is, how much respect he has, how much integrity he has. So like all of the top comments on a bunch of these threads that I haven't looked at too much, but you know, whenever you look at it, it's fucking there, of him being a complete asshole. And I think it just goes to show how quickly people want to villainize someone that has a lot of success. You know, I think that people are just waiting for someone like him to have a minor slip up or a big slip up and just completely switch turn the tables on it and say, okay, well now you're a fucking terrible person. And it just comes from them feeling bad and comparing themselves to him. Like if you have conversations with people who are honest, they're like, yeah, I compare myself to successful people all the time. It makes me feel shit. And now people are just ready to tear him down because in the past they've made comparisons between him and them, and it makes them feel like shit. And I think it's really gross. You know, it's gross behavior, and I just wish people would have more empathy for someone like Garrett, because he's obviously got a whole career behind him of doing good stuff and not cheating people and not, you know, he takes it on the chin when he gets bad beat. And now this one spot that he might have fucked up, maybe he did, but it doesn't matter. You know, he'll rectify it if he realizes he fucked up, but getting aggressive at him isn't gonna do anything. So I don't know. I'm team empathy. What about you, bro?
I mean, I feel the same, right? I'm a lot more empathetic to. I feel people want you to be harsh in one way or the other, and I'm usually pretty nice. I'm usually pretty empathetic for most people, and I try to be empathetic or try to see things from their perspective, and which usually manifests itself in me being kinder to people in general that I meet, because I want to be people to treat me that way. So I try to treat other people that way and try to treat other people with respect, and I want to be treated with respect by people that I encounter and interact with as well too. So in general, I've never done that before in terms of something like that happen where a big thing happens. I mean, maybe some of the investigations you might say, well, if you go over the investigation, you're talking about the people involved, then you might be piling on in some ways. I don't necessarily think about it like that or look at it like that, because I guess I'm trying to figure out what's going on in a lot of these videos or investigations that I've done. So it is interesting to think about here. And I see what you're saying about having empathy for Garrett. And as you said earlier, the people that were jumping on him and basically putting him down and calling him a bunch of fucking names was really surprising to me. And I feel like that was a big reason I actually left poker the first time with Landon. When I saw Landon get put down, I talked about this earlier, but Landon got put down when he lost his challenge. And I was like, why are people in this community so fucking mean to people that are just like nice people who are trying to whatever, right? Play poker, share their story, like whatever they want to do. And I just saw like how hateful people were to him, this like nice kid. And I'm like, what the fuck are they so mean to this kid for? I mean, this is like the nicest guy I've ever met. So if they're mean to this fucking guy, like they're going to mean to anybody. And I was like, I guess I thought about that for a while. And I was like, yeah, fuck these. I just don't want to deal with the fucking assholes sometimes. And that can be in the poker. And there was a lot of great people, a lot of nice people, but there's a lot of feedback from a lot of people out there. And it ain't always the nicest. And you just got to deal with that when you're doing things in this world. And I probably, when you're doing things in any world, in any sort of content or putting yourself out there to get attention. So a lot of people say it just comes with the territory for being a public figure. If you don't want attention, then don't play on the stream. If you're going to play on the stream, that's going to come with attention, and it won't always be good. So you sort of have to build your armor to deal with that.
I think that for someone like you, it makes a lot of sense to just like step away when it's too much and then come back when you feel strong enough to do it, because the poker world needs people like you. Because at the moment, if you look at chess, they have so many people that are at the top of chess that are great examples of human beings. You know, they're kind, they're honest, they're respectable, they have integrity, they're articulate, they don't just fucking hurl abuse at people. In poker, we don't really have that. And there, you know, when there are a few of them out there like you, I think that, you know, it's not your responsibility to do it. But if you feel within you that that's like your calling, that you feel like you could actually make a really positive impact amongst the fucking toxicity of the poker world, then I mean, I think that's great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, someone said they don't want to be chess, they want to be poker. Yeah, or we don't want poker to be chess. Yeah, I kind of feel like poker is just that way. Like when people criticize my chat, and there's a lot of people in there, I'm like, that's kind of how poker world in general is you go on any forum, any discussion point, and you're going to see a lot of those comments being placed, and especially at women, with all women, right? All women deal with comments. A lot of guys are dealing with comments too, but the women especially, some of the comments that I see.
Yeah, dude, this gender stuff's pretty complex and pretty out of control. But I empathize with both sides. So like, I got a bunch of women friends in poker, and the amount of sexism that they get pretty much every single fucking time they play live is insane. Until you get to the high stakes, in which case it basically disappears. But at the same time, I really empathize with the people that are getting annoyed about the gender thing being brought up all the time. Because, you know, if you have somebody coming on and being like, men are this and men are that and men are that, it's just, it feels very aggressive, and it feels like you're calling out people that aren't actually doing it. Whereas, you know, even though that, you know, let's say my friend Helena, she gets comments on her tits, her body, her looks, pretty much every time she goes out and plays live, even if she dresses like a fucking nun. But it's still only a tiny percentage of the men that are doing that. And so she would never go out and be like, well, men need to be thinking like this and men need to not do that. And Joey, you need to stop the men. You know, that kind of angry tone, I feel like just it makes it even more inflamed. Mm-hmm. So, I think on both sides that there are good points. And on both sides, there needs to be a lot more empathy. But I really do relate to like the feeling of like, well, it's not I know it's like a cliche thing that like the modern wave feminists wouldn't like to say, but it's literally not all men that are like that. So when people use the word men as like an all-encompassing, like men are like this, I think that it's too much. And to drag gender into this spot with Garrett and what's her face? Sorry, I don't know her name.
Right, Robbi.
Yeah. I think like it's relevant maybe to talk about for a little bit, but the amount it gets hammered on is like no, it's not the spot.
We got maybe Tony G coming in here. Tony G might tap in with
fucking love Tony G.
Tony G, the fucking legend kid. All right, we got Vertucci coming up. Let me see how long. Tony G said he don't got long. I'm enjoying talking with Charlie Carrell. Let me see if Tony G. He said I can join in 15 for a bit. Let me chat for a little bit longer.
Yeah, kick me off whenever. By the way, I got my mum around. I could spend some time with her.
Yeah, Tony G. Yeah, Tony G. Listen, the legend Tony G. Gonna tap in right now, and we're gonna chat with him. We got Vertucci coming on here as well. Yeah, Charlie. I mean, I guess now at this point, I'm just enjoying hearing people's thoughts, hearing their viewpoints, kind of helping to push the conversation forward, and it kind of seems like right now we're in a position where the accusing party is focused on a device of some sort of vibration in the belt or in the chair. They got a couple theories, right? So the theory is that there's the vibrational device that's being transmitted to somebody that would be working with someone on the inside who had access to be able to manipulate the system. That would be the accusation from one side. The other side is that nothing happened, a legitimate hand, nothing's going on here. So it seems like right now we're waiting on Hustler to do their DD, look through the tapes, bring the investigation team in there, and then maybe Garrett has some smoking gun. I don't know if he does. But if the only evidence is hands, we've seen that, that don't really, I mean, I kind of work, but not really. I don't think hands is enough unless you got an overwhelming majority of hands on somebody to build your case around the idea that people played hands in a weird way or an unusual way, unorthodox way.
Your ability to talk after 10 hours streaming and 3 days of doing it is fucking amazing, dude.
For me?
Yeah, it's impressive.
True professional, Poppy.
I'm amazed that this is what brought you out of retirement.
Well, what happened was that I didn't really have any desire. There wasn't any content I was that excited about making. I've been doing some podcasts. I did a podcast with Bryn Kenny. I was like, oh, that was probably a terrible fucking idea in retrospect. I did a podcast with Ebony. Obviously, that went off the train track at the end. I was taking a lot of shit. I was like, damn, like fuck, what am I doing? I'm like, fuck, am I still like maybe I don't know what I'm doing, right? Like, I feel like I'm doing these things that are good moves, but I was like, maybe I don't know what I'm doing, right? Maybe I got to really think my life. Like, maybe this just isn't for me anymore because I want to deal with this shit. People are saying this, they're saying that, they're scrutinizing things. I'm like, okay, well, if I want to do this, then I got to deal with that. That is what it is. And then I've been just kind of waiting for a spot and kind of waiting for something that got me fired up. And obviously these cheating scandals are interesting because, especially in this one, it's because Garrett's involved and because Hustler's involved. And I worked with Hustler in the past. Obviously got a friendship with Garrett as well too. So I'm out here trying to figure out, what's going on with both those sides. And I think I'm one of the people that's able to look at it in an objective way. And I just know how some of the other people have treated I saw people treated the Bryn Kenny and Jake and Ali, right? Like, no, like I wasn't making content. No one was really making content around that time. And I was like, for this instance, like, I just want to make sure I get everybody's voice heard, that I can try to hear from as many people as I can and not see the same mistakes happen in the past that happened with something like Mike Postle. So that's why I said, if I got to put myself out here, then I'm going to put myself out here and deal with whatever comes from it, right? And then this sort of evolved into what it's evolved into, and now we've got to hear a lot of different opinions about the case, about the situation, and hopefully there's actual resolution that comes from this where people get a verdict, and then also hopefully good comes from it in that the security of these things is improved, and you got to try to manifest the good things, I guess, that might come out of this situation versus the worst case scenario.
Yeah, I hope that you can see, and I'm sure if you asked your chat, so many people that are just kind of lurking would agree with this, that you've developed so much as a person since the years before that you used to make content. And you were always very loved by the poker community, but like the amount of like conscious thought that you're putting into why you're doing things and how you're doing things and whether it's the right thing for you and the right thing for the community, and strategizing about how to do it. It's honestly really, really sick to see. I'm curious, if we have some minutes left, how have you been working on this over the last few years?
Oh, that's a deeper question. That's probably a good question for a podcast, Charlie. But
the time, huh?
Oh yeah, I mean that's a long answer, right? I mean, I basically took a 10-month sabbatical from the psychoticness of the internet, locked myself away, and just a lot of really a lot of meditation, a lot of reprogramming my subconscious mind, and reprogramming the stories and reprogramming the things I thought were holding me back, trying to build my life up from the fundamental ground in terms of my daily habits, making sure those are healthy, to drinking water, eating good food, getting outside, moving around, getting sunlight, having stimulating conversation, having a purpose, having a mission, having a vision, meditation, being present, kind of just focus on those daily habits, and then kind of adding in more into my life built around those daily habits with some type of vision of the future, what I see for my life in terms of all the different directions. And so I was basically just trying to reprogram those stories because I was really lost for a while. Moving to Vegas. Vegas is a crazy place to live. It'll get you real distracted real fast. So I feel like I lost the vision, and then now I feel like I'm back on track with things. So that's why we're here right now.
That's fucking amazing. I mean, I don't know if you're talking like the spiritual woo-woo language.
No,
but
I can talk spiritual for sure, but you know, on the poker shows, I don't really get much into that kind of stuff. But
yeah, well, I'll talk it for a second. It's like that is like the quintessential spiritual path from like the fall to the hero kind of thing. It's like you're a person that you're capable of going to the extreme, which is absolutely needed for like a visionary or somebody that's kind of like leading the way, or a leader. Like you need to have people that are going to go fucking machete through that rainforest and wait in places that nobody's ever been, or climb to the top of Mount Everest. And you're obviously not doing it in those physical ways, but I mean, this fucking stream is so extreme, and the way that you handle things, the way you look at things is really extreme. But then to take that kind of like spunky essence that you have and step away from all the validation and all the noise and everything, all the dopamine, to then work on yourself to the point where you can bring it back and have that extreme power, but supplemented with some conscious presence and some some like deep emotional thought. It's like the quintessential spiritual path, and you're fucking doing it, man. That's amazing.
Get me fired up, Poppy. I'm glad I had you on. I always love talking with you as well too. Let's do a longer podcast, talk more about this kind of stuff, because I can talk about this for days. Obviously, a lot of people here for the investigation, they're here for things around that. We've been talking now for 10 hours. Sometimes it's going to deviate from that. I know we got Nick Vertucci up here, so I want to get Nick on here, and then I'm going to get Tony G in the house as well. So, Charlie, what do you got out there? Where do you want to send people? Are you doing YouTube content right now? Are you doing what are you up to? What do you want to tell people, man?
I'm not going to give myself a shout out, but
you're not going to give yourself a shout out.
No, I got some stuff in the works. I'll tell people when it's out.
All right.
Oh, actually, shout out to me. I'm engaged and we're having a baby.
You're engaged and you're having a baby. Congratulations, guys in the chat. Please give Charlie a congratulations.
Shout out to Hannah. She's making me happier than I've ever been in my life. Anyway, Joey, have a fucking beautiful rest of the stream. You're crushing it. Get to the bottom of this. If anyone can do it, it's you. Chat. I love you guys. For the merit of being human, you're lovable. I promise. See ya.
Amen. See you, Charlie. All right, guys. Shout out Charlie Carrel. Always love talking to that guy. Always fired up. People out there, a lot of people don't like the spiritual stuff or don't like the word empathy, right? They heard the word empathy, then they like their mind break or something, so they don't like that kind of talk. But that guy's the opposite of Tony G. I mean, listen, I agree. So we got Nick Vertucci coming up here right now. Right now he's in. Hold on a second, guys. Let's reset. Let's regroup here.
Obviously, the chat's going crazy. I just saw
yeah, I think that's a pretty good call. What'd you guys think about Charlie?
Someone said in the live chat.
Did you guys enjoy? Just to me, a lot of people watching. Shout out to everybody watching on YouTube, watching everybody on Twitch right now. We're still here. We're still getting after it. 10 hour, 45 minutes into it. I'm going to put this on IG. IG at PoppyGTO if you don't follow me on IG and you're interested on IG. I just do a lot of story stuff. Guys, what's up? We're still here. We got the cowboy hat on. Shout out to Texas. We're still here. Almost 11 hours in. All out of call-ins tonight. It's been a great night. Let's go. I don't know. I'm sounding like Landon.
So she didn't make a point to say, oh, I meant to say I had a 3. Because she said, is a 3 good? But that obviously could have been speech play. So that's another whole thing there, too.
Joe, you could talk to rainbows with love and people will hate it. That's true. Let's see. We got Mr. Chocolate Man coming in here. Mr. Vertucci getting in the house right now. Change the title.
Right.
Nick Vertucci really loved the capital letters, I noticed. I spell his name. Is it Carrel? E-L or O-O? Hold on.
And obviously, she never said she had a 3 because this is all the players. She tabled Jack high, so I don't know if I can ever buy that she.
Joey.
Poppy, out there?
Yeah, you hear me?
I can hear you guys. Guys, can you hear me? Audio check 1 2 1 2. We're joined by Nick Vertucci, co-owner of Hustler Casino Live. And we've heard from him both nights and day 3. We're still back here. Been taking a lot of call-ins, kind of discussing what's going on here. Hustler put out a statement last night that we kind of commented on earlier and talked a lot about today. So, Nick, what's going on, man? What's the update? What's
Okay, so I want to touch on. Wait a minute, I'm starting to get some reverb back, buddy.
Yeah, it shouldn't be on my end. Let me see.
Well, it's. Oh, I know what's happening. Hang on, I know what's happening. Your show is running in the back.
Yeah.
On mute. Okay, all right, you there?
Yeah,
all right.
we're here.
I want to touch on a couple things. First one, which is a big nothing, but I want to just say it. I just text Tom Dwan just to let him know that I appreciated his support and that he did get some bad info. I'm right down the middle, and I'm not taking a side, and I'm not taking anything out of the equation. As you know, you and I have spoken. We were texting last night. And so I just want everyone to hear that. And, I wanted to straighten that out with Tom. So I texted him and let him know that, because, so many people are saying so many things and all that. And he said some nice things about us. So whatever. So that was that. But what the real important things that I wanted to talk about is this. I want to talk about, the conversation with, Garrett and Robbi, because so many people are speculating. I've talked to Ryan in great detail because he was there, and I'm going to give you the first full dissertation about how that conversation went. And, Ryan is like, this is booked. This is what I heard. This is what it was. Okay. So I'm going to give you that at the end. But what I would like to say before this is this. Look, I understand how the poker community is going crazy. I understand that this is very juicy and a big deal, whether, especially if something happened, of course. And I'm not going to be redundant and come on here and say all the things we're going to do and all that. They've seen my statement. One thing I do want to clear up is everyone keeps talking about like lie detectors and how they're not relevant. Let me be clear on something. First of all, that post was for my staff, and it will be voluntary, of course, because it can only be voluntary. And even though they're not admissible in court, they have a very big factor behind them, and they have a way of shaking out the truth during the process. And they do have reactions to your vitals going up, even though they're not admissible, because some people have more control over their emotions than others. So, but let me just be clear. I am not going to force or because I can't, anyone to take one. And that post is not for Robbi. Now, if Robbi wanted to take one, then I think that would be great, because if she has nothing to hide, she will want to. And she said on your show she would take it. But my post was clearly for my staff. It's going to be done by third party. It's going to be offered, of course, at their decision to take it. By law, I can't force anyone to do that. But even who would or wouldn't take it will determine a lot. So there's a big, and I guess this leads to my point. My point is like, and you happened just to say it before a minute ago, that's the reason I wanted to call in. It's like this. Look, everybody has to understand. Everybody should have their opinion. We live in a free country. Free speech is great. Do whatever you want. But these are two lives that are at stake, and two reputations that are at stake. So, and I'm not saying this to you because you're doing a great job, Joey. I'm not saying this to Doug. I'm not saying this to anyone. I'm saying this to just in general, all the people out there that may think this will apply to them. Like, if you want to have your opinion, have it. But the people that come on or go to social media and just destroy one side or the other, like Garrett is this, Garrett is that, or Robbi is this, and I'm talking mean shit and really dogmatic, like, opinions. You're fucking stupid if you do that. These are human beings that have reputations and a life and feelings and emotions. So if you want to give your opinion, that's cool. And what you're doing, Joey, is the right thing. And this, like I said, I promise you, this has nothing to do with you. This is just the billions of DMs and comments on Twitter and everything. And I know that's part of it, and in the chats, and it's never going to stop. But even it's crazy to me how anyone could be so short or so fucking mean to other people to the point to where, like, do they not understand that Garrett is sitting there probably not in a great place, and probably Robbi's sitting there in not a great place? Who knows what the truth is yet? But these are people with feelings and emotions. So why does people should just shut the fuck up? And I am fired up about that because, like, it's just not cool. To me, it doesn't compute. And so I guess I just wanted to get that off my chest, because the more I read and the more people that are contacting me and all the DMs and all the comments that I'm getting tagged on Twitter and everything else, it's just like, we put up a post of our statement, which is an absolute down the middle, like, we're going to do whatever the hell we can do. And just the reactions and the comments are there's just such stupidity behind it. And I just wanted to say that it's like, before you click that keyboard, just think about that there is another person on the other end that may be innocent, that you're taking the other side, and that could be Garrett, or that could be Robbi. And why? And you don't know. Nobody knows. I don't know. Joey, you don't know. Nobody knows. So it's just not fair. And I know this isn't going to stop anything, and the reaction is going to be, Vertucci's on a chocolate and he's ranting and rambling, but I'm really not. What really is happening here is I'm just disgusted. I'm not disgusted with the investigation portion. I'm not disgusted with the outcry. I'm not disgusted with the interest. I'm disgusted with the fucking idiots that say things that they have no idea about, and they don't understand anyone's intentions or what has happened. So, if that helps 10% of the people to recheck and think about it, because like I said, there's probably a couple people sitting out there that are just not in a good place, and probably one more than the other. Who knows? Because we don't know what the truth is. And so I don't know. I just think there needs to be a human side of this, even if it's in the poker troll world or the poker community or any community. And, the innocent thing until proven guilty is, part of our justice system, and it really makes sense. So why don't we all stand down and let us try to figure it out? Mm-hmm. And, we're doing this because we know it has to be done. I'm not stupid. I know that hand makes 0 sense. I play a lot of poker. I'm scratching my head. And I can tell you 10 things that it could be on one side and 10 things it could be on the other. But what I know most is I don't know. And so that's what I just wanted to come here and jump on my soapbox and say that. And the next thing I want to do, if you give me the minute to do it, is tell you about their conversation.
Sure, go ahead.
Sure. So everybody's out here, both sides are saying, even Robbi saying she felt this way, Garrett saying, who knows, whatever. But I'll just tell you exactly what Ryan told me, and this is for the 10th time, and I called him right before I got on just to reiterate. I said, I'm going to, I need to know exactly, and no rambling, just give it to me. And this is what he said. They did walk around the corner to where the elevators are. It's not a dark hallway. It's just a corridor where there's plenty of people around the area, but there's a little privacy. It's not dark. It's not behind anything. There isn't a spotlight on anyone. It's just a more private place because originally I thought it was by our lockers, but over there's people coming and in and out and checking their locker and stuff. So they moved off to the side a little bit. All parties agreed to do it. Okay. And what Ryan told me is this. They were talking, and somewhere in the conversation, Garrett did say, Robbi, you know what happened here. And, Robbi said whatever she said, and Garrett did say there are going to be millions of people watching this, blah, blah, blah. And even Robbi has said this is the truth, and then it's been flip-flopped by her a few times. So I think that does work against her, because there has been some things said about the hand one way by her and then the other. But I don't say that's an admission of guilt or a sign of guilt. That could be a sign of nervousness. That could be a sign of, embarrassment of something she said or did and the one to change it. So I still don't pin anything on her for that, because sometimes when we're stressed out and in a tough spot, we say and do things that just off the cuff, right? And so, like I said, when Garrett said, Robbi, this is going to be watched by millions of people, blah, blah, blah. You know what happened here, something like that, in paraphrasing, of course, but very close. And she at one point said to him, listen, what can I do to make this go away? What can I do to make this better? Okay? I don't want any problems. I don't want, to not be able to come back. I don't want this, whatever it was. And Garrett said, well, you can give me my money back. And she said, if I give you that, will you come back? Will you play? And will this just go away? Because I don't want any problems. And he agreed to it. And Ryan was adamant to me that Garrett did not force her. He was ready to walk away until that statement was made. And then he said that comment and she agreed to do it. He was not forcing her. He was ready to walk away until that comment was made, and then he responded with what I just said, and then that happened. And Ryan said at the time, I cannot be part of this. I do not condone this. And he started to walk away. And when he walked away, they followed him back to where the floor is, and they had the deal made. So for all the other people out there that keep making these comments, and I asked him, was Garrett aggressive? He said no. He said he was just stunned, and he was very matter of fact, and he was looking at her like, come on. He never had any aggressive posture, and he never forced her to do anything. So in fairness to Garrett, shut up about the people saying what he did, because that's what was done. That's what happened. And the people that are saying we should make him give it back, we should this. No, the fuck we should. No. Because we don't have any part of this. We don't condone that. We didn't get involved in it. That was by two separate individuals that are separate entities that do not work for us, that do not answer to us, and they made some agreement, and Ryan walked away because he knew the magnitude of what that is for us being involved in it. And we're not going to hold shit in escrow. If they want to do that, they can. Whatever. So I just wanted to call to clear it up because yeah, of course, I'm in the middle of this as far as you can get, but it's so frustrating to me because I don't understand the concept. I understand the concept of opinion. I understand the concept of discussion, but I don't understand the concept of fucking going after people and making your own narratives when these are, again, redundantly, two human beings that have feelings and emotions and families. And this just is not cool. These are two reputations that are at stake. And I just don't think it's fair to fuck with either reputation until you know what's going on. And then if Garrett did make a mistake, I know him well enough to know he'll come out and fall on that fucking sword. And the same thing goes on the other end. It's just we gotta wait to play it out. And then there was another thing said in this, and now okay, if we get a law firm, we get an independent investigating company, we get an independent this, that, and everyone's saying, well, how do we know this or whatever? Well, let me tell you this, Joey. You and I text last night, and I offered you, if you want to come down on Tuesday and you want to look at every single video and every tape, you're welcome to. And I got the GM of Hustler to agree to that. And I'll go further. If you want to liaison the process 100% and just be that poker industry third party that everyone knows, if you find something, you're going to say it, right? You're not going to cover this shit up for me or anyone else. So why don't you come in and navigate and oversee the whole process? Because when I say the statement that I am going to tell the truth, I am going to. If fucking Doug Polk wants to come in and sit in a room and figure this out too, then he's welcome to do that too if he could just make sure that he's fucking straight when he gives his dissertation later without any bullshit. So whoever that may be, that's fine with us. And someone asked me recently, it was this morning actually, hey, Nick, tell the truth, man. This is just someone, I'm not gonna mention their name, it's someone, that just is a friend. If you find something here, you're not putting this thing out, right? This will fucking sink you. I said, listen, let me explain something to you. If I find something, I'm going to fucking crucify somebody if it's on my staff. I'm going to go full out, and I don't care if that puts me out. Because my exact words for them, if you do not have integrity, especially in business, you're done. So, no, of course not. I'm not going to shuffle it under the rug. I'm going to put it out there as far as I can. And I do believe that if that's the case, the poker community will respect it. And I do believe we will still have a ton of longevity. And guess what? If we don't, fuck it, I'll go do something else. But I'm definitely not going to cover it up, and I'm definitely not going to go that route. So anyone out there listening, or all the trolls and everyone that's putting their 2 cents in, you know, am I hoping that's not it? Yes. Now, I'm not hoping against Garrett, and I'm not hoping against Robbi, but for the sake of my business, I'm hoping I find nothing. I'm not going to bullshit you about that. But if I do, I promise you it will be on the front page of Poker News, and I'll let you in on the process, and you can blast it as far and wide as you want to do it, because my whole goal here is to fix this. And I do know one thing, whether we find something or not, I know this. I know that the procedures that are going to be put in, that I'm going to be learning because of this process, are going to be sick. I mean, I'm sure we're going to have 20 different protocols of how to handle this situation if it comes up again. We're probably going to have 20 different protocols of security. I'm probably going to spend in upwards of over a 50 ball on this. I can't imagine getting out from at least under that. I can't, because of all the shit I'm going to hire and do. So, like, this is not the greatest thing that's happened to us, but we're dealing with it now. And I promise you that we are going to continue to run the #1 poker show. And if there's anything weird about this or something comes up, I'm going to expose it. But I tell you this, our protocols are going to go through the roof. I mean, I already know 20 things that I'm going to do, which are going to include metal detectors. And then everyone can say, well, why didn't you do that before? Because, you know, we just thought we had it. You know, we take all the electronics. Nothing's going to be allowed into the room. We can't take people's bags away because they keep hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash and chips, but we're going to wand them. We're going to probably check them, and we're going to probably keep them away from the table in some other lockers inside the room. We are going to pat down people. We are going to pat down our employees. So a lot of things are going to happen, even if nothing comes up, that are going to be a benefit to the security of our game, which we already were at the top of the heap of security in a game. So again, I know I'm ranting. I know I sound like I'm on fucking 80.
You sound like now I see how you do 45-minute YouTube videos where you talk to the camera.
Yeah, dude, communication.
I love it.
Communication is my lane.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
but I am passionate about this because, you know, what I should do is turn off social media, because it only bothers me because I just shake my head at the stupidity. And there are some people that don't even understand poker that are commenting, and it's like, dude, shut up. You don't even understand why this this hand is not reasonable, and that's why this is happening. And then the other side of the coin, it's very possible somebody just misclicked and fucking did something stupid. I mean, so, like, let's wait. Like, give people a break. Like, Garrett is a nice person, whether you think anything else of him. It's hard to react in these kind of situations. Who knows how anyone will react, especially if you believe that. And the same thing goes for Robbi. You know, if she's done nothing and she's got all this heat on her immediately, there's a million reasons why she could act this way or that way, or like it doesn't make sense why she said this. I mean, put yourself in that situation. Both situations are very difficult. They were very emotional. And, you know, like, let's wait. I don't know. I mean, and it's so funny. There's such disinformation out there. And God bless this guy. I love him like so much. But Mike Mattisau put out a list, and I texted him today, or I think I responded to it. It's like all the people, 80% cheating, 40% not. And he had me in the column of 100% cheating, or not 100% not cheating. And I fucking commented on, you could go look, I commented, I'm like, Mike, fucking take this off. Where do you get that from? I talked to him last night and never said one word. You ever talk to Mike Mattisau? He fucking talks for an hour. You don't get one word in, and then we say goodbye. So I'm like, Mike, how am I on this list? So it's just like everybody needs to just like chill the fuck out, man. That's it.
We gotta get you in a mountain, bro. We gotta get you a mushroom in a mountain, maybe an edible tube.
Yeah.
Maybe a few glasses of whiskey or something like that, bro. It sounds like you need a day off, kid. It sounds like you fired up right now. I can tell.
I'm ready for fucking flight right now because I'm so fired up about this shit because it's just ridiculous to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, what do you think? Do you agree with any of that premise? Like, is it not ridiculous to attack two people you know nothing about and you don't know what happened?
I mean, I would agree with that. I don't do it that way, but the internet
No,
is the
you don't.
internet
you
is the
don't.
internet. Like, I'm used to the internet though. Like, I agree that it would be great if it wasn't that way. This is like the Ebony when Ebony was. I'm like, it's great if the chat and the Twitter and YouTube wasn't like that, but that's how social media is.
No, that's how it is.
Right. So to me, I just I embrace it. That's why I love it. When the chat, the only reason the chat get me in trouble, other people read the chat and they're like, look at these comments. Like, why am I allowing the comments in the chat? Like, I'm here for the fucking war zone, right? That is social media. Like, I'm in the trenches. I'm fine. People are hurling fucking grenades all over. Like, I'm used to it. Like, I'm embracing it. It is what it is. But it seemed like a lot of people don't really want to play that game and they don't want to participate in that world. So, and then when you have Robbi and you have Garrett and now they get all this attention from all these different sources.
Yeah.
And people just treat them. I said, I was seeing, I'm mentioned on Garrett's last tweet, and I've just seen all these things, like people that don't even play poker, just like chiming in with the strongest opinions about who he is as a person and his personality. I'm just like, what the fuck are these people talking about, dude? Like, these are the dumbest, like, these people don't even know anything, and they're just basing this strong opinion. And I guess what it makes you realize is that most of these people don't really know anything, which I already really realized. So that's why the comments, if someone's like, hey, like, you're a fucking idiot, I'm like, great, I can understand. So if they say you're this, you did that, like, I can see where people are coming from. Not to say that it wouldn't hurt less or more,
I'm hoping it gets through to, even if it got through to one person, it would be fine, just because I just want to throw it out there so you think it out. And by the way, I'm not just saying this. You're doing a great job. Any of this isn't forwarded towards you. Not even a little bit. This is just like me saying what I said, but it has nothing to do with you. And let me know, even right now, if you want to, do you want to take me up on my offer and be the liaison to look at all the video footage, to look at all the hands, to communicate with the investigators, to get anytime we have an update, to be part of it? So if the freedom of journalism and the major poppy of the poker world wants that people trust and that will not cover up shit, if you want to come in and you want to put your eyes on everything, would you like to do that? So as a commitment from Hustler Casino to know that we're not putting anything under the rug. So the offer's here. Tell me what you think.
Interesting. Sound like I got to get my agent in touch with Hustler Casino. My agent got to do the negotiation for that. But I mean, I guess it's interesting.
You have an agent?
I have people who sometimes I use to negotiate with companies that I don't know the other.
Your people are going to talk to my people?
No. I guess my only reservation would be is that when you get involved in this kind of situation in depth, like, if you find things in this situation, like, I don't think that's a good thing. Like, to be involved to be the one that finds this information is not going to be a comfortable position to be in. Either way, because either way, there's going to be as I've already done a lot of these things. I've already searched. I've thought about this a lot. So if I'm someone that publicly facilitates the lead investigation with the casino, then who fucking knows what's going to be found, right? And I don't really know if that's going to be a smooth process where whatever's found is what ends up coming to be to light. So, I'd have to think about that a lot more, but.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I'm only offering it for just even if you don't take me up on it, I'm offering it just so people can understand that there's not even a small chance that what I find is not going to come.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely interested to think more about it. So I just I'm curious what it would entail, right? I mean, I already know I already got in touch with a few independent they got in touch with me, independent investigation teams, some that work with big corporations, big companies, people that would be experts debatably at going through something like this. But it seems to me that this wouldn't be hard to find if you had security cameras from that day to look, and people are saying somebody got a device and something like that. I mean, to me, right? Like, if you have certain cameras and you're able to see certain things, if someone put something in and took something out, which is one of the main theses right now, is what they're saying, Nick, is they're saying that if there was something being transmitted, well, how would it have gotten through? And then who was sending that? Well, if you can have the footage of things, then you're able to really see some clear answers for how people have changed.
I don't know this for sure because I'm not an IT investigator analyst. I don't know. But my hunch is I don't think this could be done any other way without somebody involved giving messages. And I have cameras up in our booth. I have cameras up in our NASA-like production area. Everything's going to be scrutinized, bro. Everything. Everyone up there, everyone. They're going to be, and the reason for it is just because it has to happen. I mean, you know, the theory, and I don't want to speak out of turn here, but the theory of just like some reader that she has that she could see through goggles or glass, like, I don't know, bro. I'm going to let someone else figure that out. But I think and I know this, we've had a year plus under our belt. The only thing we've ever had was Skills Rocks looking at Barry's cards, which was what it was, and we caught that. And we haven't had this happen. So this is a weird experience. We haven't had an experience like this. We've had major integrity in our game. We have most people that are in our game that continue to play on the regular. Of course, what makes this more interesting is this is a new crew that played. And so this isn't, like Big John on Tuesday. Like, fuck no. If that was it, I'd know. So no, he's just stupid if he did it. Like, there's no way. So, but this is an area where we don't know. And these are two new players that have played, 1 to 3 times. And, this is the first time we've experienced this. I would not be shocked if we find nothing. And I'm also not naive enough to think that we couldn't find something. So the process is going to happen, bro, and it is going to be what it is. And I believe we'll survive this no matter what the answer is. I do. And if not, hey, man, I'm financially fine. I'll do something else. But that's not going to come to that because I believe the public respects honesty, and they respect that. So, the second you're not, like you find something, you don't say it, that comes out later, you're fucking drawn dead for the rest of your career. It's over. Mm-hmm. So that's not going to happen. Never been that way, never will. And I love this stream. I love the players on this stream. I love what we're doing. I love playing. Like, it's just like, I'm going to protect that, Joey. I'm going to protect that at all costs. And honesty is going to set this thing free. And like I said, if I find absolutely nothing, like, could we still be 100%? No. I could just say maybe we're in the 90% area somewhere because nothing was found, because I don't think you could say for sure. And at the same time, if we find it and it's 100%, then it is. And, I feel bad for both sides. I really do, because if we find nothing, Garrett's in a real bad spot. And if we do find something, Robbi's in a real bad spot, and vice versa. And so, man, it's going to be what it is. And I hope we find the absolute truth, because, if there was something quirky on Robbi's end, then I hate to say it, she deserves it. And if there isn't anything quirky, then she deserves to be vindicated. And that's just that, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I can see where you're coming from. Sounds like, you're taking all the right steps. I think a lot of people out there are asking for this situation, to at least put the effort into security and put the effort into an investigation and put the effort into being able to find out what's going on here, which I think is what a lot of people want. And I guess the only downside a lot is what we discussed throughout the show, is that if you guys come out and say, well, we didn't find anything, then there's going to be a lot of people who won't accept that as the resolution, because a lot of people are convinced that it went down a certain way.
Yeah. Even if we find nothing and, I spent $100,000 trying to figure it out, nothing comes up, I'm still going to have so many people saying, oh, well, they covered it up, or bullshit, they didn't look the right places. And that's, at that point, there's nothing I can do, man. There's literally nothing I can do. That's why I'm saying, like, hey, if they want to bring the poker poppy in and put his eyes on it, and that helps everyone feel a little bit better about the fact that we have an independent journalist that is going to come in there and by no means ever cover anything for me, then fine. Then the offer's there. Great. And, I'm not going to offer that to everybody. I don't want some schmuck I don't know. So I trust you, which I mean by that is I trust you to tell the truth. Mm-hmm. And you always have. And so, but I don't know. I know you're a big deal, so you got to go talk to your people. But, whatever.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess I'm just wondering what that would even be like, right? Like,
Jody, what it could really be, doesn't have to be like you have to be camped at the Hustler. It could be that you look at all the footage, you look at all the hands, and then when I have the independent contractors come in to do their job, they can meet with you once a week and tell you what they found, and they could show you, or whatever. It could be as light to medium to as much as you want. And like I said, it's not that I want you to do it. I just want to offer it, that if you want to do it, because I'm trying to send a message.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not,
I can see.
whatever there's there.
Yeah, I think that sounds like we can figure something out. So, I'm definitely down to be a part of that in some type of way, and to help see the investigation through, and to figure out what the hell's going on here. So, I mean, that's ultimately my goal. We hoped for that in the past with some of these things, and never really worked out that way. So if we can get a conclusion here, then I'm definitely down to be involved with that somehow, for sure.
Clear. On Tuesday, I will be up in a private room that no one's allowed into, to be looking at the Hustler casino footage that they will, of course, will never release to the public, because that is their personal footage of the whole casino. And I will be watching not only every hand, I'll be watching every angle they have, because we have our own cameras. And we will be watching our staff and Robbi and Jacob and myself and Ryan and everybody that could be included in this. The casino is going to follow every person around for the last week before that. And we're going to watch footage of every single person anyone has talked to, where they were standing, who talked to who, if there was any chips exchanged. So if there is something out there that's going on, just know that we will be watching you go. The only time that we're not going to watch you is when you go take a leak in the bathroom, because we can't, or we probably would. And that's it. And we're gonna look at everything. Parking lot, this, that, the other. We're gonna watch every hand. Someone like yourself already has the hands. I think you already timestamped them. There's 36 hands.
I think
you're gonna scrut.
I think Berkey did that. Berkey, the only.
Oh, Berkey. Yeah, and you guys are gonna. And I sent them to you. You're gonna scrutinize them. He can scrutinize them. Whatever. We're gonna do the same thing. That. I mean, I don't. How could anyone expect us to do any more?
It's a good point, right? I mean, what else could they expect you to do besides bring in people who can try to figure out what's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think I've thought of everything. I don't know.
Just gotta hire the right investigation team who understands how to figure out all the technical aspects of things, which it seems like from my interactions with people yesterday, there are people that are specializing in this.
Yeah, well, we're reviewing that right now. We have 3 law firms that we're reviewing, and then we have a bunch of other people are offering their services, and companies, and we're it's hard because it's a weekend right now. We're vetting who that's going to be, and that's why I'm just saying right now, if I get these reactions, so yeah, that's your statement, so nothing yet, huh? Guess what? It's 48 fucking hours. How? Like, it happened. Think about it. It happened on a Thursday. I was there till 6 a.m. Got an hour and 45 minutes sleep. Then just was dealing with general shit. And then on a week yesterday, we met Ryan, one of my team members that in production, somebody that's offsite that I trust, and the general manager met for 6 hours yesterday. So what could we have already found out? Right now, we're in game planning, like how we're going to find out. So if anyone thinks they're getting this information in a week, then you need to smarten up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. I mean, I guess, that's what I was thinking about earlier. It seems like if there's a theory out there, like the immediate theory people are presenting seems like a pretty easy thing to go through. If you get the video, look at it. Okay, yeah, right? Like, it don't seem like this doesn't seem like it would be a hard thing to find this specific request, right? But there's obviously other options people are bringing up too.
Yeah, I'm open to options. It's just the stupidity that frustrates me. It's like, we're gonna any new option that, I mean, I've had a lot of cool things being told to me. I mean, I'm not gonna say who it is because he wanted to stay third party, but like some guy was that's in this business, like high up government, whatever, total fan of the show. He's into RFID, like that's what they deal with, and he sent me a ton of information that's so amazing. Like, even in the new table we're buying, the suggestion is to wrap all the legs with copper coil and everything else, because if there is any device, it deactivates it. It won't let it get through because there's too much to stop it. And then there's 10 other things he told me too that were like, wow, that's pretty amazing information. So like, we're going to do those things. Like, we're going to do that, and of course there's no one's going to be able to bring a mug, into the place again. Fine. Of course, like, whatever. But, I don't think personally that this could be sophisticated enough to be just somebody doing something independent. I hate to say this. If I find something and there is something, the only thing that I can think it has to be someone that has access. I mean, and I could be wrong about that because I'm not a technical genius. Matter of fact, I'm like on the opposite end. So that is me putting the hashtag or the caveat next to it that may not come out to be the truth. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Well, damn, a lot of passion here, a lot of ideas, a lot of fire coming out of Nick. I think let's think about it, chat. Is there any questions that we kind of had based off of where we're at with things? Because mainly the thing we talked about is, you know, what's going to take place next and when's the next thing going to come out, either from Hustler or from Garrett. And you guys said today, and you already talked about this a lot today, that you're going to be bringing in, you're already scouring for legal teams, you're scouring for investigators, you're scouring for people to be involved in the process of reviewing the footage, reviewing what exactly took place, and right. So you're sort of saying, what else more could you propose to that? And you're also beefing up security too for the actual show.
It might even take me a week to get that in place to start. You know, so and then it may take 3 weeks after that to figure it out. Like, I don't know. I've never done an investigation like this, but I do know that I have two from this person who is an expert in RFID. He sent me a link of what metal detectors that I should have wands, and I ordered 2 of them. Now, you want to hear something fucking funny? Guess what the brand is called, and it's right on the wand. Garrett. Yeah, Garrett. So I got 2 Garrett wands coming that will be Tuesday, and about 20 other things that we're putting in place as well. And then I will be on the phone with the table company saying, here's what we need and how we need the table design with the copper coil and everything else. So there's a lot to be done, you know, in this process, internally, externally, and investigation.
What is the chat? The chat is saying, yeah, the chat's, the wand is called Garrett, guys. That's true. So
yeah,
I mean, you couldn't make this shit up, guys. I mean,
go to the internet or to Amazon and put in Garrett handheld wands or whatever they are, metal detectors, and you'll see them. It's actually hysterical. I couldn't believe it, and they're the best ones, so that's why I ordered them, not just for a troll.
So the Garrett wand is the
when this is all said and done, that's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I guess so you mentioned earlier you're not going to force these guys to put in escrow. You're not going to take the money back from Garrett. And then also, so the players will not be allowed back. And do you think that's fair to Garrett to not be allowed back when he, in the situation, didn't do anything to, especially if you're going to take precautions like that?
I think Garrett understands. I don't think Garrett wants to play right now. So let's think that out. You think Garrett really wants to sit down and play right now? I doubt it. Even if I said, please come play, I don't think that's going to happen. And it's not like Garrett's on a timeout or he's being punished. Not at all. I just think that everyone understands, including him, that we need to get to the bottom of this. And if he chooses to come out later, if there's nothing and it's kind of clear, then maybe he'll make a statement. Maybe he won't. I don't know. Or vice versa. Or maybe it goes the other way. But yeah, of course not. I don't think I could put anyone back in that position right now. I think we got to go through the process.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense. I can see what you're saying. That's someone, I think Kim Stone mentioned that earlier, talked about, I was saying, you know, if you're Robbi, like, go out there and if you let your play speak for yourself. And she was like, you know, well, if you go out there, it's just a lot to deal with. It's a lot of attention to deal with. It isn't necessarily a nice position to be in. So maybe it's better. I think maybe Charlie actually said this, but maybe it's better just to kind of chill out for a while. Let things kind of blow over a little bit, let all the intensity kind of blow over a little bit, and then kind of see what shakes out here with the investigation, and then kind of reevaluate from there.
I think that's what everyone should do, but to be honest with you, I don't, how would I put it? Let me think it out how I want to say it. Everyone should do what they want to do, and I am not in this situation, so I can't speak for Garrett, I can't speak for Robbi. But like, I know Robbie's husband's an attorney. I don't understand why there's so much communication. But see, if she's innocent, you know, maybe she wants to come out and keep yapping about it because like this is horrible. Or she's not innocent. Maybe she is because she wants to do that. Like, but in my opinion, I just think that hurts them. Mm-hmm. And I don't think he can control her because I don't think he would want her doing this. But again, everyone's got to do themselves, right? And whatever they want to do because, but, there's just, once I don't want to go any further, but I do know this, and I'm not going to respond to it because, like I said on your show the other day, I'm not doing this anymore after what happened on your show with her husband. But he did text me this morning. We all appreciate your statement yesterday and the effort you and your team are making to resolve this. So, that's cool. And I wish we could have just left it at that. And just left it at that and let us do what we're doing and everyone stand down. And I know that's just not reality. I know that, but because this is emotional and intense and there's so, the public perception and the people involved and, so fine. But, at the end of the day, we're going to put out the report and we're going to continue to play poker. And I believe we'll continue to play poker either way. Maybe I'm naive. I don't know.
Brandy Harding, thank you for no message of supporting the grind. Thank you very much. Matthew Patton says, will Nick and Ryan be as scrutinized as the rest of the staff is?
Hell yeah. I'm going to take a polygraph. He's going to take a polygraph. I want the independent team, even including you if you come, to watch everything I do everywhere I go. We are, of course, we're included in this. And the only two people I'm confident, and I shouldn't say it, let me tell you, there's more people I'm confident, but I'm just going to be real about this. The only two people I'm confident is myself and Ryan. But we're going to, of course, include ourselves. If we don't, that would be ridiculous. Yeah, and that's just because, we have to do that. I'll take I'm going to do all that. Everything that's being asked of our team will be asked of me.
Perfect. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think people were questioning about that, which I believe you did comment as well too. Morris said, ask Nick to comment on Louise and Rip's behavior. So when we had Rip on the show, he mentioned he had a relationship with a guy named Louise, and people in the chat have been bringing that up a lot. They wanted to know more about if you knew anything about Louise or about the relationship that he already had with Rip.
I have no idea if Louise has a relationship with Rip. I don't know. I'm going to ask him and find out. I don't know what that relationship is, but Louis is our floor man. Louis is our floor man. He's who works for the casino, but specifically for us. And we've been working with Louis for years. And Louis is the one who brought him back his bag when I declined to look through it because he's the floor man. And I said, just bring this back to Jacob. I don't want to look in it. I'm not gonna do that because let's face it, I got there 2 hours later. If there was something, it's gone. And if there's and if I was even there on time, it's like, am I going to make them look completely guilty by strip searching them and looking through their shit and doing all that when I have zero proof besides a player saying I'm not happy about this? I just felt it wasn't in my best interest or their best interest, so I didn't do it. But Louis, the floor man, been working with him for years. He will be part of this process, and I have no clue how he knows Jacob. Maybe he knows him from just being in the casino now. Maybe he knew him prior. I have no idea at this point.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, people in the chat wondered about that. They didn't know if he was a friend or, who Louis was or if he's being investigated in this thing too. And it sounds like you're investigating all the people that are associated with Hustler Casino Live.
It will be myself, Ryan, every single person in production, every dealer, every floor man. And we're going to conclude, even though the commentators see the shit an hour to 3 hours later, we're going to include them. I have no doubt that they all will have no problem with it. They're all going to be included. I'm going to do the most thorough investigation we can, and then I'm going to put it to bed.
Yeah. Morris asked about future policy about people staking others in the same game, which I know a lot of people out there didn't even realize this was going on or like a common practice in poker games. And I know a lot of people were upset once they found that out. So what's kind of the stance on that?
Well, yeah, I'll tell you our stance, and maybe you can help me out on this, Joey. You've been in the poker community a long time. There's everyone's staking everyone, bro. Like, that's just what happens, right? Like, people want to take shots in big games. They got to get staked sometimes. Matt Berkey was staked most of his career until lately, per his words, and he's played in games. Now, I understand the difference is if someone stakes you and they're in the game with you. So, no, I get that. So what we're going to do is we have a form that players sign before they play saying, hey, any of this footage is our footage. We're going to show it. Do you agree to that? I think we're going to put in there and I have to get the legalese for it, but like we highly suggest that you are not playing in a game that you have any financial interest or, you know, staking or whatever, and make them sign it. Now, other than that, if two people want to do it, you know, they're going to hide it, right? Like I can't, you know, pull their brains out before and do, you know, do a research on that part of their brain that has the truth. But we will add that and highly discourage it. And if we find out that two people are playing the same money, we will break that up and make sure they don't play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Sounds good, man. Yeah, a lot of good stuff. I think this is what people are asking for, and I'm sure people are enjoying this. I mean, the chat seems to be enjoying this, and a lot of people on Twitter I already see kind of mentioning that they're happy that you coming out and you're taking this aggressive stance, and this is what we've asked for out of poker sites in the past, or poker operators in the past, when shit like this went down and they want to say, like PokerStars, right? PokerStars had a thing with the bot ring and mid stakes, and like, you know, you feel like how some of these scandals are handled when you feel like the game is not being a straight game, how it was intended to be. You know,
Yeah.
It's always interesting to see how each company handles it. And I feel like you guys handled the last situation with the guarantee, which a lot of people got on you guys about. You guys handled that really well, and you promised to make that up. And I don't know the status of that, and maybe you can update me a little bit on that.
Let me point something out about that I think is kind of ridiculous, but we handled it because we know perception. I'm not the casino. I didn't even know they had a tournament. I literally, when I found out they had a tournament, was when something blew up on Twitter. And I'm like, what is this? And I'm like, Ryan, I called Ryan. I said, what does this mean? You know, like, I just didn't get it at first. And he's like, I think maybe they had a tournament, like whatever. And I called Sean. I'm like, hey, what's this? And then once I realized the magnitude of it, I'm like, to the general manager, I'm like, well, unfortunately, the poker world, who doesn't do the research or sometimes isn't reasonable, thinks that Hustler Casino Live, which we represent, but we are High Stakes Poker Productions. That is Ryan and my company. We are High Stakes Poker Productions. Run a stream on a 2-year agreement, and that's it. We don't make decisions for the casino. We don't know when they're running tournaments unless we're going to participate in one and like do a high roller. We're going to like try to get some players. But my point is on that, you know, there was and I'm not trying to back away from it. I'm just saying, like, we took a lot of heat. And so we got involved in it. And yes, it was myself who pressured the GM to do something about this, because I don't know how he didn't realize it, but I guess he didn't realize the magnitude of it. I'm like, no, bro, this is a big deal, and you're going to take a lot of hits for this. And unfortunately, we're the dolphin in the tuna net, and we're going to take some hits. And so we need to fix this. And he was like, fuck, okay. And we fixed it the best we could. I'm sure there's a million opinions on what you should do, not do. We're still talking shit about that. That's fine. But let's keep it real. That wasn't on me. That wasn't our decision. I didn't even know about it. So, you know, that's what I'm saying. It's like, know what the fuck you're talking about. Not you, but this in general. And I promise I don't mean you. Like, you want to, you know what you're talking about before you make a comment about someone's integrity or pin them into something. But because perception, just like this, because perception sometimes is everything, we got involved with the tournament thing to make it better. Mm-hmm. Which, by the way, personally, I think that should have happened. I don't think that anyone should do what they did. I don't think that anyone should have been caught in a situation like that if you've already registered or whatever it is. So it's not like I don't agree with the premise that was like bad form. I do. Mm-hmm. I do, you know?
Yeah. So what's the status of that? I mean, you guys were supposed to make it up to the players. Did that event actually happen? And the follow through?
I have no idea. Okay. I haven't discussed it. I mean, obviously I have my hands full, but like, I just thought that this casino made their statement and they're doing what they're supposed to do. If that's not true, someone let me know. But like that, I'm not involved in the casino's decisions. I'm not involved in their processes. I'm not in their meetings. I'm not in their decision making. Mm-hmm. The only thing we're involved in is that we have an agreement to run a stream there, and we have certain protocols and certain things we do for each other. And that if we need something, the management usually helps us get it. Anything else, like if they run a tournament, if they do, you know, whatever, specials or the fucking offer like onion rings free, I don't know, you know?
Morris said, will there be any repercussions or sanctions against Rip for his aggressive behavior?
I mean, you can't, as someone who used to be in law enforcement, what repercussions can you give someone for calling someone a pussy?
I don't know. I mean, that's some people do. I mean, I don't really know what most rules are for some companies in terms of if people use language like that, but
yeah.
I guess
I don't know.
I guess each business has its own, right? So I guess it's up to you to decide.
Well, I thought you meant legally, right? So
no, I don't think this guy means legally. I think he just means like from the show. Will there be any repercussions or sanctions in terms of him playing on the show or being allowed to play in the show? Which I guess is interesting, right? Because it sets the precedent that if you treat people a certain kind of way on our show, like if you can just say, oh, like you can just start cussing anybody out or threatening people on the show, then I think that's maybe what he might be alluding to.
I think the right thing that should have been done at that point, from our floor man or from somebody in the casino, even they probably should have not have been allowed to play still after that. You know, like anytime people, even when you say like to a dealer, like fuck you, you know, usually that means you're out, right? In most casinos. So yeah, I don't know. Because I don't know right now what we're gonna do with that. I just don't want to say, and that's not me backing away from like a situation. You know me better than that now. I'll come head in to anything. But I really hadn't thought that out because there's just so much going on. So I guess that's my answer. I hope for now that suffices.
Yeah, I mean, sounds pretty good. You know, some people say it's a casino. They say it's a poker table. Like, bad, crazy language is applied. I see that side of argument too. You know, I'm not really a big stickler for language at the poker table when I'm playing a live poker table. I let people say whatever, right? They're talking. I'm playing poker. I'm having a good time. I'm not policing everybody's words at the table. So not necessarily my thing, but obviously we've seen on the internet that there's a big push to restrict the usage of certain behavior and certain words and certain aggressive actions and certain environments that make people feel uncomfortable. Obviously, we saw with Dan Grande when he had the thing with he threw the selfie stick. I mean, the guy literally just threw a selfie stick, and that turned into a huge fucking thing where everyone was like, we don't feel safe playing in that environment.
Let me just say this, and this is not applying to the RIP situation because I have to think that out. But in general, from what you just said about Daniel, people are fucking stupid. Everyone, you know, it's like everyone is just offended. Like we live in a society that I'm fucking offended. I'm offended by this. I'm offended by that. You can't say this because I'm part of this group. Like Daniel Negreanu, if he wanted to show some emotion and throw his fucking selfie stick, fuck you if you think like that's a big deal. That's just my opinion. Like whatever. That's just a human being showing some emotion. It's just like everyone got on. What was the team? I think it's the Bills. One of the guys up in the booth. You remember when he was throwing his clipboard?
Oh yeah, the quarterback coach.
Like,
OC,
and everyone's like, "Oh my god! Like he should be relieved of his duties immediately." Like really? Like the fucking guy gives a shit that they just made a stupid decision and they lost a game and they shouldn't have lost it. And he gives a shit about like the team and his job, and he's showing passion because he's a human and he's like hitting a table. Really? You're offended? You're going to fucking spend the next 30 minutes typing something out about you're offended by that? It's like, that is just like, man, you don't want to get me on this subject because like there's certain things that are true and you shouldn't do and you shouldn't say. And, you know, you got to respect people. But like we live in this like politically correct, I'm overly offended society. Fuck that. That's how I feel about it. And I don't care who likes that.
Fired up, guys. Fired up, chat. Listen, chat. What do you guys think out there? Nick's showing his passion. Obviously, we've had you on here a few nights, Nick. You've been passionate, fired up each night. And, you know, obviously, right, emotional time. And you know, you're sort of adjusting to this whole world. And, you know, you're being thrust into the spotlight. I mean, you've done shit in your past, but this is a different kind of thing when you're in the Twitter battleground and you're in the social media battleground where the opinions are flying and you got a business that is very based off of, you know, that appearance and perception, as you're saying. So, you know, it's not an enviable spot to be in for anybody.
Opinions are great.
Yeah.
But convicting someone without knowing what the hell you're talking about and being a complete dick and mean, it's just not. I'm not in favor of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not. I'm not in favor of it. I just think it's really stupid. I mean, this isn't. How about this? And this is going to be a little dramatic, but like, you know, a lot of even teenagers have taken a lot of heat and a lot of trolling and a lot of hate, and they've killed themselves. Now, I know that might be just somebody that's young and can't handle it, but, you know, who knows? Like, you know, Garrett struggles a little bit with depression, and he might have really believed what he said right there, and he might still. And the amount of hate, and he's not, people take now, oh, yeah, stick up for your boy. No, No, I'm not sticking up for my boy. Garrett and I have had some heated conversations, and I don't always agree with him, and we've went at it. And I'm not an Insta bro or somebody that just is going to take someone's side if they're wrong. And if he's wrong, I'll say he's wrong. But like maybe consider the fact that, he's, hurting over this. Maybe consider the fact that Robbi's, even though she's out there acting like she's not, she's talking and she's communicating, but maybe she's really hurting inside, and that's the way she processes it. And so it's just a human side of it. It's not opinions. It's not like doing the investigation. It's not caring about the matter. It's the way that we go about, and I've often said this, and I'll say this thing, I'll say it, like, I think Doug's show he puts out the greatest content out there, you and him. You guys are the best. He's funny. I even laughed at some of the shit he was doing yesterday on his thing with the seatbelt and everything. Like, the guy is fucking, like, talented as fuck. And he has the right to have his opinion that she's 90% cheating. He does. He has that right. It's just like, God, how do I say it? It's just like, you just can't hate on people, man. I know that sounds so, like, whatever, but it's just, that's the part of it. It's like, consider before you say something what somebody else is feeling and going through, and attacking somebody's integrity before it's just I don't know, it's a hot button for me, man.
Yeah, I can tell. I mean, I guess I think about this issue a lot, but I just have accepted that that's how people are going to be. But obviously you can advocate for that. And I know that, you're trying to look out for Garrett as well, because, a lot of people feel like Garrett's taken a lot of unwarranted abuse here. And other people say, because you came out and said that this situation, there's cheating going on in the situation, 100% cheating on the situation, then you should be open to being attacked by everybody else. And I guess then there's the whole element of the dark hallway when Robbi came out and released that statement, and it seemed like a lot of people feel like Garrett was bullying her and intimidating her and forced her to give her back this money. A lot of people are not a fan of that at all. So if that's your perception of what took place, then it's understandable maybe to see how these people are going to react so visceral and so brutal. And what you're sort of advocating for is just saying, like, hey, can we,
Yeah, like, I think if Garrett, and I'll tell you this, I think if Garrett, being a man and bigger and all that, was like in her face and showing aggression and threatening her, fuck Garrett. But the cameras are going to show his posture. And we have Ryan, who isn't going to cover for Garrett. He's come out and said the opposite of what Garrett said. So we're not covering for him. Garrett said that how it went was different than how Ryan heard it. And we're giving you how Ryan heard it. So no one's sticking up for anyone. It's just like, but even for Robbi to come out and make that statement, that may be how she felt, and that's fine. And you're allowed to feel what you feel and speak on it. But that may not be true. But all the other people that have commented on it that weren't there, that said, fuck Garrett for bullying her and this and that and the feminist movement and this and all this stuff. Well, it's like, well, you weren't there. So, like, I don't know. Like, and I'm real careful to say I wasn't there. I'm just telling you what I was told. But we're going to look at the cameras, and we're going to see body language, and we're going to look at that. But it's just like, I guess it's to my point. It's like, if you weren't there and you're just going off Garrett's statement, or you're just going off Robbi's statement, and you're taking and digging in, and then you're going after the other person, I don't know. I just think it's bad form. I just do. I just think it's not cool. And, like, what's going to happen? Tell me this. All the people that are attacking Robbi right now and saying that she's guilty and saying all these other mean things about her personally and her appearance and other things, if it's found out that she absolutely did nothing, are all you 2,000 people going to contact her directly and apologize? Are you going to then come back and say, oh, my God, I was wrong? Or are you just going to kind of fade away and go, oh, shit, I was wrong? And how about on the other side? Garrett's sitting over there right now dealing with this, and you guys are saying all these things about him, and he's over, he's done, he's this, he's all this shit, he's a bully, he's all this. What if it comes out that that's not true and it actually did happen? Are you guys going to go back online and do the same thing with the same passion to make it right? I don't know. Probably not.
Absolutely not.
Right.
So absolutely not. These guys, of course, they're going to move on to the next.
They're going to move on to the next one. And you know what I think about that? Fuck you.
Damn.
Yeah.
Vertucci firing off right now at the chat. Listen, the guy's coming for battle with you guys out there. So listen, I think a lot of people out there agree with you, Nick. I think a lot of people out there right now are agreeing with you, and they're understanding exactly what you're saying, and they feel like they feel 100% what you're saying, and they agree with. And then there's obviously a whole subsection of people who say, fuck you, I want to troll people, and I should be allowed to say whatever the fuck I want to say. So
they are allowed. They have every right to. It's called free speech.
Right.
They are allowed. I don't take that away from them. I'm just giving my opinion that you're an idiot.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Chat said, off topic, but are we going to see a Big Poppy POLO week on Hustler Live? Noah Smith, donation. Thank you, Noah.
Come on down, Poppy.
Yeah, we're going to see we'll see a week of poker after the investigation's over here. We'll see a nice week of Portland, Omaha or something out there. I don't know if it'll be a whole week of PLO because there's got to be a lot of games, but
no, PLO looks like shit on stream and it's boring. So, and it's confusing. So we'll honor you with maybe a day, but you're might have to play some No Limit, bro.
All right. I can do Hold'em. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'll play. If I get some 4-card, then I'm in for some 2-card, and we'll make it a fun week. We'll make it a fun time. What about the Garrett versus Robbi heads-up match that has been rumored to be taking place? Will there be a heads-up for rolls thing happening?
I don't know anything about it. I just know what I saw online. We haven't been told anything. I mean, listen, if Garrett and Robbi want to play heads-up on a stream, we have 2 seats for you. I do not think Garrett would do something like that considering everything, and I don't even know if Robbie's serious. I have no idea. But, hey, man, you want to come in on a Saturday? You want us to set up the production? Come on down.
That's, I think, what we want to hear, guys. What do you guys think, chat? I think everybody's fired up, man. I appreciate the insight. I appreciate the information. I guess from here, it sounds like this week is going to be focused on getting the investigation going, focusing on bringing in the right people that you need, that you trust, that can get the job done. And it sounds like you're pretty open to communicating that with the people. And I think the people out there are appreciating that so far.
Yeah. You can bet this week will be nothing but vetting and hiring. And then after that, we'll be starting to move forward in the process. Now, we're going to be looking at camera footage Tuesday. We're going to be doing a lot of other things that are in the forward direction. But it's going to take time, Joey.
Right.
And we're going to be business as usual. We're going to run 5 days a week, 5 p.m. Pacific. We're going to run the top games, and we're just going to do our thing. And we're going to put in a lot of protocols right now, and there's going to be more coming up. But when I say we're very confident, I'm confident in the fact that right now is probably the safest time right now because if there was anything going on, I'm sure it ain't going to happen tomorrow. You know what I mean? We're just going to do our thing, and this is going to work itself out. I do believe at a certain time from now, this will be in everyone's rear view, and I hope that it works out well for everybody.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think that's what everybody wants out here, Poppy. They want this to get figured out. They want, I mean, we all, I thought at the beginning of this, I said, I think how this works is the positive for sure is that stream, at least on Hustler. I mean, listen, like we talked about with Sean D, but Hustler is the top stream right now. So you guys have a chance to really set a precedent for how the best operations are run. And I think security is a very important thing for how you can distinguish yourself from the competitors. Because if you can promise people like, hey, you are like, this is what's happening. Like, look, we're taking this measure. We're taking this measure. We know people can do this. We know this is a risk, but we're showing you that we care about protecting your ability to play in a game that, everyone's just fucking using their brain. Hopefully not the Neuralink. Hopefully not anything like that. Shout out to the Neuralink. So I think that's what people want. And it's what we need to see. Like, poker's been in such stagnation for so long, and people have been doing things the same way, and the same problems coming up, and we haven't really seen solutions. It's like something might happen on a live stream. It's like everyone's shocked. But the thing's been going the same way for 10, 15, 20 years. So if you don't have certain security in place, like there's always a risk of something like that. So the more show of force that you can make, I mean, this is probably like a police thing, right? The more show of force you can make to let people know that, hey, this isn't a place to be fucked with, then that would seem like a good thing to have for your business, especially in the poker world.
It's our top priority, and we are headed in that direction even more. Like I said, when I say I felt confident, meaning like we have done so many things that other streams haven't done to avoid this, to protect this. And now, obviously, this situation, even if nothing comes out of it and it's a total nothing, if it's just zero, it didn't happen, a lot of good will come out of this in that direction. And, even right now I'm learning so much because of it. And that is our goal. That's going to happen. And like I said, no matter what comes out, Doesn't matter. I believe that it's going to be okay. And you can rest assured that whatever I find, you're going to get.
So we're still going to get Alan Keating this week or this month rather, on the Hustler Casino?
I can't see why not, unless some other factor unrelated to this changes that. I mean, as far as I know, Doug will be here this week. He's still confirmed he's coming. This is business as usual, Joey.
That's awesome, man. Yeah. I think
all of my players, all of our regular players, believe me, man, you already probably could imagine, I've been blown up. I've had more text messages and DMs and fucking tagging on Twitter, everything else. I would say 95% of our regular players has contacted me and have said, Nick, I just want you to know we got you, man. Like, we know who you are. We know who Ryan is. We know you're not involved in anything. We trust you. We trust this. We will be playing. Nothing's changed with us. We got your back. Let's all get through this. And I just got the chills telling you that because, I've referenced this before on my pod, in my show, and I've said, these people are our family. Like, these players, and I'm not going to trying to leave anyone out. So I'm just like Jeremy, Arby, Patrick, name all these players. I just could keep going on. Like these people Ronnie, they become our family, and they're our friends, and like we're enjoying what we're doing. It has made our life better because we look forward to bullshitting and playing and having a good time. And so nobody, especially me, wants this to come to an end because it's enhanced our lives, and the poker world is, and tell me if you think I'm wrong, has been blessed by what we're doing. I mean, we're the first real show that has given this much poker for absolutely free in perpetuity, not 1 cent. All you got to do is hit a like button and subscribe. Like, that's all we ever ask. And, so those of you out there that love that, I know you want the truth. So wait for the truth and be subjective. I get it. But stop trying to hurt a process that you don't know anything about, because we're hurting ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
It's like dog eat dog, it's like, come on, man. Like, if there's something here, it'll come out. If it's not, but let's not try to tear something down that has been better for poker than anything in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, respectfully, the bike, you had to pay for it after they played. Poker Go, great show. Fucking production, amazing. Maury, all those guys, fucking Brett Hanks, amazing. But you got to pay. You can't see all their shit, So it's like, we're offering, and again, I don't want to get off on this, whatever. That's what I'm saying. It's so counterproductive. That's all I'm trying to say.
This guy's fired up, man. Oh my God. I've been going for 11 hours now, Nick. So I'm just listening to your fire, your passion. I'm not sure if I'm tired or not right now, but I'm enjoying what you got to say, man. I think Veronica was on here earlier. Shout out to Veronica Brill. She was on earlier, and she said that.
Oh, nice. I didn't know that.
She said that you were. Yeah, we had Tom Dwan. Jungleman, Josh Macciello, Len Ashby. Wow. Shout out to Len Ashby. We had the Supreme Leader, Douglas K. Polk, pulled up as well. Had a nice hour conversation with him. Veronica Brill, Kim Stone was on here. Shout out to Kim Stone. Beiruzy, who's more of an online guy. Jesse Fullen, worked for Poker News. And the great Charlie Carrel joined as well, too.
What you were going to say, what Veronica said, I'm going to go listen to, but what was your point?
Yeah, basically, she just said that you have a good way of coming up with good ideas that people actually like and they want to be a part of. So it sounds like if you have this vision and you can actually achieve what you're saying in terms of handling this investigation, and I think if you show and follow through on what you're saying, then I think it's going to go a long way with not only your community but also with the people outside who are judging and looking from the outside in this situation and saying, Hustler should do this, Hustler should handle like this, they should do that. So I feel like if you can execute on what you're saying, then that's going to go a real long way with the community. And I'm curious to see how it works out.
Yeah, just to let you know the type of person I am, everyone kind of probably figures they know my ideologies and my politics and everything else. And, people are so polarizing with like hating on each other. And, let me just tell you this. I mean, Veronica, I fucking love her. She's becoming, family to me. So like literally have her back like crazy. But this is a young woman who does not we have the opposite beliefs in faith. She is a liberal feminist. She's all these things. And, we had to kind of circle each other and figure each other out at first. And she was really leery of me because, I'm a polar opposite of her in all those ways. And guess what? It's two people who are polar opposite. We've come together. We love each other. We have each other's back. And I just think that's the way it should be. And that even applies to this subject. It's just like, man, like we're all different. We're all of us listening right now. If you're listening to this show right now, it's because you love poker. Now, you might love a little drama. So does Veronica. She loves drama. But let's put it this way, and so do I. But we're all here because we love something. So let's try to protect it. And protecting it doesn't mean putting anything under the rug, or not telling the truth. Protecting it means like let's just let this process play itself out. Let's be objective and let's be accepting of what's happening here, and then let's get the answer, and then let's move the fuck on.
Yeah, I'm loving that, man. I think that's the way to go. I think that's the way to go, right? Is it the way to go? Let me think. Move on. Does that mean I can't do another 12-hour live stream? Let me think about that.
No, Joey. I don't mean move on from discussing it. Dude, you're doing, let me tell you something. I'm not just saying this because even though I love you, if I didn't agree, I would tell you right here on the spot. You're doing an amazing job. You're subjective. You're doing what you do. You're basically a journalist for poker. You're one of the top names to get out content, out stuff like this. No, keep doing your 12-hour stuff. I'm not suggesting that at all. I think it's amazing. I don't think we should all shut up. The points that I made were the points on the hate and the negativity and trying to hurt something. By no means are you doing that. You're giving me the platform to have thousands of people listen to what my intentions really are versus them just deciding what they are. Right. So no, believe it, you're doing great.
Yeah, thanks, Poppy. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do on here, trying to get all the voices, trying to get women, trying to get men, trying to get people involved in the accused side of people, the family, the friends. I just got Eric Person. Eric Person said he's down to hop on this week, so I reached out to Andy. I talked to Raver Poker. Anybody can come on here. Anyone that want to come on involved with the situation, you agree, disagree, I'm down to talk to anybody about it. Let you get a voice out there, at least to the world.
As you should.
The very anti-MSM strategy with the MSM strategy would be to get more voices that only agree on one opinion and just repeat that message home and home and home. This is a different strategy where it's more of voices that could be on either side.
That's an opinion show. What you're doing is journalism.
Interesting, yeah. Well,
we've lost that. We've lost that in our country, real journalism. Every show now is an opinion piece, one way or another. What you're doing is taking all the information, you're being objective, and you're doing journalism. And when you find something, you expose it. When you find something the other way, you anti-expose it. So this is what true journalism is. Nobody's remembered that. If you go to MSNBC, CNN, or Fox, or any of these places, they're just like, they're opinion shows. Like that's what their ideology is, and it's bullshit.
Well, that's the business model, right? The business model is to report on certain topics. That's a strategy, how political media, corporate media is set up. So, that's by design. Yeah. It isn't by accident, just but it's how things are, and that seems to work out well for how things go with them. I mean, it could say same thing could happen in poker. If you get a poker side that is pro one company and then anti the same company, and they just argue with each other all the time, like Doug Polk versus Dan Negrano, for example, right? With that whole issue where they're just arguing for each other for years, it turns into something that people become really interested in too. So you sometimes need that rivalry and those competitive nature and those dissenting voices too.
It brings views and clicks, and like I get that, and fine, whatever.
Yeah.
If your folks have any other questions, hit me with them now.
Yeah, guys, hit me with any questions. If not, I'll get Tony G in here. If you ever met Tony G?
I have never met Tony G.
You want me? I'm gonna tap you in when we get to talk to Tony G.
Fuck yeah.
He crazy. This guy. My wine kicking in now. He's in the Oddline Hall of Fame. All right, he's an Oddline Hall of Famer in poker. Obviously, everybody's seen the clips. And here, Nick, let me pause to the side real quick, and let me play a clip. I got to go to the bathroom real quick. All right, guys, I'm gonna play a clip here real quick. Then I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And I'm going to get some water because my mouth is getting dry.
And just, Poppy, I have till about 12:30, and I got to hop on a conference call.
Sure. Yeah, I'm just tapping in Tony right now. I sent him the link, and we'll see. Guys, Tony G joining soon. And just hold on a second. I'm going to play this clip. I'm going to turn a little audio on for you guys to enjoy. Let's find a good hand. All right, let's find a good hand. I love this hand. This hand's crazy.
Oh, by the way, I want to say one thing.
You can't.
You there?
Yeah, I don't think you can. You can't. They can't hear you. I just put on mute for right now. I'll talk. I'll go back in a second. Okay, I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
Can you hear me, Joey?
And Robbi here is going to raise it up to 2,400. Cannot see what she has, but we know that Ruskay's flop bottom 2 pair, and these two are deep. 215,000 to start the hand.
It does?
Small blind versus straddle. And she's going to check raise. Now, we can't see what she has. This is going to be a fun one to play. Now, Ruskay just calls. So, raise pre-flop and a check raise on the flop, and Ruskay's got bottom 2. Pretty clean turn card here. Would she do this with, like, aces, kings? Could she have a set of queens here? Well, now she's going to check. I've seen this line sometimes from people with ace-king as well. But I don't think that Ruskay's going to check this one through. We'll see. Gonna bet 13,000 here on the turn.
I'm all in.
Oh, and a check raise all in. Look at this spot. We're gonna play out of Ruskay's hand because we don't know what she has. Is she gonna really do this with like aces or kings? Wow, does she have a huge draw? I mean, I would be concerned.
All right, guys, let's tap in Tony. Tony G in the house, the legend.
Losing to a set of queens.
We got Nick out there. Nick, you still there?
I don't know if she's just
Nick there?
jamming here with aces or kings.
There we go. Tony G in the house. Hold on a second.
She has here.
Poppy, you out there?
Ace king of spades, ace 10 of spades.
Tony. Oh, yeah, I can hear him now.
She double
I'm here.
Yo, what's up?
As well.
Not much. I just got to Dubai.
You just got to Dubai, you said?
Yeah, I just arrived in Dubai a few hours ago.
Yeah, guys, listen in the chat right now. Welcome, Tony G. Obviously, you guys know Tony G. Been playing poker for many, many years. Listen, this guy would be canceled in 2022 for some of the fucking crazy shit this guy said at the poker table with some of these outbursts. But luckily, those were 20 years ago, and now Tony G still playing poker. Just took down some Triton events. This guy been showcasing his new lifestyle. He obviously been working out, been grinding his ass off. He got the great family, been showing off photos of his kids and of his wife, traveling the world, having a good time. And I think he's doing crypto stuff now. Tony, you're doing a lot of things. It feels like you're always mixed up in a couple different businesses, but we're happy to have you on here, and we officially welcome you to the show. The chat's welcome you to the show. They're fired up. They're happy to have you, and thanks a lot, man. How's it going? What's going on, man? How's the poker life going for you?
It's good. Well, you know, I mean, unfortunate situation in Cyprus with Ivan passing away there. That's very, you know, very unfortunate, and condolences to all his family and things. I know a lot of people went over for the funeral in Malaysia.
Mm-hmm.
So it just shows you that life is, you know, can end any time. And Ivan was a great ambassador of the game and a legend, you know, in his own right. So it's very unfortunate that he did pass away. But in Cyprus, I did manage to win one tournament in No Limit Hold'em and a 10th place.
Mm-hmm.
So that was pretty good. So poker is fine, you know. Just for me, it's always just been a lifestyle, and I spend a bit of my time on it and have fun. You know, I'm not a pro. I'm not actively working on the game too much. I'm enjoying it. I think it's a great hobby to have, and I have a bit of fun along the way. You know, but that's how I look at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, sounds like a great way to think about it, and I'm sure, you know, this has come after many, many years of experience. Obviously, you've been around the game for a very long time. You were one of the guys when I started playing poker like 2006, I see on TV, you the guy actually talking. I'm like, oh, guy got a personality. Like I love that kind of stuff. I love the emotion. I love the table talk. Like it's just so much fun. I think a lot of people out there kind of felt the same way watching you over time. And I guess in 2022, we got a new scene with all these live poker streams, and Hustler Casino Live, they got this big outburst. Have you been able to see kind of what happened with the outburst, or what happened with the incident, what happened with the cheating allegations? Obviously, you played in a lot of games. I'm sure you're familiar with some of the activities that have been going on out there in the world. So what was kind of your perception of seeing what went down here?
I think I was at a cafe in Caulfield in Melbourne, and I overheard two people talk about it, and one guy was showing someone that particular hand that went down, and saying that, well, apparently that guy stakes that that lady. I don't know the people, so it's difficult to comment. So I can only give a third account. But then looking at the hand, it looked a bit weird. They also have a relationship. So that's the sort of things I heard. So it's like I don't know if any of it's true, but the hand was very, very weird. Well, it's possible. I mean, I could make that play as well. I guess you'd have to be pretty high, for those sizes there, with Jack high.
Mm-hmm.
But it looked cool. I don't know if it's cheating, but I mean, I think it's maybe staging. I don't know. I really can't work it out, or maybe maybe just to give credit. It's just a great play, and she made an amazing play there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, guys, we're joined by Tony G right now. We're live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, let me see. We got a bunch of people tuned in still, guys. Thank you for sticking around here. It's noon It's noon PM time. I've been going now for 11 hours. Tony G, you said you're in Dubai?
Yeah, I'm in Dubai, but yeah, I have to run out. I was waiting to jump on, so I just kind of come on, say hi. Well done on your marathon here. You've been going for many hours, I understand.
Oh yeah,
Joey,
yeah. We just kind of want to get your thought, get some ideas, say what's up to you, kind of see, get a little words from you, and maybe you got how many minutes you got? You got a few minutes here?
I got another couple of minutes, so we have to go because we have an appointment. Unfortunately, yeah.
Okay.
But maybe I can jump on from the car if you want.
Yeah, sounds good. If not, we can do something else this week. I mean, we can do like we've been talking about doing a podcast for a long time, so.
Sure.
Probably a good idea to do something like that, and maybe Nick Vertucci.
Yep.
Nick, I see Nick's in here. Nick is the. I think he's not connecting, but I thought Nick was in here. Nick, are you in here? No, I don't think he's in here. He said he got bounced, but yeah, maybe he had a good question. But I guess in these situations, in the cheating stuff, have you ever seen any cheating things that you've seen in your life that you've ever come across or caught or anything like that?
There was an incident in Cyprus that also top players, and it seemed very weird action on the river when the guy doesn't bet ace king and it's like king high board with no flushes or straights. So sometimes people have pieces and so on, and it can be the action can be pretty ugly sometimes in these tournaments. And I guess when they're very high buy-ins, there could be interest. And I kind of got verbal in one situation. I got extremely agitated with the way the hand went down, although it was not in the hand. But I guess it happens in poker a bit. I don't worry about it too much, but it happens here and there. But I think in the case that I saw, it definitely didn't happen. And after reviewing it, and the players assured me it didn't happen. So so sometimes things can look ugly, but then on reflection, on more investigation, you might think everything was clean. So it is difficult to put throw people under the bus, but I think we just have to have a clear mind there and get some more information before we say someone's cheating or not. But,
right. Yeah.
But it does go on. Obviously, cheating does go on in poker because there's so much money involved and people sharing cards or whatever. Signals. I guess we've all heard these stories for years and years. So there's nothing surprising. It's just good if you have plenty of money and can enjoy life and take it as a hobby. You don't have to get too emotional when you lose.
Mm-hmm.
I try to get emotional when I win.
Right. I mean, yeah, it sounds like you said, you won out there at the Cyprus event, and we saw some clips of you on Rob Young's Twitter. He was sharing some stuff about you, so it was nice. I think it's nice to see out there. I know the community always enjoys seeing, guys like yourself out there still grinding, still talking some shit. We see you in some cash games talking shit to people, and I know a lot of people out there still enjoy it, man. So I don't know if you got to get out there, get going. We'll talk soon, and but yeah, thanks for coming on here, man. Thanks for kind of dropping in and giving a few thoughts.
No worries. Bye.
All right, see you soon. Shout out to Tony G, the true legend of the game. I kept him waiting a little bit. Nick Vertucci was talking a lot. Shout out to Nick Vertucci. So, guys, I think right now we're at 11 hours and 17 minutes. So they said that there's a 12-hour limit to YouTube to how long we can store videos for. So if I go over the 12 hours, then that means the first hour gets deleted or something like that. So I actually don't remember what the hell happened the first hour. But I think at some point in time, Tom Dwan called in. So we got to decide if we're gonna run this shit. Do we go? Tony G, listen. I mean, it is what Tony G. We got a few minutes with Tony G. We get a few minutes with Tony G. Tony G's a legend, man. Let me see. I think I had somebody else lined up. So Nick, maybe we get Nick back in here. I thought I had someone else lined up. Let me go see real quick. I gotta check my Twitter. This girl said, "Oh my God, you're still going? Fine, I'll call in if you think I have anything worth saying." Nick Airball wants to come in, and he basically wants to talk about how Garrett is not GTO. I don't know if that's a good idea. Keep going, start a new stream. Dude, I want to do a 24-hour stream. So I think the move would be once we get to midnight, or once we get to 12. I don't know. I'm kind of losing my train of thought, to be honest with you guys. And there's a lot of people here. I got to slip up on my words. If I say anything out of line, then, they're going to make a thread or something. They're going to make a 12-point thread on Twitter, so I got to be real careful around here. So we got to get Ebony on here. Where the fuck is Ebony? We got to get Ebony on here. I want to hear what Ebony's got to say about this. I still like her. I can't help it. It is what it is, guys. Shout out to my girl. She's probably still mad at me, though. But one day she won't be mad at me. It's okay. All right, guys, we got to get a call in here. I don't know if I can just watch. I can't watch the game anymore. I've already watched this game for 30 hours. Guys, I've literally watched the same fucking game for 30 hours. Eric Person in the goes from the pink hoodie. Bro, Eric Person goes from the pink hoodie. You go from, look at this. Dude, I love this guy. This guy's like my favorite guy. He go from the pink hoodie to SEAL Team 6. He go from like an Abercrombie model. Where the fuck is he at?
Head over to Doug some action.
I can't find the guy. Look, he go from like a guy that like Abercrombie, like a Newport Beach guy, like an Abercrombie kind of model guy, to SEAL Team 6. Look at him. And then he goes back.
So what, you want to hear my take on the hand? Here's what I think. I think if you notice in the middle of the hand, she asked, can you beat a 3? Right? So what I think is that she thought she had Jack 3. She misread her hand, and then she didn't want to say she misread her hand because she's had a poker taker. That's I think is the best, most reasonable explanation for what happened.
She called a flop because she had the jack of clubs on a 9-10-10 board. Give her backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. And she thought she banked a 3 on the turn. That's Occam's razor. And then she makes a pretty strong call with what she thinks is bottom pair. It turns out she doesn't have bottom pair, but it happens to be good. And, to me, that's what makes sense.
I mean, that's what I think. I mean, I could be wrong, obviously, but that's what I think.
Yeah, she can play with me any day.
Thank you, Eric and Phil Ivey. I think that was a reasonable take as well.
Bro, I can't get over that comment. That's the funniest comment ever.
It turns out she doesn't have bottom pair, but it happens to be good. And, to me, that's what makes sense.
I mean, that's what I think. I mean, I could be wrong, obviously, but that's what I think.
Yeah, she can play with me any day.
Thank you, Eric and Phil Ivey.
What is this guy's problem? This guy's out of line. I love him. Oh my God, Eric Person. I think this guy, one of my favorite players I've ever watched now. There's something about this guy. The other day he was like growling at Garrett. If you guys see that, there was a session where he was seated next to Garrett. And he was just like kept 3-betting him with a bunch of hands, and then he had the 7-8, and he stacked him versus the ace queen with the speech play. I mean, I never seen guys. Listen, I've never seen anything like this. I never seen this. Honestly, is the best speech play I've ever seen. I don't know if they put the hand or not. Yeah, like I'm telling you, I never seen. Watch the hand.
Taking a shot.
Watch this guy person. We've been seeing him as SEAL Team 6, and I've told you guys that if I had to go do a rescue mission over in the Ukraine for like a loved one, and I had to pick one person to lead the mission, I've been telling you guys it's person, and now I want to show you a little bit of the speech play that's led me to choose him as my top selection. So just check this hand out.
Vicious limp up front.
Kurt Ty in the chat says it best. Poker is brutal. It certainly can be.
What is that outfit? Hold on a second.
Chat says it best.
What? Oh yeah, it's my guy DJ Washburn. That great pink hat, nice pink glasses with the pink sparkly hat.
Poker is brutal.
It's aggressive,
it
but I like
can
it.
Be.
You bluff
It
up
certainly can
50K
be.
in a hand for the first time ever. Your opponent just hero calls you down.
It's aggressive.
That's a sick thing. You pointed out earlier. Washburn is a 2-5 player. Now I know he plays bigger. He plays bigger Max Paid Monday and stuff. But you look at that and go, he just bluffed off.
Person.
Like,
I love this guy.
Like that's like for him probably I don't know 5
Person.
months of poker.
Squeezing the
It's-
7-8
I don't
offsuit.
know, but more.
Oh man.
Look at this.
Uh-oh, lock in, guys. Big pot energy brewing here in the
Person
headquarters.
In position, applying pressure. Garrett calls with ace queen.
Well, diamonds again, and Eric's got a double gutter looking for a 5 or a 9. But I think just a bet's going to get it done here. Wow.
Not a great flop for the ace queen.
No. You can't even catch your breath. Every single hand is a banger. Garrett's going to call, of course.
This guy said, show me a session. A guy won playing it all pink.
83,500. Eric looking for a 5 or a 9. And 8 or 7 would be good too.
Check. Out of his music festival fog.
Check.
It's clarity now.
All right, so person, watch this. So person, river the straight with the 7-8 offsuit.
Poker to the nuts.
83K in the pot, and now watch this.
84K in
Eric
the
Person
middle
puts on a
cave.
master class. Thinks he's Dan Negreanu,
much is Eric
teaching
gonna
Nolan
bet?
Hold'em, circa 2018.
After Garrett checks.
Check.
Watch this.
And what's he gonna say to
He's
him?
always so good on TV.
Watch this. Get a notebook.
Eric's talking to him.
Fucking beanie.
I think it's interesting to point out that Eric has given up in the past. He's been kind of one and done.
300.
And here he bet 61,300.
I think that was pretty good Hollywooding, to be honest.
Yeah, you like the acting?
1, 3.
I think most poker players are really horrific actors, but yeah, maybe that one wasn't bad.
Remember, he made an 18K pre-flop.
Only 3 makes it straight.
You know who's the worst actor?
I didn't even realize that.
10 seconds.
It's a bad thing to not notice.
Yeah.
It's a really big problem, I'd say.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Time.
Fuck.
I mean, I'm not raising you,
Oh,
so pretty unlikely I have a 3, so you've got that going for
Why'd
you.
you play your queens like this?
I don't know.
You know?
It's a gross spot now. Huh?
I know, I just fucked you up big time. Put you in a really hard spot.
Yeah.
I know exactly where you're at.
Yeah. What are you trying to say you have?
I'm trying to say that I have a big set of balls and 61,300.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I'm trying to say.
Big set of balls, another way of saying the nuts.
Fuck, I might even have it straight in this spot.
Really?
Yeah.
That card?
You give me 10,000, I'll show you your card.
I get to pick the card?
No, I get to pick the card.
10 seconds.
Garrett's in the blender.
All right, 10,000, you can pick the card. Here, I'll throw in his time extension.
First misstep.
So you can think about it.
This seems a little desperate to get called.
changing the deal, making it better for Garrett. Let's see if we can figure it out.
It's like information is power.
5,000. I picked the card. You got a deal.
7,000. You get pick the card.
Good deal. 6. Final offer.
Fine, I'll take it.
This is crazy.
Not that one.
Okay. So person gets Garrett to pay $6,000 to show one of the cards. He gets to pick the card. He picks the 7 of diamonds. Look at the board. It's 4, 5. It's what? 4, 5, 6, 10 deuce. So he shows a 7. So he's basically either has 7, 8, 3, 7, pocket 7s, or he's got. It's only hands that I guess 10, 7 maybe too, right? But most likely not. So.
7 and diamond.
7-3 is looking good here, right, Ruski?
That's quite a card.
Damn.
Wow.
That's a really good card to have in your hand if you want to bluff, right?
I owe you 1 so far?
You have 2.
I've already used 2?
Yeah, this is 2.
I gave you one of mine.
You can't.
I can't do that.
So it's this if I use another minute. Okay.
Then can I have mine back? So mean.
He doesn't seem nervous, but he often doesn't seem nervous, even when he's bluffing. Talking about Eric Person.
2 7s? I already said you thought I have 2 queens.
I'm just saying 2 7s are the nuts right now. There's what's going to win this hand.
How are 2 7s going to win this hand?
You're going to fold.
You know I have 2 queens.
You're going to fucking fold. And then I'm going to show the 7s. And in 3 hours, everyone's going to be like, whoa.
All right, he's got confusing again. That's good for him.
I can't beat 2 7s.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, so if you're just fucking around with like some blocker or whatever, yeah, you just win the hand. I'm not kidding. Yeah, free. I can't beat 2 7s.
Well, then I'm not worried then. I made the right bet, Ruski. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what to do.
10 seconds.
Wow.
Just mispronouncing Ruski.
I only have 1 time card for the whole
Over and over.
I'll sell you mine for 5,000. I never use them.
I don't know what to do. I have to think about it.
All right, that's your last one here.
You know what? It's better to live like a man than die on your knees. You know what I'm saying?
It's fun to watch the computer work.
Can you beat 4s?
No, I don't have a pair.
Oh! Breathing easy, Risky. He's not calling.
Garrett does not have a read on him.
Diamonds, do you?
This is great theater.
That'd be sick. Fucking diamond over diamond makes this call. That would definitely be you too.
He's disgusted.
I don't want that. Can I increase my
10
bet?
seconds.
He's using all his time chips with ace high.
Call.
Oh, he makes the call!
Wow.
He made the call!
Wow.
He gets the fist bump from Garrett.
61-3.
And just for the record, and I don't know if Garrett's going to watch this or not, and I apologize, Garrett.
Good hand.
He ended up paying $67,300 to call.
Yeah.
He got a $6,000 bonus.
Oh, man.
Wow.
You make a couple hands against me, Eric. That's a good hand.
Oh, now you come back, Phil? Now you come back?
A good hand to make with 7 8
I can't even
offsuit.
tell you what happened. I might have like 3-bet to 18,000 with 7-8, and then flopped the double gut shot, rivered, and got him to call with ace high.
Good hand, good hand.
For like 100.
First smile of the day for Phil Ivey.
And I got an extra 6,000.
This guy's a
All
god.
because you had the ace of diamonds, Garrett.
Listen, we got 30 minutes left on the 12-hour time limit on YouTube here before the video shuts down. So let me see where we're at with things. Let's check the table here. We still got a bunch of people watching right now. Oh my God, I cannot believe people are still watching. 5,000 people are still watching. What's going on? What the fuck is going on, guys? Come on, what's happening here? Sorry about the language. All the women and children are awake now. It's not out of line hours anymore. I still got a glass of wine. Let me pour one more glass of wine here for the home stretch. Almost finished our great bottle of bread and butter. What else do we got? Listen, honestly, haven't we covered it all? I feel like we talked to everybody. We got Tom Dwan and Tony G on the same stream, okay? I feel like we've literally talked to everybody that's possible in the industry during these past. Doug Polk woke up at 5 a.m. and called in. Jungleman was in an ashram in India with the enlightened one, and he called in. Veronica Brill just woke up 8 a.m. Didn't even want to show her face. She called in. So I feel like we're missing one person. I feel like this last guest we need has to be a straight banger. What do you guys think? Why is he lighting money on fire, staking her? Bro, you gotta listen to the interview, Fee. Come on. Fee can't believe that a guy would make a minus EV investment in a lady. Or a man. I mean, listen, a lot of men get invested in poker and they don't know. They necessarily wouldn't be considered good investments, I imagine. Phil Hellmuth, Baron Trump. Who else do you got? Who should I get on? Dankness. Who should I end it with? Postle. Tuckman. Lex Veldhouse. Robbi. Didn't Robbi come on tonight? No, she came on last night. Keating got to be awake by now. Last time we talked to Keating, he was sleeping. Listen, the next person that sent me a message they want to come on, they're going to come on. They're the last one. We got, come promote. You got something to promote? Come on here at least to do that. You know? Get your message out there. Where's Daniel at? Let me see what Daniel's doing. Let me see if Daniel's doing. Let me see. Hold on. I'm going to hit up Daniel, see what he's doing. I were messaging young Daniel Negreanu here. I said, Poppy, we need you. The people are calling your name. Cocaine Dan, yes, sir. Raver Poker, I love Raver Poker. Phil Galfond. Phil Ivey, I don't know Phil Ivey like that. Phil Ivey might be one of the only people that I don't really know like that. I'm looking. What the fuck is this? What? Is this Rip? I think this is Rip from the poker game, the cowboy. He looked like he doing a TikTok or something like that. Is that Rip? What? This guy's like, what the hell's going on? I thought he's a cowboy. I thought this guy was a cowboy. What's going on with this guy? He's like a TikTok. He's trying to do Salt Bay. Who posted that? That's so funny. Shout out to Rip. Okay. Here's the comments. You're destroying your... I honestly, I think these are not real accounts. This is a real person. You're destroying your reputation by being a disgrace to the game. Your inability to accept that you legitimately lost a big hand is going to cost you far more than the 100K because no respectable player will want to play with an absolute giant bitch who cries cheat when he loses. Where the fuck do these people come from? Is this a real person? Let me see what Daniel said. Or I end in 20 minutes. Daniel said he just woke up. He said, am I going to be a while? I said, maybe or I end in 20. This guy he just retweets. Is this a real account? I don't think this is a real account, honestly. Ryan Robb says, Pop, you have to look at the part when Robbi tells Sammy, the dealer they know, then walks off stream and talks to him. I see nothing. Restart the stream. Listen, we're at 11 hours and 37 minutes right now, okay? We'll restart the stream soon. He said, what are you doing? I said, I've been streaming for 12 hours. Let me go through my notepad. Let me see. Let me get a talking point here. Because apparently I can't find one person to call in. Are you guys serious? I ran out of my entire phone or something. I ran out of my phone. We talked about Doug video. We talked about what now. We talked about the investigation that's going to happen. We talked about what we already know. We talked about where things stand with Hustler. We talked about where things stand with Garrett. We played some interviews from yesterday. People put up timestamps. Hopefully they can do timestamps for this one. We got other takes in the community. I feel like we hit everything. Honestly, I feel like we got everything done. Get Jennifer Tilly. We love Jennifer Tilly. Hollywood Haxton. I got nobody to join me, guys. I don't know what to do. I guess I'll watch the game. But yeah, I mean, what else is there to know? You know, Robbi got called out by Doug Polk. Doug Polk made the video with the evidence. We went over the vibrational evidence. We talked with Nick Vertucci about what he's going to do about it. He said he's going to run the investigation search. All right, we got a character, a biochemistry major. All right, fuck it. We're getting this guy in here. This is the last guy. I got a special feeling about this guy. Jeff Tucker, thanks for the past 3 days. I've been entertained. Appreciate that, Jeff. Thank you very much. Liv Barry, Paul Volpe, John Jawanda, Vanessa Selbst, Joe Biden, Maria Ho. Shout out to Antonio. Yeah, I talked with Eric. He said, Eric Person said this week. Did Andy come on? He didn't. Tony G just came on. So yeah, we're gonna have one more person come on here, and then we're gonna wrap it up. I gotta get some music. I gotta get like hyped up.
Up again. I just went on a swing, so roughly from 40K to 440K. So I went on a $400,000 upswing over like the last, like, I don't know, maybe hour and a half or something, which of course is cool, you know, especially because there's no more chips left. So to go from like 40 to 440 straight, but I can't help but think like, why did I get cooler in the beginning with Hank, right? If that didn't happen, I lost 200 like the second real hand I played. If that didn't happen, like I could be up 400,000 right now instead of roughly even. So instead of being even, I could be up 400,000. So it kind of pisses me off. Like I spend the whole day grinding, playing, stressing, working to be even. But now we're back to where we started. We got 440,000. So I'm gonna sit down and try to start bashing heads. I'm gonna go back to my original plan when I walked in. It didn't go according to plan in the beginning. I'm gonna try now. But also, like, I played yesterday. I spent the whole day, same scenario, and at the very end, I became profitable at a similar ratio, just to punt it off to JRB at the end. So at the end of all this, like, I know these are separate sessions and I shouldn't connect them, but I can't help, like, I feel like I'm coming into this like negative 200,000. So as of now, my mark is 300,000. So I can get my money back from yesterday with a little juice for my time. You know, 50,000 a day ain't so bad. So
I love this
sit
guy,
back
bro.
down with our original plan. We got 440,000. I just had 40. Now I got 440. I mean, that's it. We're gonna run it up.
Well, there you have it.
Where is that iconic interview? Dude, look at Alan Keating with that great textured jacket. I mean, the guy, listen, if you're going to have a jacket, it's got to be textured like that. The attention to detail. The attention to detail by one Alan Keating. Where was that interview where Mickey talked about being like a baccarat professional? Fuck, I don't know where it's at. All right, we got a new guy coming in. Hold on a second. We're going to give a new guy a chance. This is a big platform for the new guy, so we're bringing in Dallas from Dallas. We don't know anything about Dallas, but he volunteered his time and effort and energy, and I got
Hello?
Dallas, are you there? You're on here with Big Poppy.
Rian?
You there?
Hold on, let's see.
Can you hear me? Dallas.
Tell me I'm in here.
Does that mean you're here?
I on the damn.
Is he not here? And he's gone. Anyways. Where is that?
Stanley is kind of a known bully. I learned it from Keating, though.
Wesley, how long you lived in the U.S.?
Ask how many times before they make the call.
Let me play the greatest hand of all time.
Yeah. Did you go to
actually
university in U.S.?
Yeah.
Irvine?
Oh, you say Santa Cruz, then you say Berkeley.
Sorry, that was very, I shouldn't have. Very important.
Yeah, there's.
Yeah.
He entertains
Oh,
me.
Dallas is back. Okay. Dallas, are you there?
Hello, Joey.
Earth to Dallas. Alert, are you there?
Yes, sir. I am here. I apologize. I'm driving on the road right now. I'm doing some Uber Eats driving.
You're doing Uber Eats and calling in right now while you're driving doing Uber Eats.
Absolutely. I've been loving this drama, man.
Yeah,
I've been listening the past.
Listen, we had a lot of perspectives on here. We ain't had the Uber Eats driver perspective, so give us your perspective. You got 4,000 people watching you on YouTube. You got I think like 700 people watching you on Twitch. So listen, here's your platform, kid. What do you got? What are you thinking? What are you seeing? Give us something.
So I've been following this since it broke. I've been watching your stream. Saw it the other day. I've been an avid poker fan for since I turned 18. I'm 25 now. This whole time I've been driving, doing my thing, listening to these streams. It's been awesome. Never really quite expected this. Obviously with the chess stuff going on, this was a big, everybody was like heating up for the juice. So this is super cool to see. Love what you're doing. Love the work. I appreciate what you're doing. What do I think? In terms of Garrett, I'm gonna put it out there, man.
Poppy, give us something, bro. We need give us injection. Give us some energy. What do you got? Give us your take, Poppy. Give us something.
I think Garrett is in the wrong here. I think initially he was definitely justified. I think to anybody with a brain, that first hand was sus, and in the moment, I can definitely see him, making the accusations and wanting to get his money back, especially if he thought that she was cheating, and rightfully so. The hand was insane. It's never unprecedented. I think now that the dust is settled, I feel like it's pretty clear that it's leaning towards Robbi's direction. I think that, in terms of Robbi, she's a very intellectual woman. I don't think she's as dumb as people are letting on. I think that she's an intellectual woman with a low poker IQ.
Exactly. That's what I can see that. I can see that. Okay.
I think that she's a little cocky, to be honest. I
love it.
I love it. Don't get me wrong, but I think that she just made a questionable call. It was a fish play, in my opinion. I'm no professional by any means, but I feel like it is what it is. She made a mistake. She tried to rectify it as best she could. And Garrett wasn't having any of it rip. He was just defending his mate. Obviously he had a financial stake in her, so he was that way, but also, it's his friend wanted to defend her. I think it's interesting that Doug Polk has some quote unquote insider knowledge about these two, and the fact that he called on her Zoom account is, that's a little bit of juice right there. If maybe she needs another lawyer. But yeah, I think that Garrett's probably going to face maybe like a small settlement that he's going to have to pay out, plus the money that he owes her in the end. Maybe like a defamation suit and some pain and suffering money. But I think that
whoa, wait. Let's back up. Okay, let's back up. So you're saying that you think that Garrett should not only have to pay back the money, but also have to pay for the pain and suffering through a lawsuit.
I think that's how it'll settle. That's just my prediction. Her husband seemed out for blood pretty much, especially, and rightfully so. She's been attacked publicly for nonstop. She's been called all sorts of things, not only a cheater, but also, an idiot. So I feel like he might not be convicted of anything, but I feel like he'll almost certainly settle for some amount of money. But I think that the money that he owes her is just a given. I feel like that'll definitely end up given back in the end.
Chad is fired up right now. Listen, Chad, you agree? Should pain and suffering be paid out to Robbi by G-Man? Our Uber Eats driver, Dallas, has proposed the idea. And listen, I kind of like what this guy's got to say. I like the opinion. I like the passion. Does this change the way you view poker? I mean, did you not know this was going on? Is this like, as a fan of poker, as someone who's it seems like aspiring to be a poker player, does this change the way you're perceiving the poker world or the people in poker? Or, is this sort of like, hey, this is what I expect it to be and, just another day in the office?
So I've watched some of Garrett's stuff. I've known of Hustlers. I've never really watched any of the streams. I've watched a lot of Bart Hansen's stuff on the matter. I see, he's a regular on Bart Hansen's like review videos. I think that this is good for poker. I think it's good for like the traction. I'm a little bit disappointed at the outcry and the divisiveness. I feel like people are a little bit too quick to either side. I was against Robbi in the beginning because I looked at this. My friend sent it to me, and I was like, "That is outrageous. That's the most ridiculous call. It's very sus." But when she got when you got her on the call both times, she made a good case for herself. What can I say? And I feel like she's too intelligent to cheat like that, and she's too intelligent to cheat in such a dumb manner. Anyway, she has fuck you money. You know what I mean? It wasn't even she made a call because she didn't like the guy, and he rightfully thought it was the sickest thing in the world. I feel like, I feel like this is whatever. It's just it's good hype in the moment.
This is very similar to my take, Dallas. What you're summarizing is sort of how I feel about things. I feel like right now, I'm still here 12 hours in. People are excited. They're fired up. They're interested in what's going on here. But at the end of the day, I sort of lean that same way. Like, I think she is a lot smarter than a lot of people are giving her credit for, as I've been saying for numerous days, especially after talking with her, looking more into her background and sort of researching and thinking more about that. But as you said, right, low poker IQ. She'd probably say the same thing. New player, a lot of passion, a lot of confidence in her game. And that's sort of what I feel like took place, is that she thought she was making a sick play and did it work out, not work out? I mean, probably shouldn't have worked out. It did work out, and now we're end up here, and a bunch of people really care about it, and they're passionate, and they're fired up. But ultimately, I think that what you're saying is probably what's going to be true. Once again, like I said, if the investigation turns up the opposite, would not surprise me either. But you're sort of saying some things that I'd be saying. Someone says deliver.
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. I think people want to vilify her just because, the way she carries herself. It's a little bit more aggressive. It's the very, LA, like, bad bitch energy. And initially, you know what, I'll admit fully that I thought she was dumb as hell too initially. And then, you got her on here and she spoke her mind. And I'm like, wow, this she's actually, I see where she's coming from. Obviously she has a biotech background. She's not stupid. I just think that she was misinformed. She's new to the game. She just didn't understand what she was doing really in the moment. And I feel like she backtracked in all the wrong ways, that made it look even more suspicious, especially in the moment. I think that Hustler Casino Live is going to be fine. Hearing from Nick Vertucci, he's such an awesome dude, super integrity focused, and I'd love to work for him. Sounds like an awesome boss. I feel like I for one respect his integrity.
You looking for a job, or what are you looking for? What do you need? What are you doing? You trying to
always.
What are you trying? You trying to get a job at Hustler?
I live in Texas. I'm in Austin right now, actually. So I mean,
you trying to get a job at the lodge? I'm gonna hit up Doug Polk. What are you trying to do, kid? What do you want to do? What are you doing? You're doing Uber Eats now. What's your goal? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to play poker? Are you trying to play some tournaments? Are you in school? What are you trying to do here? How can we help you out?
So I do Uber Eats full time, pretty much. I do some school in San Antonio. I drive to Austin for work because it's lucrative. Right now, I'm just trying to get my degree. Maybe do some form of some research, education, that kind of thing, and then I want to supplement my income with poker. I really, really love poker. I've loved it my whole life. I just grinds hard. Trying to eat up that bankroll or trying to build it up isn't always easy. I pay for all my own stuff. So hopefully one day, I'll have that expendable income, build up that bankroll, and be able to follow my passion, follow poker.
What are you using in training right now? What are you doing for training? Are you having any courses? Do you have any apps or something like that, or what are you doing for that?
I intake so much poker content. A lot of Bart Hansen stuff. I watch a lot of Brad Owen. Pretty much anything I can get my hands on, especially in YouTube space.
Well, do you have any training courses, like upswing courses or anything like that, or any sort of training site courses?
I do not, but I in the future I think I will. When I get a little bit more money.
Which one do you want? What's your favorite? What do you want?
That's a hard question. Everybody says that.
If you could pick anyone, Poppy, which one would you pick?
If I could pick anyone, maybe Brad Owen stuff. I really like his play style. I know that he's done it for a long time.
So you want to get the Brad Owen, Nick Petrangelo one?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'll get it taken care of for you. Okay.
Really?
I got you, Poppy. I got you. I
That
know
would be super
the.
appreciated. That's
I
super
done
sick.
the guy that owned his site. I done him a few favors before in my time. So if I ask him, I say, hey, can we hook my guy Dallas up with a course from Upswing for Brad Owen? I think he's gonna give you one. So.
That would be that is so much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Poppy, no problem. Listen, I said we appreciate the take you came on. You brought some good energy. You brought a good take, and yeah, Poppy. Listen, let's stay in touch. All right, you need some questions, anything like that? Let me know. Obviously, I'm a historian of poker world, so I know a lot of people. And if you want to get some coaching, you want to get something like that, you're looking for people to maybe help you out, just kind of get in touch. Reach out to me. I'll help you get the course with Upswing, and yeah. We'll bring you back on at some point in time, okay?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Joey. Appreciate everything you're doing. Keep it up. I'm going to keep listening in for new updates while I'm out here on the grind. So thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, appreciate you, Dallas. Thanks, man. All right, guys, shout out to Dallas. What do you guys think about Dallas? Our random there. Kind of like that kid. Brought a good viewpoint here, man. Yeah, I like that kid a lot. He's grinding right now, working hard, listening to the scandal, trying to play poker, trying to go to school. Let's get this kid set in the right direction. I got to get him an app. I got to get him an app too, though. He can't be just using the course. I got to get him a good app. So, guys, listen, we got 4 minutes left. We got 4 minutes left. I think I got to go to bed, honestly. I either got to start a new stream or I got to go to bed. So I think the move is I got to go to bed. I think Berkey texted me. He said he's going to start now. I don't know what this fucking guy's doing. This guy's out of line. So shout out to Berkey. You like the day shift. Berkey's the day shift. Berkey's like, are you going to keep streaming, Poppy? I'm like, I'm kind of tired, dude. Guys, what do you think? Should I stream or I guess I kind of should go to bed. I can't restart. I'm so tired. I don't even remember what we're talking about, honestly. I'm like watching, look at this fucking guy. I'm watching this guy. I think he's doing a walk of shame. I don't really know what he's doing, but I feel like I covered everything, guys. Honestly, like I got nothing left. But Miller said he wanted to come on. Listen, Morris, we got to save it for next time, Poppy. Guys, I'm gonna go to bed on YouTube. Okay. I'll see you guys soon. A lot of people tuned in. Appreciate y'all very much. Smash the like button on your way out, please. Listen, we had it all tonight. I mean, fuck, dude. What do we have tonight? You're kidding me. Look at this lineup. What a fucking roster, bro. Tom Dwan, Doug Polk, Jungleman called in. Josh Macciello, shout out to Josh, Len Ashby, Veronica Brill, Beiruzy, Jesse Fullen, Kim Stone, Charlie Carrel, Nick Vertucci, Tony G, Nick Vertucci, Tony G, and Dallas. I mean, what a 12 hours. I mean, if you were tuned in tonight the whole time, or if you watched it in replay, if you made it this far, appreciate you guys very much. Much love. Liang Jiang with the donation. Appreciate you guys very much. I'm kind of getting sick over here, I feel like. So, but yeah, guys, I'm going to wrap up the stream on Twitch here and, or on YouTube, sorry. I'm probably going to stay on Twitch for a little longer. Guys on YouTube, appreciate you guys very much. Yeah, Andrew Ross, Rob Burzin, Scott Grease, Jennifer Rochelle, Johnny Depp, Hill Jant, Andrew Russell. If I start a new stream, I'll let you guys know on social media. But if I will, it'll be very soon. So I got to leave my YouTube in 2 minutes. I'm at 11 hours and 58 minutes. So I'll see you guys soon on YouTube, okay? Kevel, Gamble, Kush Strain, Devin, Brandy, Justin Fats. Let me know what you guys thought on Twitter, at Jungleman. Let me know what you guys think on my social media. My Instagram is PoppyGTO. If you guys want to follow me on IG, any of my stories. And my Twitter is Jungleman. You guys most probably know that, I'm imagining. But yeah, guys, thanks a lot very much. Joe